In early April 2011, for the first time in years, the shutters of house number 55 on Boulevard Robert Schumann remained closed. This house, located in a residential neighborhood of Nantes, France, belonged to the Dupont de Ligonnès family. The family comprised Xavier, Agnes, and their 4 teenage children. The unusual silence around the usually lively home caught the neighbors' attention. Typically filled with the sounds of the children and their 2 dogs, the sudden quiet was alarming. Known for keeping their shutters open even when on vacation, the closed shutters prompted the neighbors to alert the local police, fearing something might have happened. During an initial inspection, the officers found no trace of the family. However, it was on the 5th inspection that they made a horrific discovery. Located in the western suburbs of Paris, Versailles is the birthplace of Xavier Dupont de Ligonnès, born on March 9, 1961. He was the eldest son of the French Count Bernard Hubert Dupont de Ligonnès and his wife Geneviève Therese Meta. In 1966, the family welcomed a daughter named Christine. When Bernard left his wife for a lover, Xavier assumed a leadership role within his family, taking care of his mother and sister Christine. Geneviève claimed to receive divine messages, which she recorded during automatic writing sessions, similar to a surrealist poet. Her peculiar beliefs evolved into sermons about an impending apocalypse, leading her to establish a cult named the Church of Philadelphia. The group included members of the aristocracy, whom Geneviève convinced were chosen to survive the apocalypse and partake in the world's renewal. Christine was designated by her mother to bear the Savior. According to Geneviève, the child would be a reincarnation of both Jesus and Satan, destined to bring salvation. Despite inheriting his father's noble title, Xavier showed little interest in French traditions, instead being fascinated by luxury, high-end cars, and eccentricities. He also admired the United States greatly. Geneviève funded Xavier's lavish lifestyle through significant contributions from cult members who were sworn to secrecy about their activities. In 1974, on the paradisiacal island of Brea, Xavier met Emmanuel Tenure. The 2 boys formed a deep bond of mutual understanding, which lasted throughout their lives. It is said that Emmanuel even confessed his love for Xavier at that time. But despite the rejection, their close friendship remained intact. 2 years later, Xavier met Agnes Hodange. The girl was born on November 9, 1962 in Naury-sur-Seine, just outside Paris. She stood out for her deep religious devotion. She worked as an assistant at the Blanche de Castille Catholic School in Nantes, where her responsibilities included teaching catechism. Although little is known about her family background, it is well documented that Xavier and Agnes developed a close relationship, leading to a passionate but brief romance before they went their separate ways. In 1990, Agnes gave birth to her first child, Arthur, from a casual relationship. Soon after, she and Xavier reunited, rekindled their love, and decided to marry. Xavier adopted Arthur as his own son. 2 years later, they welcomed their first son together, Thomas, the heir to the family name. To commemorate the occasion, Xavier chose Emmanuel as Thomas's godfather. Following Thomas, the couple had 2 more children, Anne and Benoit. The family of 6 seemed to embody the ideal family, with Xavier appearing as a loving father and the children excelling academically, suggesting a promising future. Agnes was dedicated to instilling her faith in her children, frequently taking them to Mass. Other parishioners saw her as kind but firm with her children. Around the year 2000, in line with their interests and preferences, Xavier moved his family to the United States. Xavier, a discreet, charismatic, and multilingual man, believed he could blend in seamlessly in the United States. However, this venture failed, leading to significant financial losses. Upon returning to France, he began accumulating substantial debts related to his professional activities, which were always somewhat ambiguous. Various investigations have described him as a salesman. According to French media reports, money troubles had been a significant concern for Xavier for several years. One of his failed ventures included an unusual scheme to import cars from the United States to France. He also started several small businesses, all of which saw limited success. These included a hotel and restaurant guide for sales representatives, a customer loyalty system for restaurants, an association called the French Federation of Commerce, and a discrete business where he was listed as the manager. The accounts for this last enterprise were minimal, and in 2003, he hired 6 salespeople. Xavier's work often took him away from home from Monday to Friday and brought in a meager income, around $4,200 annually in declared earnings. Gradually, financial issues began to strain his marriage, likely exacerbated by typical marital disagreements. In 2004, Agnes wrote extensively on a French forum detailing the challenges she and her husband faced. Notably, she mentioned that he had once told her that a group death as a family wouldn't be catastrophic. By 2009, the increasing debt severely impacted their relationship, leading to a temporary separation. During this period, Xavier sent numerous letters blaming Agnes for the family's troubles and holding her responsible for their financial ruin. This emotional turmoil took a toll on Agnes, causing her to lose her appetite and struggle with insomnia. On numerous occasions, Xavier turned to his friend Emmanuel for assistance. Emmanuel, hailing from a wealthy family, had inherited a substantial fortune from his father. Despite his wealth, Emmanuel lived modestly in a small apartment. An enigmatic and somewhat eccentric individual, he never hesitated to lend Xavier significant sums of money. In addition to financial support, Emmanuel funded Xavier's travels and even co-signed for the house where Xavier eventually settled with his family in the late 2000s. Thanks to Emmanuel's generosity, the family resided in a chalet located in the suburbs at 55 Boulevard Robert Schumann, west of Nantes. Once settled, the neighbors quickly formed the impression that Agnes was bossy and less pleasant than her husband. Behind closed doors, Agnes faced a personal hell. She viewed Xavier as both too fragile and paradoxically too rigid, almost militaristic. An old-fashioned man, he played the head of the household but was emotionally distant, lacking tenderness and affection, and sometimes even abusive. Furthermore, Agnes confided in her friends from the Thursday prayer group about her fears of how Genevieve controlled Xavier. She described her mother-in-law as a mentally ill mystic and was deeply afraid. On January 20th, 2011, Bernard passed away. Given the disparity between his lifestyle and financial difficulties, Xavier hoped his father's death would result in an inheritance. However, he was in for a shock. Upon delving into his father's estate, he found nothing substantial. All that remained were a few papers, a rifle, a card, a ring, and some cash, which Xavier promptly took. Within hours of Bernard's death, Xavier withdrew cash using his father's card. On February 2nd, he acquired a firearms license, and by March 12th, he had purchased a silencer for the rifle. During this period, he also bought quicklime. He practiced shooting the rifle in his garden, aiming at a balloon on a stand. Emmanuel, who was visiting, tried the rifle and saw nothing suspicious. Xavier explained that the silencer was to avoid disturbing the neighbors. On Friday, April 1st, the two friends went to a shooting range together, where Bernard's inherited rifle was a focal point of interest. The following day, Emmanuel called Xavier 5 times and they spoke for nearly an hour. Investigations suggest that the horror began on Sunday, April 3rd. That night, Xavier, Agnes, and their children went to the movies and later enjoyed a pleasant evening dining at a restaurant. Everyone was present except for Thomas, who was studying at a Catholic university and lived in a nearby student hostel. After their night out, the family returned to their chalet where neighbors saw them and some family members even exchanged text messages with friends and acquaintances. Xavier messaged Christine, telling her about their dinner outing. The most accepted theory is that Xavier drugged his wife and children, waited until they were asleep, then shot them and buried them in the garden. He also did the same to the family's 2 Labrador dogs. Xavier's alibi was as macabre as his actions. On Monday morning, he began contacting people related to his family circle from as early as 6 a.m. He called Agnes' workplace to say she was sick and contacted the children's schools, claiming Arthur, Agnes' son from a previous relationship, had a motorcycle accident and that Anne and Benoit were ill. By midday, he sent a letter to the restaurant where Arthur worked, saying Arthur was resigning because his father had been transferred to Australia. he still had Thomas to deal with. On that same Monday, April 4th, Xavier contacted Thomas and had dinner with him at a restaurant near his university residence. After the meal, a tired Thomas returned to his room. The following day, Thomas received an urgent message from his father, claiming that Agnes had a bicycle accident and was in a mild coma at a hospital, prompting Thomas to travel immediately to Nantes. It is presumed that Xavier killed Thomas in the same manner as his siblings and mother. Later that evening, Emmanuel spoke with Xavier again, and this time they talked for just under 19 minutes. At midnight, a friend of Thomas received a message from him, stating he was home watching a movie with his father. Thomas was likely already dead by then. About an hour later, Xavier sent an email to Emmanuel, arranging to meet soon. Emmanuel replied, reminding Xavier that he had power of attorney and that the key was on the sailboat. Contrary to what one might expect, Xavier did not act discreetly. He went in and out of his house, even leaving a note on the door asking not to deliver any more mail. Instead of hiding, he withdrew cash from ATMs and his image was captured by security cameras. He paid with his credit cards at restaurants and stayed in hotels under his real name. As Xavier's perfect escape began, neighbors gradually noticed troubling signs. The once open windows of the chalet had been closed for days. The local children no longer saw the family's 4 children. The dogs' barking had ceased, and Agnes hadn't returned to work. It was as if the earth had swallowed them whole. Piecing together the clues, the concerned neighbors contacted the authorities. Upon arrival, officers found a nearly empty refrigerator with only a few jars of preserves. They discovered a still damp mop in the kitchen, a chess set on the living room table, and guitars on a sofa. It seemed the Dupont de Ligonnat family had vanished. The scene was eerie. Beds were stripped of sheets, picture frames were empty, and closets had missing clothes. In the midst of the mystery, on April 9th, a letter surfaced sent to family and friends. It claimed that Xavier had been hired by the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration and that the family had to leave undercover as part of a witness protection program, explaining their sudden disappearance and lack of communication. Suspicion and worry grew among neighbors, who felt there was something off about this story. Fearing for the family's lives, they urged authorities to investigate further. Meanwhile, Xavier embarked on a journey through southern France in his car. As the case gained media attention, more details from the past emerged. On April 15th, security cameras captured Xavier entering a small hotel near Cannes. He parked his car, took a bag, and disappeared into the nearby woods. This was the last confirmed sighting of him. Curiously, on that same day, Emmanuel called his mother, revealing long-held secrets. He was homosexual, alcoholic, and depressed. Responding to the neighbors' pleas and lack of leads, authorities revisited the family home. On April 21, 2011, a freshly disturbed patch of earth under a terrace caught an officer's attention. They soon uncovered a concrete slab and moments later made a grim discovery. The bodies of Agnes and her 4 children were found, wrapped in bags, each with 2 to 3 gunshot wounds and covered in religious symbols. They had been meticulously buried in burlap sacks with quicklime. The family's 2 Labradors were also found buried. Despite the thorough search, no traces of blood, fingerprints, or DNA were found. Xavier became the most wanted man in France, accused of the massacre. His face dominated the news, earning him titles such as the Most Wanted Man, the Nantes Killer, and the Face of Horror. Yet, it seemed he had mysteriously vanished from the face of the earth. The autopsy results of the 5 bodies revealed to authorities that they were dealing with a meticulously planned execution. Most of the bullets had been fired into the victims' heads. Additionally, traces of a sedative were found in the children, confirming the hypothesis that they were attacked while sleeping. A startling detail emerged regarding Agnes. In the master bedroom, investigators found a device she used to manage her sleep apnea, which had stopped functioning at precisely 3:27 a.m. on April 4th. Investigators speculated that Xavier might have hesitated to kill Thomas, as he was the heir to the family name. Due to the close bond between Xavier and Emmanuel, the latter was summoned by the authorities. Emmanuel appeared cooperative during these initial inquiries, expressing his belief that Xavier's disappearance was a sort of pilgrimage before committing suicide. When questioned about the rifle, Emmanuel initially denied knowledge of it. However, deeper investigation into his life revealed inconsistencies, and authorities soon realized that he was not entirely who he claimed to be. A significant development occurred 24 hours later. Just before noon, Nantes police searched Emmanuel's apartment. They confiscated his laptop, and Emmanuel then disclosed what he truly knew about Xavier's rifle. A subsequent examination of the hard drive uncovered extensive correspondence between Emmanuel and Xavier. These exchanges range from mundane to philosophical, with some emails adding a peculiar tone to their relationship. One email sent in the early hours of April 6th particularly caught the police's attention. These accumulated details led investigators to suspect that Emmanuel might have assisted in Xavier's escape. But Emmanuel was not the only suspect. Christine also drew the investigators' scrutiny. During their interviews, Christine and Genevieve were evasive, painting a superficial picture of Xavier and denying any knowledge of the Church of Philadelphia. Genevieve spoke about Xavier's childhood, but avoided uncomfortable topics such as the source of their income, and she outright denied the existence of the sect. However, the diligence of the investigative team paid off. They discovered a copy of a complaint filed years earlier by former sect members who had fled in fear after Christine proposed to have sex with all the men to conceive the chosen one. This revelation about the sect, which included wealthy members providing financial support, was crucial. Investigators believe this environment might have offered Xavier logistical and material assistance. As a result, all former members of the Church of Philadelphia were interrogated, and the police monitored the sect's followers, hoping to catch any slip-ups in conversation or email. Despite these efforts, no definitive leads emerged. Meanwhile, Xavier's cell phone records allowed authorities to trace his movements within the country. The last concrete trace of Xavier was a security recording from April 15th. Investigators speculated that he was carrying the weapon in his bag based on its shape. While everything suggested he might have committed suicide in the woods, the detectives were puzzled as exhaustive searches in the dense forest yielded no body or remains. This led to the theory that Xavier might have been picked up by a boat and taken to another country. Consequently, an international arrest warrant was issued. On May 4th, Nantes police contacted the National Center for Fisheries Monitoring to verify if Emmanuel or Xavier owned a motorboat or sailboat. They found nothing, although they knew the records might not be fully up to date. On May 9th, Emmanuel was summoned to the Nantes police station for another interview, which was, in fact, an interrogation. The police were now focused on finding a boat and identifying its captain. At this point, Emmanuel was unaware of the depth of the investigation or the suspicion surrounding him. When questioned about a reference to a sailboat, Emmanuel explained it as a coincidence. He revealed that he had given Xavier power of attorney to access his safe deposit box. Should anything happen to Emmanuel, the key was stored on a model sailboat in an apartment. The safe contained his will, and that was all. The police let Emmanuel go, feeling frustrated and empty-handed. Despite the coincidences, the investigation remained uncertain. At this stage, Emmanuel was seen merely as a witness. No arrests had been made, and the police debated the point of further interrogating him, though they decided to apply some pressure as he remained the most credible accomplice. A significant detail emerged when investigators reviewed all checks issued to Xavier's company. They found an unusual check for $4,200 signed by Emmanuel. The address on the check indicated a previously unknown account in Monaco. An immediate request for the account statements was sent, but Monaco's strict banking privacy laws meant the authorities there would only respond to their own regulatory agencies. On September 28th, four police officers visited Emmanuel's residence again. After long minutes, Emmanuel emerged, disoriented and in his underwear, barely able to confirm his identity. The sparse interior of his apartment was littered with empty alcohol bottles, reflecting a state of deep loneliness. Emmanuel had not received any letters or phone calls from his friend, and that was what tormented him. The police no longer saw him as a suspect, as a castaway, leading them to question if they were following the wrong lead. Xavier had become one of France's most wanted alleged murderers, possibly even globally. In 2015, a journalist claimed to have received a letter from Xavier stating he was alive. Handwriting, DNA, and fingerprint analyses were conducted, but the note did not yield any new information. On January 9, 2018, police raided a monastery in Roquebrune-sur-Argent after a tip-off about a monk resembling Xavier. After 2 hours of intense searching, they determined it was a case of mistaken identity. On January 18, 2019, Emmanuel died of a heart attack. That same year, authorities arrested a man they believed to be Xavier at Glasgow Airport in Scotland. Once again, it was a case of mistaken identity. Another theory suggested Xavier might be in South America, specifically Argentina, where his language skills and charisma could help him blend in. Years have passed, and the Church of Philadelphia has not only persisted, but has reportedly experienced a resurgence. This small, highly secretive group includes members who have been part of it for nearly 40 years, living as if withdrawn from the world. In the summer of 2019, two brothers raised within the sect filed new complaints against Christine and Genevieve. For 2 decades, these women have fervently preached that Xavier is alive, innocent, and hiding in the United States as part of a witness protection program. They claim everything written in the April 9th letter is pure fabrication. This might sound like denial, but it could also be a way to obscure certain truths. Since 2011, the case has been mired in speculation and false leads, sending authorities down endless labyrinths. The pressing question remains, will justice ever be served for Agnes and her children? Despite the bleak outlook, some believe that the truth will eventually come to light. The case of Roxana Valdez. Roxana Valdez was born in 1957 in a small village in the province of Panterinas, Chile. Roxana married a man whose name is not publicly known, and they had a son together. However, the marriage was not successful, and they separated in 2011. As a single mother, Roxana faced significant challenges in her small village, where job opportunities were limited. The community's main occupation was farming and selling produce, and the local schools focused on teaching agricultural skills. Roxana worked at the Don Gregorio boarding school, which trained students to become agricultural technicians. Her role was a night supervisor, responsible for ensuring the students' behavior and slept at night. She did not have a direct role in raising the children. Roxana's son attended the same boarding school, as she was unable to care for him during the day due to her work in the fields. At the boarding school where Roxana worked, Claudio Munoz Ramirez was the head of grounds maintenance. His nighttime work schedule led to him meeting Roxana. Despite their 14-year age difference, they discovered they had a lot to talk about. Roxana would often spend entire nights discussing school issues and her failed marriage with Claudio. They also shared commonalities in their personal lives. Claudio had 2 daughters he loved, but he felt disconnected from their mother and had considered divorce multiple times. However, he stayed in the marriage because of a promise he made to her late father. Over time, Claudio seemed to forget his promise and began spending more time with Roxana, away from his family. Eventually, he made a decisive move without explaining himself to his wife. He packed his belongings and left their home to be with Roxana, who happily welcomed him into her life. Their relationship moved forward quickly, but Roxana overlooked some important red flags. She welcomed a man she barely knew into her home, despite having children who needed her attention. As they had enjoyable conversations, Roxana failed to notice that Claudio had a temper and could be cruel. The first major incident occurred at the boarding school where Claudio was in charge of cleanliness. During a scheduled cleanup day, some students refused to participate, which infuriated Claudio. He threatened to beat anyone who didn't help, despite having no teaching experience. Although it's unclear if he would have followed through on this threat, the students eventually started cleaning. Later, they collectively complained to the principal about Claudio's threats of physical violence. The principal, unhappy with Claudio, asked him to resign voluntarily. This was a significant setback, as the Don Gregorio boarding school was one of the few places in the area that offered stable and decent-paying jobs. After searching for work in fields and at fruit bases, Claudio realized it was a futile effort. He and Roxana decided to look for a better life elsewhere, but they left their son at the boarding school so he could continue his education. They didn't want to take any risks by bringing him along. To avoid relying on employers who had already let them down, Claudio and Roxana decided to start their own small business, a fruit kiosk. They moved to Molina, a commune a couple of hours from the Chilean capital known for its vineyards and wine exports. Roxana and Claudio bought a kiosk near their new home, found suppliers for vegetables and fruits, and started their small family business. Claudio took care of purchasing and transporting products, while Roxana handled sales throughout the day. They couldn't afford to hire an employee, as it would add to their expenses, and they worried that someone else might not take care of the perishable goods properly. Claudio became visibly upset and angry when he discovered Roxana was pregnant with their first child. This was a moment that required serious thought, but Roxana, caught up in their new relationship and thriving business, agreed with Claudio's suggestion to give the baby to her relatives to raise after birth. However, Roxana suffered a miscarriage afterwards. Following this, Claudio's behavior changed significantly. He frequently yelled at Roxana and occasionally turned violent. Neighbors, tired of the constant noise, often called the Chilean police, the Carabineros, to intervene in their domestic disputes. One time, when the Carabineros responded to a call, they found Roxana in tears and partially undressed, fleeing the house with Claudio chasing after her. Roxana revealed to the officers that she was suffering from ongoing domestic abuse, which had caused her miscarriage. The incident left her needing psychological support. However, as time went by, they seemed to put their issues behind them and continued living together as if nothing had happened. After the incident, Claudio should have faced charges, but Roxana chose to forgive him and give him another chance. She made him promise that it wouldn't happen again. Although Claudio promised to change, his past behavior with his ex-wife suggested that his words might not be reliable. Sadly, the past repeated itself. Claudio stopped physically abusing Roxana, but he started going out to local bars at night, drinking heavily and spending a lot of their family's money on alcohol and encounters with women. Roxana put up with her husband's behavior, hoping that he would settle down once they had a child. In a way, she was correct. After Roxana gave birth to a healthy child in 2013, Claudio changed his ways. He stopped going out and focused on their business, which was growing and needed more attention. They expanded their business by buying another kiosk and vehicle for transporting products. Roxana also invested in firearms for protection as they lived and worked in areas that weren't very safe. The family's assets appeared to increase substantially, but this growth was only theoretical. In reality, Claudio resumed his previous habits, wasting money on alcohol and reverting to violent behavior towards Roxana. Roxana's account detailed how the abuse in their relationship escalated. At first, Claudio drank sporadically, but the frequency soon increased. When inebriated, he would return home, accuse Roxana of fictional affairs, and subject her to physical and sexual abuse. His actions seemed intentionally hurtful, even when Roxana was pregnant. This culminated in a miscarriage in August 2012, sending Roxana into a prolonged depression. On one occasion, following his typical routine, Claudio went to a local bar and didn't come back until the next morning. Roxana, accustomed to his behavior, still felt anxious about him. It was later discovered that Claudio had taken 5 million Chilean pesos, equivalent to around $6,000, which Roxana had obtained from selling her mother's house. He spent this money on alcohol and visits to brothels. Roxana was shocked and felt betrayed when she discovered that Claudio had taken the money meant for their shared business, which was hidden in their daughter's room. When Claudio came home late that evening, Roxana confronted him about the missing money. However, Claudio was uninterested in discussing the issue and instead hit Roxana, admitting that he had squandered all the money. This incident was the final straw for Roxana. Without saying a word, she went to their bedroom, retrieved a revolver that was meant for protection against local criminals, and shot Claudio in the chest. Claudio died instantly. Roxana was surprised by her own drastic action and attempted to stop the bleeding from the gunshot wound, but it was too late. The close-range shot from the .38 caliber revolver was fatal. In her testimony, Roxana expressed deep remorse and acknowledged the immorality of her actions. She confessed that when she retrieved the revolver, her intention was not to intimidate Claudio, but to kill him. Roxana remembered the numerous times Claudio abused and assaulted her, and how she failed to report him to the authorities due to fear. She was afraid of being alone, especially after they had a child together. After shooting Claudio, Roxana's main concern was how it would affect their daughter if she were imprisoned and the child was sent to an institution. That night, Roxana decided to get rid of the body and report Claudio missing. She knew the police were aware of his frequent disappearances during drinking binges. As a delicate woman, disposing of the body was a daunting task. She decided to remove it piece by piece, using kitchen knives to cut the limbs and head. The process required 5 knives, as they kept becoming dull. Roxana then boiled the dismembered parts in large pots, all while playing with her young daughter, who was unaware of what her mother was doing and what had happened to her father. Roxana's calculated approach to disposing of the body, while trying to maintain a sense of normalcy for her daughter, shows the complexity and desperation of her situation. The day after cooking and cooling the body parts, Roxana packed them into separate plastic containers labeled by body part, hands, legs, head, and torso, and then placed each container into a garbage bag. She loaded the bags into her car and drove to St. Lucia to scatter them on a vacant lot. Before leaving, she cleaned her house thoroughly with bleach. However, upon arriving in St. Lucia, Roxana couldn't bring herself to dispose of the bags, despite finding a suitable location. Roxana was nervous during the drive, constantly feeling like she was being watched and fearing that the police would stop and search her car. This fear escalated into panic, prompting her to devise a backup plan involving her daughter, where she would pretend to rush her to the hospital if stopped by police. She even considered pinching her daughter to make her cry louder and make the situation more believable. Since Roxana couldn't discard the remains, she returned home and hid the bags in the garage. She then cleaned the interior of her car with bleach again and visited Claudio's relatives. She told the police that Claudio had stolen a large sum of money and hadn't been home for days, but they simply shrugged off her claims. Roxana visited her mother and brother, who were alarmed by her condition. She wasn't eating, had a glazed expression, and kept asking the same questions. The only question she answered clearly was about Claudio's absence, claiming he was delayed due to a flat tire while buying goods for their store. Overwhelmed by her thoughts and the hidden evidence, Roxana broke down and asked her brother for help. When he arrived, she revealed everything and showed him the containers. Her brother was shocked. Roxana wanted to unburden herself and share the traumatic experiences she had with Claudio, but she primarily needed her brother's help to dispose of the containers holding the body. However, her brother refused, fearing he would be implicated as an accomplice and face police involvement. He urged Roxana to confess to the Chilean police, the Carabineros, and threatened to do it himself if she didn't. Disappointed, but with no alternative, Roxana decided to cooperate. That night, she went to the 4th police station to make a significant statement. The officers, who knew her, initially assumed she was there to report her problematic husband. However, they were stunned by what she revealed. Roxana was arrested on the spot. News of her arrest spread quickly, drawing numerous journalists to the station. As the journalists waited, Roxana was eventually brought out, visibly distressed and in handcuffs. Before being escorted into a police car, she exclaimed, "I was afraid he would kill me one day." At first glance, the case seemed straightforward. Roxana had confessed, provided evidence, and surrendered voluntarily. Nevertheless, Prosecutor Monica Bisos was skeptical of Roxana's easy confession and wanted a more thorough investigation. Prosecutor Bisos asked to extend Roxana's arrest to allow for further forensic examination. The goal was to determine if Claudio was still alive when his body was dismembered, which would have led to a longer sentence for Roxana. The judge agreed to a 60-day detention to continue the investigation. At the same time, Roxana's lawyer, Carolina Gutierrez, argued that Roxana committed the crime under extreme emotional distress. This could have been made worse by postpartum depression and the domestic abuse she suffered. Gutierrez highlighted Roxana's cooperation with the authorities and her voluntary confession as reasons for a more lenient sentence. However, forensic results later showed that Claudio died from a gunshot wound to the chest, disproving the prosecution's theory that he was alive during dismemberment. As a result, the factors that would have increased Roxana's sentence were dismissed. Another lawyer, Juan Pablo Cardenas, pointed out that the gun used in the murder was registered. He also noted that Roxana first reported domestic violence to the police just 20 days after they moved in together. Psychologist Rodrigo Valenzuela conducted a medical examination and presented documents to the court showing that Roxana was severely mentally unstable when the crime occurred. This instability, linked to the loss of 2 children, meant she wasn't fully aware of her actions. Additionally, forensic results revealed that Claudio had a high blood alcohol level at the time of his death on April 17, 2015. Roxana's trial began after a year of investigations and evidence gathering. During the trial, Roxana refused to make statements due to her distress over the media portrayal. Prosecutors emphasized the severity of the crime, but couldn't prove premeditation. The defense argued that Roxana acted in self-defense against a man who had brutally mistreated her for years. The court hearing in Chile lasted several weeks, captivating the entire nation. Prosecutor Monica sought a 15-year prison term for Roxana, the accused. After considering the defense and the jury's input, the judges sentenced Roxana to 6 years in a correctional facility with a relatively lenient regime. Claudio's family, who had hoped for a life sentence or even the death penalty for Roxana, were outraged by the court's decision. They had already been upset when the prosecutor requested a 15-year sentence, which they felt was too lenient. The family attempted to downplay any history of domestic violence and claimed that Claudio, a financially independent businessman, would not have stolen $6,000 from Roxana. Additionally, they alleged that Claudio had confided in them about Roxana's threatening behavior, stating that she would often retrieve a revolver from the closet and threaten to kill him. In a press interview, Claudio's sister shifted the blame to the Chilean state, arguing that the country's judicial system is corrupt and fails to deliver justice, as evidenced by the relatively short sentence given to Roxana, which she compared to punishments for minor thefts. Giselle, Claudio's first wife, spoke out in his defense. She stated that Claudio was never violent during their many years together. In contrast, Roxana frequently started arguments due to her jealousy and possessiveness. Roxana was initially imprisoned, but after serving 2/3 of her sentence, she was transferred to a semi-open education center in Tala for good behavior. She was allowed to stay in contact with her daughter and was eventually released early. The media reignited public interest in the case, and many people were outraged by her early release. However, some individuals, despite viewing Roxana as a murderer, believed her actions were justified because they saw her as a victim. The debate surrounding this case continues to this day. This story emphasizes the severe consequences that can occur when domestic violence is not addressed promptly. Jennifer Jackson was born on November 10, 1965 in Tennessee, USA. While details about her parents remain unknown, it is known that she had 2 sisters, Cindy and Grace, and a half-brother named Eric. Information about her life started becoming available around 1980, and she was consistently described as a kind-hearted person. At around the age of 15, Jennifer moved to Memphis to live with her aunt and uncle. Her family was involved with the Church of the Holy Communion in Memphis, where her uncle served as a reverend. Jennifer demonstrated a strong drive for achievement and dedication to her studies from an early age. Besides her academic pursuits, she had a passion for sports, especially challenging ones, which led her to become a triathlete and excel in competitions. Jennifer enrolled at Memphis State University and graduated in 1985 with a degree in business administration at just 20 years old. Those who knew her during this period noted that she was not only an excellent student, but also compassionate and generous. After completing her studies, she married Nazmi Hassania, a former army captain of Lebanese origin. On March 17, 1987, they welcomed their first and only child, Nora. However, the couple soon divorced and Jennifer raised her daughter as a single mother. Jennifer did not let the end of her marriage discourage her. She remarried when Noura was in elementary school, but the relationship turned abusive and ended in 2001. Her brother Eric later revealed that the man had even brought a gun to the divorce negotiations. Jennifer then began dating Mark Irvin, a Methodist minister. However, this relationship was also unstable, with frequent breakups and reconciliations. Jennifer's friends did not like Mark, and Noura later described him as controlling and manipulative. Jennifer and Noura lived in a beautiful house in the Memphis suburbs. Jennifer worked as an investment banker at SunTrust Capital Markets, where she was very successful and earned a salary that allowed her to comfortably support her small family. During this time, Nazmi reappeared in their lives. Despite having been absent during Noura's early years, Nazmi attempted to mend their relationship when she reached her teenage years. Nazmi owned a convenience store and also ran a limousine business. Although everything seemed legitimate on the surface, a tragic event brought his activities under scrutiny by the authorities. On the night of January 26, 2004, an unidentified man entered Nazmi's store with the intent to rob it. Nazmi apparently resisted, and the robber shot him, causing his immediate death. When the police were notified, they arrived at the scene, initially believing it was a robbery gone wrong. However, certain elements led them to suspect that it was a planned attack by someone who knew Nazmi well. Upon reviewing the security camera footage, detectives saw the assailant not only stealing cash from the register, but also entering Nazim's office, seemingly searching for something specific beyond just money. The convenience store was located across from a strip club, and its patrons frequently used Nazim's limousine services. Rumors soon emerged that Nazim rented his limousines for questionable activities and possessed compromising video evidence of clients. Given this information, authorities theorized that the attacker was looking for those videotapes and that Nazmi's murder had a deeper motive than simple robbery. It was also speculated that the incident might be connected to the Mexican drug cartel, Los Zetas. However, no concrete evidence emerged to identify the attacker, and the case eventually went cold. At the time of her father's death, Noura was 16 years old. The impact of his passing seemed minimal as her mother had always been her primary support. Observers noted the close relationship between Jennifer and Noura. Jennifer was devoted to pleasing and indulging her daughter, and Noura confirmed they had an open line of communication, keeping no secrets from each other. However, Noura was a rebellious teenager, unlike her studious mother. By 2005, Noura was enrolled in the Gateway Homeschool program due to her struggles in formal education. She had previously attended various public and private schools, facing numerous issues. At 18, she was still in the 11th grade, typically for students aged 16. This was a constant concern for Jennifer, leading to frequent arguments about Noura's future. At one point, Noura expressed a desire to join the military instead of continuing her education. Noura often partied, used drugs and alcohol, and skipped classes. She wanted to be independent, and Jennifer was struggling to discipline her. As a single mother, Jennifer found it challenging to manage her daughter's behavior. By mid-2005, she decided to take serious action to address Noura's misconduct. She gave Noura an ultimatum. If she didn't start behaving and showing dedication to her studies, she would be sent to a boarding school. This, of course, led to more arguments and tension between the two. However, any quarrel between mother and daughter would pale in comparison to the tragedy that was about to strike the family. On June 4, 2005, Jennifer attended a wedding while Noura spent the afternoon getting a manicure in preparation for her evening plans. She first went to an Italian festival with her boyfriend and friends, then spent the night partying, as was her habit. Recently, she had argued with Jennifer, and after consuming alcohol and cannabis, Noura vented to her friends, complaining about her mother and using derogatory language to describe her. According to her friends, Noura left the party around midnight. After driving for a while and stopping at a gas station to buy cigarettes, she arrived home around 5 a.m. Jennifer should have been home from the wedding for several hours by then and likely sleeping peacefully. However, on her way to her room, Noura noticed her mother's bedroom door was open and the bathroom light was on. which was unusual. Upon entering the room, she discovered a horrifying scene. Jennifer was lying at the foot of the bed, completely naked and covered in blood. Initially, Nura tried to find a pulse and shook her mother repeatedly, trying to get a response. When there was no reaction, she ran to her neighbor for help, telling him someone had broken into their house and her mother was bleeding. The neighbor grabbed his gun and went back with Nora to the house. Once there, Nora called 911, telling the operator the same thing she had told her neighbor. Distressed and crying, she repeatedly asked for an ambulance to be sent. Unfortunately, there was no way to save Jennifer. Authorities arrived at the scene around 5:15 a.m. on June 5th. The first thing they noticed in the room, now a crime scene, was that Jennifer had been repeatedly attacked with a sharp weapon and her head was covered with a wicker basket. Despite being naked, there were no apparent signs of sexual assault, although this would need to be confirmed by the forensic examiner. The level of violence used in the fatal attack indicated a significant amount of rage towards the victim. Combined with the fact that her face had been covered, authorities suspected that the attacker knew Jennifer. The crime appeared to be deeply personal. Authorities estimated Jennifer's time of death to be between 1 and 3 a.m. The chief medical examiner of Shelby County determined that Jennifer had died from multiple stab and puncture wounds, 50 in total, distributed across her chest, abdomen, back, neck, and arms. He concluded that 2 different knives might have been used, or it could have been a single weapon with both a sharp and serrated edge. He also found defensive wounds on Jennifer's hands and a recent contusion on the left side of her head caused by a blunt object. Sexual assault was ruled out. During their search of the house, police noticed broken glass in the kitchen from a door leading to the garage. However, the glass appeared to have been broken from the inside, aligned with a lock visible only from inside the house. Additionally, the exterior doors to the garage were locked, suggesting the scene might have been staged. They canvassed the neighborhood, interviewing residents, but no one had seen an intruder that night. The first suspect was Mark, Jennifer's on-and-off boyfriend. The detectives discovered that Mark had called Jennifer the night of her murder. During questioning, Mark claimed he was asleep at his home in Jackson, Tennessee, 90 minutes away from Jennifer's house at the time of the crime. Despite this alibi, his repeated follow-up calls to the police for updates on the case aroused suspicion. However, further interrogation confirmed he had no involvement in the events of June 5th. With Mark ruled out, police turned their attention to another possible suspect, Nura. In her interview with the detectives, Nura recounted her activities that night, saying she had driven around after leaving the party. What she didn't mention was that she had stopped at a nearby Walgreens to buy first aid supplies. The police discovered this after finding a bag with these items in Nura's car. She had purchased bandages, peroxide, and other items typically used to treat a cut. Previously, authorities had noticed Nura had a bandaged hand, which she explained as a cut from a broken beer bottle at the Italian festival. Security videos from Walgreens showed Nura purchasing the items around 4 in the morning, and she admitted they were for treating a cut she had sustained. However, authorities were skeptical of her story, as the video suggested the cut was fresh, not several hours old. Over the following days, Nura gave different answers each time she was asked about her whereabouts on the night of the crime and how she injured her hand. On June 8, 2005, Nura was admitted to a facility in the Memphis area known for treating mental health and substance abuse issues. While she was hospitalized, her mother's funeral took place. The funeral services and subsequent burial for Jennifer were held on Friday, June 10, 2005 at the Church of the Holy Communion. Nura was allowed to attend the funeral but returned to the health center afterward. Upon her release from the hospital, Nura was permitted to live on her own since she was of legal age. Her aunts reported tension between them and Nura regarding the money from Jennifer's life insurance. The specific issue was how much of the money would be allowed for Nura's apartment rent. Nura did not seem to be mourning her loss. In fact, once she settled into her apartment, she frequently hosted parties. Several friends later mentioned that her place was a popular spot for drinking with no parental supervision. By the end of the summer of 2005, after just a month in the apartment, Nura was evicted for causing disturbances. violating the lease and having an unauthorized pet. While Noura continued her fast-paced life, authorities pressed on with their investigation. They initially found her attire suspicious. Known for being particular about her appearance, she was wearing a worn gray long-sleeved shirt on the night of the murder. This was unusual given that summer was approaching and it was quite warm in Memphis. Noura later claimed she simply dressed that way, even wearing long sleeves to the beach. But to the authorities, her clothing choice seemed like an attempt to conceal something. The police also examined her cell phone records and noticed a suspicious pattern. Noura was typically glued to her phone, but on the night of the murder, between 1 and 3 in the morning, there was no activity at all. This time frame matched the estimated time of Jennifer's death. After speaking with the victim's family and friends, authorities learned that Jennifer and Noura had been experiencing significant conflict and frequent arguments about Noura's behavior. They also heard that Noura had shown an interest in what she would inherit if something happened to her mother. This led the police to form a hypothesis about what happened on June 5th. According to their theory, Noura and Jennifer had another argument, and in a fit of rage, Noura attacked her mother. After committing the crime, Noura allegedly cleaned up the scene and tried to cover it up. The police speculated that Noura left the house after brutally attacking Jennifer, drove to a friend's house, and then returned hours later, pretending to discover the horrific scene. One of the details the police used to support this hypothesis was Noura's 911 call. At one point, the operator asked if her mother had been shot, and Noura responded that she hadn't. According to the detectives, it wasn't immediately apparent how the wounds were inflicted, so only the attacker would know for sure. However, the police's theory was based on conjecture, relying on the tense relationship between Noura and her mother and considering Noura's rebellious behavior. They found drops of Jennifer's blood on the front step of the house, leading them to think Noura had disposed of evidence far away. But they never found the murder weapon or the bloody clothes Noura would have worn if she had committed the crime. They also didn't find any of Noura's or Jennifer's blood in Noura's car. Upon examining all the evidence, they discovered some hair strands in Jennifer's hand. A preliminary examination suggested it could be Jennifer's own hair. A more detailed analysis to confirm the hair's origin was never conducted. Another crucial piece of evidence that contradicted the police's hypothesis was Noura's nails. The police said Jennifer had fought her attacker, but Noura's manicure was in perfect condition the next morning, as shown in photos taken at the police station. Additionally, she had no injuries or bruises on her body, except for the cut on the back of her hand, indicating there had been no physical altercation or struggle. Eventually, the authorities found DNA evidence at the crime scene that did not match either Noura or Jennifer. They could not identify the source of the sample, but they were certain it did not belong to any family member. Despite the lack of forensic evidence linking her to the crime, Noura was charged with first-degree murder and arrested on September 29, 2005. Many of Jennifer's friends and acquaintances supported Noura's innocence, describing her as a devoted and loving daughter, incapable of committing such a crime against her mother. According to a family friend, Noura would often cancel plans to be with her mother whenever Jennifer needed her. These supporters felt the police were overlooking an important fact. Less than a year and a half earlier, Noura's father had been attacked, and after his death, Jennifer inherited his entire estate. This led some to believe that Jennifer might have unknowingly become the next target of the same people who had killed her ex-husband. However, the authorities dismissed this hypothesis, claiming they had investigated any possible connection between the two fatal attacks. Another aspect the investigators did not consider was Jennifer's numerous volatile relationships with various men. Although they were aware of her tumultuous romance with the religious minister Mark, they overlooked the fact that in the months leading up to her death, Jennifer frequently dated and spent nights with strangers. On October 5th of that year, Noura pleaded not guilty to the charge of murdering her mother. She was given a bail amount of $500,000, which she could not afford, leading to her being held at the Federal Correctional Facility in Memphis for the next 3 years awaiting trial. Finally, on February 9, 2009, Noura Jackson's trial began. As the state presented its case, Noura sat alone in the courtroom without any family members by her side. The defense attorney took on her case pro bono. She argued that the authorities had no concrete evidence incriminating Noura beyond a reasonable doubt for the heinous crime against her mother. Valerie pointed out that Jennifer had been attacked more than 50 times, and it was hard to believe that her teenage daughter could have desired her death, let alone committed such a brutal act. Noura did not testify during her trial, and the defense did not call any witnesses. However, her attorney cross-examined several prosecution witnesses to demonstrate that the case against her client was weak and unfounded. The prosecution's DNA expert testified that neither Noura's blood nor DNA was found at the crime scene. He also confirmed that the authorities had not conducted tests on the hair found in Jennifer's hands. The defense attorney insisted that forensic evidence did not lie, and nothing at the crime scene implicated Noura. She also criticized the crime scene investigator, suggesting he had overlooked evidence pointing to another person. She highlighted a cat that appeared in some photos, implying there were other overlooked details in the investigation. Noura's pet cat had roamed freely around the crime scene during the investigation, potentially compromising the integrity of the collected evidence. The prosecution called several of the accused and victims' family members and friends to testify. A friend of Noura testified that around 1 a.m. on June 5, 2005, she received a call from the Jackson house phone, followed seconds later by a call from Noura's cell phone. Another friend testified that the night before Jennifer's murder, Noura had spoken ill of her mother, saying she should go to hell. A third friend told the jury that Noura called him between 4 and 5 a.m. on the night of the crime, asking him to meet her at her house. He was the only witness to definitively place Noura at the crime scene before the discovery of the body and the 911 call. The prosecution asked all of Noura's friends if they had noticed any cuts or bandages on her hands during the parties she attended before returning home, and they all said no. However, one friend mentioned during cross-examination that Noura had asked for a Band-Aid at the party on Saturday night. The neighbor Noura sought help from also testified. He recounted the events of that morning and noted it was strange that Noura entered the house ahead of him, even though he was armed and she was visibly scared of a potential intruder. Pastor Mark Irwin testified that he and Jennifer were not together at the time of the crime and that their breakup had been mutual. He reiterated that he was asleep at his home, 90 minutes away from the crime scene during the incident. He admitted to calling Jennifer but hung up before she could answer, realizing it was too late to be calling. One of Noura's aunts testified for the prosecution, mentioning a heated argument between Jennifer and Noura about Noura's drug use and partying lifestyle just a week before the murder. Noura's uncle also testified, discussing Noura's supposed interest in Jennifer's life insurance policy. Noura later said this statement hurt the most, as she loved her uncle dearly. After questioning 45 witnesses over 9 days, the prosecution rested. During closing arguments, the defense accused the authorities of conducting an incompetent investigation and urged the jury to prioritize forensic evidence over circumstantial evidence. However, on February 21, 2009, after 9 hours of deliberation, the jury found Noura guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser charge than initially brought but still severe for a young woman who maintained her innocence. But the story was far from over. On February 26th, 5 days after the verdict and a month before the sentencing hearing, the prosecution submitted a state notice regarding the omission of a statement related to the testimony of Andrew Hommick. The friend who had placed Noura at the crime scene between 4 and 5 a.m. attached to this notice was a copy of Andrew's third statement. This was a handwritten note he had given to the police on June 13, 2005, approximately a week after his first two statements. In this third statement, written on the back of a letter addressed to one of his roommates, Andrew recounted a completely different version of events from the early hours of June 5th. He remembered going out with 3 friends and meeting another at a cinema near Noura's house. After leaving there, they went to a party, and during this time, Noura called one of the young men's phones looking for Andrew, as he had left his phone elsewhere. Andrew said they stayed at the party for a while, but left when one of their friends tried to start a fight. He mentioned they had taken ecstasy. Around 3:57 a.m., Andrew and another friend wanted to go to a strip club. They stopped for gas and eventually decided to go home. Shortly after, they fell asleep. Noura's defense team filed a motion for a new trial, citing numerous issues, including the state's failure to disclose Andrew's third statement, which they argued violated her right to a fair trial. The trial court denied Noura's request for a new trial, and on March 27, 2009, she was sentenced to 20 years and 9 months in prison. However, her legal team did not stop fighting for justice. In 2012, they filed a motion with the Court of Criminal Appeals, which again ruled in favor of the prosecution, upholding Noura's conviction and sentence. Soon after, a new appeal was filed with the Tennessee Supreme Court. On August 22, 2014, after Noura had spent nearly a decade in prison, they finally secured approval for a new trial. According to the defense lawyer, this was the first case in Tennessee where a conviction was overturned due to 12 instances of constitutional misconduct. The court concluded that the prosecutor had violated a legal norm when she directly addressed Noura during her closing arguments, demanding that she tell the court exactly where she had been on the night of the crime. The first episode of misconduct and the second was that the prosecution withheld potentially exculpatory evidence from the defense by not disclosing Andrew's third statement, which contradicted his earlier testimony and statements. In January 2015, after a 5-month delay, the prosecution agreed to hand over Noura's case to the district attorney's office of a neighboring district. In May of that year, the new prosecutor offered Noura a deal, a reduced sentence if she pled guilty to manslaughter. On May 20th, Noura entered an Alford plea, where a defendant maintains their innocence but acknowledges that the prosecution has enough evidence to convict them. Although this meant that the true perpetrator who killed her mother would never be found, as Noura would be legally held responsible, she accepted the deal. By then, 28 years old, Noura said in later statements that she had lost faith in the judicial system. The new deal reduced her sentence to 15 years, but with time already served and good behavior credits, she would be released in just over a year. Facing a new trial, there was no certainty about how long it would take to organize or if a new jury would find her innocent. In August 2016, at 29 years old, Noura was released from prison, still proclaiming her innocence. A friend of her mother invited Noura to live with her after her release. Shortly after her release, she decided to move to Nashville with a woman she had met in prison and formed a romantic relationship with. Despite the challenges of finding housing as ex-convicts, they managed to rent a nice apartment with lots of greenery and open spaces around it. In March 2017, the prosecutor, after facing state charges of ethical violations, accepted a private reprimand and admitted that an error had been made during Noura's trial. Meanwhile, the dispute between Noura and her family continued. That same year, she reached a private settlement with her aunts, resolving the inheritance issue. Having completed her studies in prison, Noura began applying to various universities while working as a receptionist at an auto repair shop. She expressed a desire to work to help women in prison. Nina Morrison from the Innocence Project agreed to represent Noura, aiming to use advances in DNA studies from the past decade to determine who really killed her mother. As of now, no results have been announced. Meanwhile, Noura continues to rebuild her life after spending her formative years in prison. She maintains her innocence and has appeared on several programs discussing her experience. Case of Jennifer Brown. Jennifer Brown was born in 1979, radiated positivity and warmth, impacting those around her. Her numerous pursuits often left friends and family wondering how she managed it all, but her true passion was being a mother. Despite having to care for Noah, her son, this has not negatively affected her life. Instead, make Jennifer stronger, especially after Noah was diagnosed with autism as a child. As she cared for Noah, Jennifer became his rock and closest friend. They spent countless hours together, sharing joyful moments and supporting each other through life's challenges. Their heartwarming bond evoked feelings of tenderness and admiration from those who knew them. The small town adored this family for their genuine kindness and cheerful nature. Tragedy struck unexpectedly on January 3, 2023, when Jennifer vanished without leaving behind any clues. On January 4, 2023, Antonio Blair Watts Richardson contacted the Limerick Township Police Department, deeply concerned about his close friend Jennifer's disappearance. Although it had been less than 24 hours since he last saw or heard from her, Antonio's anxiety was growing by the minute. Despite numerous attempts, he couldn't reach Jennifer, which was unusual since she was always responsive, especially when it came to her son Noah. Jennifer's family and friends knew her as a devoted mother and caring person, making her sudden disappearance alarming. Antonio's call to the police initiated a lengthy and mysterious investigation. A massive search effort began involving police officers, family, and friends, all hoping to find clues about Jennifer's disappearance. The main question on everyone's mind was what could have caused Jennifer to leave her son without explanation. At 4 p.m., Officer Stephen Crawford from the Limerick Township Police Department visited the Brown family home to check on the situation. He observed Jennifer's vehicle parked near the porch. Upon entering the house, he found her keys, purse, tablet, and work cell phone still inside. However, Jennifer's personal cell phone was nowhere to be found. When police attempted to track the phone, they discovered it had been turned off at 7 a.m. on January 4th, and the signal couldn't be traced after that. The last known location of the phone was near the intersection of Lewis Road and Ridge Pike in Limerick. This discovery marked the first significant lead in the investigation and indicated that something ominous had occurred. As a result, Jennifer was officially reported missing, and the police launched an investigation. Investigators questioned Jennifer's family, friends, and neighbors, but none of them had any information about her disappearance. Her loved ones, including her Aunt Diane Bram and Jennifer's friends Tiffany Barron and Antonio, were adamant Jennifer would never leave her son behind. As a devoted mother, she would never abandon her child. Despite efforts, no leads were found in Jennifer's disappearance. Her family appealed to the public and a reward was offered for information, but yielded nothing, leaving unanswered questions and growing anxiety. The police investigation started by examining the events of that day, focusing on Jennifer's close friend Antonio, who was the last person to see her alive. On what seemed like an ordinary January day, Jennifer and Antonio spent time in the living room discussing life, future plans, and their children. As their kids often played together, Jennifer asked Antonio to pick up her son Noah from school. Antonio agreed and headed to the school to get Noah. The next day, however, Noah's behavior at school raised concerns among his teachers. They noticed that he had missed 2 doses of his medication, which was unusual given Jennifer's diligent care for her son's condition. She always kept his teachers informed about his health and any issues that arose at school. The school staff became concerned when they couldn't reach Jennifer. Noah told them Jennifer had gone to the grocery store but hadn't returned. She would never leave her son alone at this time. Antonio also tried to contact her, but was unsuccessful. Antonio reported her missing to the police. As the investigation continued, no new information about Jennifer's whereabouts emerged. Hope for her return began to fade with each passing day. It seemed she had vanished without a trace and might never be found. However, on January 18th, 2 weeks after her disappearance was reported, 2 warehouse employees in nearby Limmer Township stumbled upon something unusual. They exited the building to grab coffee and stumbled upon what seemed to be a freshly dug hole. Upon closer inspection, they were shocked to find a woman's body buried in a shallow grave. The workers immediately notified the police, who promptly arrived at the scene. The body was identified as Jennifer Brown, who had been missing for 2 weeks. The sheriff informed Jennifer's family that her body had been found partially buried near a warehouse in Roseville. An autopsy revealed that Jennifer's death was caused by asphyxiation with 3 broken ribs, indicating a violent struggle with her killer. The investigation shifted from a missing person case to a murder case. Police re-interviewed Jennifer's family and friends, but these conversations yielded no new leads. The investigation seemed to be reaching a dead end with no suspects in sight. However, just when detectives thought they had hit a roadblock, an unexpected lead emerged from an unforeseen source. After Jennifer's disappearance and murder were made public, the police asked anyone with relevant information to come forward. Noah's teacher responded to this request. She remembered an incident that initially seemed insignificant but raised serious concerns after Jennifer's death. The teacher reported that Noah shared an important detail about the day Jennifer disappeared. Noah told his teacher that when Antonio picked him up from the bus stop on January 3rd, He saw his mom's personal cell phone among Antonio's belongings. Noah recognized the phone because the lock screen showed his own childhood photo. This information proved crucial in the investigation into Jennifer's murder. Previously, investigators suspected that Jennifer's killer had taken her phone. Now, Antonio became the main suspect. The police started investigating the relationship between Jennifer and Antonio, uncovering surprising details. Initially, Jennifer and Antonio's friendship appeared strong and enduring. They spent a significant amount of time together, were well acquainted, and their families socialized with one another. However, once the financial dealings between them became known, one that had been concealed behind their seemingly friendly relationship, Antonio owned a restaurant called Bird's Kitchen, which had declined and closed in early 2022. Following this, Antonio sought help from Jennifer in August 2022. To support her friend, Jennifer decided to invest in Antonio's business, helping him reopen Bird's Kitchen in a new location. They signed a contract that required Jennifer to provide regular financial support to sustain the restaurant, making payments approximately every 6 weeks. To rebuild Bird's Kitchen, Jennifer gave Antonio approximately $36,000 from August to January. They agreed she would give him another $99,000. Antonio was supposed to find a new location, pay rent, sign a contract, and reopen the restaurant in January 2023. However, Antonio spent the money on personal needs instead of the business. As a result, the property owners canceled their agreement with him on December 26, 2022 because he failed to meet his financial obligations. This left Antonio in a difficult situation, losing both money and the opportunity to open the restaurant. The police suspected Antonio of committing a crime to save his business due to his desperate situation. Upon investigating Jennifer's iPad, they found 2 unauthorized transfers of $177,000 to Bird's Kitchen on January 3rd. These transfers were not part of the agreement between Jennifer and Antonio, and they initially failed due to two-factor authentication, which was later disabled. This evidence increasingly implicated Antonio in her murder. Police interviewed the owners of the property where Antonio lived, who had recently terminated his lease. Surprisingly, on January 4th, the same day Antonio reported Jennifer missing, he had met with them, claiming he had the money to sign a new lease. This led investigators to believe that Antonio was likely the killer, but they knew he would not confess easily. They needed concrete evidence to prove his guilt. To gather more information, investigators spoke with Antonio's wife, Tiara Taylor. They asked her about Antonio's whereabouts on the day Jennifer went missing. Tiara told them that Antonio had visited the Brown family at around 1 p.m. on January 3rd and didn't return home until 4:30 a.m. the next morning when he picked up Noah from the bus stop. She also mentioned that Antonio came home briefly, then left again around 5 p.m. and didn't return until late that night. This timeline became a crucial focus point for further investigation. Further investigation found that Antonio spent the night with his mistress, Tatiana Garrett, and didn't meet her until 8 p.m. This left a 3-hour gap with no alibi. Based on evidence, detectives created a timeline of the murder. According to them, Antonio went to Jennifer's house on January 3rd around 1 p.m. and allegedly killed her while Noah was at school. Antonio then transferred funds from Jennifer's iPad to his account and left to pick up Noah from the bus stop around 4 p.m. Later, he returned to Jennifer's house, dropped off Noah, and went back to dispose of the body. He buried it in a shallow grave in a field near Roseford. Afterwards, he went to Tatiana's house and spent the night. Everything seemed carefully planned, but one mistake led the police to Antonio. The mistake was letting Noah see his mother's cell phone. The police had enough evidence to convict him, but investigated further to confirm his guilt. This involved film experts and a trained dog that could detect cadaveric odors indoors. First, the dog was taken to Jennifer's home to familiarize itself with her scent. This was the same location where the crime had occurred in her kitchen. The police then led the dog to Antonio's car, where it immediately picked up the same scent. This final piece of evidence solidified the detective's suspicions of Antonio's involvement in the murder. After months of investigation, Antonio was arrested on February 8th and charged with first-degree murder, third-degree murder, and theft. He is currently being held at the Montgomery County Correctional Facility without bail, awaiting a preliminary hearing where he will face the law for his alleged crimes. Jennifer's loved ones were devastated by her death, especially since the killer was someone they trusted. Now that the killer has been brought to justice, the case was finally closed. The boys' observation of the killer's mistake played a crucial role in uncovering the truth and bringing the perpetrator to justice. The tragic events in Limer Township serve as a reminder that even the most meticulously planned crimes will ultimately be solved. Cruel and inhumane acts will not go unpunished, and those responsible will face the law. Ingrid Marie Ronceville was born on August 2, 1975 in Renton, Washington State. She was the only daughter of Yorga Bass, a devoted mother and her only known direct relative. Ingrid completed her high school education at Canyon del Oro High School in Tucson, Arizona in 1993. Following graduation, she pursued a nursing degree at a local university and earned her Bachelor of Science in Nursing 4 years later. About 3 years after her graduation, Ingrid returned to Washington where she met Philip Line. The couple eventually married, and Ingrid took his surname, becoming Ingrid Line for the rest of her life. The joys of motherhood followed her marriage with the birth of her daughters, Reese, Brooke, and Noelle, each born 2 years apart. Her daughters were consistently her greatest joy and purpose in life. Around 2014, Ingrid's marriage to Philip encountered difficulties, leading to a divorce that was finalized amicably with both parents sharing custody of their daughters. Despite the separation, Ingrid retained her vibrant, energetic personality. At this time, she was working as a nurse at the Swedish Medical Center, where she was highly regarded by doctors, patients, and fellow staff for her dedication and professional commitment. Her career was undoubtedly the second most important aspect of her life. Her relationship with Philip evolved into a supportive friendship, easing the co-parenting of their daughters. This emotional maturity greatly benefited their children's upbringing. Additionally, the presence of Yorga, Ingrid's mother, was a constant source of support, playing a crucial role in her life and the lives of her granddaughters. 2 years post-divorce, by 2016, Ingrid was well settled. She enjoyed her job, which provided a satisfactory income, and lived with her 3 daughters in Renton, Washington, just a 32-minute drive from her workplace. Socially, she was fortunate to have genuine friendships, which enriched her life further. It could be said that Ingrid was content with her life and she felt the same. Yet in her early 40s, she found herself longing for a romantic partner, a desire unmet by her social circle. Consequently, she decided to explore online dating. After encountering various men on the app, none seemed suitable for a deeper connection until she finally met someone who caught her interest. John Charlton, born in the late 1970s in Seattle, was the son of Ray and Joan Charlton, both military personnel with strict expectations regarding the behavior of John and his sister Shannon. They aimed high for their children's futures, providing them with the best education possible and expecting them to help with household chores. However, it soon became clear that John was not living up to his parents' dreams. He harbored resentment towards them and others, a sentiment that followed him throughout his life. John's frustrations often surfaced, especially when he was under the influence of alcohol or drugs, substances to which he frequently turned. His legal troubles began in 1997 with a misdemeanor assault charge in King County, followed by a charge of reckless driving in Washington State the next year. Over time, the relationship between John and his parents deteriorated, reaching a breaking point in 2006 when, exhausted, Ray and Joan sought a protective order against him. They had tried everything to make living together bearable, but their son's erratic and inexplicable behavior made basic agreements impossible. John's increasingly threatening demeanor led to the protective order request in Thurston County, where Ray stated that his son was verbally abusive and often tried to provoke fights. However, this request for a protective order was later denied. Ray informed the court that his son's problematic substance use stemmed from immense pressure he felt, which he believed was causing significant mental instability. On June 24, 2006, south of Ogden, A woman and her baby were waiting in the back seat of their van while her husband shopped in a bookstore. Suddenly, John appeared, demanded they exit the vehicle, and drove away with it. The police were promptly notified, and the van was spotted on Interstate 15. An officer followed it to a store parking lot in Riverdale, Utah, where John was arrested. According to Utah's police and judicial records, John was charged with aggravated robbery. He agreed to plead guilty to a lesser charge of attempted aggravated robbery and was sentenced to 1 to 15 years in prison. However, he only served about 21 months and was released on June 24, 2008. Just a few months later, John added to his criminal record with a felony robbery conviction in Montana and a misdemeanor assault in Idaho. He spent approximately 3.5 years in prison before being released onto the streets in 2012. From that point on, details about his life became murky. One factor that perhaps made John more dangerous was his physical attractiveness. He was a handsome man with a charismatic personality when he chose to be. With these traits, he began to explore other ways of causing harm through romance and seduction, only to later unleash his anger. One thing was certain: John was not an ordinary person, and neither was his daily life. Around mid-2012, he took a temporary job where he started a relationship with a coworker named. Initially, she was taken in by his charm. However, there were some signs that, although not entirely clear to her, made her cautious. Something about him, something unsettling and mysterious in his demeanor. Trusting her instincts, she decided to end the relationship. By 2013, they had parted ways. After that, there was a string of women in his life whose identities remained confidential for security reasons. These women were later consulted by authorities regarding John's criminal career and personality traits. In their subsequent statements, the ex-girlfriends revealed details such as aggressive and dangerous behavior, as well as confessions of major crimes he claimed to have committed, the veracity of which authorities were trying to ascertain. Broadly speaking, John lacked stability in both his work and personal life. Essentially a homeless day laborer, he would either sleep on the streets or stay at the homes of ex-girlfriends with whom he maintained casual relationships. Among his friends, John was known as a reserved individual, but alcohol and illicit substances would often transform him into someone nearly unrecognizable. This complex character, whose physical attractiveness often opened doors for him, was the same man Ingrid met through an online dating site. After exchanging messages and finding mutual interest, they agreed to meet in person. Their first date was set for Friday, April 8th. The plan was to watch the Seattle Mariners opening game and then, if things went well, go out for drinks afterward. On the eve of their date, Ingrid shared her plans with friends and coordinated with Philip so he could look after the girls that evening. On April 8th, John and Ingrid attended the baseball game, which started just after 7 p.m. They enjoyed themselves enough to continue the evening at a local bar. Around 10:35 p.m., Ingrid texted a friend to confirm that everything was going smoothly with her new acquaintance. However, the night took a sinister turn shortly after. It appears that Ingrid brought John back to her home. Instead of the intimacy she had hoped for, she met a tragic end. The seemingly pleasant man she met online revealed his darkest side. He not only took her life, but also dismembered her body using a sharp gardening tool. After cleaning the crime scene, he placed the parts into plastic bags he had found in the kitchen. He then took Ingrid's car keys and drove her vehicle, a 2015 Toyota Highlander, to Seattle, where he disposed of the remains. John likely continued to drink alcohol after disposing of the evidence, as he did not show up at his ex-girlfriend's house later that night or the next morning, even though she had expected him early on Saturday and was surprised by his absence. Meanwhile, that same morning, Philip arrived at his ex-wife's house around 10 a.m. to drop off the girls. Despite repeatedly knocking, he received no response. He then took a closer look around and noticed that Ingrid's vehicle, which was usually parked outside, was missing. This was particularly odd because he knew Ingrid was off work that day, which was why she had made plans to go out the previous night. Ingrid was a devoted mother who always wanted her daughters close by, and she was invariably at home when Phil brought them over. If her romantic evening had gone on longer than expected, They had a trusting enough relationship that she would have told him to keep the girls longer. Concerned by her absence, Phil repeatedly knocked on the door and tried calling her cell phone several times, all attempts unsuccessful. He then decided to contact Ingrid's mother. Shortly after, Jorga arrived with a spare set of keys Ingrid had given her for emergencies. Upon entering the house, they immediately noticed Ingrid's wallet, purse, and cell phone were left behind, but there was no sign of Ingrid herself. She quickly checked the last messages on her daughter's phone and saw messages from John about the date. She then sent a text to John, asking if he knew anything about Ingrid's whereabouts. He replied that they had indeed gone out the previous night but had parted ways after the game because she needed to return home to her daughters. She informed him that a police officer would need to speak with him since he might have been the last person to see her. After that, all communication from John ceased, prompting Ingrid's mother to alert the authorities. A few hours later, while the police began their investigation, a Seattle resident was about to make a horrifying discovery. As he was taking out his recycling, he noticed 3 white kitchen bags at the bottom of another bin, out of place because kitchen waste is organic and does not belong in the recycling. When he went to correct this mistake and picked up the first bag, he was struck by its unusual weight and nearly professional packaging. Seconds later, he was staring in horror at the outline of a face protruding from the bag. Shocked, he called a neighbor to confirm what he was seeing. Both, still in disbelief, contacted emergency services. The police and forensic team arrived within minutes. Inside those 3 bags were human remains, a leg and foot, part of an arm, and a head. Back in Washington, as panic spread among dozens of Ingrid's friends and family, they took to social media to alert the community, the police, and the media about her disappearance. Suspicion quickly fell on the man she had dated last. Meanwhile, John visited his ex-girlfriend's house. Though she noticed he had a swollen lip, he dismissed it as nothing significant. He claimed it was the result of an attempted robbery the night before he went out to a bar. Meanwhile, the Seattle police soon learned that their counterparts in Renton were searching for a missing woman. Coupled with social media posts, this information helped them connect the dots. After comparing the photos shared online with the remains found, they identified them as belonging to the same person. A search warrant was issued for Ingrid's home where a thorough search revealed an almost empty box of garbage bags, similar to those found in the dumpster. Bloody traces were found in the bathtub drain, and perhaps most damning, a pruning saw with blood, tissue, and bone on its serrated blade was found leaning against the bathroom wall. The examination of Ingrid's computer allowed officers to access her purchase of tickets for the Mariners game. Considering the link she had with Phil, the police initially pursued this lead since an ex-husband might harbor resentments. However, he was quickly ruled out. The car was located in downtown Seattle on the night of April 11, 2016. The police lifted 3 fingerprints from underneath the driver's door handle, where they also found the same type of white garbage bags. Subsequently, the officers interviewed John. His online dating profile indicated he wasn't looking for anything serious, but that was not a crime. At first glance, he seemed like a normal guy. When asked about his residence to ensure they could contact him again if needed, he admitted to not having a fixed place to live. The officers sensed some discomfort when they asked about Ingrid. In his account, he said that after the baseball game, they took a bus and went to Ingrid's house. He believed there might have been an intimate encounter, but he wasn't sure because he had passed out. He added that she had not wanted to introduce him to her daughters and had later left him downtown. He woke up hours later on a bench in front of a building. Regarding his last interaction with Ingrid, or at least what he remembered of it, John claimed to have sent her a message that morning asking how she had slept. As the investigators delved deeper into his story, they uncovered his peculiar relationship with his ex-girlfriend. But that was not illegal either. John eventually asked for a lawyer. The officers left the room but did not stop the video recording. If everyone already thought he was odd, what happened next confirmed it. The cameras captured John rolling up his sweatshirt to use as a pillow while he took a nap on the floor. The next step involved interviewing John's ex-girlfriend, who reported that he arrived later than expected that Saturday and noted his bruised lip. "Wow, this could have been me." However, this was not particularly surprising to the agents. as they had already observed an abrasion on his head and scratches on his chin, chest, and arms. Simultaneously, the analysis confirmed that the fingerprints on Ingrid's car matched John's. Consequently, on Monday, April 11, 2016, John was brought before a judge who set his bail at $5 million US dollars, a sum he could not afford, resulting in his detention as the primary suspect in Ingrid's murder. Several of John's former friends and ex-partners came forward to assist the police with the investigation. Additionally, an extensive search for the rest of Ingrid's body commenced, involving the FBI and other regional law enforcement agencies. Due to the grisly nature of the crime, John was assigned a public defender who argued that no forensic evidence or expert testimony linked him to the crime. Nevertheless, on Tuesday, April 12th, the judge dismissed these arguments and found probable cause to hold him on a charge of second-degree murder. That evening, hundreds gathered near Ingrid's home for a vigil to honor her memory. Those who knew her highlighted her excellent human qualities, and friends present expressed that the pain of her loss felt like an open wound. They acknowledged that the hardest impact was on her family, particularly her mother and 3 daughters, who were deeply affected by the tragedy. The following day, Wednesday, April 13th, the county coroner's office officially confirmed that the remains were Ingrid's. The preliminary autopsy report listed blunt force trauma as the cause of death, although the exact date of the crime could not be determined. 2 days later, a sanitation worker found more body parts in a different recycling bin. On April 18th, a man received a phone call from a neighbor. Inside his recycling bin, a torso with a pierced navel was discovered. Ingrid had a navel piercing, confirming the remains were hers. As part of gathering evidence for the trial, police returned to Ingrid's house. This time, they dismantled the plumbing and found more blood in the newly exposed drain trap. They also used a chemical called luminol, which glows in the presence of blood traces, confirming that the crime scene had been cleaned. Despite the initial findings in the preliminary autopsy report, further examination of the body by the forensic pathologist revealed more details. Upon closer inspection, small signs of bleeding were found in Ingrid's eyes. Additionally, marks on her neck led to the definitive conclusion that she had been strangled, and subsequently, her body was dismembered in her own home. The toxicology report indicated that Ingrid had no drugs in her system, but her blood alcohol content was 0.74. On October 2, 2017, in a King County courtroom, John pled guilty to first-degree premeditated murder. His guilty plea was part of a plea bargain that resulted in a shortened trial, sparing Ingrid's family and the community from the ordeal of a lengthy and distressing jury trial. However, his plea was not solely an act of mercy to alleviate the victim's family's suffering. It also afforded him certain procedural benefits. The sentencing hearing took place on January 5, 2018. John's parents attended the court in a dual show of support for their son and respect for the grief that Ingrid's family was enduring. During his brief statement in court, John acknowledged that no words could suffice to ease the pain he had caused, admitting the irreversible harm of his actions. The impact statements from Ingrid's family then resonated deeply. Phil condemned John for taking away a vital companion and the mother of their children, lamenting the maternal guidance and cherished family moments that his daughters would now forever miss. He emphasized that due to John's actions, his daughters would never again receive maternal advice. A friend of Ingrid, visibly shaken, spoke to the brutality with which John ended her dear friend's life, labeling him a coward who initially tried to flee and hide. When finally cornered by the police, instead of owning up to his actions, he claimed he was too drunk to remember what he had done. Addressing John, the judge expressed her wish to imprison him for life if it were possible. Instead, she sentenced him to 27 years and 9 months in prison, adhering to the recommendation of the prosecutors as part of the plea deal that facilitated the shortened trial. Ultimately, the sentence handed down was the harshest possible under state sentencing guidelines. A member of John's defense team expressed hope that his guilty plea in the prison sentence might offer some closure and perhaps a measure of peace to Ingrid's loved ones. When the sentencing was reported in the media, there was significant public outcry. Many expressed their dismay, particularly because John could potentially be released by the age of 60. Furthermore, his failure to provide a motive for his actions did not work in his favor. No further arrests have been made in connection with Ingrid's disappearance. Her tragic death has sparked discussions and debates about the safety of online dating. Meanwhile, Phil has chosen to focus on the well-being of his daughters, as their mother would have wished. In this spirit, a fundraising page set up for the three young girls successfully gathered $270,000. Hikers on the Pacific Crest Trail made a grisly discovery at the Los Coyotes Indian Reservation on February 16, 1986. At the edge of the campsite, a woman's body, which was partially decomposed, was found. The San Diego County Sheriff's Office arrived on the scene right away and got to work on the investigation. While at it, the San Diego County Sheriff's Office soon got a call that would completely change the situation. A man in comparable state was discovered 14 miles away from the female victim. Both murder victims were covered up in layers of clothing and heavy jackets. Because of the striking similarities between them, investigators knew they had to identify both bodies before their killer could be found. In both of these cases, law enforcement has withheld a great deal of information. To maintain the integrity of the investigation, the cause of death of the man who was discovered 14 miles away was never disclosed. Detectives had a hard time moving either of the cases forward. There was a dearth of evidence, and what little evidence the San Diego County Sheriff's Office did possess was kept from the media. Before interest waned, the Jane Doe's murder was briefly covered by the media. Although the San Diego County Sheriff's Office was aware that there was a family out there looking for their loved one, the female victim's case would go unsolved for decades, until in 2023. The San Diego County Sheriff's Office began using genetic genealogy. The Jane Doe's hair was sent in for testing on websites like 23andMe and GEDmatch. Detectives were able to create family trees and locate relatives using this DNA analysis, census data, and other public information. After identifying the victim's family tree, all that remained for the investigators to do was to locate the missing link. Following the submission of her DNA, law enforcement quickly identified the Jane Doe as Claudette Jean Zabulski Powers. Claudette Jean would have been 24 years old when she was savagely murdered. Her life before her disappearance in the early 1980s was pieced together by detectives. She had been married with 2 kids. She and her husband relocated from their home in Michigan to Washington. By 1983, Claudette had filed for a divorce and had found a house in San Diego County for her and her 2 daughters. However, the death of her father in 1984 brought tragedy to the Powers family. Claudette didn't take her father's death so well. She loved her father so much that, when he died, she felt lost. According to family members, Claudette was last seen or spoken to at her father's funeral in September 1984. She completely vanished from the surface of the earth. Her family claimed that they never stopped trying to find her. When it seemed difficult to locate her, her siblings hired a private investigator to help search for her. Still, it yielded nothing. They then only hoped that one day she would come back home. She was never formally reported missing, and her family was unaware that she had passed away for all these years. Despite the fact that she has now been identified, the investigation is far from over. Authorities must now reconstruct Claudette's life from September 1984 to September 1986. According to some reports, Claudette may have worked as a waitress in Escondido, so anyone with information or who may have known her has urged to come forward. It has been extremely difficult for her family. Her sister Laura Fries told the media in a statement, "If you know of my sister, you have worked with her, you have seen her. It would have been back in 84, early 80s to 85 when she come up missing. Please contact the San Diego Sheriff's Department to tell them what you know about her. Somebody knows what happened. The investigation is still ongoing." Neither the John Doe nor Claudette's cause of death have been disclosed by the San Diego County Sheriff's Office. They have stated that Claudette died violently and that they are searching for a male suspect. Additionally, they want to find out who killed the man. They claimed that the man was about Claudette's age, in his mid-20s, and that they were both wearing thermals and other camping-appropriate attire. They had both passed away for about 2 weeks before their bodies were discovered. No other personal items or bags or purses containing camping supplies were discovered. They would have needed a vehicle to travel to the crime scene because it was far away. There are currently no John Doe sketches or other details that could be used to identify him. After Claudette Jean Zabalski-Power's DNA matched with Laura Freeze, her youngest sister, who has been worried about her for years, Laura remembered her sister in an interview saying, "Claudette was a very devoted and thoughtful mother. She adored her children dearly. She cherished her family dearly." She further added that their mother can pass away peacefully when the time comes, knowing that her oldest child has been located. Right now, there is a $1,000 reward for any information that results in an arrest of Claudette's killer, so anyone with information is urged to call the Sheriff's Homicide Unit at 858-285-6330. The case of Carrie Leah Farver. Carrie Leah Farver was born on November 30th, 1974, in Macedonia, Nebraska. She became a single mother to her son, Max Maxwell, after a series of unsuccessful relationships. Raising Max came with significant challenges, and although Carrie cared deeply for him, she battled depression. At one point, her depression was so severe that she remained in bed for an entire month, during which her mother, Nancy Rainey, stepped in to care for Max. Her mental health was further strained by a troubled relationship with Max's father and unstable living circumstances. By the time she was 20, Carrie was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, a condition characterized by intense mood shifts that can range from elevated energy, productivity, and sociability to deep sadness, resentment, and a sense of helplessness. Despite the difficulties associated with bipolar disorder, Carrie's doctor identified a treatment plan in the early 2000s that worked well for her. With proper care, she was able to manage her symptoms and maintain a fairly normal life. Whether Carrie truly wished to settle down is hard to say. In one sense, many women hope to find a compatible partner. In another, why commit to someone who could add stress or hardship to life? Carrie grew up in a caring household and led an active lifestyle. She was involved in sports and once dreamed of becoming a doctor. However, that goal ended abruptly when she fainted during her first medical training session at the sight of blood. Not wanting to endanger herself or future patients, she chose to shift her path and pursue a career in programming instead. In the fall of 2012, Carrie accepted a job offer in Omaha with good prospects. Since her son Max was in middle school and wanted to remain in a familiar environment, he stayed behind in Macedonia with his grandmother. According to Amy, a friend of Carrie's father, Carrie had a bright, captivating smile that drew attention the moment she walked into a room. It was likely this charm that caught Dave Kropa's interest when they met at an auto repair shop in November 2012. As Carrie pointed something out inside her Ford Explorer, Dave immediately felt drawn to her. Their first date happened shortly afterward, but it was frequently interrupted by calls and messages from a woman named Liz, who eventually stopped by Dave's apartment to pick up something she had left there. Dave explained to Carrie that Liz was an ex-girlfriend he had met on a dating site 6 months earlier. They had dated for a while, but he ended the relationship because she became overly attached. Carrie took the situation in stride. She wasn't bothered by Liz's brief appearance, understanding that past relationships don't always disappear cleanly. 2 weeks after settling into her new routine, Carrie began seeing Dave. Before starting the relationship, they talked about what they both wanted and agreed it would be a short-term, casual arrangement. Liz, whose full name is Shauna Elizabeth Gollier, was the first woman Dave had met online earlier in 2012. Both Dave and Liz had children of similar ages, but Dave soon realized she wasn't a good long-term match for him. Their educational backgrounds and interests didn't align, and their relationship revolved more around physical connection than meaningful conversation. As time passed, Liz became more and more curious and often anxious about what Dave was doing when she wasn't with him, especially regarding other women he might be seeing. Dave continuously reminded her that their relationship was open, which meant she didn't need to worry about who he spent time with. He also encouraged her to date other men if she wanted. Still, Liz struggled with jealousy and dissatisfaction. She especially resented Dave's children and his ex-partner, Amy, and couldn't understand the close relationship Dave and Amy maintained for the sake of co-parenting. Her behavior grew increasingly controlling, leading Dave to put some distance between them. It was during this cooling-off period that Carrie came into Dave's life. Carrie wasn't just attractive. She was fashionable, intelligent, and an engaging conversationalist. Dave found that he could talk with her for hours, feeling a strong connection as they discovered how many interests and viewpoints they shared. Sensing Dave pulling away, Liz tried to regain his attention through texts, emails, and phone calls. But Dave had no plans to end his interactions with Carrie or anyone else, just to satisfy Liz. During this time, Carrie and Dave began spending more nights together, which suited Carrie's work schedule and was something Dave genuinely enjoyed. Carrie approached the relationship casually, focused on enjoying herself rather than pursuing anything serious. In December 2015, Liz was shot and survived the attack, prompting her to suspect who might be behind it and to feel compelled to take action. 2 years earlier, on November 13, 2012, Carrie kissed Dave goodbye as he left for work, expecting they would see each other later that day. Neither of them knew it would be their final meeting. At 9:45 a.m., Dave received an unexpected text from Carrie saying she wanted to move in with him permanently. The message startled him, as they had mutually agreed not to rush their relationship and were content with keeping things casual. Dave responded that he wasn't ready for such a commitment, but Carrie's reply came back harsh and laced with profanity. When Dave returned home, he was stunned to find that all of Carrie's belongings had vanished from the apartment. He assumed she had decided to end things between them. Later that same day, Carrie removed him from her Facebook friends list, reinforcing his belief that the relationship was over. However, Dave started getting multiple rude texts and emails from Carrie, containing curses and threats to ruin his life. Carrie sent a large number of these messages, all of which were aggressive. Uncharacteristically, she also stopped showing up for work, despite being known for her punctuality. Strange messages weren't only sent to Dave, but also to her mother and 15-year-old son, Max. She claimed to have found a job in Kansas and planned to take Max with her, but wanted to be alone for the time being due to worries over her failed romance. In May 2013, Carrie posted on Facebook that she'd left of her own free will and was tired of criticism. She wasn't missing her old life but wasn't ready to return home. Carrie asserted her independence as a grown woman, stating that she had the right to leave home if she chose to. She apologized for hurting everyone by leaving abruptly. However, as time passed, Carrie failed to reappear. Her mother became increasingly concerned when Carrie missed important family events, including her own birthday, Max's birthday, and other celebrations. The final indication that something was seriously wrong was when Carrie missed her father's funeral. Liz began receiving messages from Carrie, which were insulting, humiliating, and even threatening. Carrie warned Liz to stay away from Dave. Confused by Carrie's behavior, Liz reached out to Dave, who revealed he was facing a similar situation. Carrie was sending him messages and emails, accusing him of wrongdoing, calling him a liar, and vowing revenge for the pain he allegedly caused her. The messages were sometimes ominous, with Carrie claiming to know what Dave was doing at the moment. The shared experience brought Dave and Liz closer together, but also made Dave feel guiltier about the trouble he had caused. The messages from Carrie grew more menacing and were filled with grammatical errors and illogical content. This was unusual, as Carrie's mother claimed that her daughter had always been a calm person who wrote coherent and well-structured letters and documents. Carrie was known to be meticulous about spelling and writing style. It's possible that she had experienced even more severe mental health issues. Her actions seemed to be driven solely by her uncontrolled mental state. A key indicator of dissociative identity disorder, also known as split personality, is the presence of separate, simultaneous self-consciousness in each ego, each with its own distinct memories, thoughts, behaviors, and inclinations towards specific actions. This might explain Carrie's unusual behavior and altered writing style. Everything suggested she was unstable, which is why the police didn't initially consider her missing, instead focusing on stopping the harassment of Liz and Dave. They tried to track Carrie's cell phone, but it was unsuccessful due to blocked signals. Meanwhile, Liz and Dave continued to receive hundreds of texts and emails, sometimes simultaneously receiving nasty messages when they were together. Dave and Liz continued dating, but he felt uneasy around her as she became increasingly demanding. Despite claiming to be fine with their no-commitment relationship, Liz's behavior suggested otherwise. Every time Dave tried to end things with Liz, Carrie would start texting him, bonding with him over their shared victimization. This common ground drew Dave and Carrie closer together, causing them to reunite repeatedly. In January 2013, a missing car was surprisingly found in Dave's front yard. However, the fingerprints on the steering wheel didn't match Carrie's, and the car showed no suspicious signs. The police eventually returned the car to Carrie's parents. Carrie continued to message Liz and Dave, escalating her behavior by sending pictures of their children and threatening to harm them unless Dave left Liz alone. As time passed, Carrie's stalking persisted, and Liz's jealousy grew, frustrating Dave. He became exhausted with the events unfolding in his life and eventually found the strength to end his relationship with Liz. This decision came shortly after a tragic incident in August 2013 when Liz reported a fire at her home that resulted in the death of all her pets, including a snake, a cat, and 2 dogs. Liz suspected Carrie was responsible, citing repeated threats made via texts and emails. The incident marked a significant turning point in the case of missing person Carrie Farver, leading to Carrie's placement on a federal wanted list. Tens of thousands of messages were meticulously analyzed. Law enforcement seized cell phones from Dave and Liz, as they believed Dave was also in danger. Someone had vandalized the auto repair shop where he worked and thrown a brick through his window. It appeared that Carrie's anger was directed at anyone in Dave's life. Consequently, Amy Flora, Dave's ex-wife, began receiving threatening messages from Carrie. As Dave spent time with his children, he also saw Amy regularly. The police were perplexed as to why Carrie, who had dated Dave for less than 2 weeks, was now stalking Dave and his ex-wife. The investigators decided to focus on Dave Kropa, as Carrie's disappearance raised many questions that needed to be answered. It was a mystery that didn't add up. Carrie Farver's family was also tirelessly searching for her, exploring every possible lead to find her. Their efforts finally paid off in the spring of 2015 when detectives Ryan Avis and Jim Doty took on the case. Unfortunately, they found no evidence that Carrie was still alive. One of the detectives shared their thoughts with ABC News. "It's unusual for adults to suddenly leave without using any money. No one saw or heard from her, which doesn't make sense. She had a good income and a nice home. I've come to believe that I have no proof she's alive." With the help of a digital forensics expert, the detectives analyzed data from Kropa and Golyer's phones from 2013. They discovered that Carrie had sent over 50,000 texts and 15,000 emails to Dave in just 3 years. Whoever was impersonating Carrie became increasingly sophisticated, trying to hide their IP address and true identity. Somebody with expertise in computer programs seemed to be behind the strange occurrences. In December 2015, Liz Golyer contacted the police again, this time reporting that she had been shot in the leg on her own doorstep. She claimed her attacker was Amy Flora, not Carrie. Coincidentally, Dave was missing a gun that Amy may have had access to. This new development raised suspicions that Amy might be involved in Carrie's disappearance. The investigation uncovered a lead that suggested Amy's motive. She may have been seeking revenge against women connected to Dave Kropa. Amy's relationship with Dave had been complicated, and the presence of other women in his life might have prevented them from reuniting. The police promptly questioned Amy, but surprisingly, she had a solid alibi. Multiple witnesses confirmed that she was not at Liz's house when the shooting occurred, so no arrest was made. The investigation became increasingly puzzling. New details emerged from the analysis of Liz's cell phone data. Investigators found fake email addresses using variations of Farver's name and an app used to schedule messages. This discovery shed light on how Liz and Dave received simultaneous messages from Carrie. The investigation led to suspicion of Liz Golyer, which intensified when her fingerprint matched those on Carrie's car steering wheel. It was now clear who the culprit was, and the priority was to prevent further harm. To catch Liz off guard, detectives devised a plan to create a fake narrative, pretending to still consider Amy the prime suspect, aiming to prevent Liz from escaping or destroying evidence. Liz fell for the trap. She was thrilled at the opportunity to eliminate another rival who was threatening her relationship with Dave. Soon after, Liz Gollier gave the police an email supposedly written by Amy. The email included a confession to kidnapping Carrie, along with specific details about the crime. According to the confession, Carrie had been stabbed in the stomach or chest area before her body was disposed of. The email also revealed information about Carrie's car and home that had not been publicly disclosed. According to an investigative spokeswoman, Liz provided detectives with information that only someone intimately involved in the crime could have known. In doing so, she inadvertently implicated herself in Carrie Farver's murder. The letter made it clear that the crime occurred in a car, prompting authorities to re-examine the victim's vehicle. Upon removing the seat covers and fabric, specialists discovered a bloodstain belonging to Carrie Farver. Liz managed to send messages posing as Carrie without arousing suspicion, but it's unclear how. Reports suggest that Liz Gollier led a double life, dating both Dave and a man named Garrett. Notably, Garrett's IP address was linked to messages sent under Carrie's name. When questioned, Garrett revealed that he had been in a long-term relationship with Liz. Out of kindness, Garrett invited Liz to move in with him and his children after a fire. However, their relationship became complicated and deteriorated significantly once they started living together. Garrett would often take care of Liz's children while she isolated herself in her room or left the house. Garrett was shocked by what the police told him. It was discovered that Liz spent 40 to 50 hours a week pretending to be a missing woman. Although her room was messy, no significant evidence was found. However, investigators did discover several cell phones and electronic devices in the last place she stayed. In late December 2016, Shauna Liz was charged with first-degree murder. The county prosecutor commented on the complexity of the investigation, stating that most murders are dark, but this crime was particularly bizarre. It would take some convincing to make someone believe it actually happened. Liz's actions, including letting her dog die in a fire she set herself and shooting herself in the thigh, were attempts to deflect suspicion from herself. Liz's attorney, James Martin Davis, believed the case against her was weak, since it was largely based on circumstantial evidence. Key pieces of evidence were missing, including Carrie's body and the crime weapon, and Liz had not confessed to the crime. In fact, there was no conclusive proof that Carrie was even dead. The defense team requested a mistrial, which would allow a judge to determine the extent of Shauna's guilt. The prosecution presented a substantial amount of complex electronic evidence, as well as physical evidence. They argued that the amount of blood found on the passenger seat of Carrie's car supported the theory that she had been stabbed. Investigators also found a direct link between Shauna and Carrie's murder by analyzing a memory card that Shauna had used around the time Carrie went missing. The memory card, which was found in a tablet stored at Dave's residence, contained deleted images. One image was of a foot, and it was clear that the foot belonged to a person who had been deceased for several years. Notably, Carrie had a similar tattoo among her distinguishing features. Her mother later confirmed that the tattoo indeed belonged to Carrie. The photo solidified the conviction that Shauna Liz was a predator. The judge ruled her guilty of first-degree murder and handed down a life sentence without parole, stating that Carrie Farver did not disappear by choice but was tragically murdered. Authorities suspect that Shauna murdered Carrie, allowed her body to decompose, and then burned the remains to eliminate all evidence. Motivated by jealousy, she decided to eliminate her rival. After disposing of Carrie, Shauna took her cell phone and used it to send messages that would make Farver appear unstable and win back Dave's favor. When this plan succeeded, Shauna wanted to eliminate Amy as well, but she became too entangled in her own scheme and ultimately fell into her own trap. Shauna, also known as Liz, was also found guilty of arson for setting fire to her own home in August 2013 and attempting to blame it on Carrie. The fire destroyed the house and killed pets, resulting in an additional 20-year prison sentence. She is currently serving her sentence at the Nebraska Correctional Center for Women, despite maintaining her innocence. Dave revealed that he received thousands of emails and text messages signed by Carrie over the years. However, he claimed that he never noticed Carrie stalking him during their relationship, which contrasts with his experience with Shauna. So what happened to Carrie's son, Maxwell Farver? According to his LinkedIn profile, He followed in his mother's footsteps and became a computer programmer. He graduated from the University of Iowa with a degree in software engineering data science and is now married. Although it's unlikely he's forgotten the past, he may have found some peace with his new family. As for Dave Kropa, he now lives a private life away from the public eye. He doesn't have a public account on any social media platform. This disturbing crime story is a harsh reminder of the complexities and manipulation that can occur in human relationships. It highlights how vulnerable we can be in our own surroundings, unaware of the true nature of those around us. Before the summer of 1988, the Carr family enjoyed a peaceful, picture-perfect life in the quiet town of Alturas. Deeply devoted to their faith, they never missed a Sunday at church and were widely seen as a calm, trouble-free household. That tranquility vanished on June 14th, when 16-year-old Dwayne found a threatening letter in their mailbox. The anonymous message was chilling and direct. "Leave Florida or face fatal consequences." Alarmed, Dwayne quickly brought it to his parents. His mother, Peggy, was instantly terrified, while his father, Perrylin, brushed it off as a heartless prank. As summer faded into fall, the family's anxiety only intensified. Then, on October 23rd, disaster struck. Peggy became suddenly and seriously ill, suffering from violent nausea and unbearable pain. Her once thick hair began to fall out in disturbing clumps. Even as her symptoms worsened, Perrylin refused to take her to the hospital, convinced it was nothing more than a temporary sickness. But Peggy's health continued to deteriorate rapidly. Within a week, Peggy slipped into a coma. To the family's shock, Dwayne soon began experiencing the same terrifying symptoms. The crisis finally drew the attention of law enforcement, triggering a full police investigation. Then, on December 2nd, investigators made a stunning discovery. The family had been poisoned with thallium, a deadly substance often used in rat poison. Tests revealed that every member of the Carr family, including Perrylin, had dangerously elevated levels of the toxin in their bodies. As detectives dug deeper, a chilling truth emerged. The Carrs were being deliberately and systematically attacked. The threatening letter had not been a cruel joke. It had been a warning of the horror that followed. A desperate race began to identify the culprit and stop them before they could strike again. In 1988, 16-year-old Dwayne enjoyed a carefree life with his family in the peaceful community of Alturas, Florida. His mother, Peggy, worked long hours as a waitress at the town's diner. After years of raising 3 children alone, she had finally found happiness with Perrylin Carr, who brought 2 additional children into their newly blended family. Their days in Alturas felt near perfect. Quiet streets, friendly neighbors, and a town so safe that people rarely bothered locking their doors. It was the kind of place that seemed made for families. But everything changed on October 23rd. Before dawn, Peggy headed to work as she always did. Soon after arriving, she was struck by a sudden burning sensation in her legs and feet, which quickly escalated into severe chest pain. Nearly unable to stand, she was rushed to the hospital. Despite running multiple tests, doctors were unable to identify the source of her mysterious illness and discharged her with pain medication, leaving her and her family without answers. A week later, on October 30th, the situation became even more terrifying. Peggy, Dwayne, and his stepbrother Travis were all rushed to the hospital, each suffering from the same agonizing symptoms. The pain was so intense that they feared they were on the brink of death. Peggy was admitted straight into the intensive care unit. There, an infectious disease specialist noticed a disturbing detail. Peggy's hair was coming out in large clumps. This alarming clue suggested she might have been poisoned. He ordered tests for thallium, a highly toxic substance banned in the US in 1972, but still lingering in older rat poisons. The results were shocking. Peggy had 50 times the lethal dose of thallium in her bloodstream. The following day, October 31st, Peggy slipped into a coma. Travis had to be placed on a respirator, and Dwayne showed no signs of getting better. The family's nightmare was far from over. The police launched an urgent investigation, determined to uncover the source of the poisoning before anyone else was hurt. They combed through the surrounding orange groves, analyzed the neighborhood's water supply, and inspected every corner of the diner where Peggy worked. Despite their efforts, no traces of thallium turned up. As word spread, fear swept through the community. Residents demanded answers, terrified that they might be at risk. Investigators then focused on the Carr home, gathering dust samples and collecting more than 400 household items for testing. One discovery immediately stood out: a 6-pack of Coke bottles, 3 of them still unopened. Lab tests showed that each bottle contained over a gram of thallium, more than enough to kill an adult. Realizing the gravity of this find, the lead detective concluded there were only 2 explanations. The first theory pointed to product tampering at the Coke factory. If that were true, countless others might have unknowingly consumed the poisoned drinks. The contamination could have spread far beyond the county, possibly across the entire state or even the country. Panic erupted and people became afraid to drink Coke at all. Investigators initially zeroed in on the bottling company, but with Coca-Cola's full cooperation, they quickly eliminated the possibility of large-scale tampering. The production process made it virtually impossible for the bottles to be contaminated at the plant. That left only one chilling conclusion: the poisoning had been deliberate, and Peggy Carr and her family were the intended targets. The investigation turned inward, examining family members closely. Peggy's husband, Perilyn Carr, emerged as a primary suspect. Despite being married for only 7 months, the couple's honeymoon period had been short-lived. Perilyn worked long hours at the mine, and Peggy had grown suspicious. One night, she discovered him with another woman. Adding to the suspicion, the weekend Peggy first fell ill, Perilyn was conveniently out of town. Upon his return, he resisted taking her to the hospital. As investigators delved deeper into Perilyn's background, they sought any motive that might explain why he would poison his wife. Despite his troubling behavior, one question nagged at the police: why would Perilyn poison his own son, Travis? During interrogation, Perilyn revealed a puzzling clue. On June 14th, for months before Peggy fell ill, Dwayne found a letter in the mailbox. The letter contained a yellow post-it with a threatening typewritten note warning the family to leave Florida within 2 weeks or face death. Dwayne and his siblings initially laughed it off, but Perilyn's dismissive attitude now seemed more suspicious. The police later learned that this was not the first ominous incident in the Carr household. A few years prior, 2 of their dogs had died suddenly, both exhibiting symptoms of severe illness and hair loss. This led to a chilling suspicion: they might have been used for experimentation. As Peggy's health continued to deteriorate and Dwayne and Travis showed no signs of improvement, the entire family underwent testing for thallium. The results were far more alarming than anyone anticipated. Every member of the household, including Perilyn Carr, had traces of thallium in their system. This revelation cleared Perilyn as a suspect, as it seemed implausible that someone with the knowledge to commit such a crime would risk ingesting the poison themselves. Even Peggy's 2-year-old granddaughter, Casey, had traces of thallium. On March 3, 1989, after 5 months of suffering, Peggy's condition reached its tragic conclusion. Dwayne was called to her bedside for the final time as the family faced the heartbreaking decision to remove her from life support. Peggy Carr passed away at the age of 41, leaving the family devastated. With Peggy's death, the investigation took a new turn. It was now a murder case. Poisoning someone is a rare and calculated method of murder, often devised by a demented yet brilliant mind. The FBI's examination of the contaminated Coke bottles revealed tiny scratch marks, indicating they had been meticulously tampered with. The thallium had been added, the caps resealed, and the bottles appeared untouched. Thallium, being tasteless and odorless, dissolves easily but usually causes noticeable changes in soda. However, the mixture found in the Coke bottles was sophisticated, avoiding typical signs like overflow, discoloration, or sediment. This pointed to the work of someone with advanced knowledge of chemistry, a highly intelligent individual who believed they were smarter than everyone else. Police began questioning neighbors and townspeople. Alturas, a small community of a few hundred residents, saw every single person interviewed as investigators sought to uncover the perpetrator behind this heinous act. The closest neighbors to the Carr family were George Trapal and his wife, Diana. When the detectives questioned Trapal, his reaction was shockingly harsh. Trapal launched into a tirade about the redneck children and family living next to him. When asked why anyone would want to poison the Carr family, Trapal's response was unsettlingly specific. Someone wanted them to leave. This echoed the exact message in the threatening letter received by the Carrs, a detail only known to law enforcement. This peculiar response made Trapal a prime suspect. Further investigation revealed that George Trapal was a self-taught chemist, while his wife, Diana, held a master's degree in chemistry. Both were members of an elite society for individuals with IQs in the top 2% of the population. Digging deeper, investigators discovered Trapal had a criminal background. He had served time in prison for being the chemist in a major methamphetamine operation. One of the ingredients commonly used in producing methamphetamine is thallium. The spotlight on George Trapal as a person of interest shocked even Peggy's son, Dwayne, who couldn't believe Trapal was capable of such a heinous act. The detectives uncovered that Trapal had previously had a confrontation with the Carr family over loud music. Just 48 hours after this argument, Peggy Carr was poisoned. Despite these connections, the police lacked concrete proof to arrest Trapal. Standard police procedure often involves bringing a suspect in for questioning, hoping for a confession. However, detectives believed this approach wouldn't work with Trapal, an introverted and non-confrontational individual. Instead, the FBI proposed a different strategy. Someone had to go undercover to outsmart Trapal. The police assigned Special Agent Susan Gorek to infiltrate the group to which George Trapal belonged. The aim was to gain Trapal's trust and gather enough evidence to prove his involvement in the poisoning. Initially, it seemed that Detective Susan Gorek would only need to go undercover for a weekend. However, she was warned about Trapal's photographic memory. If he saw them, he could remember their cars or faces. Under an assumed identity, Susan prepared to attend a murder mystery gathering hosted by George Trapal and his wife, Diana. Susan Gorek transformed into a woman on the verge of divorcing an abusive husband. On April 14, 1989, she headed to the local hotel where the event was being held. Upon arrival, she was greeted by none other than George Trapal himself. Face to face with the suspected killer, Susan's biggest fear was that Trapal might recognize her from previous surveillance operations. She took a deep breath, searching for any sign of recognition in his eyes, but Trapal didn't seem to recognize her. Nevertheless, Susan had to remain vigilant. In her undercover role, Susan knew Trapal was not the type to confront directly. He was the kind who would poison his victims, causing a slow and painful death. The risk was immense. Introducing herself as Sherry Gwynn, she registered for the event and received a packet containing the weekend's information, prepared by Trapal himself. The pamphlet detailed several well-planned murder scenarios, one of which involved poisoning. One paragraph in particular stood out. It mentioned that when a death threat appears on the doorstep, prudent people throw out all their food and watch what they eat. The message was strikingly similar to the one the Carr family had received before Peggy was poisoned. This eerie similarity convinced Susan she had the right suspect. Throughout the weekend, Susan engaged Trapal in conversation, carefully watching every word he said, knowing one slip could cost her life. When Trapal asked about her background, Susan mentioned her fictional husband, a lawyer from Houston, Texas, and how she had left him. Trapal shared how he could tell when someone was lying by the way their neck muscles moved, making Susan even more nervous. Before the weekend ended, she confided in Trapal that she intended to move to Florida to escape her husband. This revelation led to a crucial breakthrough. Trapal mentioned that he and his wife were considering moving her practice and selling their house. After consulting with her supervisors, Detective Susan was instructed to continue her undercover operation beyond the initial weekend. Susan knew this extended mission was her chance to find crucial evidence that could secure a search warrant for Trapal's house. She hoped to discover lab equipment or chemicals that would link Trapal to the crime. The following week, Susan visited Trapal's house. During the tour, Trepal mentioned how safe Alturas was, boasting that no one locked their doors. Although Susan noticed several suspicious items, including a secret passageway in the library and a mannequin with bondage gear, none were sufficient for a search warrant. Despite the failed plan, Susan maintained her Sherry Gwynn persona, determined to gather more evidence. She was acutely aware of the risks. Exposing her true identity could lead to her and her family's harm. Trepal, a highly intelligent individual, could easily resort to poisoning her if he discovered she was an undercover detective. Over the next several months, Susan met with Trepal for a series of lunch dates, always under surveillance. She never ate or drank anything after leaving the table, wary of Trepal's potential to harm her. During these meetings, Trepal gradually revealed his disdain for people he considered less intelligent, giving Susan insights into his mindset. After 8 months, Susan had collected numerous small pieces of evidence, but not enough to build a solid case. Her supervisors began to question the operation's value, threatening to shut it down. To Susan, failure was not an option. She was driven by the need to secure justice for Peggy Carr and her family, imagining how it could have been her own loved ones who drank the poison. In December 1989, Susan received the breakthrough call she had been waiting for. George and Diana Trepal had moved out of town and offered Sherry Gwynn the chance to move into their home. Without needing a warrant, Susan now had legal permission to enter the house and invite the county crime scene unit to investigate. Believing Trepal was too clever to leave obvious traces of thallium, the team focused on finding residue in places like the air conditioning filter or drains. The house was still filled with Trepal's belongings, providing ample opportunities for collecting samples. In the garage of George Trepal's house, investigators collected vials and chemistry bottles, hoping one would test positive for thallium. As they awaited results from the FBI lab, Susan continued her role as Sherry Gwynn, even as ideas and scenarios to engage Trepal ran thin. Time was running out. By January 1990, with no news from the lab, Susan knew she had to take action. She decided to try and trick Trepal into incriminating himself, unaware that Trepal was also preparing a trap for her. Susan arranged a meeting with Trepal at a picnic area behind a McDonald's in Sebring, the town where he was living. This critical meeting was recorded on tape. During their conversation, Susan handed Trepal a business card claiming it was left by detectives searching for him. Trepal's behavior changed noticeably. He became extremely nervous. His agitation was palpable as he tried to maintain composure. He repeatedly asked Susan to come over to his new house, which she declined. The tension was high. What might have happened if she had agreed to visit his home? After the meeting, Trepal walked away visibly shaken, his nerves clearly frayed by the news Susan had shared. This encounter marked a turning point. On April 4, 1990, Susan received an unexpected call. The FBI had found thallium in one of the vials collected from Trepal's garage. Specifically, it contained thallium nitrate, the exact compound used in the poisoning of Peggy Carr and the attempted murder of her entire family. This discovery was the crucial piece of evidence needed to solidify the case against Trepal. The following day, April 5th, George Trepal was arrested at his new home in Sebring. The sight of Trepal being escorted in an orange jumpsuit into the county jail marked the end of a long and dangerous investigation. The same man Susan had to trust during her undercover mission was now facing justice for his crimes. Even when confronted with the truth about her identity, George Trepal remained unfazed. Susan, now revealing herself as a special agent from the county sheriff's office, served him with a warrant for handwriting samples. Trepal simply smiled and responded, "Oh, okay." Unbeknownst to Susan, she had narrowly escaped becoming Trepal's next victim. When police searched Trepal's home in Sebring, they made a shocking discovery. Behind a pegboard, they found a hidden room with no inside door handle and a sealed, soundproof window. Inside, there was a platform bed equipped with wooden stirrups and a pulley system designed to lift people. Trepal had been constructing a bed for torture. The realization of what could have happened if she had visited his home was horrifying for Susan. In January 1991, as George Trepal's trial began, the jury was presented with overwhelming evidence. Among the items collected from Treeple's house was a journal titled General Poisoning Guides, which described thallium as the poison of choice for criminals. The journal contained references to getting rid of neighbors, and 55 fingerprints in the journal matched Treeple's. The prosecution also showcased the tools used to tamper with the Coke bottles. A set of tiny screwdrivers, one of which was missing, perfectly matched the tool marks on the bottle caps. This damning evidence shocked the jury. Throughout the trial, Treeple remained calm and emotionless, sometimes even smiling. His lack of remorse and his calculated actions demonstrated a chilling level of evil. He had justified his heinous acts with his belief in his superior intelligence and the idea that those less intelligent did not deserve to live. The trial lasted 2 months, but it only took the jury 4 hours to reach a verdict. On March 6, 1991, nearly 2 years after Peggy Carr's death, George Treeple was found guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to death. The final sentence was delivered with gravitas. The defendant, George James Treeple, shall be electrocuted until he is dead. With these words, justice was served for Peggy Carr. Special Agent Susan's relentless dedication and bravery brought a criminal mastermind to justice. She risked everything, putting her life on the line to ensure Treeple faced the consequences of his heinous actions. Reflecting on Susan's efforts, one cannot help but admire her courage. She went above and beyond to bring Peggy's killer to justice, earning the respect and gratitude of many. The rest of Peggy Carr's family, who were also poisoned, made full recoveries. However, the loss of Peggy had a profound impact on her son, Dwayne. Losing his mother at the tender age of 16 was a traumatic experience that left deep emotional scars. In the years following her death, Dwayne struggled with grief, often expressing it through anger and outbursts. Eventually, Dwayne found solace in writing to his mother. In a heartfelt letter, he poured out his emotions. "Dear Mom, this is your baby boy. I'd like to tell you that I love you and I'm sorry for all the bad things I've ever done to you. Hopefully, you're in a better place now. I often think about you and wish you were here. I haven't been so good and I'm sorry. I'll try to get my life straight." Dwayne made good on his promise. Today, he is married and has become the father figure his own family deserves. Every day, he strives to make his mother proud and keep her memory alive. Dwayne doubly stands as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, showing that even after unimaginable tragedy, a life worth living is possible. Years have passed since Alyssa Burkett's life was tragically cut short. Her daughter Willow has grown up in a loving family, surrounded by the care of her grandparents. Each year on Alyssa's birthday, they visit her grave, remembering her beauty, kindness, and boundless love. The memory of Alyssa lives on in the hearts of her loved ones, in every beat of little Willow's heart. And while the pain of loss will never fade, they know Alyssa will always be with them in their thoughts, actions, and hopes for a better future. Her story is a sad but important reminder of how fragile life is, and how important it is to appreciate loved ones while they are close by. Alyssa Ann Burkett was born on the 31st of December, 1995 in Mesquite, Texas, to Teresa Ann Burkett and Joshua Forsyth. She had 3 sisters, Nikki, Madison, and Taylor, and 2 brothers, Lamden and Tyler. From a young age, Alyssa displayed creative inclinations. At the age of 7, she dreamed of becoming a fashion designer and crafting her own clothing. She enthusiastically sketched designs for future outfits. Her grandfather, Russell Forsyth, a songwriter, encouraged his granddaughter's passion and hoped she would continue his legacy. However, at the age of 13, Alyssa changed her plans and decided to pursue a career in law. She explained to her grandfather that she enjoyed arguing and felt a calling in it. Russell supported his granddaughter's choice, albeit mourning about the necessity of diligent study on this path. After graduating from Roy City High School, Alyssa enrolled in a local college. At 18, she discovered she was expecting a child with her boyfriend, Andrew Bird, who was 9 years her senior. This unplanned pregnancy caught Alyssa off guard and compelled her to reassess her life plans. Alyssa parted ways with Andrew, deciding to raise her daughter on her own. She dropped out of college and dedicated herself entirely to motherhood. On the 31st of December 2019, her 24th birthday, Alyssa gave birth to a healthy baby girl whom she named Willow. Despite the challenges, Alyssa strived to be an exemplary mother. Her relatives noted that she wanted to provide her daughter with a stable and loving family, a privilege she was deprived of in her own childhood due to her parents' divorce. On her social media platforms, Alyssa appeared vivacious and open. She shared family photos, thoughts, and interests. Those close to her described her as straightforward, energetic, with a heart of gold and a radiant smile. Alyssa worked tirelessly to provide for her daughter. She was an assistant at a real estate firm and an employee at a management company. At the time of her demise, she was working at Green Tree, a residential real estate company. She was stubborn, determined, sometimes selfish, but you couldn't stay mad at her for long. She had eternal beauty and charm, reminisced her grandfather Russell. He and the entire family were devastated when Alyssa's life tragically ended at the age of 24. Alyssa Burkett met Andrew Bird in her teenage years. He was 9 years her senior and appeared as a mysterious bad boy. Despite the protests of her relatives, Alyssa began to court him. The relationship was unstable and complex. Bird did not work and relied on Alyssa for support, yet he was possessive, causing scenes and monitoring every move of the young woman. Friends advised her to break up with him multiple times, but she always returned. In January 2019, 23-year-old Alyssa discovered she was pregnant with Bird's child. She decided to keep the baby, although she doubted Andrew as a future father. Eventually, she left him, choosing to raise her daughter on her own. On December 31st, 2019, Alyssa gave birth to a girl named Willow. With the help of her family, especially her grandparents, she tried to provide her daughter with a peaceful childhood, and kept Baird away, deeming him unreliable. However, Baird was unwilling to back down. He initiated a fierce legal battle for custody of Willow, declaring he would achieve his goal at any cost, stating that nothing will stop him. Alyssa feared retaliation from his side. In April 2020, just 4 months after Willow's birth, a new woman entered Andrew's life, 22-year-old Holly Elkins. Elkins quickly moved in with Bird and began making plans for their life together and raising his daughter. The appearance of the young stepmother only intensified the conflict. Elkins saw Alyssa as a rival and actively sought to eliminate her from Bird's life. She positioned herself as the perfect mother for Willow. Alyssa felt a growing threat from her ex-boyfriend and his fiancée GC. Friends advised her to be cautious and wary of the worst. Little did she know that her life would soon be cut short by their hands. Shortly after Andrew Bird and Holly Elkins started their relationship, they launched a full-scale campaign to persecute Alyssa Burkett. Their aim was to completely destroy her reputation and strip her of parental rights to gain full custody of Bird's daughter, Willow. In her messages, Elkins openly expressed her obsession with removing Alyssa as a mother. She wrote to Bird that Alyssa controls him, puts him first, and that he must show his submission to his ex and deal with this mess. Elkins insulted Alyssa, calling her a liar, stupid, and a bad man. She instigated Bird, claiming that Alyssa stood in the way of their happy family life with Willow and urged him to take radical actions. One instance of slander was not enough for Elkins. Together with Bird, installed a GPS tracker on Alyssa's car, monitoring her every move. Elkins then anonymously called 911, falsely reporting Alyssa for allegedly driving erratically, trying to discredit her to the police. Another time, Elkins went to the police and falsely accused Alyssa's mother of attacking her. To corroborate her story, she even deliberately scratched her own chest. The couple hired a private detective to find dirt on Alyssa and her new partner. Although the investigator found nothing incriminating, Bird and Elkins persisted. In September 2020, they themselves planted drugs and unregistered weapons in Alyssa's car and anonymously informed the police that Alyssa was allegedly dealing drugs from her trunk. During questioning, Alyssa tearfully insisted she had no involvement with drugs. She immediately suspected Bird's involvement, trying to tarnish her in the eyes of child services and the police. Unfortunately, she couldn't prove it. The persecution took on an increasingly menacing tone. A week before the murder, Elkins wrote to Bird, "I hope you can handle this." She demanded that he go or die for her, clearly hinting of the impending crime. Unbeknownst to herself, Alyssa was in mortal danger. She had only a few days left to live. Following direct instructions from his fiancée, G.C. Holly Elkins, Andrew Bird began the direct preparation for the murder of Alyssa Burkett. They acted deliberately and methodically, planning every detail of the crime. On September 10, 2020, just 3 weeks before the tragedy, Elkins accompanied Bird to a sporting goods store. There, he purchased a black raincoat in cash, which he would later use in the attack. Elkins clearly assisted him in selecting suitable attire for the crime. On September 14th, they visited a pharmacy, where Elkins bought dark foundation and other cosmetics for makeup. Evidently, she planned to disguise Bird to hinder his identification by witnesses. Later, the police would find this makeup in Bird's car, along with wipes containing traces of makeup. On September 19th, the couple visited a hardware store where they bought shotgun shells and a large Camillus knife. It was this shotgun and knife that Bird would soon use to carry out his vengeance on the mother of his daughter. Over the past week of September, Elkins inundated Bird with messages, goading him to put the plan into action. She wrote that they needed to deal with this go or die. Elkins explicitly stated that their relationship would be at risk if he did not follow through to the end. Receiving a clear signal, Bird got down to business. The search history on his phone shows that he began looking for information on how to remove gunpowder residue from his hands after a shot. He clearly did not want to leave any traces. 6 days before the attack, Bird bought a used black Ford Expedition advertised. He planned to use it for surveillance on Alyssa and his transportation to the crime scene. The seller later identified Bird as the buyer. A day before the attack, Bird attached a homemade silencer to his .22 caliber pistol. Although he ultimately did not use it in the attack, the mere fact of making the silencer demonstrates the purposefulness of his actions. Finally, on the morning of October 2nd, disguised himself as an African American, donned the black raincoat, and headed to Alyssa's house in a parked SUV nearby. Thanks to Elkins's messages, he knew the victim's daily routine and could anticipate where to find her. The plan was set. Bird and Elkins had considered all the details. They were prepared to ruthlessly execute the mother of 1.5-year-old Willow in broad daylight. There was no turning back. On the morning of October 2nd, 2020, nothing foreshadowed the tragedy. 24-year-old Alyssa Bouquet, as usual, dropped off her 1.5-year-old daughter Willow at her grandmother's and headed to work at the Green Tree Homes Management Company in Carrollton. She parked her car in front of the office around 9 a.m. and was about to enter the building. At that moment, a black SUV sped towards her car at full speed. A man in a black cloak with a hood and a mask covering his face jumped out of it. To call for help, a bloody trail followed her. Noticing the movement, swiftly turned around. He pulled out a large hunting knife from under his cloak and lunged towards Alyssa writhing on the ground. Grabbing her by the hair, he viciously began stabbing her in the neck, chest, and abdomen. In total, Bird inflicted no fewer than 13 stab wounds. From the injuries sustained, Alyssa died on the spot. When her colleagues, hearing the screams, rushed out to the parking lot, they found Alyssa in a pool of blood, her throat slashed. They tried to perform CPR, but in vain. By that time, Bird had already fled in his black SUV, leaving the bloodied knife on the parking lot. Random witnesses described the assailant as a tall, muscular man dressed in all black, with a mask or hood on his head. Many mistook him for an African American. At the time of the attack, Holly Elkins, according to her own words, was at home with Bird's daughter, Willow. Thus, she had an alibi. Later, she told the police that Bird allegedly was with her all this time, which turned out to be a lie. The brutal daylight murder in a crowded place shocked the residents of Carrollton. They were puzzled about the motives of the criminal. However, Alyssa's relatives and friends immediately suspected Andrew Bird. They were aware of the protracted conflict between the former partners and feared the worst. Alyssa's mother, barely holding back tears, informed the police of her suspicions regarding Bird. She recounted his threats and obsession with her daughter, the prolonged legal battle for custody of her granddaughter. According to her, Bird had repeatedly stated that the living Alyssa Willow would not get. Thus began one of the most shocking and resonant trials in the history of Texas, a trial that made local residents rethink seemingly the familiar issue of domestic violence and stalking. The name of Alyssa Burkett will long be remembered as a symbol of maternal love and resilience in the face of cruelty. The investigation into Alyssa Burkett's murder began with questioning witnesses of the crime scene. Alyssa's colleagues detailed the appearance and actions of the assailant. Although he wore a mask, his tall stature and muscular build stood out. Some mistakenly took him for an African American. The testimonies of Alyssa's relatives about the prolonged conflict with her former partner, Andrew Bird, immediately make him the prime suspect. Friends and colleagues of Alyssa spoke of his obsession, constant surveillance, and threats. Alyssa's new boyfriend recalled that Bird mentioned their full home addresses, although they had not disclosed this information to him. Detectives began surveillance of Bird's house in Rowlett. Soon they noticed Bird, accompanied by his fiancée Holly Elkins and daughter Willow, carrying suitcases and bags out of the house, clearly preparing to leave for a long time. When Bird got into the car, the police stopped him on the pretext of lacking a license plate. During the search of the car, men's boots cutting to pieces and soaked in bleach were found. Also discovered were remnants of camouflage makeup, napkins with makeup, and burnt parts of a brush for its application. In Baird's house, detectives found even more evidence, primarily batteries for GPS trackers that the criminal attached to the cars of Alyssa and her boyfriend. There was also a homemade silencer for a pistol and a whole arsenal of weapons. But the main discovery was a written script that Baird used when calling the police to report drugs in Alyssa's car. The police seized 3 phones from Baird, including a disposable one. In the search history of one of them, there were inquiries on how to remove gunpowder residue from hands. He was clearly trying to cover his tracks. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, an abandoned black Ford Expedition SUV was discovered. In the cabin, forensic experts found Alyssa's blood and fibers of a fake beard with Andrew's DNA. The car seller identified Bird as the buyer and remembered that he paid in cash and was in a hurry. Forensic examination revealed that the bullet that killed Alyssa was fired from the sawed-off shotgun found in the car. Bird's fingerprints were also found on the handle of a hunting knife. His handwriting was clearly identifiable in the GPS devices and in the calls with false accusations. It seemed that the prosecution had gathered comprehensive evidence of Andrew Bird's guilt. However, the prosecutors also aimed to hold his accomplice, Holly Elkins, accountable. Electronic correspondence between them came to the rescue, showing Elkins' role in planning and inciting the crime. The investigation lasted for several months. During this time, the prosecution meticulously assembled a mosaic of evidence, unequivocally incriminating the ruthless killers of Alyssa Burkett. The jurors were shocked by the cynicism and calculated nature of the criminals. They eagerly awaited the start of the trial to deliver a just verdict. Trial for the murder of Alyssa Burkett began in June 2022, almost 2 years after the tragedy. Sitting in the dock were 35-year-old Andrew Bird and his 23-year-old fiancée, Holly Elkins. They were charged with stalking, conspiracy, and first-degree murder. From the outset, the prosecutors made it clear that they intended to seek the maximum punishment for both defendants. In their opening statement, they painted a picture for the jurors of a massive conspiracy to take the life of the young mother. The correspondence between Baird and Elkins left no doubt about the meticulous planning of the crime. A key prosecution witness was Christopher Mayo, Alyssa's boyfriend at the time of her death. He told the jurors about months of harassment and persecution orchestrated by Baird and Elkins against them. According to him, Alyssa had mentioned multiple times that Baird seemed like someone capable of killing her. Mayo recounted the phone threats, constant surveillance, and attempts to discredit Alyssa in the eyes of social services and the police. He stated that Elkins was the public master directing Bird's actions. Her pathological jealousy and obsession with another's child ultimately led to the tragedy. Colleagues and friends of Alyssa shared the grief of the slain mother. Alyssa had confided in them, expressing fear of her unstable ex, feeling constantly watched. A few days before her death, she told a friend, "If something happens to me, know that Andrew did it." Forensic experts presented the jurors with a rich arsenal of physical evidence, unequivocally linking Bird to the crime scene. In addition to DNA and fingerprints on the murder weapons, there were traces of gunpowder and disguised fragments in his house and car. However, the nail in the coffin of the trial was the electronic correspondence between Bird and Elkins, eloquently demonstrating their joint plans. Phrases like, "I hope you can handle this, do it or die for me, this be asterisk, Teach must disappear," littered their messages in the days leading up to the murder. Bird's defense attempted to argue for the lack of premeditation in his actions. Supposedly, he only intended to scare his ex, but in a fit of rage, miscalculated his force. The defense emphasized the emotional distress and stress from the prolonged legal battle, but the correspondence in meticulous preparation for the crime completely refuted these speculations. Particularly telling were Bird's internet searches on removing gunpowder traces. Such actions do not align with those of someone who accidentally turned to violence. Elkins outright denied her involvement, citing an alibi. However, even here, her position was woven with white lies. Messages where she urged her partner to deal with the rival literally put a nail in the coffin of her innocence, at least in incitement. In the end, Bird admitted guilt on the main points. Apparently, he decided to mitigate his fate, avoiding a life sentence. He detailed, albeit quite impassively, the circumstances of the murder, his preparation, and motives. His key motive was an obsession with Willow, his daughter. Elkins stood her ground to the end. Even after the guilty verdict, she continued to proclaim her innocence and the injustice of the sentence. However, this did not help her escape a harsh punishment. In May 2023, the judge pronounced the verdict. Andrew Bird received 43 years in prison, effectively a life sentence. Holly Elkins was sentenced to 20 years for complicity. The courtroom erupted in applause. Justice, albeit delayed, prevailed. The killers of Alyssa Burkett received their due. The loved ones of Alice, with tears in their eyes, expressed gratitude to the prosecutors and jurors. "Nothing will bring back our girl, but we are thankful that the guilty have been punished and no one else will suffer at their hands," said Alice's mother to the journalists. This tragedy will serve as a bitter lesson for all victims of domestic violence for a long time. The untimely and cruel death of Alice Burkett shook the residents of Texas and the entire America. A young mother, beloved daughter, and sister, she was killed in the most despicable and inhumane manner by the hands of her former partner and the father of her child. Her story became a tragic symbol of the epidemic of domestic violence, claiming thousands of lives annually. Despite the just verdict for the killers, Alice's family does not hide. Their loss is irreplaceable. "She was a ray of light in our lives," recalls her mother, Teresa, determined, with a huge loving heart. She lived for her daughter and dreamed of giving her the best. Most painful was the fact that Alice sensed the danger and repeatedly reported it to her loved ones and the police. Alas, no one took her words seriously until it was too late. Perhaps more decisive intervention could have prevented the tragedy. "She told me, 'Mom, he will kill me.' I know, but what could I do?" The police shrugged, saying, "Until he does something, we are powerless." Alice's Aunt Shelley shares in tears. Particular concern arises for Alice's daughter, 2-year-old Willow. She lost her mother at such a tender age and will surely not fully grasp the extent of her loss for a long time. Custody of the girl was granted to her maternal grandparents. They vowed to do everything to ensure Willow grows up in love and never forgets her mother. "Every day I show her photos of Alice, tell her how wonderful she was. Willow is still young, but she already reaches for the pictures, caressing them with her finger. Despite everything, we will continue to live on. For her," says Alice's grandmother, Teresa, and Alice's story raises uncomfortable, yet critically important questions. Why do signals of domestic violence victims often go unnoticed? How can we improve the protection and response system to complaints? What prevents us all from being more vigilant about the problems of friends and family? Experts urge early recognition of warning signs of abusive relationships, pathological jealousy, control, isolation from friends and family, outbursts of aggression. Victims need to know they are not alone and can seek help at any time by contacting hotlines or crisis centers. The most important thing is not to remain silent, not to tolerate, not to consider it normal. Violence is never acceptable, and it rarely stops on its own. Alice was strong, but even the strong sometimes need help, emphasizes psychologist Anna Byers, leading a support group for abuse survivors. Alice's death should not be in vain. Her case once again shows how important it is to take threats and signs of violence seriously, especially when the well-being of children is at stake. No family drama is worth a lost life. The name of Alice Burkett will forever remain in the memory of her loved ones and fellow citizens. Her photos and posts on social media continue to gather likes, comments, and words of support even years after the tragedy. Many see in her an example of resilience and dedication to loved ones despite all trials. Rest in peace, dear Alice. You will forever remain in our hearts. We will continue your work and love Willow as you loved her. Justice has prevailed, and now you can rest peacefully. We will always remember your goodness, willed her grandfather Russell on the first anniversary of her death. Perhaps someday in the future, Willow will be able to read these words and learn what an amazing woman her mother was. A woman who fought for her until her last breath and did not let her love fade even in the face of monstrous cruelty. Her short but bright life will forever be an example for all mothers. Alice Burkett's story is not just another criminal chronicle. It is a tragedy of a young woman who only wanted one thing, to love and raise her daughter. But her life was cut short by those who vowed to protect her. Her child's father and his new partner. Obsession, jealousy, desire for control. These were the true motives driving Andrew Bird and Holly Elkins. Neither pleas from Alice, nor fear of the law, nor thoughts of the well-being of little Willow stopped them. In pursuit of a sick passion, they crossed the final line. The most frightening thing is that Alice's case is just the tip of the iceberg. Hundreds of women across the country face domestic violence, harassment, and threats daily. Many are afraid to speak openly about it, considering their burden shameful. Unfortunately, the outcome of this silence can be fatal. Alice's example reminds us we must not turn a blind eye to signs of abuse in our own lives or the lives of our loved ones. Pathological jealousy is not love. Constant control is not care. And outbursts of aggression are not character. These are warning bells, SOS signals that cannot be ignored. If you have become a victim of domestic violence, know that you are not alone. There are people and organizations ready to lend a helping hand. Do not be afraid to take this step. Do not wait until the situation becomes deadly. Your safety and right to a life without fear are paramount above all other considerations. It is our collective responsibility to raise the younger generation in respect and acceptance, to teach them to resolve conflicts with words, not fists or guns, to explain that love does not tolerate violence. Perhaps then our daughters will no longer perish at the hands of those they once let into their hearts. I don't know if Willow will ever understand why and for what her mother died. But I know for sure, Alice loved her more than life. Her last thoughts were surely about her daughter. And there, in the heavens, she continues to watch over her little one, said her brother Landon at her funeral. Someday Willow will grow up and be able to read this story herself. The story of her mother's life, love, and struggle. May the memory of Alice be a source of strength and faith in a better future for her. And for all of us, a bitter lesson, a reminder and call to action. We owe it to her. We owe it to each other. Sandra Renee Cantu, born on March 8, 2001, was the daughter of Maria Chavez and Daniel Cantu, a couple of Hispanic origin. Sandra lived with her mother, grandparents, and 3 older siblings, 2 sisters aged 20 and 11, and a 15-year-old brother in a trailer park named Orchard Estates. This park, consisting of about 100 homes, was known as a safe and family-friendly community in the city of Tracy. Sandra's father, Daniel, resided in Mexico and had limited contact with her. Tracy is a city in Northern California with a population of around 80,000 people. It is considered a suburb of the San Francisco Bay Area with roughly 70% of its workforce employed in Silicon Valley, home to many emerging and global technology companies. Despite this, the city maintains strong agricultural roots with crops such as tomatoes, alfalfa, and peaches. In the 1970s, Tracy had only 15,000 residents, but it grew in popularity and population as the Bay Area expanded. Sandra's family settled in this growing city. Sandra, a second grader at Melville Jacobson Elementary School, had long, light brown hair with golden highlights from spending a lot of time in the sun. She was a sweet, innocent, bright, and amiable child who loved visiting neighborhood friends, doing cartwheels, and reading children's books. Her friendly nature allowed her to make friends easily, and she was always ready to help. Her favorite character was Hannah Montana. On Friday, March 27, 2009, after school, the 8-year-old visited a friend's house before returning home around 4 p.m. to check in with her family. She then went out again, saying she was going to play at another friend's house. It was common for neighborhood kids to play at each other's homes and in the open spaces of the park, which included a basketball court and a pool. However, that evening was unusual because Sandra did not return home as expected, which was highly unusual for her. She always knew to check in with her mother by dinner time. The family grew increasingly anxious when they discovered that the friend Sandra mentioned was not home that afternoon. Sandra had never left the trailer park area before. At 7:53 p.m., the family, now very worried, called 911 to report Sandra missing. The police began their search at Sandra's home and expanded throughout the neighborhood. They collected footage from a surveillance camera near the family's residence, which showed Sandra crossing the street in front of her house. This video was broadcasted on national news channels to aid in the search. The police conducted a thorough search of the mobile home park and interviewed all residents, but found no leads. The FBI joined the search over the weekend of March 28 and 29. Police dogs, rescue teams, all-terrain vehicles, and a California Highway Patrol helicopter were all involved in the intense search effort. More than 250 people from 13 different agencies participated. Divers searched a nearby lake but found nothing. Officers went door to door in the park, questioning every resident and inspecting all vehicles. The search continued without pause. The authorities even offered a $22,000 reward for information about the case, but no traces of Sandra were found. The first suspect was a local man named Frank, who had been seen kissing Sandra on the lips 2 years earlier at the local pool when she was 6. Frank, about 60 years old, had been spotted by Sandra's grandmother in 2007, brushing her hair away and kissing her on the lips. The family had reported this incident at the time. With Sandra's disappearance, Frank was questioned by investigators. He claimed he had nothing to do with the incident and had kissed her only to be nice. The police seized some of his CDs as part of the investigation. Detectives also interviewed Sandra's father, Daniel Cantu, but he lived in Mexico and had minimal contact with his daughter, having not seen her for over a year. The tragic discovery came 10 days after Sandra's disappearance on April 6, 2009. Agricultural workers draining a reservoir a few miles from the neighborhood, a task they perform twice a year, made a shocking find. At the bottom of the reservoir, measuring about 150 meters long and 30 meters wide, they found a suitcase. Inside was Sandra's body, curled in a fetal position. She was wearing the same clothes she had on when she went missing, a Hello Kitty t-shirt gifted by a neighbor for her birthday and black leggings. The horrifying crime stunned the residents of Tracy, leaving Sandra's family devastated. For days, dozens of people left flowers, posters, candles, and stuffed animals in her memory. An autopsy revealed that Sandra had been beaten and sexually assaulted with a foreign object before being asphyxiated. Toxicology reports showed she had ingested a powerful sedative. The suitcase was identified as belonging to Melissa Huckabee. FBI experts developed a preliminary profile of the suspect, believing it to be a white male between 25 and 40 years old, with a criminal history involving sexual assault or child pornography, who kidnapped for sexual purposes and then killed. They initially focused on all the men in the trailer park, but later turned their attention to a completely different suspect when they identified the suitcase's owner. Playing in the enemy's house, Melissa Huckabee was born on February 23, 1981 in Orange County, California. She was the eldest of 9 grandchildren. At 28 years old, Melissa was a volunteer Sunday school teacher at the Tracy Baptist Church, where her grandfather served as pastor. She grew up in Southern California and lived between Tracy and Orange County after high school. As an adult, she faced difficult times and struggled to find and keep a stable job. In 2002, Melissa Huckabee filed a restraining order against an ex-boyfriend, accusing him of harassment, death threats, and assaulting her grandfather. That chapter soon ended, and in August 2003, while 5 months pregnant, she married her then-boyfriend Johnny Huckabee. That same year, Melissa declared bankruptcy with debts totaling $26,300, including thousands of dollars in medical bills and credit card expenses. Her struggles continued as her marriage did not work out. They separated in August 2004, and their divorce was finalized in September 2005. Divorce documents revealed that Melissa accused Johnny of kidnapping their daughter and domestic violence, charges which Johnny vehemently denied. Despite this, Melissa gained full custody of their daughter, Madison. Melissa, always a loving mother with a strong religious upbringing, lived in Southern California, where she worked as an event planner and studied criminology at a community technical institute. She loved crime dramas, especially the popular series Law and Order. Despite her efforts, Melissa led a solitary life and had a history of mental health issues, including severe conditions such as borderline personality disorder, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia. According to her family, she struggled to raise her daughter alone and sometimes experienced episodes of depression. Additionally, she had a history of self-harm, cutting her ankles to balance her mind. She was prescribed several potent medications, including benzodiazepines, amphetamines, and an antidepressant. Melissa also took furosemide, a diuretic used for heart problems and hypertension. In 2007, Melissa was considered a person of interest by police in connection with 2 fires in La Palma, California, about 300 miles from Tracy, but she was never charged. In June 2008, her grandparents asked Melissa to help them pack for a move to Tracy, changing her plans. She had lived in Tracy years earlier and decided to settle there again with Madison, moving into her grandparents' trailer. Sandra Cantu lived in the same neighborhood, just 5 houses away. In January 2009, a 7-year-old girl went missing for several hours in the trailer park, prompting a police report and an intense search that lasted several hours. Melissa eventually brought the girl home, but according to the family, the child appeared drugged. She could barely speak and cried incessantly, unable to stand or walk without assistance, collapsing each time she tried. Her parents took her to the hospital where tests revealed benzodiazepines in her bloodstream, medications typically prescribed as sedatives or to induce sleep, alleviate anxiety, muscle spasms, and prevent seizures. The family feared the girl had been sexually abused, but medical examination showed no evidence of this. A Tracy police officer interrogated Melissa, who reacted indignantly to the accusation. At the same time, it was revealed that the girl's mother had drug problems. With no evidence against Melissa, the case did not proceed. Another peculiar incident highlighted Melissa's odd behavior. She told a 37-year-old man she occasionally dated that she was pregnant, leading him to decide to marry her. Melissa even had the phone number of a bridal shop written in her notebook. On March 2, 2009, the couple met at the church, where Melissa gave Daniel a drink that he found to have a strange taste. He could not remember anything after that night. The police later found Daniel unconscious near a fast food restaurant. He woke up in jail but never reported Melissa. This incident occurred about 3 weeks before Sandra's death. On the day Sandra disappeared, while the police were searching the area, Melissa sent a text message to Maria, Sandra's mother, asking her to inform the police that something had been stolen from her house around 4 p.m. She added that she wasn't sure if this information would impact the investigation. Earlier, Melissa had called the manager of the trailer park to report a stolen black suitcase she claimed to have left outside her home. She even mentioned the stolen suitcase in media interviews. The day after Sandra vanished, during a vigil for her, a very agitated and tearful Melissa approached investigators, saying she found a note on the ground. The note, filled with spelling errors, read, "Canta locked in a suitcase thrown in water on Bikety Road and Whitehall Road. Witness." Suddenly, Melissa's demeanor changed, and she became completely calm, which caught the attention of the officers. At the time of Sandra's death, Melissa was on probation for a 2006 theft in Los Angeles, but she had no record of violent behavior. 2 days before Sandra's body was discovered, Melissa was admitted to a local hospital, claiming she had accidentally swallowed a razor blade while sleepwalking, which seemed to be a suicide attempt. Before Sandra's body was found, Melissa was not a primary suspect. She was interviewed several times, but the police believed she was merely seeking attention and had no evidence linking her to Sandra's disappearance. However, everything changed when Sandra's body was found in the very suitcase Melissa had reported stolen. Investigators then began to scrutinize Melissa's behavior more closely. Another crucial clue emerged when a retired Marine and his wife informed the police that they had seen Melissa in her SUV at the irrigation pond on their property at Bikety and Whitehall Streets between 5:30 and 6 p.m. on March 27th. The couple recognized Melissa from television and noted that she appeared distracted and in a hurry when they saw her. Melissa had told them she stopped there because she needed to urinate. The police quickly continued reviewing the surveillance footage from the camera outside Sandra's house and observed that the girl was walking towards Melissa's house at 3:54 p.m. on March 27th. The camera also captured Melissa's SUV driving in the opposite direction 8 minutes later. Soon after, Melissa called the neighborhood manager to report a stolen suitcase. Around 5:30 p.m., a surveillance camera in the church parking lot recorded Melissa driving towards the irrigation pond, and half an hour later, she was seen returning. New evidence surfaced at the church when FBI agents conducted a thorough search and found a metal rolling pin in the kitchen with a blood stain and a bent handle. DNA analysis confirmed the blood matched Sandra's. They also discovered that the cord used to close the suitcase was the same type missing from the blinds in the Sunday school classroom. Investigators interviewed Melissa's grandfather and collected several items from the family home. On a computer at the house, they found a news article from September 2008 about Diverse finding a suitcase containing the remains of a missing 4-year-old girl. On April 9, 2009, Melissa was discharged from the hospital at 7 a.m. Later, she went to the police station for another round of questioning. After an hour, she was asked to return the next day. On April 10th, she underwent 6 hours of intense interrogation. Over time, Melissa broke down, transitioning from calm to distressed. She eventually admitted to causing Sandra's death, fabricated an elaborate story of accidental death and panic. Melissa claimed that on that day, she intended to take the suitcase to the church, but encountered Sandra and decided to play hide and seek. She said she told Sandra to get into the suitcase, then zipped it up. According to her bizarre account, Melissa left her keys and cell phone, drove to the church, and forgot about Sandra. When she returned and opened the suitcase, she found the girl lifeless. She claimed she tried to revive her and placed a small towel on her forehead to cool her. Panicking, Melissa said she then decided to dump the suitcase in the reservoir. The story was obviously not credible, leading to Melissa's detention in the county jail. Initially, she broke down in tears, but soon regained her composure. For days after her arrest, Melissa was charged with murder with special circumstances of rape with a foreign object, lewd acts with a minor, and murder during a kidnapping. According to the prosecutor's charges, Sandra's death was premeditated and malicious following sexual abuse. The police believed Sandra was heading to Melissa's house to play, as seen in the surveillance footage, and was killed shortly after arriving. However, the police could not establish a motive for the crime. The community was shocked by the news. It was hard to believe that a local resident, a mother whose child played with other neighborhood kids, could commit such a brutal act. Melissa even received death threats, prompting heightened security measures during her court appearances. The trial was marked by shock and disbelief. Melissa appeared in court for the reading of the charges, wearing a red prison jumpsuit and shackles. She had marks on her forehead, apparently self-inflicted, and she cried and trembled as the judge listed the charges. Given the nature of the accusations, she faced either the death penalty or life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. During the hearing, Melissa's defense requested a court order for a medical evaluation of the accused and a gag order to prevent case details from influencing the jury. Many of Sandra's and Melissa's family members wept during the hearing with immense pain evident, especially when the charge of rape was mentioned. Melissa reacted strongly, closing her eyes and stifling a sob. Her father expressed that the family was in shock and did not recognize Melissa as their own. Her ex-husband stated that although Melissa had struggled with emotional issues and had been medicated, he never believed she could be violent. He was utterly astonished by the charges against her. When he saw her in court, he did not recognize her. Johnny had no further contact with Melissa or their daughter and sought custody after Melissa's incarceration. He remarried and had other children. Following the charges, there were at least 3 hearings in which Melissa refused to plead guilty or not guilty, delaying the judicial process. Finally, in June, she pleaded not guilty. In August, the district attorney added more charges related to drugging a 7-year-old girl in 2007 and her ex-boyfriend Daniel in March 2009. In April 2010, the defense requested the exhumation of Sandra's body for a second autopsy, but eventually withdrew the request. The county's chief medical examiner explained that relevant samples had been preserved for independent analysis. Should the defense wish to determine if Sandra had been raped, finally, on May 10, 2010, nearly a year after pleading not guilty in a routine pretrial hearing, 29-year-old Melissa changed her plea. She pleaded guilty to first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances of kidnapping. Melissa made a deal with the prosecution to drop the other charges against her, including lewd acts with a minor, rape, and drugging a 7-year-old girl and her ex-boyfriend. By admitting guilt, she aimed to avoid a potential death sentence. After the gag order was lifted, more details about how Melissa killed Sandra emerged. Based on the pathologist's report, the prosecutor stated that Sandra was suffocated with a piece of cloth soaked in alcohol. Authorities also found a blood-stained piece of fabric tied around Sandra's head and knotted with a rope. The cause of death was homicidal asphyxiation. According to prosecution documents, Melissa sedated Sandra, took her to the church, and sexually assaulted her with a foreign object, apparently the rolling pin that was found. Ultimately, Melissa was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole on the day of her sentencing. She could only say she did not understand why she committed the horrific crime. She acknowledged that she would have to struggle with that question for the rest of her life. Sobbing, she apologized to Sandra's family, admitting she should never have taken Sandra from them. Melissa said she owed them an explanation, but still couldn't comprehend her actions. She also stated that she would live with the fact that she killed a sweet, innocent girl like Sandra for the rest of her life. That day, Melissa denied raping Sandra. She told Sandra's mother that Sandra did not suffer and that there was no sexual abuse. She asked for her forgiveness, although she admitted she couldn't imagine forgiving someone who harmed her own child. However, Melissa's claims were contradicted by the pathologist's report, which revealed that Sandra had a cut on her lower lip, an abrasion on her elbow, and injuries to her genital area. Toxicology tests also found traces of a medication used to treat anxiety disorders in Sandra's body. It was also proven that Melissa had written the note indicating where Sandra's body was located in the suitcase. The lingering mystery remains. Why did she do it? Melissa's history of mental disorders seems key. She was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, which affects how people feel about themselves and others, causing significant problems in everyday life. Those with the disorder often experience intense fear, impulsivity, and frequent mood swings. The prosecutor in the case speculated that Melissa killed Sandra simply to gain attention. The prosecutor suspected that Madison might also have been a victim of her mother. Madison had a history of frequent illnesses requiring hospital care. Moreover, Melissa had a record of self-harm and setting fires and had verbally or psychologically attacked others to draw attention. According to the prosecution, after the murder, she achieved her goal of being the center of attention. Another theory suggested that jealousy was the motive, as Sandra was loved by everyone, whereas Madison, who meant everything to Melissa, did not garner the same admiration. These, however, are speculations. Investigators are certain it was a premeditated crime, and they believe Melissa had been practicing by drugging the other 7-year-old girl and her ex-boyfriend before ultimately killing Sandra. Melissa's case is notable not only for its cruelty, but also because it is rare for women to commit such crimes. Only between 5% and 15% of sexual predators are women. Furthermore, they rarely commit sexual offenses against children, and when they do, they are generally accomplices rather than perpetrators. Women are typically seen as nurturing and less threatening, so images of women accused of sexual abuse are particularly shocking to our sensibilities. According to the United States Department of Justice, approximately 1 in 10 homicides is committed by women. When women kill, it is more likely that their victims are close to them, such as their children, boyfriends, or spouses. The traditional role of women is to care, not to kill. And when a woman commits murder, it is more often in self-defense or due to some form of mental illness. Sandra's case defied all these paradigms, and Melissa's motivation for ending the child's life remains a mystery. Carly was born on April 14, 1983, in the family of Steve McBride and Lorraine Williams. She was a cheerful and outgoing child with a close relationship with her parents. Growing up, Carly started experiencing more and more problems. She started abusing alcohol and illegal substances. Nevertheless, she made efforts to overcome these harmful addictions. In 2014, Carly was a 31-year-old woman that lived in Belmont, New South Wales, Australia. She was a mother of 2 children, 7-year-old son William and 3-year-old daughter Cadence. Carly's children were from different men, but I couldn't find any specific information about her relationship with her former partners. However, we know that Andrew Easton, Cadence's father, was one of the last people to see Carly. In 2013, Carly checked into a rehabilitation center to overcome her addiction to illegal substances. While there, she met Sale Kenneth Newson, the friendship with whom gradually grew into something more. From August 2014, Carly and Sale started spending almost all their time together. The couple had fights sometimes, but they seemed to be happy on the surface. On September 30th, 2014, Sale took Carly to Musselbrook, where her 3-year-old daughter, Cadence, lived with her father, Andrew Easton. Carly came to stay with her for a few hours. She entered the house of her former partner at about 12:30 p.m. Sale didn't stay with her, but they agreed he would return in a few hours. However, when Sale came to pick up Carly, she was no longer there. Carly's ex-partner, Andrew Easton, said they fought, so Carly left. She planned to go to the nearest McDonald's, located about a 20-minute walk from Andrew Easton's house. Puzzled that Carly didn't call to tell him where she would be waiting for him, Sale started calling her himself. Since all attempts were unsuccessful, Sale drove towards McDonald's, where she allegedly planned to go. Along the way, he looked around, hoping to find Carly sitting somewhere waiting for him. He suggested her phone was dead, but Carly was nowhere to be seen. She wasn't at McDonald's, where she supposedly went, or anywhere near it. Sale drove around the streets of Musselbrook for a while, but it was in vain. Carly seemed to disappear into thin air. When she didn't return home to Belmont that evening, Sale contacted the police. The detectives asked him the details of what had happened. It would be exactly the same thing every time. I would drop her off, she would get out and go to the front door. She would have her daughter in her arms and turn around and wave me off, Newsom said. She would ring me twice and text me twice every visit to let me know she was okay. But on that day, I dropped her off about 12:30 p.m. and things were just different. And I didn't hear from her again. Not a thing. I texted her, I called her, but the phone just rang out. Newsom said he turned up at the house about 4:30 p.m. as usual to pick up Carly, only to be told by her ex that she had left after an argument earlier that afternoon and headed on foot towards a McDonald's restaurant about 1 mile away. Undoubtedly, the following question arose. Did Carly leave her ex-partner's house, or Andrew Easton was hiding something? His story suggested he was the last person to see her. However, no other witnesses could confirm that Carly really left his house. Police interviewed neighbors and people living along the route Carly would have taken if she had gone to McDonald's. The fact that no one saw her has further increased suspicions about her former partner. Unfortunately, no surveillance cameras near Andrew Easton's house could confirm or deny his words about Carly leaving around 2 p.m. After reviewing the recordings from the surveillance cameras at McDonald's, the investigators found no evidence she was ever there. Police searched fields behind a nearby residential area for clues. However, a chief investigator of this case said nothing particularly remarkable had been found, adding that the investigation would continue. They urged anyone with information about the disappearance of Carly McBride to contact the police department. She was last seen wearing blue jeans, sandals, and a yellow t-shirt, and she was carrying a tan handbag. After obtaining a search warrant, the police examined the house where Carly was seen last. A group of police officers went there, hoping to find clues that could shed some light on what happened to the mother of 2 children. But after searching Andrew Easton's house, the police did not find new clues. Nothing there indicated that someone committed a crime in that house. However, investigators did find something suspicious. They discovered Carly's Facebook account got deleted a few hours after she vanished before the official report of her disappearance. This mysterious deletion of her account on a social network raised a lot of questions. Are the account deletion and Carly's disappearance somehow connected? Was she the one to delete her account, or did someone else do it? Why was the account deleted? Perhaps the Facebook messages could tell about what happened, and that's why someone deleted the account. To get answers to these questions, the detectives turned to the U.S. Department of Justice, hoping the latter would help restore Carly's account and determine who could have deleted it. Facebook data analysis is done at the company's headquarters in Menlo Park, California. But Sergeant Wright said Ms. McBride's Facebook friends could help New South Wales police. We're asking if anyone may have been in contact with Carly via Facebook or any other social media in the days leading up to her disappearance. If anyone noticed anything unusual, if they could come forward and let us know, he said. Given the timing of the Facebook page being shut down, and in the context of the disappearance, we think it's hugely suspicious, but it's also something that could hold some vital information about what happened to Carly. Carly's parents didn't believe their daughter had just fled to start a new life. Close friend and flatmate Carly Smith said nothing appeared out of the ordinary as she spoke with Carly on the phone as she traveled to Musselbrook. She was so down to earth. I would call her a free spirit. She was easygoing. She just loved life. Miss Smith said she was always there for her friends. If you were having a bad day, she just knew and she would be in contact. And she also made a plea. We all wake every day not knowing what happened, not knowing where she is, she said. You have to have a conscience. Come forward with some news. Just give us something. The police thoroughly searched the area where Carly was before her disappearance. The search included dogs, police divers examining the Hunter River and its surroundings, and aerial and trail bike patrols. And yet none of this helped to find any traces of Carly McBride. Months passed, but the investigation did not bring any results. Carly didn't leave any digital footprints. After she disappeared, she never turned on her phone. Her social media accounts were inactive, and she did not use bank cards. Investigators began to assume that Carly was no longer alive. 9 months after Carly's disappearance, her parents sought help finding their daughter. They were joined by Detective Timothy Seymour, who could contribute by requesting any information helpful to the case. Ms. McBride's mother, Lorraine Williams, shed tears during the public appeal and begged for help to find her beloved daughter. If you know anything, even if it's the smallest thing, please come forward and help us, she said. Steve and Lorraine said their family experienced difficulties after Carly's disappearance. We are coping the best we can, Mr. McBride said. As far as Carly's children are concerned, it's a fairly complex area. Both children have 2 different fathers. And to be honest, we haven't had too much close contact with those children. So we're just hoping that changes so we can have further contact with them. Detective Inspector Timothy Seymour said officers had worked tirelessly since Ms. McBride's disappearance. We have a plethora of information that we are sorting through. However, we are still appealing again, Inspector Seymour said. The breakthrough moment may come from somebody who might think they have an innocuous piece of information. Over time, Carly's parents started realizing that they would probably never see their daughter alive again. Lorraine wrote a heartbreaking letter addressing the man who robbed her of her daughter. I don't believe there is one person who does not now know what happened to my bub or hasn't noticed what has happened on that fateful day. Please help us for her children. They are innocent and gorgeous babies. Whoever you are, you have taken their mummy away. Their lifeline to fun times and happiness in their lives. Their tower of strength. They will never feel her soft, warm and reassuring kisses and her big warm hugs with that big contagious belly laugh of hers and her radiant smile. Their memories are lost. They cannot say goodbye to her. Our pain, anguish, angst and frustration are keeping us all down, causing us to wake up super vigilant that we might get a call to say they have found my bub. Whoever you are, you decided on that day to rip my daughter away from us. You bottom-feeding runt. We are left with question after question after question. We don't know how to grieve or what we are grieving. We are in a kind of grief limbo. Our little beautiful poor babies need to know where their mommy is. They are the innocent victims in this horrible nightmare we are enduring. Please someone come forward so they can move on and grow into the amazing people their mummy would have wanted them to be. We can't honor and respect Carly's life until she is found. My daughter is reeling you in and you will be a fine catch when you least expect it. This is my only wish, that we find my bub, that we can put her to rest. It is a basic human right with the dignity and respect that she deserves. Then her babies and their beautiful but broken hearts and heads can start to heal, and they may have a life without the anguish and pain and angst. You didn't give my daughter a chance. Please give her children the knowledge they ache for. William and Cadence should not be burdened with this pain. Please help us give them some semblance of grief and loss in their journey. Carly is a proud Aboriginal woman, as is her beautiful sister, and I am proud and honored to be their mother. No one deserves this in life, but my baby is reeling you in. You are breaking while we are aching. Your truth is Carly's truth, and in turn is our truth. Please someone speak up. Since the police couldn't link Carly's disappearance to her ex-partner Andrew Easton, they turned their attention to another potential suspect, Sale Newson. During the investigation, they learned that the relationship between Carly and Sale was far from perfect. The man was very jealous, which was a frequent cause of their fights. Despite their relatively short relationship, Newson told everyone he was deeply in love with Carly, mentioning she was the first woman he had fallen in love with in the last 14 years. He desperately asked for any information, participated in launching a Facebook page, offered financial rewards, and knocked on every door in the area where she was last seen. But notwithstanding these public statements of love and devotion, Newsom almost immediately started intimate relationships with other women. Besides, a few hours after reporting Carly missing, he offered sexual intercourse to several women. Carly disappeared on September 30th, and on October 2nd, spent the night with another woman. But in public, he behaved like an inconsolable guy who had lost the love of his life. Detectives also discovered that Sale and Carly had an argument 2 days before her disappearance. The reason for this fight was Facebook messages that Carly allegedly received from other men. However, all this was only circumstantial evidence. They needed direct links to bring any charges against Sale Newson. In April 2015, the authorities searched properties at 3 addresses, one in Muswellbrook and the other 2 in Scone. Scone is a town in the Upper Hunter Shire in the Hunter region of New South Wales, Australia. The distance from Scone to Muswellbrook is about 15 miles. During the searches, they seized 3 firearms and an unspecified amount of illegal substances and arrested a 24-year-old man, James Canan. However, the police stressed that the charges weren't related to the ongoing investigation into Carly's disappearance. And yet, they did arise during this investigation. Thus, we should keep this name in mind. Almost 2 years have passed since Carly was last seen alive. The police continued to investigate, but there were no new clues to help solve the case. But then, suddenly, there was a breakthrough. On August 7, 2016, in a rural area near Scone, 2 local pedestrians found the remains in a shallow grave in a bush just a few feet from the road. Forensic examination confirmed that these were the remains of Carly McBride, a mother of 2 from Belmont, who went missing on September 30, 2014 in Muswellbrook. The police postponed the announcement of finding her body for 4 days, hoping to obtain additional evidence. Superintendent Guiana repeated police suspicions that they did not suspect Carly, 31, had been snatched off a street by a stranger. We don't believe that this was a random act, so we are looking into her past and as many people as we can find, he said outside Scone Police Station. But he stopped short of identifying any suspects in the case, as it is all too fresh. It has taken us 2 years to get this breakthrough, and we have a fairly vast volume of fresh evidence that we need to evaluate in a thorough fashion, he said. We have put a lot of work into this in the past 2 years. The team here is pretty keen to solve this for Carly's family, and we have got so much new evidence now that it is going to take a lot of work. But we are well into it, he said. The heartbroken parents have told through tears of their desperate need for answers. Please come forward with anything, Lorraine sobbed. We still need to know who did this to my baby. The couple said they have had some closure now with her body being found and were extremely grateful for the police and public help to find their lost daughter. For 10 months, the investigators carried out extensive work, which resulted in the issued arrest warrant for Sale Newsom. On June 19, 2017, he was arrested and taken to a police station. Newsom denied any involvement in the death of Carly McBride. However, Sale Newsom wasn't the only one who received charges. Police believed that 26-year-old James Cannon was the one who helped Newsom dispose of the body. Carly McBride, Sale Newsom, and James Cannon met in a rehabilitation center for people with addiction to alcohol and illegal substances. Each one left the center at different times and for various reasons, but they stayed in touch. Trial of Sale Newsom began in August 2018 and protracted for several years because the police had only circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors alleged that Newsom met with Carly after she left her ex-partner's house, struck her several blows to the head and back in a jealous rage, and threw her body away. Forensic experts have determined that Carly McBride died from multiple blunt force trauma. She suffered 23 fractures to her skull, 13 fractures to the torso, and spinal and rib fractures. The judge said Carly McBride suffered blunt force at the hands of Newsom before she died. Judge Erase also noted how Newsom had told interviewing police he was a skilled mixed martial arts fighter. His main sport was Thai boxing. I had 20 fights and 20 wins. I trained alongside world champions. But when I got really good, I got too old, he told police. I find the cause death was severe trauma to the brain due to a high degree of force to the deceased's head. The judge said, I am satisfied the offender caused death by the use of fists or feet or both or the use of objects. While searching Newsom's house, police found the map in a shoebox under the bed. This map contained a drawn circle around the towns of Muswellbrook and Scone. Carly's remains were found exactly in this radius. That map also had the numbers 1, 2, and 3 written on it in locations outside Muswellbrook, with Senior Constable Mohini giving evidence that the first 2 numbers marked the location of point-to-point cameras. After the police found Carly's remains in 2016, Newsom called her father, Steve. During the conversation, Newsom mentioned that the found skeleton was missing hand bones, and yet the police never disclosed this information. The only people who knew about it were the police, Carly's parents, and the Department of Forensic Medicine at the John Hunter Hospital. As the authorities believed, Newsom knew about it because he was familiar with the crime scene, and he was the person who left Carly's body where they found it 2 years later. Moreover, the clothes on Carly's remains matched the ones she wore on the day of her disappearance. It suggested she died shortly after leaving her former partner's house. The police couldn't find her purse and phone. When police searched Newsom's mobile phone, they discovered he had deleted Google location services between September 18th and October 2nd, 2014. During the trial, the investigators learned that the photo of Carly, which Newsom took on the way to Muswellbrook and later used in missing person flyers, was edited and cropped even before the police received the report of Carly missing. When the search for Carly began, Newsom offered a $20,000 reward for information about her whereabouts. However, his bank account showed he was broke, which meant he offered the reward only because he knew no one would ever find her. Thus, he wouldn't have to pay. Newsom injected himself into the police investigation from the start, trying to deflect suspicion onto others and attempting to get information about where police and other emergency services would be searching. He also conducted a canvass of the neighboring streets searching for CCTV or witnesses, which police said was done not to find information, but to suppress it and to determine if anyone had seen him intercepting Ms. McBride. And while volunteers and police searched for her around Muswell Brook and handed out missing person flyers, Newson was in Sydney, messaging friends about how he was driving an Audi R8. As well as that, Newson claimed to know the area where Ms. McBride was found, like the back of my hand, and described it to Carly McBride's father, Steve McBride, despite only seeing footage of a fake crime scene set up by police. The images you are seeing now are not a real crime scene, but a staged one that the police used to see Newsom's reaction. The more investigators dug into Newsom, interviewed him, looked at his Facebook messages, listened to his phone calls, the more he shone the light on himself. After examining his internet search history, investigators discovered that he was looking for information on how to delete a Facebook account. His account remained active, but Carly's account got deleted shortly after. Although all the evidence was circumstantial, the prosecutor said they did have puzzle pieces that began to reveal a picture when put together. Eventually, these pieces turned into an irrefutable case, ruling out any other possible explanations for how Carly McBride disappeared, and how her body was about 82 feet from the side of the road. The judge concluded that the motive for the brutal and unplanned attack on Carly was Newsom's jealousy. After he picked Carly up from Muswellbrook, he discovered she had spent about 90 minutes with her ex-partner instead of spending time with her daughter as was planned. Carly's daughter was not at home during that time, and the fact that she was alone with her ex-partner for an hour and a half allegedly ended with Newsom attacking Carly in a jealous rage. Ms. McBride's mother, Lorraine Williams, told a sentencing hearing that she lived in a blur of grief and anxiety for 2 years as she waited for her happy, gorgeous, and outgoing daughter to come home to her 2 young children. Instead, the next time she saw Carly was in the morgue, a day she tearfully described as the worst day of my life. Carly should be here, living her life with her children, her sister, her father, and me. Ms. Williams said, "After today, I never want to hear, speak, or see the man who took my beautiful daughter's life ever again. He no longer has any power to hurt me, and I refuse to think of him anymore. I will miss Carly for the rest of my life every second of every day," Ms. Williams said. Almost 7 years after he reported Carly missing, 43-year-old Newson was found guilty. In December 2021, he was sentenced to 27 years in prison with parole eligibility in 2038. After the sentencing, Newson turned to the judge to restate his innocence. "I understand the verdict's been the verdict," he said. "Your Honor, I'm innocent. From the day I reported Carly missing to this very day, I've been compliant with the police, with the courts, with the jails, everything. And I've been found guilty of a crime that I did not commit. Someone out there has committed this crime, and it wasn't me. It wasn't me. And now I've got a big struggle ahead of me to try and clear my name through the courts after this." James Cunning, who helped Newsom dispose of Carly McBride's body, denied his guilt. However, in July 2022, a jury found him guilty too. The judge said Cunning lied to police in 3 interrogations to create a false alibi for Newsom and deleted data from the phone to cover his tracks. Unfortunately, I couldn't find his picture, but it is known that when Cunning received charges in the Carly McBride case, he was already in prison for illegal weapons possession and prohibited substances. In November 2022, the 31-year-old Cunning showed almost no reaction, when he was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison with a 4-year parole period. After the trial, Carly's parents said that although justice had prevailed and no matter the verdict, nothing would ever return their daughter. Rachel Parnasky was born on June 15, 1994 in Mission, British Columbia, Canada. Details about her early life are scarce, but it's known that she grew up surrounded by the love of her mother and sister. Those who knew Rachel as a child with beautiful green eyes often commented on her infectious laughter, which could brighten anyone's day. Information about her father is limited. It's only known that he was far from exemplary, had multiple relationships, and fathered several children with different women. Rachel was always friendly and well-liked. At one point in her life, she maintained a close relationship with her half-brother on her father's side, Matthew Parnasky, who was nearly 10 years older than her. Matthew was born in 1985 when his mother was only 18. His parents separated when he was young, and at 2 years old, he was sent to live with his father and stepmother. When he was 11, he returned to his mother's home, apparently due to conflicts with his stepmother. Matthew claimed that his stepmother physically abused him, hitting him with spoons while his father did nothing to protect him. Feeling unprotected, Matthew eventually moved back with his mother, resulting in almost no further contact with his father. As time went on, Matthew found it increasingly difficult to connect with people. He left his mother's home and moved in with his grandparents, who later divorced. During his youth, he was sexually abused by an older neighbor, a secret he kept to himself. Matthew felt blamed for his grandparents' separation and believed his mother had abandoned him early in his childhood and saw him as a burden when he returned during his teenage years. He felt rejected by his father. This combination of negative emotions significantly impacted him. After many years of not communicating with his father, Matthew attempted to reconnect by providing his contact information, but he never heard back. During this period, he maintained a relationship with his stepbrother and lived with him at their grandfather's house for a while after both had left their father's home. However, this arrangement didn't last long as they were both eventually kicked out of their grandfather's house. Amidst these complex situations, Matthew did not finish high school. However, he managed to attend a diploma program at a university and obtained a securities license. In his early 20s, Matthew's father separated from the stepmother who had abused him during his childhood. Matthew hoped this would improve their relationship, but it did not. In his early 20s, he struggled to overcome the pain and anger from the rejection he experienced from his grandfather and mother, who insisted he needed psychological help, believing his perspective was distorted. However, Matthew resisted seeking professional help. It appears he was diagnosed with depression at the age of 20, but did not take any medication or attend therapy to address it. Instead, he turned to less conventional methods to cope with his pain, leading him to substance abuse. His already erratic behavior worsened due to these habits, resulting in actions he would later regret. Turning back to the life of Rachel, Matthew's half-sister, it is known that her life was also challenging, but she had the unconditional love of her mother and sister. The charming girl fell in love at a young age and became pregnant. She and the baby's father welcomed the child, named Marco as a blessing, though they did not live together. At 18, Rachel was going through a difficult time, living in a basement suite in Mission and being unemployed. Marco, who was a year old at that time, lived with his father and paternal grandmother since Rachel couldn't provide the quality of life he deserved. However, she remained a loving mother who kept in close contact and visited her son on Fridays and Sundays. In mid-March 2013, Rachel had planned to go shopping with a friend. When Rachel failed to show up, her friend became worried and contacted Brittany, Rachel's sister. Brittany immediately went to the basement apartment Rachel occupied to check on her. Upon arrival, she found no signs of forced entry, but two things were unusual. Rachel's cell phone was left at home, and music was playing. It was out of character for the young mother to leave without her phone or to leave the radio on. The family informed the police about her disappearance, stating that the teenage mother was last seen on March 16, 2013, at her home in Mission. Shortly before her disappearance, Rachel had been active on various social media accounts, posting photos on Instagram and tweeting about incidents in her hometown. She had no history of running away, prompting the police to categorize her disappearance as concerning. Rachel's neighbor recalled seeing her wearing jeans with sparkly decorations on the back pockets and a purple sweater. Rachel was at her house in Mission, smoking and drinking with a man in a baseball cap around midnight on Saturday. The neighbor, who was also outside smoking a cigarette with her husband, didn't notice anything unusual or felt the need to call the police, as it seemed like Rachel was just having a friendly conversation. By 1 a.m., the neighbor looked outside again and saw that the pair had left. The following Sunday, volunteers cleaning up the northeast corner of the highway informed the police they had found clothing matching the description of what Rachel was last seen wearing. However, police investigations determined that the clothing found was not related to Rachel's case. The family was desperate due to her unusual absence. Unfortunately, After days of exhaustive searching by family, friends, and police, Rachel's body was discovered on Tuesday night. Her body was found in a ditch about 30 miles from her home by a passerby who saw it from the road and called the police. Due to the difficult terrain, a search and rescue team was called to retrieve Rachel's body. The detective stated that the initial search effort involved 25 officers, but didn't anticipate the case ending in homicide. Sergeant Jennifer Pound of the Integrated Homicide Investigation Team, Canada's largest homicide unit, said in a press conference that although Rachel's murder didn't appear random, the police had no suspects in custody and no definitive motive. However, she clarified that they were not idle and had already interviewed several individuals. Officer Jennifer noted that it was still unclear whether the young woman was killed at the location where her body was found or if she had been dumped there. She added that the social media accounts Rachel frequently used could be crucial in identifying the killer. The results of the autopsy were expected within hours, but would not be made public due to the ongoing investigation. Sergeant Jennifer also stated that Rachel's murder had left a void in her family, made even more painful by the fact that she had left behind a small child. She urged anyone with information that could help solve the case to come forward to the police. 2 days after Rachel's body was discovered, over 300 people braved the wind to pay tribute to the young woman at a heartfelt vigil in Heritage Park, Mission. Among the attendees were the father of Rachel's child, who held their baby in his arms, along with other family members, friends, and community members. The atmosphere was filled with sorrow and disbelief, as many of those present had participated in the search for Rachel and never imagined it would end so tragically. Speakers at the vigil remembered Rachel for her positive attitude and sense of humor. Despite the initial outpouring of grief and tributes, time marched on. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years. Life went on for everyone. While the case seemed to stagnate or be forgotten, at least in the eyes of Rachel's family. What they didn't know was that detectives had been diligently working behind the scenes, relentlessly gathering evidence to bring the perpetrator to justice. The most shocking revelation was the direction the investigation had taken and the closeness of the perpetrator to the victim. On June 23, 2016, there was enough evidence to support charges related to Rachel's murder, and on June 24th, the responsible party was arrested without incident. On June 27, 2016, after 3 years of investigation, the Integrated Homicide Investigation Team announced that they had sufficient evidence to support the charges. The accused turned out to be none other than Rachel's half-brother on her father's side, who was 27 years old at the time of the murder. Matthew, then 31 and residing in Richmond, was charged with second-degree murder, along with a second, particularly heinous charge, desecration of a corpse for having sexual contact with Rachel's dead body and disposing of it. Sergeant Jennifer stated that it was a tragic case that had left a family with many unanswered questions. She clarified that, from the beginning, the investigative bodies had worked together to follow the evidence and bring charges. She mentioned that it took 3 solid years of dedication and commitment from all the investigators involved to achieve justice for Rachel. She noted that Matthew had been considered a person of interest from the start of the investigation, but they needed to carefully piece together all the facts to avoid jeopardizing the extensive efforts made. A statement written on behalf of Rachel's family was also read, expressing their gratitude and relief at the arrest of the suspected killer, though the wait for justice continued. The start of the trial was delayed longer than Rachel's family had hoped. It wasn't until 2018 that the case finally went to court. Just as the trial was set to begin, Matthew, her half-brother, pleaded guilty to her murder. Matthew's guilty plea resulted in an automatic life sentence. But a judge during the sentencing hearing had to decide how long he should remain behind bars before being eligible for parole. For second-degree murder, the sentence typically ranges from 10 to 25 years. The Crown's lawyers and the defense attorneys presented a joint recommendation to the court in June 2018, suggesting that Matthew could be eligible for parole after serving 13 years in prison. On July 4, 2018, as scheduled, the sentencing hearing took place in the British Columbia Supreme Court. Wendy Stevens, representing the Crown, recounted that Matthew was arrested and charged following an operation called Mr. Big, in which an undercover agent posed as the head of a criminal organization. Details of the trial were published online by the Abbotsford News, a community newspaper in Abbotsford, British Columbia. It was revealed that Matthew confessed to Mr. Big that he had killed Rachel, with whom he shared the same father. The confession was recorded with hidden cameras. Wendy, the Crown representative, explained that on the night of the murder, Matthew had gone to Rachel's residence to apologize for abusing her when she was a child. He was 14 or 15 years old at the time of the assault and was found guilty at 19, receiving a sentence of probation as disclosed in court. Wendy also detailed that Rachel had exchanged text messages with a friend who asked how her conversation with Matthew was going. She replied that it had been a good emotional conversation, but that she was very tired and hoped he would go home soon. Matthew saw this message and became enraged. The prosecutor continued, highlighting that Matthew confessed in 2016 to the undercover officer that Rachel's text message made it seem like she was the victim while he felt he had suffered through the accusations and judicial process. To Matthew, the fact that he had sexually abused his sister when she was just a child seemed insignificant. Wendy explained that, in a fit of rage, Matthew hit Rachel on the head, immobilized her, and suffocated her by covering her mouth and nose with his hand. He then transported her body to his residence in Abbotsford, sexually assaulted the corpse, and disposed of it. After committing these crimes, Matthew tried to cover his tracks by sending text messages from Rachel's phone after her death, and getting rid of her keys and other personal items. When it was the defense's turn, the defense attorney argued that the murder had been a traumatic event in Matthew's life, leading to panic attacks, sleepless nights, flashbacks, and nightmares, requiring treatment for depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder, which he was receiving in prison. He claimed that Matthew had an unstable childhood, shuffling between parents and grandparents, which generated a lot of unresolved anger and frustration. However, she stated that he could improve as he was participating in prison programs that helped him understand his issues. The courtroom was filled with Rachel's family and friends who had to listen to the horrific details recounted by the prosecutor about Rachel's suffering and the defense's argument portraying Matthew as a victim. Wendy then read the victim impact statements aloud, representing Rachel's sister, mother, and the father of her child, detailing the devastating emotional toll her death had taken on the family. On July 4, 2018, the judge agreed with the joint sentencing recommendation made by the Crown and defense attorneys during the June hearing. He stated before the British Columbia Supreme Court that he believed 13 years was an appropriate time for Matthew to become eligible for parole based on sentences in similar cases. He emphasized that Matthew would still serve a life sentence even if granted parole, as he would always be subject to certain conditions. He added that parole was never guaranteed and could be revoked. He described Matthew's actions as repulsive. After the court session, Rachel's sister expressed that her family felt relieved but mostly exhausted by the entire experience. She added that the family was not surprised by Matthew's guilty plea, as they had always suspected him, despite lacking evidence. Responding to Matthew's claims of suffering, Brittany emphasized that Rachel was the only victim and that Matthew could portray himself as a martyr to gain sympathy or pity. But he was not a victim. She stressed the importance of remembering this crucial fact. Perhaps the most poignant evidence of the tragedy's impact was contained in a letter the family provided to Sergeant Jennifer. In it, they expressed that Rachel was a mother, daughter, sister, and friend, and her absence had left many broken hearts in great devastation, as she was missed and remembered every day. They described Rachel as a sweet, strong, and beautiful young woman with her entire life ahead of her, but she would never get the chance to live out her dreams. They highlighted that her senseless murder left behind a child who would never know his mother and would one day need answers to questions no child should have to ask. The family noted they no longer had words to describe their pain or the difficulty of processing everything that had happened, and they requested privacy while expressing gratitude that justice was served, though nothing could ever compensate for the loss of Rachel's young life. Finally, Brittany said the family hoped to use their experience to help others going through similar tragic circumstances. She emphasized that there should be more support in such painful situations. She remarked that no mother should have to close her deceased daughter's bank account or receive mail addressed to her dead daughter in response to some bureaucratic procedure, as it was too difficult to bear. Brittany suggested that it would be very helpful to have someone designated to handle tasks, such as making phone calls to various government agencies, so that families wouldn't have to repeatedly explain that their loved one had passed away. She announced that, holding on to hope, the family was trying to focus on raising Marco, Rachel's son, who was 6 years old at the time of the sentencing and was as good and smart as his mother. On February 5, 2010, at York Crown Court, Harold Landry's trial began under heavy scrutiny. Harold was accused of taking the life of his wife, Lucy Davis. The final hearing, marking a climactic end to this grim saga, took place in early February 2011 at Wolverhampton Court. The courtroom buzzed with tension as Judge David Fett, known for his uncompromising nature, presided over the proceedings. Harold Landry, a 64-year-old man, the center of this legal battle. The prosecutor, Rachel Brand, presented the evidence against Harold, painting a chilling picture of the events leading up to Lucy's tragic death. Brand's cold and precise delivery of facts left little room for doubt about Harold's guilt. Harold Landry had been convicted of murdering his 38-year-old wife, Lucy Davis. Harold, who was supposed to be Lucy's protector, now stood condemned as her murderer. Pete, Harold's friend and lawyer, unable to bear the burden of defending him, passed the case to Andy Childs, an experienced attorney. Childs faced a daunting task: to convince the court that Harold had not intended to kill Lucy, but was driven to uncontrollable aggression. Throughout the trial, Harold was a figure of misery and regret. He wept openly, professing his love for Lucy and expressing deep remorse. He pleaded guilty to manslaughter, hoping to mitigate his sentence. The defense argued that Harold's actions were a result of an irresistible outburst of aggression, provoked by circumstances beyond his control. However, this argument faced fierce opposition. The prosecution presented the court with shocking photographs of Lucy's injuries. The sheer brutality depicted in these images spoke volumes, overshadowing Harold's claims of unintentional harm. Each piece of evidence painted a grimmer picture of Harold's actions on that fateful day. When the final verdict was announced, Harold Landry was sentenced to life in prison. The decision brought a sense of closure to the legal process, but left an indelible mark on all those involved. This tragic case stands as a somber reminder of the fine line between love and violence. It underscores the unpredictable nature of human relationships and the devastating consequences when that line is crossed. Lucy Davis's death serves as a poignant example of how quickly love can turn into a nightmare, leaving a trail of heartache and loss in its wake. Domestic violence can lead to fatal consequences, as it did in 1971 among the picturesque Welsh landscapes. Born in the small town of Pontypridd, Lucy Davis was a charming girl whose childhood was filled with unconditional love and warmth. Roger and Andrea, Lucy's parents, created an atmosphere of happiness and comfort in their home. Together with her younger sister Anna, Lucy grew up in the beautiful village of Glencoe. Lucy took her first steps among majestic mountains and enchanting forests. Her charming smile and kind heart set her apart from other children. She easily won the sympathy of her teachers and peers. Seeing his daughter's passion, her father gave her and her sister the opportunity to immerse themselves in the magical world of horseback riding. Under the strict guidance of experienced instructors, they learned the basics of this noble art, conquering peaks and overcoming obstacles. Lucy and Anna became professional horse riders. Spending her childhood in Wales was a real paradise for Lucy Davis. She blossomed like a beautiful flower there, absorbing the beauty of nature and the love of her family and loved ones. The hobby of horse riding not only gave Lucy and Anna loyal companions, but also served as real school of life. Horses taught them discipline, self-control, and responsibility. The sisters' talent and perseverance were recognized at prestigious competitions where they won multiple awards. However, Lucy's world wasn't limited to the riding arena. Her excellent mind and hunger for knowledge motivated her to make new discoveries. Music became another passion of young Lucy. She enthusiastically took flute and piano lessons, honing her skills. Her efforts were not in vain. A year later, she played both instruments perfectly, charming audiences with her talent. Lucy was delighted to join the Glamorgan Youth Orchestra, where her musical journey continued to flourish. Lucy Davis dedicated herself to refining her musical talents, finding an outlet for her love of music and creativity within the school choir. Music wasn't just a pastime for her. It was a profound means of expression. Growing up, Lucy's days were a blend of carefree play and diligent work, instilling in her a strong foundation of dedication and hunger for knowledge, qualities that would shape her future achievements and endear her to those around her. In high school, Lucy crossed paths with Garrett Jenkinson, a fellow Welshman shrouded in mystery. Despite the enigma surrounding Garrett's past, the two formed a close friendship that only deepened over time. Though Garrett harbored romantic feelings for Lucy, he chose to keep them buried deep within himself. Upon graduating in 1998, Lucy was resolute in her pursuit of a musical career and higher education. She secured admission to the University of Yorkshire in Northern England, initially envisioning herself as a future music educator. However, as her ambitions evolved, Lucy found herself drawn to the bustling artistic landscape of a metropolitan city. This newfound aspiration led her to Grimy McAllister, whose worldview and sense of humor resonated deeply with Lucy. Their relationship flourished, prompting Lucy to introduce Grimy to her parents. The initial encounter proved successful, solidifying the bond between Lucy and Grimy and setting the stage for their future together. Roger and Andre recognized him as the ideal life partner for their daughter almost instantly. After careful consideration, Lucy and Grimy made the decision to move in together, forging their own family. Sometime after the move, Lucy proposed the idea of official cohabitation, which Grimy agreed to in 1995. Even while still pursuing their studies in college, they welcomed a son into their lives, whom they named James. Lucy opted to take a break from her own pursuits to focus on caring for her son, while Grimy diligently continued his studies to provide for their family, taking up night shifts at the city's postal sorting department. Lucy into a whirlwind of challenges, but she faced them with optimism and determination. Despite her deep love for her family, the months spent at home with her child were tinged with loneliness. Rarely did she and her husband find time to be together, and his night shifts only exacerbated the situation. Seeking solace and connection, Lucy created a social media account under the pseudonym Miseria, immersing herself in a virtual community where she could share her experiences and forge new friendships. It was within this online realm that her attention was captured by a user named Harold Landry, a 53-year-old entrepreneur hailing from Louisiana. Rising from humble beginnings, Harold's fervent pursuit of independence and success from a young age propelled him to establish a thriving company manufacturing hydraulic equipment for major oil companies in the southern United States. His hard work not only brought him material wealth, but also garnered him prestige and eventually billionaire status. Conversing with Harold proved to be a revelation for Lucy. His life experiences, unwavering dedication, and boundless generosity left her captivated. However, their relationship faced its share of challenges. The disparity in their ages, social standings, and lifestyles created friction between them. Harold's life seemed extravagant and diverse, filled with eccentric hobbies and lavish acquisitions, including real estate holdings on KML. In Mexico, Harold's marital status was shrouded in mystery. He had been married twice and divorced twice, yet nothing was known about any children from these unions. However, in 1992, Harold's life took a dramatic turn when he divorced his second wife and crossed paths with Geraldine Price. Geraldine, born in 1966 and originally from Mexico, was 20 years his junior and married to Chris Price with 2 children. Despite her familial ties, Harold managed to capture the heart of this young woman. On February 6, 1994, Harold orchestrated a romantic dinner for Geraldine in New Orleans. They hired a babysitter, Christian Hutton, to tend to their children, allowing them to enjoy an evening devoid of parental responsibilities. As the night drew to a close, escorted his girlfriend home. In a gesture of gratitude, he offered Christian a ride home, to which she accepted. Unbeknownst to Harold, fate had a surprise in store. Chris Price, Geraldine's husband, had been surveilling the couple. Upon witnessing their clandestine affair, Chris resolved not to let the matter slide. He pursued Harold, and when they halted at a red light, Chris unleashed a torrent of accusations. Despite Harold's composed demeanor, the situation escalated. In a fit of rage, Chris dared Harold to shoot him. Without hesitation, Harold brandished his firearm, warning Chris of the consequences. Ignoring the warning, Chris goaded Harold further. In a swift and decisive action, Harold fired, striking Chris in the neck. Miraculously, prompt medical intervention spared Chris's life. In 1997, Harold stood trial in St. Mary Parish Courts, charged with the attempted murder of Chris Price. His attorney, Pete Fannin, argued that Harold had been entrapped. Although the jury found Harold guilty of aggravated assault with a weapon, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. However, following an appeal, Harold was released on parole, having paid a fine and completed community service. Harold found himself forever indebted to Pete for his legal representation and unwavering advocacy, which ultimately secured his freedom. As their friendship blossomed, Harold and Chris reached a settlement agreement, though the exact compensation remained undisclosed. Settling in Covington as a wealthy man, Harold openly shared his past with Lucy, including failed marriages and a troubling incident. Rather than repelling Lucy, Harold's revelations only seemed to deepen her attraction towards him. His gift of persuasion captivated her, and after parting ways with Grimmy, Lucy and Harold decided to embark on a romantic relationship. Eager to shield their love from unnecessary complications, Harold endeavored to avoid any potential troubles. In the early 2000s, he journeyed to England to meet Lucy's parents, Roger and Andre, who, despite initial surprise at the age difference, supported their daughter's choice wholeheartedly, refraining from interference in their relationship. Expressing his devotion through lavish gifts, including expensive jewelry, Harold spared no expense in fulfilling Lucy's desires. His love for her grew so intense that thoughts of marriage lingered constantly in his mind, yet he insisted on perfection before taking the plunge. Seeking to fortify their bond, Harold extended an invitation to Lucy, her son Jameson, and her ex-husband Grimmy for an unforgettable trip to Mexico. To Harold, Mexico wasn't merely a vacation spot. It represented paradise, amplified by the proximity of Pete's apartment, lending an air of comfort to their excursion. Inspired by the purchase of a diamond engagement ring, Harold excitedly shared the news with Pete, who harbored suspicions about Lucy's fidelity due to her frequent rendezvous with Grimmy. Blinded by love, Harold proposed to Lucy, and she accepted his proposal, leading to their marriage in the midst of 2003. Acquiring a $1 million home in Warshire County, their new family life in the neighborhood overflowed with joy. Welcoming Jameson into the family with open arms, Harold treated him as his own, fostering a strong familial bond. Soon after their wedding, their daughter, Hearth, was born, becoming the apple of their eyes. Surrounded by supportive neighbors like Rachel Clark and Stephen Kennedy, Lucy and Harold's familial ties deepened with each passing day. However, as time went on, issues began to arise in their relationship. Harold grew increasingly demanding, expecting Lucy's unwavering obedience. Lucy, who had always been an independent woman, was not prepared to acquiesce to Harold's every demand. Arguments and disagreements became more frequent, casting a shadow over their family life. Their son, Jameson, bore witness to this tense atmosphere, and it negatively impacted his childhood. Even their neighbors began to take note of Lucy and Harold's escalating reliance on alcohol, exacerbating their familial problems. However, when the arguments and shouting ceased, neighbors interpreted it as a sign that the family was attempting to reconcile. In 2009, Lucy found solace in virtual conversations with her old-school friend, Garrett, via social media. Sensing his wife's emotional distance, Harold made the difficult decision to leave for Mexico, allowing Lucy space. In his absence, Lucy invited Garrett to visit, blindsiding Harold upon his return. Lucy swiftly filed for divorce, prompting Harold to begin an affair with their neighbor, Rachel Walbon. The divorce proceedings were marred by disputes over property division. Lucy, adamant about keeping the house for the sake of their children, opposed Harold's insistence on selling it. Their disagreements intensified as Lucy revealed unsettling truths about Harold's past, further fueling the acrimony. Amidst the emotional turmoil, Lucy accepted Garrett's invitation to spend time with him in Wales, making no effort to conceal her phone conversations from Harold upon her return. Despite her efforts to salvage their relationship, the constant arguments persisted, and the tension between them became unbearable for Jameson and their daughter, Harth. On the evening of February 1st, 2010, as the day drew to a close, Harold, intoxicated from several glasses of wine, was taken aback by the delivery of a package addressed to their neighbor, Stephen Kennedy. It was closer to 9 p.m. when Harold returned from work. Stephen noticed a notification that his parcel had been delivered to Harold. Seeing Harold at home, he approached him to retrieve his package. Harold greeted him warmly and offered him a drink. Stephen, not refusing a glass of wine, agreed, and Harold poured him one. As Stephen entered and greeted Lucy, he observed Harold was already inebriated. After a single glass of wine, Stephen took his parcel and left. Shortly after, a heated argument erupted between the couple. Regarding furniture for their new house, Jameson, hearing the commotion, rushed into the kitchen to witness Harold striking his mother with a kitchen utensil. Reacting promptly, he dialed the police and comforted his sister Lucy, who was then fleeing the house with the children. Lucy sought refuge at Stephen's house, hoping for assistance. However, en route, Harold caught up with her and viciously attacked her with a knife, stabbing her in the chest. Callously, he dragged her body under a bush and disappeared. Hearing Lucy's screams, Stephen rushed outside and discovered her body. Initially thinking she had fainted, he quickly realized the severity of the situation. Officer Steve C. Fox, arriving at the scene, promptly called for an ambulance and commenced a search for Harold. Despite efforts, Harold evaded capture, leaving behind terrified children who sought shelter until the police arrived. This tragic incident marked the onset of their family's downfall and the start of a grueling journey towards justice. An ambulance promptly arrived and transported Lucy to Yorkshire Hospital, but it was too late. Lucy succumbed to her injuries upon arrival. Meanwhile, consumed by fear and remorse, Harold sought solace at the doorstep of his friend Rachel. With trembling voice, he confessed to committing a heinous act, but withheld the details. In an attempt to atone, he transferred a substantial sum of $40,000 to Rachel, relinquished all his assets, including cash, car keys, and paychecks. After Harold headed home, the police began their search for him. They scoured the streets, interviewed witnesses, but Harold seemed to vanish into thin air. Finally, fortune smiled upon the detectives when Harold was arrested on his way from Rachel's house. His face, distorted by fear and remorse, spoke volumes. Lucy's family, Roger and Andrea, were overwhelmed with grief. In an official press release, they expressed immense sorrow for the loss of their daughter and declined to comment further. The forensic medical examination confirmed Lucy died from multiple stab wounds to the chest. Evidence found at the crime scene and the testimony of Jameson, Lucy's son, who witnessed the tragedy, became pivotal in solving the case. The tale of Harold and Lucy is a love story turned nightmare. Although the trial concluded, the echo of the tragedy will resonate for years to come. Harold Landry, found guilty of Lucy's death, was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 16 years before parole eligibility. He would be 82 years old upon release, but no sentence could bring Lucy back. Roger and Andrea found solace in the fair verdict, though their hearts remained heavy with grief. Harold Landry maintained his innocence, vowing to appeal the verdict, claiming he wouldn't change anything, even knowing the future. The Landry family remained resilient, promising to preserve Lucy's memory by embodying her best qualities for their grandchildren. Despite the irreparable loss, Lucy would forever remain a symbol of light and love in their hearts. Looking ahead, the Landry family embraced hope. Harold received the punishment he deserved, while Lucy's legacy continued to inspire her loved ones. With Lucy's love and light in their hearts, the Landry family found the strength to move forward, carrying her memory with them into the future. On a calm October afternoon in 2005, a devastating incident forever altered the lives of those involved. 14-month-old Kyle Laserkick was discovered unresponsive at home, his small body showing unexplained injuries. His nanny, Ada Quadrouche, urgently called 911, unaware that the moments that followed would transform her life. As paramedics hurried to the house, the severity of Kyle's condition became clear. Although Ada tried desperately to help him, the child's injuries were grave. What could have led to such a heartbreaking outcome? The truth remained difficult to uncover. Ada Quadrouche was born on September 13, 1977, in the seaside city of Chimbote, Peru. She was the first child of Victor Quadrouche, a veterinarian, and Luz Fernandez, a teacher. As the oldest of four, Ada consistently stood out in school, even earning awards in academic competitions. Her childhood was joyful and driven by aspirations to grow and improve. She later recalled spending much of her youth with one of her sisters on their grandparents' farm, where she cherished her bond with nature and animals. She described this time as one of the happiest periods of her life. Although Ada's family was not impoverished, they also weren't well off. As a teenager, she searched for ways to help financially. Along with her sister and a friend, she created a small group that performed at children's parties. After finishing high school, Ada enrolled in a private university to study law, but limited finances forced her to abandon her studies. Even so, she remained determined to succeed and support her family. With that purpose in mind, she entered the U.S. visa lottery. Like many young people in Peru and across Latin America, Ada viewed the United States as a place full of possibilities. She was resolved to move there, work diligently, earn a better living, and open the door to a brighter future for herself and her loved ones. Her family was overjoyed for her and sold some of their possessions to help raise the funds she needed for the trip. She planned to settle in Texas, where she would initially stay with relatives. In early 2004, she found her first job as a waitress at a restaurant. After a while, she joined an agency that placed nannies in private homes. Through this job, she eventually met the Laserkick family. The Laserkick family included Father Michael, often called Mike, Mother Renee, their oldest daughter Alyssa, and twin sons, Ryan and Kyle. Little is publicly known about their history, other than that Mike and Renee married in 2000. Soon after their wedding, Renee became pregnant with their first child, Alyssa. Only 4 months after Alyssa was born, Renee became pregnant again, this time with twins, Kyle and Ryan. The Laserkicks wanted to hire a reliable nanny to care for the twins once Renee returned to work. Since Alyssa was already settled in a daycare where she had made several friends, they decided she would continue attending there. The couple interviewed several candidates, and Ada stood out as the best option. At 27 years old, she was young but not a teenager. She appeared healthy, strong, well-mannered, and cheerful. Renee wanted Ada to start immediately so she could spend a few weeks with her, explaining the household routines, where things were, and what was expected of her. She also wanted to observe how Ada handled the young twins, who were just over a year old. The family had one specific request. They needed assurance that Ada could commit to staying with them for 18 months, and Ada committed to this arrangement. Initially, it was agreed that she would only spend the day at the Laserkick household, but after some time, they asked her to live in, and Ada agreed. From then on, she only left on weekends to stay at her uncle's house. Everything seemed to go smoothly. The Laserkick family was pleased with Ada's work and grew fond of her, trusting her completely. Numerous photos captured happy moments with the smiling young nanny holding the twins. However, everything changed in the summer of 2005. Ada informed the Laserkick family that her uncles were returning to Peru before moving on to Germany. Ada was prepared to go with them and had already purchased her plane ticket for October 29th of that year. Understandably, this was disappointing news for the couple, since it was not what they had agreed upon. Eventually, they understood and only asked Ada to stay until they could find a replacement. They even requested her help in searching for and selecting her successor. Ada agreed, but from that point on, she no longer stayed overnight at the Laserkick home. Instead, she returned to her uncle's house each night and came back early in the morning. Given the change in circumstances and Ada's impending departure, the Laserkick family scheduled interviews with several nanny candidates for Wednesday, October 12th. During the day, Renee called Ada and asked her to prepare macaroni and cheese for the children. Ada complied and fed the kids. When Renee returned home, she greeted her children, saw they were well, and after interviewing the candidates, spent over an hour with her little ones before they went to bed. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, at 5 a.m. on Thursday, October 13th, Kyle woke up crying, which was unusual. The twins were typically heavy sleepers and never woke up on their own. It always took someone to wake them. Nonetheless, Renee got up, went to the twins' room, picked up Kyle and soothed him until he fell back asleep. She then returned to bed. 2 hours later, at 7:30, Mike went to the children's room, woke them up, hugged and kissed them, and left them in Ada's care before heading to work. Renee woke up just before 9:30 and spent some time with the twins. She changed Ryan's diaper, said goodbye to both him and Kyle, and left for work. The children were fine, with nothing out of the ordinary except Kyle's early wake-up. That day, their older sister, Alyssa, went to daycare as usual. But things took a dramatic turn around 1 p.m. when Ada called 911, highly agitated, saying that one of the children, Kyle, had stopped breathing and was turning blue. After providing the address, the operator gave Ada instructions to perform CPR on the child. Ada followed the instructions while paramedics were on their way. A few minutes later, they arrived at the house and took over Kyle's care. They asked Ada what had happened, and she, very distressed, explained that after lunch she had put Kyle in his crib and returned to get his brother. But when she got back with Ryan, Kyle started vomiting and stopped breathing. While paramedics attended to Kyle, Ada called Renee to inform her of the situation, giving her a different version of events. She said that after feeding the children, she took Kyle out of his high chair and, as usual, placed him on the playroom floor while she fetched his brother. But when she returned, Kyle was vomiting. She went to the kitchen to get a bowl to catch the vomit, and when she returned, Kyle had fallen. She said she picked him up, took him to the sink, and performed the maneuver Renee had taught her in case one of the children stopped breathing. But it didn't work, and she also attempted CPR. After initial treatment, the paramedics transported Kyle to the nearest hospital. When Renee arrived at the house, the ambulance with her son had already left, but the police were still at the scene. Renee took Ryan, the other twin, and asked Ada to accompany them. They followed the police, who escorted them to the hospital. During the drive, Renee called her husband, and they met at the medical center. A few minutes later, the doctors decided to transfer Kyle by helicopter to the Dallas Children's Hospital. The Laserkicks returned home, left Ada to care for Ryan, and headed to the Dallas Children's Hospital. Ada asked them to keep her informed about Kyle's condition. On the way to the hospital, Renee started worrying that Ada might be too nervous to look after Ryan properly, so she called a friend to assist the nanny at the house. Shortly after, her friend arrived at the house. Ada, visibly distressed and crying, opened the door for her. She asked Ada to explain what had happened. According to her account, Ada said that Kyle was standing between the playroom and the kitchen when he suddenly collapsed. Ada claimed she dropped a plate she was holding, picked Kyle up, took him to the living room, and performed CPR on him. She recalled Ada mentioning that Kyle's brain hadn't fully developed and that this issue had started at birth. She didn't fully understand, but Ada kept talking, saying she loved Kyle and would never hurt him. She tried to calm the very upset nanny, reassuring her that she hadn't done anything wrong and that she was a good person. Meanwhile, at the Dallas Children's Hospital, the Laserkick family received devastating news. The doctor in charge of Kyle reported that the child had suffered severe head injuries, with multiple bruises on his head, arm, and left shoulder. A neurosurgeon met with the distressed parents to explain that something had to be done to relieve the pressure on Kyle's brain, though survival was unlikely. A child abuse specialist who also met with Mike and Renee suggested that Kyle's injuries could be consistent with abuse. The specialist stated that Kyle's injuries were so severe, it was as if he had been in a car accident or fallen from a 6th floor. Initially, Renee couldn't believe it. She thought Ada might have accidentally dropped the child or was too scared or ashamed to admit it. But the doctors clearly explained the extent of Kyle's head injuries and the force required to cause them. With this information, the possibility of an accident seemed implausible. Renee immediately called another friend to pick up Ryan and take him away from the house. While this was happening at the hospital, Ada became increasingly anxious at home. Renee's friend had to leave to pick up her son from school and take him home. During her absence, Ada called her several times, asking if there was any news about Kyle. When Renee's friend returned to the house, she found Ada calm. Ada was no longer crying or talking. Shortly after, a police car drove by the house. Upon seeing it, Ada lost her composure. She began crying uncontrollably and shouting, "No, no, no!" She collapsed to the floor behind a door, repeatedly insisting she would never harm Kyle. Two female detectives arrived to interview Ada as the person who had called 911 about the injured child. She had been the only adult present when the incident occurred. As the detectives located the house and got out of their patrol car, they heard Ada's cries. Upon entering, they found her extremely agitated. When Ada was able to speak, she explained that she had taken Kyle out of his high chair and placed him on the playroom floor. She was patting his back to help him burp when he suddenly began to vomit. Ada said she went to the kitchen to get a container to catch the vomit, as Renee disliked stains on the floor. While she was cleaning, Kyle turned blue, fell, and started convulsing. She claimed she took him to the living room, called 911, and followed the dispatcher's instructions. During the interview, the other officer called the hospital to get an update on Kyle's condition. When they discovered the diagnosis, detectives told Ada that her story did not account for the injuries Kyle had. Ada suggested that Kyle might have hit his head when he fell after she left him alone in the playroom. But the officers noted that the playroom floor was covered with soft rugs, making this explanation unlikely. Trying to offer another explanation, Ada said that Kyle might have hit his head on the door frame when she carried him on her hip. At the officer's insistence, Ada demonstrated how Kyle could have been hurt and mentioned that Mike and Renee often bumped Kyle's head without any problems. The officer checked the spot where Ada claimed Kyle hit his head but found no evidence of a strong impact. When the officers told her that the injury didn't seem severe enough to cause the extensive damage the doctors described, Ada insisted that the impact was strong because she was running with Kyle in her arms. She also stated that she had never shaken or hit either of the twins. The officers urged Ada to tell the truth, as it could save Kyle's life, but Ada provided no further explanation. Given the circumstances, the officers reported the situation to their command and took Ada into preventive custody for further questioning. Meanwhile, crime scene investigation units arrived to examine the house. After completing their task, they informed Renee's friend, who had stayed at the house on behalf of the owners, that they could clean up and organize everything for the family's return. While several friends cleaned the house, they found a piece of adhesive tape sticking out from the door of a cabinet under the kitchen island. When they opened the door, they noticed it was broken and held together by tape. As a result, opening it caused the door to become misaligned. They simply placed it back and secured it with the tape, but found it strange because Renee was always careful with broken items to prevent the children from getting hurt. They had a hunch and called the police to report the door. Shortly after, investigators returned to collect potential evidence. Later, when questioned about the cabinet door, Renee stated that she frequently used that door and had never seen it held with adhesive tape. By Friday, October 14th, all of Mike and Renee's hopes had vanished. The doctors informed them that Kyle was brain dead and had no chance of recovery. Amid indescribable pain, the couple authorized the removal of life support, after which Kyle passed away. 3 days later, on October 17th, the detectives interviewed Ada in prison, where she was accused of premeditated assault on a minor. This time, Ada claimed that the day before the incident, she was preparing the macaroni and cheese that Renee had requested. She had Kyle sitting on the kitchen counter, and the child fell, landing head first on the kitchen floor and hitting his head hard. Ada said she picked him up and checked for injuries. The only thing she noticed was redness on his ear and the right side of his head, so she applied cold compresses and gave him a pain reliever. When the interrogators asked why she hadn't told this to the other officers, Ada said she thought they wouldn't believe her. She mentioned that she didn't tell Renee because when she arrived home from work, she complained of a severe headache. Ada said Renee suffered from migraines and had requested that the lights be turned off and the house be kept quiet. The interrogators asked if she had fallen with the child, which she adamantly denied. During that interrogation, Ada learned that Kyle had died, and she cried for the rest of the interview. Ada was brought before the courts, where a judge charged her with aggravated homicide and set bail at $750,000, which was beyond the means of Ada or her family. So she remained in custody until the trial. At that time, the police indicated that she might be charged with premeditated actions, which could carry the death penalty. The case of Kyle's death went to trial in the second half of 2005. The doctor who examined Kyle at Dallas Children's Hospital testified that when he received Kyle, the child was already unconscious. He described multiple hematomas on the right side of Kyle's head, as well as bruises on the left side of his head and shoulder and both arms. Additionally, there were 2 small hemorrhages forming hematomas on the right temple. Kyle had 3 main areas of hematomas on his head, indicating 3 separate impacts. He added that the bruises were relatively recent, one possibly 12 to 16 hours old. Internally, Kyle had brain and retinal bleeding, indicative of severe trauma, even though there were no broken bones. The brain tissue was notably swollen, and the pressure inside Kyle's head was 90 millimeters of mercury, whereas the normal level is 20 millimeters. Based on these findings, he concluded that Kyle had suffered severe traumatic events consistent with blunt force trauma, possibly from someone hitting his head against a hard object. He suggested the type of injuries could result from shaking and swinging a young child's head against a solid object, like a kitchen cabinet door. A Dallas County forensic expert testified that the autopsy revealed multiple overlapping small hematomas on Kyle's scalp, along with a couple of punctate abrasions on the right temple, separated by over a centimeter. There were also 4 or 5 pairs of similar lesions on his head. His brain showed significant hemorrhage and swelling, with retinal hemorrhages in both eyes, requiring substantial force to cause such injuries. She concluded that the cause of death was severe head injuries from blunt force trauma, agreeing that Kyle's head might have been struck multiple times against the wooden door of the kitchen cabinet. She ruled out the possibility that Kyle had merely bumped into a door frame or fallen from the kitchen counter. Another critical testimony came from a forensic analyst who measured the distance between the fasteners on the broken kitchen cabinet door and found it matched the punctate abrasions on Kyle's head. This expert also analyzed the adhesive tape used to repair the cabinet door and discovered 2 DNA traces, one of which had a much higher contribution and matched Ada's DNA. The lesser trace could not be identified. After hearing from the experts, it was Mike's turn to testify. He stated that Kyle was fine on the night of October 12th and the morning of October 13th with no bruises. He also mentioned that he prepared breakfast that morning, opening and closing the kitchen cabinet doors to get utensils and food, and that all doors were in perfect condition, including the one later found inexplicably repaired with tape. The parents shared that they had breakfast with the children and played with blocks, with the twins crawling around a playhouse. Based on all the evidence, it was easy to conclude that the events leading to Kyle's death occurred when no other adults were in the house except Ada. The case prosecutor stated that the exact circumstances of what happened to Kyle might never be known for sure, but based on the evidence presented at trial, she painted a possible scenario. Perhaps Kyle didn't want to eat his lunch, and Ada, feeling frustrated or distracted by watching a soap opera, might have taken him out of his high chair without noticing the cabinet door was open. The prosecutor speculated that Ada's rage might have triggered the vicious attack on Kyle's head using the cabinet door until it broke, with the door's screws leaving marks on the child. After all the testimonies and closing arguments, the jury went to deliberate. Upon returning, they found Ada Quadrush guilty of capital murder of a child under 6 years old. As the verdict was read, Ada's mother, Luz Fernandez, who had traveled from Peru when her daughter was arrested, stood up and shouted that she would free Ada because she was innocent. She proclaimed that there was no evidence to convict her daughter and vowed to start over an appeal. After the jury members left, Kyle's parents showed photographs and videos of their deceased son, recounting his brief 14 months of life from birth to the last photo taken days before his death. Family members spoke about Kyle, while others simply couldn't stop crying. Ada was sentenced the following year in 2006 to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For Ada and her family, giving up was not an option. Her parents immediately started a campaign to appeal the sentence, arguing that Ada's conviction was based on racial prejudice and ineffective public defense. However, appealing required money for legal representation and process costs, which the family did not have. Undeterred, they sought support from various sources, including the Peruvian government, the Peruvian and Latino communities in the United States, and solidarity organizations in Peru. In prison, Ada maintained her innocence and took every opportunity for interviews to assert it. Their persistence paid off, and in 2009, Ada's legal representation filed an appeal, citing 5 specific errors in the initial trial. After reviewing the case, the appeals court dismissed 3 of the claims but agreed with 2. This was enough for the judges to overturn the conviction and annul the trial due to irregularities. Following this decision, Ada's family began another fundraising effort to cover the $100,000 needed for a new trial. It took another 3 years to prepare for the new trial, which began on July 10, 2012, with the selection of 12 jurors from over 100 candidates. The trial took place in Collin County's Justice Hall. The defense argued that Kyle had fallen from the kitchen counter on October 12th, injuring his head, and the situation worsened the next day when Ada, running with the child in her arms, accidentally struck his head on the doorframe. This time, the defense presented testimony from a forensic expert with 40 years of experience. He suggested that some of Kyle's bruises might have been caused at the hospital during catheter insertion to assess brain swelling. The prosecution fiercely challenged this testimony. David Gardner, an employee of the kitchen cabinet manufacturer, also testified for the defense. He proposed alternative explanations for the broken cabinet door, though he didn't entirely rule out that Kyle's head could have been struck against it. A poignant moment in the trial was Mike's testimony, where he described Kyle's last 2 days connected to numerous tubes and machines, eventually being taken off life support and dying in his parents' arms. The defense argued there wasn't enough evidence to convict Ada, but the prosecution highlighted the medical findings and the numerous times Ada changed her story. After the sessions concluded, the jury deliberated for 5 hours, even requesting to listen to the 911 call recordings again. Ultimately, they once again found Ada Quadrush, then 33, guilty of capital murder and sentenced her to life imprisonment without parole. Back in prison, Ada joined the prison volleyball team, learned Braille, and won an art contest with a drawing of the Virgin Mary, which she auctioned to raise funds for a new appeal. Ada, from her cell, maintains her innocence, her spirit unbroken as she and her family continue their fight for an appeal, seeking a chance to prove what they believe to be the truth. Case of Sheila Labar, a monster with an angelic appearance. Psychological and physical traumas received at an early age can have a very unpredictable effect on adult life. Of course, far from always, they lead to the fact that a person becomes cruel and seeks to hurt others. But sometimes it is the trauma can give rise to a real monster. Criminal psychologist Adrian Rain believes that there are genetic and psychophysical mechanisms that can turn a person into a cold-blooded killer, which he wrote in detail in his book Anatomy of Violence. History knows a lot of serial criminals who had a truly hellish childhood, and perhaps to them can be attributed our heroine today, Sheila Labar. This woman had an angelic appearance which she skillfully used, seducing her victims and then brutally murdered them. Despite the fact that the court was able to prove only 2 of her crimes, criminologists are sure that there were many more. And now let's look at this difficult story from the beginning and try to understand whether Sheila Labar was a born monster or became him as a result of the cruelty that she faced in childhood. Who is Sheila Labar? Sheila Labar was born in 1958, the 4th of July, in the small country town of Fort Payne, Alabama. She was the youngest of 3 children of her parents and was raised with her brother and sister, Lynn. Her childhood was spent in a picturesque but rather secluded place, on a farm nestled among cornfields. According to the memories of Lynn's older sibling, Sheila was an active, inquisitive, and open-minded girl with a creative streak. She liked to be in the center of attention, had a good voice and cute appearance, so perhaps, if her life had turned out differently, she would have become a famous actress or singer. But instead of bright posters, her name decorated the pages of criminal chronicles. The unimaginable cruelty of her father. The head of the family, Manuel Bailey, for many years suffered from alcohol addiction, although it would be more accurate to say that his addiction suffered from his entire family. He often went on binges, turning into a real beast who enjoyed abusing his wife and children. He insulted and humiliated them, beat them with anything that came to hand, could throw everyone out in the middle of the night in a downpour or frost, and locked himself in the house, not letting anyone inside. Mothers, daughters, and sons often had to spend the night in a barn or in the open air in the field. One day, when Manuel was once again in a drunken rage, he began throwing dishes and other objects at his family members. The mother tried to cover the children as best she could, but one of the flower pots thrown by her husband hit her youngest daughter, Sheila, in the head. Sheila suffered a serious concussion and a lifelong scar on her temple, which she painstakingly covered with her hair. But not even the insults and beatings were the worst thing that the sisters had to endure in their parents' home. According to the memories of Sheila and Lynn, Manuel from an early age forcibly inclined them to intimacy. The mother may have been aware of what was going on, but the subject was never broached. However, despite the nightmare at home, Sheila did well enough in school. She dreamed of leaving the farm as soon as possible and go to conquer the big city. The girl was quite ambitious and determined. She passionately wanted to realize her childhood dream in life and become an actress or pop singer, and she had everything for this: charisma, bright appearance, and a beautiful voice. Adulthood, first marriage. Barely Sheila was 18 years old. She left her parents, but adult life was not so joyful. To enter the university, she was not allowed to average score. And to move to the big city, she simply did not have the money. Then Sheila got a job as a maid in one of the hotels, where by that time her older sister was already working. It should be noted that Sheila had a slender figure and a very attractive appearance. She had big blue eyes, a charming smile, and a mop of thick long hair. She was surrounded by attention from men, and over time, she learned to use it and manipulate her suitors. In the late 70s, Labar, then Bailey, met a guy named Jonathan Baxter, and a romantic relationship began between them. Jonathan was not yet 20 years old at the time, but he already had a young daughter from a previous relationship. However, the child did not become a hindrance, and soon the couple got married. However, this marriage lasted only a few months and collapsed after Jonathan learned that the young wife abused his daughter while he disappeared at work. Sheila was frankly annoyed with the child, and she would raise her hand or lock her in a closet if she started crying or acting up. Jonathan did not organize scandals and listen to explanations. He just filed for divorce and put his wife with his belongings outside his house. He never wanted to see or hear from her again. After the divorce, Sheila dated various men and mostly lived off them. But all these relationships were fleeting and lasted from a few weeks to a couple of months until in the early 80s she met her future second husband, Ronnie Jennings. The tumultuous romance soon led to marriage, and Sheila took on a double last name, Bailey Jennings. It was an unhealthy relationship between two irascible and unstable people who regularly cheated on each other, scandalized, and even fought. Still, their marriage lasted more than 3 years. In 1984, after another family quarrel, Sheila demanded a divorce from her husband, but he refused her. In fact, Ronnie did not hold on to the relationship at all. He just wanted to piss off his wife and make her mad. And he succeeded. Sheila became hysterical, took a large number of drugs in front of her husband, drinking strong alcohol, and after this infernal cocktail, sat behind the wheel of the car and rushed down the road. Naturally, soon Sheila, under the influence of pills and alcohol, lost consciousness, flew off the road, and at high speed crashed into a tree. She miraculously survived, but suffered a massive head injury. She spent more than a week in a deep coma, and doctors made no prognosis. When Sheila finally regained consciousness and gradually recovered, she was transferred to a psychiatric hospital where she spent several months. She later complained to her sister that one of the orderlies was constantly harassing her and possibly taking advantage of her helpless state when she was heavily sedated. After all this, Sheila returned to her second husband's home, but began to behave not just aggressively, but threateningly toward him. When during another scandal, she attacked Ronnie and poked him in the chest with nail scissors. Ronnie, fearing for his own life and health, filed for divorce and hurriedly moved out of the mad woman. Rich lover. When the second marriage was dissolved, the young woman began looking for lovers through the dating columns of the print media, and she left her ads there as well. But no man did not stay with her for long, because Sheila tended to dominate everything, rigidly suppressing their partners, both in intimate and everyday life. Soon the photo of an attractive girl in the dating section drew the attention of 60-year-old Wilfred Bill LaBar. The man had previously been married twice and had adult children and grandchildren from previous marriages. He was widowed a few years ago and had been living alone on his large country ranch ever since. Bill was a fairly wealthy man. He had a chiropractic office in Epping, New Hampshire, and on the ranch he raised horses. At the same time, he was very lonely and needed a strong, powerful woman. In fact, that's exactly what he found. Sheila was attracted by the wealth of her new acquaintance, and she decided that it would be an ideal union for her. And to make Bill completely lost his head, she began to send him a postal mail, frank letters, supplementing them with her nude photos. The trap worked, and soon, LaBar invited a charming pen pal to visit his ranch. Their romance developed rapidly. An elderly man is not stingy on expensive gifts for a young mistress, and in the summer of 1987, she moved to live with him. This has incredibly flattered the doctor, who now went out in public with a beautiful companion, who was half his age and was fit for him as a daughter. Nevertheless, he did not plan to marry Sheila. However, Sheila, not waiting for a marriage proposal, changed her name, calling herself LaBar. Bill was surprised by this turn of events, but he did not object. Sheila began to interfere in all the affairs of her elderly lover, starting to control his business, finances, and disposition of his property. In addition, Bill was getting older and could not satisfy the intimate needs of a young woman. Then, according to Sheila herself, he allowed her to meet other men whom she often brought directly to their home. One of Sheila's regular lovers, closer to the mid-90s, was a Jamaican national named Wayne Ennis. He was much younger than Sheila and was initially hired as an au pair on the ranch. But soon the young man, with Bill's consent, which was probably given under pressure from Sheila, moved to live in the owner's house. In 1995, Sheila and Wayne officially legalized their relationship, and the spouse considered that from now on, he would be her only man. But soon he realized that he was wrong, because his wife continued to meet with different men. Wayne was not satisfied with this, and one day he jumped with fists on Sheila and her next lover, causing them bodily harm. Accustomed to being dominated, Sheila for the first time didn't know how to deal with her third husband, who got into a fight every time a rival appeared on the horizon. Eventually, she filed for divorce and sought a court injunction to stop Wayne from approaching her, accusing him of violence and assault. Another divorce did not affect the turbulent personal life of Sheila, who continued to meet with numerous lovers, changing them like gloves. True, now her relationship increasingly often began to end with lawsuits from men who accused Sheila not just in cruelty, but also in the threat to their lives and health. Thus, one of her boyfriends she deliberately hit by a car and almost ran over. Another almost broke his head, and another scratched his face so that he was forever scarred. Sheila, with age, became more and more dangerous to others. From every man she demanded obedience, and in cases of disobedience, fell into a rage. In 2000, at the age of 74, Bill LaBar died of heart failure. Although doctors and police officers did not see a criminal trail in the death of an elderly man, his family members were convinced that Sheila had something to do with it. In their opinion, she had been poisoning Bill little by little for years, and literally drove him into the light. Despite the fact that Bill and Sheila were never officially married, Sheila, according to the will, became the sole heiress of all his property. The relatives tried to challenge this through the courts, but never got anywhere. They are still convinced that the mistress forced Bill to write the will she wanted. House of Temptation. After Bill's death, as I have already mentioned, all his property came under Sheila's complete control. Now she no longer had to consider anyone's opinion. She could do whatever she wanted with the estate she had inherited. She herself called her home a place of seduction and pleasure, where there were no inhibitions. She met men on the streets, in bars, on the internet, lured them to her, and then tried to keep them on the ranch as long as possible. She didn't care about their age, skin color, or any physical appearance. She promised them unearthly pleasure, and then sought to suppress and subjugate them to her will. Sheila regularly tried to seduce couriers by meeting them in the nude and offering an alternative method of payment. But she didn't take into account the fact that she herself was not getting any younger and was nowhere near as attractive as she used to be. It got to the point where couriers simply refused to come to her address. Neighbors noticed that on the ranch, La Barre, constantly come different men, but some hurried to leave the place the same day. Others were delayed, but also for a short time. What was going on in the house itself could only be guessed at. Where had Michael Delorge disappeared to? Soon, Sheila decided to look for lovers among men who were in dire need of housing, money, or those men who suffered from addiction. This category was the most vulnerable and proved to be an easy prey for the cunning woman, who everywhere posed as a widowed millionaire and talked about her untold wealth inherited by her. In 2004, La Barre met on one of the city streets homeless man named Michael Delorge. He was in a difficult life situation and lost literally everything because of addiction to illegal drugs. His relatives tried to send him to a rehabilitation clinic, but he ran away from there and has been loitering ever since. Sheila liked Michael and she invited him to her, promising shelter, food, and the necessary drugs in exchange for intimacy. Moving to the ranch, the guy was completely dependent on his old mistress. He complied with all her demands, afraid to be on the street again. But Sheila quickly got into the taste, and her desires became more and more sophisticated. She bound, beat, and humiliated Michael, taking pleasure in it. He tried to escape several times, walking dozens of miles and hiding in homeless shelters, but he never decided to go to the police for fear they wouldn't believe him. Meanwhile, Sheila found him each time and brought him back to the ranch. In desperation, he tried to contact his family members and let them know he was in trouble. His loved ones immediately responded to this disturbing news, but it was too late. In October 2005, Michael Delorge disappeared without a trace. When his family contacted Sheila directly, she stated that she and Michael had broken up. He had left her, and his current whereabouts were unknown to her. Michael did not show up at any of the places he had been to before. No one who knew him had seen him, and there was no way to contact him. Contacting the police was fruitless, and La Barre remained beyond suspicion, trusting Kenny County. Sheila's tales of her exorbitant wealth were greatly exaggerated, and the house and automobile had to be maintained, so she was forced to get a job. Naturally, Sheila chose an occupation to her liking. She became an operator of intimate phone services. Since she had a truly enchanting voice, men fell for the bait and offered to meet her in person. Among such guys was Kenny County, who at the time of their acquaintance was barely 24 years old. The young man was attractive in appearance, very good-natured and open. However, he had a low IQ level due to which he was very gullible. This was exactly the kind of guy La Barre was looking for. Kenny was very close to his mother, on whom he actually depended, but Sheila, with the help of clever manipulations, managed to break this connection and literally lure Kenny to herself. She made him an unforgettable night of love and promised that they would be like this all the time. The young man decided that he had met the woman of his dreams, about which he informed his relatives and then moved to live in Sheila's house. But soon Sheila showed the guy her true face, having arranged for him a real torture room in one of the rooms. Each time intimacy inevitably turned into a brutal beating or something worse. Kenny's body was covered with bruises, abrasions, scratches, cuts, and burn marks, but he could not leave the house of the mistress who had completely subjugated his will. Sheila did not allow him to see and communicate with his loved ones, and his family could only guess what was happening to Kenny. The first alarm was raised by neighbors who periodically noticed the guy and were horrified by his sickly appearance. A few days before his disappearance, a local store clerk took a picture of the young man on her cell phone camera, and later this picture was attached to the case file in court. In the photo, Kenny's condition could be described as deplorable. He was very thin. There were huge bruises under his eye and on his cheek. and his nose was probably broken. Judging by the degree of healing, all these injuries had been inflicted at different times, which suggested that the guy had been brutally beaten for a long time. The contents of his cart were also alarming. He rolled 2 large canisters of fuel to the cash register, as it later turned out, for his own cremation. The store employees were so puzzled and even frightened by the guy's appearance that they decided to report him to the police for possible domestic violence. But this time managed to get away with it, and they could not charge her with anything. Soon Kenny stopped contacting his family altogether. And when his worried mother arrived at Labar's house, the owner behaved aggressively and advised to leave Kenny alone. All subsequent attempts ended similarly, at which point Kenny County's family filed a missing persons report with the police, indicating that he may be being held forcibly at the country ranch, a home crematorium, and gruesome findings. When police arrived at Sheila's home, she claimed that the young man no longer lived with her and claimed that Kenny had run away because his mother, whom he was allegedly terrified of, began visiting them frequently. As evidence, provided an audio recording in which she asks her lover if his own mother had attacked him, and he quietly gives an affirmative answer. It all seemed more than strange, and the very next day, an officer visiting Sheila secured a search warrant for the estate. Sheila had been on the police's radar many times before, and her name had been linked to another mysterious disappearance of a boyfriend. But over the years, Sheila had never been questioned, and her house and grounds had never been searched. When the police arrived, they did not find Labar at home, but they did see several fires burning near the outbuildings. The fires looked strange and were made of improvised materials, a mattress, fragments of wooden furniture, hay, etc., all doused with a flammable mixture. One of the bonfires had bones in it that clearly looked like human remains. The squad requested reinforcements in the form of forensic experts, reporting all the findings. But that turned out to be just the tip of the iceberg compared to what they discovered next. Almost all over the house were found poorly washed traces of blood. It was so much that it seemed as if there had been a real massacre. It turned out that the blood belonged to at least 3 different people. The bones smoldering in the fire belonged to the missing Kenny, and there were 2 empty fuel cans lying nearby, the same ones the boy had bought at the local store the day before. But that wasn't all. Also found on the property were the remains of Michael Delage, who had disappeared a few years earlier, and some fingers of some third guy who was never identified. Among other things, a large number of items belonging, judging by the size, to various men were fished out of the sump at the ranch, the fates of which have not been learned. The hostess herself was not at home at the time of the police visit. She had figured it out and gone on the run. Sheila hitchhiked to Boston, where she obviously hoped to get lost. Moreover, on the way, she seduced one of the drivers who gave her a ride, and he trustingly invited her to live in his house. However, the next day, having seen on TV news about the search for a dangerous criminal, the new lover himself called the police and reported that Sheila is now in his bed. It was there that she was arrested. During the search of Sheila's home, another frightening find was made: a box of videotapes. On the tapes, Hanny Michael and several other men confessed to horrific crimes. But judging by the guy's appearance and condition, they made these confessions under torture. Since Labar's arrest, her mental health has raised a lot of questions, so the court ordered the necessary evaluations. Sheila was found to have a delusional disorder, as well as signs of schizophrenia. She called herself an angel sent from heaven to protect children from rapists. It was Sheila's failing mental health that became the basis on which her attorney tried to build a defense. He called his client a profoundly sick person and tried to prove that she was not aware of her actions. The reason for this was the mental and physical trauma she had suffered as a child. The defendant herself claimed that many years ago, when she was in that terrible accident and found herself in a coma on the verge of death, she met with God, and the latter told her to cleanse the world of men who infringe on children. Sheila's ex-husbands and some of Sheila's lovers also spoke in court, who, in one voice, called her a crazy, unstable, and extremely violent woman. And Wayne Annis, the third husband, said that the ex-wife repeatedly persuaded him to kill Mr. Labar in order to seize his property. But despite the defense's attempts to convince the court that Sheila was insane and in need of treatment, It was proven that she was aware of her actions at the time of her crimes. She was found guilty in July 2008 and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of ever being released. All of her appeals were rejected. Sheila is now serving her sentence in Florida at Homestead Correctional Facility. Details about the early life of Amanda Lewis are scarce, but it is known that she was born in the early 1980s. Her mother, Brenda, raised her in Alabama, USA. At some point, Brenda married a man named Charles Burns, who became Amanda's stepfather and was actively involved in her upbringing. Amanda described herself as a restless, talkative, and sometimes problematic child who often struggled to follow rules. These traits might have contributed to her becoming a mother at the young age of 15. Unfortunately, her early motherhood ended in tragedy when her baby, Alex, died at 16 months old from a seizure disorder. Amanda recounted that on the day Alex passed away, she had left him sleeping while she took a bath. When she returned, she found him not breathing and rushed him to the emergency room, but it was too late. Later, while still in Alabama, Amanda entered what seemed to be a stable relationship, resulting in the birth of 2 children, Adriana Elaine Hutto and Andrew Jordan Hutto. Adriana was born on September 16, 1999, and his younger brother, Andrew, affectionately known as AJ, followed about a year later. Despite sharing the same last name, many sources indicate that the kids were half-brothers with different fathers. After the relationship ended, Amanda relocated with her children to a small community called Esto in Florida. Esto, a town of approximately 360 residents, had historically relied on the timber industry and more recently agriculture and manufacturing. It also attracted tourists seeking natural beauty and tranquility. Amanda quickly adapted to her new environment, appreciating the peace and basic amenities it offered. She trained as a nursing assistant and secured a job at a nearby care and rehabilitation center, which provided her with stability. Despite the semblance of a stable life with a steady job, a simple home, and her 2 children, Amanda faced significant challenges. Her eldest daughter, Adriana, who was 7 at the time, was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. ADHD is a common neurodevelopmental disorder in children characterized by difficulties in maintaining attention, impulsivity, and high levels of activity. Amanda found it challenging to form a close and calm relationship with Adriana, who required medication to manage her symptoms. The difficulties with Adriana contrasted with her relationship with AJ, which seemed to be less strained. She got along well with him as he was a calm child who could spend hours playing with his toy tractors. The contrast between the siblings' personalities was striking. Adriana required more attention both at home and at school, where the teachers were aware of her condition. However, this did not prevent Amanda from being called in on several occasions because her daughter had gotten into fights with other classmates, used foul language, or caused some sort of trouble. Additionally, Adriana occasionally wet her pants. Despite these setbacks, her teacher noted that her behavior was improving, and she was a smart girl who loved to read. At home, Adriana displayed the same behaviors, leading Amanda to frequently resort to timeout as a form of punishment. This practice involves removing the misbehaving child from the area where the incident occurred, placing them in a separate spot, and leaving them alone to calm down and, if possible, reflect on their actions. However, as Amanda later admitted, not all moments were reflective. On some occasions, she used physical punishment to curb her daughter's misbehavior. At some point, Amanda met a new partner, a young man named Alan Carnley, who also came from Alabama. He had just come out of a failed relationship, from which he had 2 children. It appears that Alan's breakup was amicable, as there were no custody issues, and his children frequently visited and spent time with him and his new family. The events that unfolded in the summer of 2007 would change their lives forever. The family lived in a refurbished trailer on a spacious plot of land. That summer was particularly hot in Florida, so Alan decided to buy a pool to help beat the heat. The pool provided an opportunity for family fun, as his kids were also visiting at the time. The pool excited everyone, and the couple set strict rules for Amanda's younger children, prohibiting them from using it without an adult present. Amanda even removed the ladder to prevent the kids from accessing the pool unsupervised, storing it in the shed to eliminate any temptation. On Wednesday, August 8, 2007, early in the morning, Amanda returned home exhausted after a night shift at work. Eager to catch up on lost sleep, she decided to take a nap before starting the day's family activities, which included shopping for school supplies. That morning, the kids woke up and, according to Amanda, didn't want breakfast. After saying goodbye to her partner as he left for work, she left the kids watching cartoons on TV. One of Alan's sons, who was also in the house, was woken up by his father but was too sleepy to stay awake. He barely heard Adriana and AJ arguing before dozing off again. He heard them yelling, but it was nothing out of the ordinary, so he went back to sleep. According to Amanda's later account, she woke up sometime before noon and began tidying up the house before heading out with her children to shop for school supplies. Since they would have to wait a bit, she suggested that the kids go outside to play while she finished her chores. At one point, AJ came into the house to tell her that Adriana was in the pool. Initially, this didn't alarm her. She assumed her daughter was just playing near the pool. She instructed AJ to call Adriana and have both kids come back inside. Amanda then went back into the house, picked up her cell phone, and called her partner. She was talking to Alan while walking towards the window overlooking the pool. Everything changed when she saw AJ standing on a ladder at the edge of the pool, splashing his hands in the water. Amanda immediately ran outside, pulled her son away from the pool's edge, and was horrified to see Adriana floating face down in the water, her skin blue and lifeless. She described how she stretched her arms from the poolside, grabbed her daughter's feet, and pulled her out of the water. Once she had Adriana in her arms, she laid her on the grass, face up. The phone call with Alan was still active, and she screamed to him what had happened. Alan instructed her to call 911. As emergency personnel arrived, Amanda began performing CPR on Adriana, relying on her training as a nurse, although she admitted she had never had to use those skills in a real-life situation until then. The first responders on the scene were firefighters, with Unit Chief Charles taking over the resuscitation efforts as they awaited the arrival of medical and police teams. Their efforts seemed to yield some results. Adriana showed faint signs of life. Given the severity of Adriana's condition and the lack of advanced medical facilities in the small town of Esto, she was airlifted, accompanied by her mother, to the nearest hospital. Amid all the commotion, Alan's son woke up and, looking out the window, saw the frantic efforts to revive his stepsister. Before leaving, Amanda shouted to him to take care of his half-brother, AJ, and bring him inside. Later, the police contacted Amanda's children's grandparents to come and pick up AJ. Upon arriving at the hospital, the emergency doctor immediately took over Adriana's care, with a team working intensively to stabilize her and restore her vital signs. For a moment, it seemed they had succeeded. Adriana had a pulse. Tragically, after nearly an hour of effort, they lost the battle. Adriana, 7 years old, was pronounced dead at 5:05 that afternoon. Amanda later recounted that when she was told her daughter had passed, she felt her stomach churn. She was allowed to see Adriana one last time, kissing and hugging her, knowing it would be their final goodbye. In the eyes of the doctors, emergency staff, and police, it was a tragic accident. Much like many others involving young children and bodies of water such as pools. While it was a tragic event, it could have easily marked the end of the story. However, miles away from the hospital where Adriana was declared deceased, her younger brother, AJ, left everyone stunned with a shocking account. Upon arriving at his grandparents' house as they tried to calm him down, the little boy suddenly said that his mother had drowned Adriana. Naturally, upon hearing such a statement, Brenda and Charles, Amanda's mother and stepfather, were completely shocked and bewildered. The couple talked with the boy for a while, thinking he might have misunderstood something. But after asking him some questions and finding his answers convincing, they decided to take AJ to the police station to speak with the officers. With the grandparents' permission, AJ was questioned by the police, during which he stated that his mother had held his sister underwater as a punishment. According to the boy's account that morning, Adriana had taken a bottle of window cleaner and sprayed it all over the living room, the curtains, and the TV. AJ continued, saying that when his mother discovered what had happened, she became very angry, dragged her 7-year-old daughter to the pool, put her in it, and held her head under the water until she stopped moving. This story was repeated multiple times during 2 interviews with investigators and a third with a child expert. Although several aspects of the boy's story varied across the different interviews, the claim that his mother had submerged his sister's head underwater remained consistent. As a result, the authorities launched an investigation, starting with a thorough inspection of the house where the incident occurred. During this search, several things became evident. The bedroom shared by AJ and his sister was in disarray, with a broken bunk bed, complete disorganization, and a strong smell of urine. The word neglect echoed in the investigators' minds. Aside from the neglect, what shocked the detectives the most was the lack of toys in a room shared by 2 children. Naturally, Amanda was summoned to the police station to provide a statement and respond to her son's accusations. She appeared astonished and vehemently denied that her son's account had any truth to it. When confronted with the results of the house inspection, she explained that there were few toys in the children's room because she had thrown out the broken ones and donated the rest as a punishment for Adriana's bad behavior. As for the overwhelming smell of urine, she had no choice but to acknowledge it, explaining that Adriana often wet the bed. The investigators requested that Amanda undergo a polygraph test. She agreed immediately and successfully passed the test. However, her situation was further complicated by the autopsy results on her daughter's body. The post-mortem examinations confirmed that the cause of death was drowning, but they also revealed clear signs of assault on the girl's face. There were visible bruises that covered nearly the entire face and closely matched the size of an adult hand. With this evidence, on September 5, 2007, Amanda was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, facing the possibility of a life sentence or even the death penalty. The proceedings to prepare the case for trial began immediately. Although the authorities offered Amanda a plea deal, which would have required her to plead guilty to manslaughter in exchange for a 10-year sentence, she refused and chose to face trial for the charge against her. In the months leading up to the trial, investigators scrutinized all of AJ's statements to ensure that the young boy was not fabricating or confusing events. During interviews, they asked him questions such as what he was watching on TV that day and what other events occurred. He mentioned cartoons airing at that time, a helicopter flying overhead, and tree-cutting activities near his house to protect power lines. All these events were verified, showing that AJ remembered the day perfectly. Investigators also conducted interviews with family members, neighbors, co-workers, educators, and first responders who arrived at Amanda's house following the 911 call. The goal was to understand the family dynamics and ascertain the truth of what had happened. One of the interviewees was the doctor who had informed Amanda of Adriana's death. The doctor noted that Amanda's reaction to the tragic news was peculiar, as she showed no signs of grief. Instead, she asked where the vending machine was. With all the evidence gathered, the case went to trial on February 9, 2008. Over the next 4 days, Amanda's fate would be decided. Witnesses for both the prosecution and the defense took the stand. Authorities who responded to Amanda's emergency call in August 2007 described the dramatic scene they encountered, seeing Adriana clinging to life before she ultimately passed away. Testimonies were also heard from Alan and his children, who spoke about the family dynamics and details of the day in question. Amanda's boyfriend recounted what he heard while on the phone with Amanda during the incident. Alan's son had little to contribute as he had been asleep all morning and only emerged after the commotion began. Alan's daughter wasn't present on the day of the incident, but she narrated an earlier event at her aunt Amanda's pool. She described Amanda trying to teach Adriana to swim despite the child's terror, at one point threatening to let her go. She also stated that she often supervised the children while Amanda slept, witnessing Adriana being punished by being confined to a room for an entire day. Testimonies from Amanda's co-workers were particularly damning. They recounted an instance when Amanda, furious, brought Adriana to the nursing home, repeatedly saying she would gladly take her life. These harsh words spoken in front of the child were seen as inappropriate and cruel by her colleagues. On that particular morning, Adriana had taken a marker from Amanda's car and scribbled all over the interior, even writing "loser" in one spot. The trial highlighted how Adriana's ADHD had prevented Amanda from forming a positive relationship with her. But two testimonies stood out, those of Amanda and her son, AJ. As we saw at the beginning, AJ, after 6 months of not seeing his mother, took a while to recognize her and cried when he did. During her testimony on the stand, Amanda acknowledged that her daughter's behavioral problems had made their relationship difficult. She described Adriana as extroverted and hyperactive, noting that she was very much like herself, stubborn and always by her side. Amanda claimed that Adriana sometimes displayed violent behavior, recalling an incident where the girl threatened her younger brother with a sharp kitchen tool. Amanda also admitted that she had once placed Adriana in a specialized institution for 6 days. She confessed to the court that she might not have loved her daughter as much as she should have. Amanda stated that she often punished Adriana by confining her to her room, the same smelly and dirty room that shocked the investigators. She also took away most of the toys as a punishment for leaving them scattered around. Amanda admitted that she occasionally lost her temper and would slap or spank Adriana, such as during the incident when Adriana had written on the car with a marker. Amanda described how Adriana had just begun learning to swim, could move her arms and legs a bit, but was terrified of putting her head underwater. Amanda insisted that she was not teaching Adriana to submerge her head. When asked if she knew how to swim, Amanda replied that she did. Sticking to her version of events, Amanda admitted that when AJ told her Adriana was in the pool, she didn't immediately check on her. Instead, she called her partner and only looked out the window later. She saw AJ at the pool's edge trying to reach Adriana, who was splashing in the water. That was when, according to her, she rushed to help but was already too late. Amanda's defense argued that Adriana's death was a tragic accident. They claimed that the girl had pushed her brother's toy cart to the pool's edge, climbed on it, and used a tray to scoop out insects from the water. When she leaned over, the edge of the inflatable pool gave way and Adriana fell in. During the trial, the prosecution questioned Amanda about how she had pulled Adriana out of the pool. Amanda admitted that she hadn't given her daughter breakfast or her medication that morning, claiming that Adriana had said she didn't feel well. It later emerged that neither child had eaten breakfast or lunch by the time of the incident around midday. Another critical piece of testimony came from the autopsy report on Adriana. The original forensic specialist did not testify as he had been dismissed for negligence in over 30 autopsies. Instead, the director of investigations at the medical examiner's office explained the autopsy process and findings, emphasizing the bruises on Adriana's face. Amanda's defense strongly challenged this testimony, questioning whether the marks were definitively from a hand. The expert had to admit that she couldn't be absolutely certain. Then came the pivotal moment in the trial, AJ's testimony. In a lengthy and exhausting interrogation for a 7-year-old, AJ recounted the events he had described many times before to investigators. This time, he included a drawing he had made during psychological support sessions, illustrating what had happened. After his long testimony, AJ faced cross-examination from Amanda's defense, who pressed him until he became visibly confused and tired, giving contradictory answers. Despite this, the prosecution deemed him a credible witness, supported by other significant details, such as the fact that Adriana was tall enough to stand in the pool and easily lift her head above the water. With these elements, the trial proceeded, culminating in a dramatic and crucial phase where the truth about Adriana's death hung in the balance. In the end, while the defense argued that Adriana's tragic death was a very unfortunate accident, the prosecution maintained that Amanda had maliciously punished her daughter. The prosecution argued that Amanda had reached her breaking point due to immense stress and exhaustion. Having tried numerous ways to discipline her daughter, none of which seemed effective. In a moment of overwhelming frustration, Amanda snapped. After all testimonies concluded, the jury deliberated for only 2 hours, including lunch, before returning with a verdict. They found Amanda Lewis guilty of first-degree murder and aggravated child abuse. The following month, during the sentencing hearing, the judge issued a life sentence plus an additional 30 years for aggravated child abuse. Amanda has attempted several appeals, none of which have been successful. She remains incarcerated at Lowell Correctional Institution. Reports following the trial's conclusion indicated that AJ was cared for by his grandparents in the months after the incident. However, once the judicial process was complete, AJ was reportedly put up for adoption. Since then, his life has been kept private. By 2024, AJ would be 24 years old, and we can only hope that his life has been significantly better than how it began. Case of Samantha Josephson. In the heart of Columbia, South Carolina, amidst the energy of a bustling college town, the life of a young student named Samantha Lee Josephson took a dark and tragic turn. Her story gripped the nation and shed light on the potential dangers that can exist in the most routine aspects of our lives. Samantha was a shining presence on the University of South Carolina campus. Tragically, a routine night out led to a series of events that would profoundly impact the lives of those who knew her. Samantha Lee Josephson was born to her parents, Seymour and Marcy Josephson, in Princeton, New Jersey, and grew up in Robbinsville, New Jersey. As a student, she attended the University of South Carolina, where she majored in political science. Samantha, who was a senior in college, planned on graduating in 2019 and attending Drexel University School of Law, where she wanted to study to become an international law specialist. Samantha had earned full and partial scholarships to Drexel University and Rutgers respectively, and aspired to practice international law. Samantha was a member of the Alpha Gamma Delta sorority. She studied abroad in Barcelona and visited Madrid and Paris during her time in South Carolina. Samantha was described as amazingly beautiful with a wonderful smile. Samantha had a boyfriend named Greg, and the couple was very close, staying in constant contact through texting and calling. They had plans to start a future together, even when Samantha was going to be attending law school. Greg was going to move in with her and support her. Everything seemed to be going well until Friday, March 29, 2019, when she never returned to her apartment. And things took a turn for the worse for Samantha. On the evening of March 28, 2019, Samantha planned to go out with her roommate and some friends in Columbia, South Carolina. Her boyfriend, Greg, was supposed to join them as well, but he was back in his hometown at the time. Still, he told her to go out and have fun without him. Samantha was feeling gloomy after hearing about a family member's illness, and what she needed was to distract herself a bit. And going out with friends was the perfect opportunity to lift her spirits. The group met up and went to a few different bars before finally settling at a bar known as the Bird Dog Bar, which was located in an area called 5 Points, a popular spot for students to hang out. Even though Samantha was enjoying herself with her friends, she continuously texted her boyfriend, Greg, pleading with him to make a 2-hour drive to visit her in Columbia, because she needed emotional support. The couple had already made plans to see each other the following weekend, so her boyfriend never changed his mind and decided to stay where he was, but he still kept in constant communication with her. At around 2 a.m., Samantha decided to return to her apartment alone. She called an Uber, popular ride-sharing service, using a mobile app, as this was a common practice among her and her peers. On that occasion, fate would lead her into the hands of a murderer. While Samantha waited for the Uber, she had one last phone conversation with Greg at around 2:04 a.m. Samantha told him she was going home and had taken an Uber. This was a routine she had followed many times before, using Uber to get to and from the bars, as the distance was too far to walk. A few minutes after placing the request with an Uber, a car pulled up to the curb, where Samantha and a group of other weary bar customers were waiting for lifts. Security cameras captured her approaching the car, only to realize that the driver was there for someone else. After doing an about-face, she is seen retreating to her spot on the sidewalk. Samantha was wearing an orange shirt and black pants. After some time, a black Chevrolet Impala, driven by a man who was later identified as Nathaniel David Rowland, pulled up into the space in front of her. Samantha said goodbye to Greg, and she opened the door and exchanged a quick word with the person behind the wheel before climbing into the back seat. Once she was inside the car, it sped off away. Within a short time, the Uber that Samantha had ordered arrived at the designated pickup location. From that point in time, No one other than the 21-year-old political science major student and the man driving the Impala knew that she had gotten into the wrong car. The CCTV footage would later show that the black Chevrolet Impala circled the area numerous times before targeting Samantha. Anyone who has ever spent time in 5 Points was aware that college students gathered in the streets after the bars closed to wait for their rides. And watching him drive around the area suggested that he knew exactly what he was doing that night. Samantha's boyfriend, Greg, used the Find My Friends app on her phone to track her movements and ensure she got home safely that night. However, he noticed that she was traveling in the opposite direction from her apartment. At first, he thought she might be going to a friend's house, but when he later texted her to check if she was okay, he received no response. He then tried calling her, but she did not answer her phone. Greg tried texting Samantha several more times, but noticed that his messages were delivered but not read, indicating that she never read any of them. Later, her phone location stopped sharing, which shocked Greg as it had never happened before. Greg later thought that Samantha might have misplaced her phone in the Uber, but still decided to call her friends and roommate to find out if they had heard from her, or if she had made it home. Unfortunately, nobody had heard from her or seen her. Greg hoped she would turn up in the morning and tried to get some sleep. The following day in the morning, Samantha was not present. Her roommates were worried about her location and reported her as missing. Her boyfriend Greg also drove for 2 hours from Columbia to help search for her. A little over 3 to 4 hours after the missing person report was filed, the dead body of a young woman later confirmed to be Samantha Josephson was found by a group of turkey hunters in a wooded area in New Zion, about 65 miles away from 5 Points, less than 24 hours after she was last seen on surveillance video getting into a black car. Shocked by the gruesome discovery, the hunters immediately called 911, and representatives from the local sheriff's office were promptly dispatched to the scene. After an autopsy was performed, it became clear that Samantha was the victim of a violent attack. Her body had more than 120 separate stab wounds, with injuries to her face, head, neck, hands, upper body, legs, and feet. It was also determined that her fingernails were hacked to pieces as she tried to shield herself from the razor-sharp tool used to attack her. The evidence suggests that she was stabbed with a double-bladed knife and then dragged to the woods. The autopsy revealed the extent of her blood loss, as her body only contained 20 milliliters of blood, compared to the typical 4L in the human body. Investigators were dumbfounded by the sheer brutality of the crime. The investigation revealed that Samantha had accidentally gotten into the wrong car, thinking it was her Uber. The Uber driver she had called was seen arriving shortly after, but when he found she was not there, he canceled the trip and left. It is likely that the car she was in was not the Uber, as she was murdered soon after. Investigators believe the driver used the child-proof locks to trap her inside, as the doors could only be opened from the outside. The description of the car, a black Chevrolet Impala, was quickly released to the public in the hopes of finding the perpetrator before he struck again. Fortunately, the car was spotted by officers on routine patrol a few days later, and the driver, Nathaniel Rowland, was arrested after a short chase. A search of Rowland's car revealed a child's car seat surrounded by what seemed to be bloodstains. There were also large quantities of blood on the passenger seat and in the trunk. Samantha's cell phone was also found in the car, and it was discovered that Rowland had tried to sell it to a pawn shop earlier that day. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Rowland continuously denied any knowledge of Samantha's kidnapping and murder. A physical examination revealed traces of Samantha's DNA under his fingernails, but none of his DNA was found on her. Detectives speculated that Samantha was the victim of a sudden and violent attack, and the activated child-proof locks in the car suggest that Rowland trapped her inside as soon as she got in, leaving her helpless as he stabbed her repeatedly with a double-bladed knife. She was caught unawares by the ferocious attack and had to put a lot of effort into trying to defend herself, which would account for the multiple stab wounds found on her hands, as well as the condition of her mangled fingernails. Considering the excessive force that was used against her, it's understandable that Samantha was not able to scratch her attacker, which would have left his skin cells under her nails. After the dreadful act was done, Rowland drove to a farmer's access road in New Zion, where only a local would have known it existed, and dumped Samantha's body in the nearby woods. After arriving back home, Roland spent much of the day posting on social media as if nothing had happened, since he lived there nearly all of his life, and his residence was only minutes away from where the remains were found. That was two more strong pieces of evidence, pointed fingers to him as the killer. A peek into Roland's background revealed that he was a devout churchgoer who had attended South Carolina State University in 2017, although there are no records of him graduating. It's unclear what he was doing for employment at the time. Roland had one past felony arrest from October 2018 for obtaining a signature or property under false pretenses. There was also a woman who was carjacked by two men, one of them being Roland. They assaulted her and forced her to drive to an ATM, where they took her money. They then forced her to drive home, where they robbed her of even more of her belongings, including a PlayStation 4. Roland was never convicted of robbing the woman, but he did sell some of her stolen belongings, including the PlayStation 4. When detectives obtained a search warrant for the apartment of his girlfriend, named Maria Howard, in New Zion, where he lived, they combed the trash bins behind the apartment and found a sock and bandana, allegedly belonging to Roland, that were heavily stained with Samantha's blood. The detectives also found a white sheet with blood on it, a roll of duct tape, bleach wipes with blood on them, and a two-bladed knife that seemed to have blood on it. Tests would later confirm that the blood found on the two-bladed knife, as well as blood found on the sheets, in the car, and on the bleach wipes, was a match for Samantha Josephson. With the evidence against him mounting swiftly, Roland was initially charged with possessing a weapon during a violent crime, the kidnapping, and the murder of Samantha Josephson. The trial would be grueling for the family, with Nathaniel Roland pleading not guilty, claiming he was innocent, even with the mountain of evidence against him. When the trial began in the summer of 2021, Roland's defense team argued that their client was an innocent man, based largely on the fact that his DNA had not been found on his alleged victim. On the other hand, prosecutors countered the defendant's claims of innocence with the undeniable amount of evidence that was collected in the case, amid the proof they put forward, which included the CCTV footage, showing his car picking Samantha up in 5 points and driving away, the quarts of her blood that were found in his car, her bloody footprint on the vehicle's back window, allegations that he tried to use her bank card at an ATM after disposing of her body, cell phone trackers that placed their devices in the same place at the time of the murder, and the fact that he lived near where her remains were discovered. A handwriting expert was also brought in to compare Roland's handwriting to a list that was written on a piece of paper found in his home, on which it was written, duct tape, tape her whole body, gloves, all black, flip phone, gasoline, matches. The expert testified that it was most likely that Roland wrote the list, which sounded as if it was a plan for the dreadful act. The prosecutors called 31 witnesses to testify, including someone who witnessed Roland cleaning the weapon, the pawn shop owner, to whom he tried to sell Samantha's cell phone, and his ex-girlfriend, who claimed her daughter had blood on her shoe after being in Roland's car following the murder. Roland did not call any witnesses, and none of his family members testified on his behalf. Yet he continued to assert his innocence and pleaded with the judge. The jury reached a guilty verdict in just 1 hour, and Nathaniel Roland was sentenced to life imprisonment, without the possibility of parole. In the wake of Samantha's murder, her parents Seymour and Marcy Josephson took it upon themselves to ensure that no one else suffered the same fate as their beloved daughter. To achieve this, they started the What's My Name Foundation, which encourages people of all ages to ask rideshare drivers to identify them by name before entering a stranger's vehicle. The Josephsons also advocated for a safety protocol they call SAMI, which stands for Stop, Ask, Match, and Inform. Additionally, in the aftermath of Samantha's tragedy, the rideshare industry implemented measures to protect both drivers and passengers, such as the issuance of a personalized 4-digit code that riders could use to confirm through the app that they were getting into the correct car. Samantha Lee Josephson's untimely death sent shockwaves through the hearts of her family and friends. Pain they bear is immeasurable, a testament to the bright light that Samantha was in their lives. Her story is a stark reminder that tragedy can strike unexpectedly. May her memory inspire us to be vigilant, look out for one another, and work collectively toward creating a world where safety and compassion prevail. Born on November 1, 2005 in Scotland, Amber Gibson was the second child of Anne-Marie Adams and Peter Gibson. She joined the family 2 years after the birth of their first child, Connor Gibson. Amber, a beautiful red-haired baby, contrasted sharply with her brother, who had fair skin and dark hair. Their striking looks and cheerful personalities made them stand out. However, their home was marred by domestic violence. From a tender age, Amber and Connor witnessed their father's abusive behavior towards their mother. Peter's violence knew no bounds, causing physical, emotional, and mental harm to and Marie. He also had a criminal history, which included assaults on 2 minors and the abuse of an unknown woman. Due to these dire circumstances, both Amber and Connor were removed from their parental home and placed in the care of social services. After a thorough evaluation, they were relocated to live with the Niven family. Craig and Carol Niven, along with their 2 daughters, provided a nurturing and harmonious environment. This new home offered Amber and Connor a chance for a loving and dignified life, far removed from their troubled beginnings. At the ages of 3 and 5 respectively, Amber and Connor found solace and security with the Nivens. Connor even reassured Amber, saying they were finally safe. Meanwhile, their biological father, Peter, was convicted and sentenced to prison for his crimes. Craig and Carol Niven committed themselves to being exemplary parents. Their dedication led to the permanent custody of both children. Despite this positive change, Connor's past trauma began to manifest as he entered adolescence. Hoping it was just a phase, Craig and Carol took steps to address his needs, including enrolling him in a secondary school for children with social, emotional, and behavioral difficulties. Amber, in contrast, was flourishing. She displayed remarkable human qualities despite her early hardships. Generous, caring, and kind-hearted, Amber had an incredible perspective on life. She loved art and singing and attended Morehouse Academy Bathgate. Her teachers and classmates admired her brilliance and vivacity, noting her big dreams and aspirations for the future. Amber's adoptive parents couldn't have been more pleased, and her foster sisters, Zero, were equally happy to have her around. However, Connor's behavior became increasingly concerning. Former classmates described him as unpleasant and noted that he spoke about harming others. There were even rumors that he had threatened a baby during that period. At home, things were no better. Craig eventually decided that leaving Connor alone with his younger sister was not advisable. He mentioned that they were not a good combination together, but never elaborated further. Despite the conflicts, Amber remained loyal to her brother, always trying to keep the peace. Then, an unexplained event occurred. Although Amber seemed like an ideal foster child, at 14, the care arrangement was terminated and she moved to the Hill House Children's Unit in Hamilton. Paradoxically, her problematic brother stayed with the Nivens for another 2 years until he turned 18. Shortly after, Connor moved to the Blue Triangle homeless shelter. Despite the distance, Amber ensured that Connor remained a constant presence in her life. When Amber was 16, she crossed paths with Jamie Stars, a 20-year-old leading a chaotic lifestyle, living just 3 miles from her new residence. Jamie had been removed from his parents' care at 3 years old and had led a troubled life, including substance abuse and criminal behavior. In May 2021, assaulted a young woman in the area. Taking advantage of her intoxicated state, he proceeded without her consent. When the victim reported the assault to the authorities, Jamie sent threatening messages to her friend via social media, attempting to coerce her into withdrawing the complaint. Despite the friend's testimony, his identity was legally protected. Jamie was charged with the assault and attempting to pervert the course of justice, resulting in his arrest. However, he was soon released on bail. In June 2021, Amber traveled to Bothwell, the place where Jamie lived. Although she didn't know Jamie, they ended up in the same lodging unit. That night, while Amber was asleep, Jamie attacked and assaulted her. Amber awoke to find herself undressed, with Jamie, also naked, beside her. She had no recollection of embracing or kissing him, leading to speculation that he might have drugged her, though no tests were conducted to confirm this. Gathering her courage, Amber reported the assault to the police. She identified Jamie from a photo lineup. The police started investigating the case. In July, Jamie faced justice again. Witnesses included the Amber and the first victim. Their testimonies revealed Jamie's method of preying on vulnerable girls. Jamie appeared in court via video link from police custody. His defense argued that his actions might be linked to his traumatic childhood. However, acknowledging his difficult past, the High Court judged him for his poor choices. Jamie was found guilty of both assaults. His name added indefinitely to the sex offender registry. He was also convicted of attempting to pervert the course of justice and breaching bail conditions. The sentencing hearing at the High Court in Edinburgh soon followed. One of the first to speak was the defense attorney, who emphasized that the authorities should consider the sentencing guidelines for individuals under 25 years old. In Scotland, the law suggests that younger people should receive lighter sentences due to their emotional immaturity and higher potential for rehabilitation. To support his argument, the defense lawyer pointed out a report indicating that Jamie exhibited cognitive and emotional immaturity. After hearing the defense's case, the judge acknowledged the relevance of Jamie's age and difficult background. However, he reminded Jamie and everyone in attendance that the crimes were still severe, even describing them as atrocious due to their impact on innocent victims. Consequently, the judge sentenced Jamie to 10.5 years in prison. Moreover, given the high risk of reoffending, Jamie was ordered to be under supervision for 2 years following his release. After the hearing, the police stated that the evidence and testimony provided by Amber were crucial in securing the conviction. Throughout this challenging process, Connor reached out to the Hill House Children's Unit to talk to his sister. Despite knowing his volatile temperament, Amber clung to the hope of reconnecting with her only available family member. The residence manager tried to discourage her from contacting Connor, but her efforts were in vain. Amber's close friend recalled that, despite their turbulent relationship, Amber had a special bond with Connor and was eager to see him. However, just as suddenly as he appeared, he disappeared, leaving her with unanswered questions. Amber tried to move forward with her life as best as she could, demonstrating an enviable spirit and determination. After a few months, Connor resurfaced, likely driven by genuine affection for her only biological family member. Amber was excited when he expressed his desire to meet. They arranged a time and date and met in downtown Hamilton on the night of Friday, November 26, 2021. Overjoyed by her brother's presence, Amber took a selfie with him and posted it on her social media profile. It was the last time anyone heard from her. Around 10 p.m., security cameras captured the siblings walking together through the streets of Hamilton. At some point, out of the camera's view, Connor attacked Amber. He assaulted her, inflicted severe head and body injuries, and then strangled her until she died. About 90 minutes later, without attempting to hide the body, Connor headed back to the hostel where he was staying. Security cameras recorded his disheveled state, and footage showed him collapsing against a metal barrier. He eventually pulled himself together and disposed of his blood-stained clothes. Just before midnight, he returned to the hostel and told a staff member that he and his sister had argued. Later, another camera showed Connor going to the dumpsters outside the building with a plastic bucket in hand. He also called the Hill House Children's Unit, telling them not to worry if Amber didn't return, insisting that she was fine. Despite his assurances, the authorities reported Amber missing that same night. On Friday, November 26, 2021, retired William Corrigan took his 45-year-old son, Stephen Corrigan, to get a COVID-19 vaccine. Due to a recent fall, Stephen had his arm in a sling and needed extra support from his father. After getting vaccinated, Stephen decided to take a night walk and stumbled upon Amber's abandoned body. Rather than alerting the police, Stephen committed his own heinous acts by desecrating Amber's remains. He then concealed her body among leaves and bushes before leaving. Unaware of Amber's tragic fate, her loved ones and the authorities searched for her everywhere. Meanwhile, Connor sent a cryptic message to a group of 5 friends, saying he needed help with something without specifying details. To create an alibi, he messaged Amber asking if she was okay. He then told his friends that he had resolved the issue on his own. As the search for Amber continued, Craig and Carol grew increasingly anxious. They hadn't heard from Connor until a call on Sunday, November 28, 2021, when he told them that he and Amber had fought the previous Friday. Later that same Sunday, the police finally discovered Amber's body. Her underwear had been torn, and she had suffered severe head trauma. After securing the scene, investigators searched the area and found Amber's blood-stained shorts and t-shirt in a nearby dumpster. After informing her loved ones of the tragic outcome, the detective team began reconstructing Amber's movements from the last time she was seen to when her life was taken and her body left in the middle of nowhere. At a press conference, one of the detectives appealed to the public for information. He emphasized the importance of understanding the events leading to Amber's fatal attack and urged anyone with information to come forward to help bring closure to her family. Knowing the community's fear and parents' concerns for their daughter's safety, he stressed that capturing the perpetrator was crucial for public safety. He pointed out that Amber was last seen in a busy part of town on a Friday night, suggesting there must have been many witnesses. He called on anyone who saw her to contact the authorities. Following the press conference, some people came forward with potential information, but none provided useful leads. Investigators continued their work, and the forensic pathologist's report highlighted that Amber was found covered in mud and had died from neck compression. Blood stains found on her jacket were sent for DNA analysis, which revealed a chilling truth. The blood matched her brother Connor's DNA. Additionally, Connor's DNA was found on Amber's forcibly removed underwear. Another unidentified male DNA sample was also discovered, complicating the case further. With such evidence in hand, Connor became the prime suspect in the case. He continued to feign innocence and create false alibis that quickly fell apart. One such clumsy attempt was a social media post on December 1st, where he pretended to pay tribute to his sister, lavishing her with praise and claiming he would miss her dearly. The next day, he searched the internet on his phone for ways to mislead the police. He also posted several angry messages on his social media accounts. Hours later, he was arrested. Meanwhile, the details of the case were kept under strict confidentiality to avoid jeopardizing the investigation. However, some information leaked, and it became known that the victim's brother was under police scrutiny. Feeling the pressure from the police, Connor did not give up trying to distance himself from the crime. Instead, he pushed a local media outlet to publish a tribute to his sister. Forensic DNA analyses and other evidence continued to provide valuable information at a rapid pace. It was determined that Connor's clothing had traces of his sister's blood. Additionally, the analysis revealed that the third biological material belonged to Stephen Corrigan. A cybercrime expert analyzed Connor's phone and uncovered further evidence that clarified the case. Suspicious messages to his group of 5 friends and the one sent to Amber, knowing he had just killed her, were particularly incriminating. His internet search history only further exposed him. As these details began to emerge publicly, the complex story of Amber's tragic end came to light. Connor had to appear in Hamilton Sheriff Court to face charges of murder, sexual assault, and attempting to pervert the course of justice. Prosecutors stated that Amber had complete trust in her brother, which he brutally betrayed by taking her life. The court ruled that Connor should remain in police custody pending further investigations and court appearances. Stephen Corrigan was also arrested shortly thereafter. On January 13, 2022, he appeared in Hamilton Sheriff Court, charged with attempting to pervert the course of justice. He pleaded not guilty. Like Connor, Stephen was held in police custody awaiting his trial. The year 2022 was filled with legal proceedings, making it an extremely challenging time for Carol and her husband, Craig, who were grappling with the grief of losing Amber and the shock of Connor's possible guilt. On November 1st, 2022, which would have been Amber's 17th birthday, her friends and family celebrated her memory. They shared heartfelt messages and wishes for her eternal rest. Along with photos of her on social media, Carol changed her profile picture to one of Amber, finding a measure of peace in the gesture, feeling that it symbolized having done everything possible for her. Additionally, Amber's loved ones created a memorial under a bridge near where her body was found. They placed bouquets, balloons, and candles in her honor. Unfortunately, the memorial was vandalized a few days later, when vandals set fire to a nearby dumpster, causing flames to spread. In response, family and friends held a gathering in a park, releasing balloons, some shaped like the letter A for Amber, into the sky. While the wound from Amber's loss remained fresh, Connor's trial finally took place in July 2023. Throughout the trial, Connor denied any involvement in the crime and the sexual assault against his sister. Despite his denials, the evidence against him was overwhelming. His defense lawyer attempted to garner some sympathy from the court by highlighting Connor's lifelong neglect and emotional abuse, suggesting these factors could explain some of his actions. Next, the Director of Health and Social Care testified, describing the case as desperately sad and distressing. The court also heard that Connor appeared unshaken when speaking with Craig on the day Amber's body was found. Craig testified about Connor's increasingly problematic behavior. After a 13-day trial, the Glasgow High Court found Connor guilty of all 3 charges. The judge described the crime as depraved and warned Connor that he would face severe consequences. 15 days later, Stephen faced justice for his involvement. During his trial, he tried to present an unassailable alibi, claiming he spent the night at his elderly father's home and had spent much of the time playing computer games. However, the evidence against him continued to Stephen also claimed that he didn't know why his DNA was found on Amber's body. While William corroborated much of his son's account, he admitted to the jury that he couldn't be certain of Stephen's actions during most of that weekend. Ultimately, Stephen was found guilty of attempting to pervert the course of justice and disturbing public order. In September 2023, during a joint hearing, both men received their sentences. Connor Gibson was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 22 years before he can be considered for parole. Stephen received a 9-year prison sentence. In a statement following the trial, Craig and Carol acknowledged that their lives would never be the same. They described Amber as the most generous, caring, compassionate, and admirable person they had ever known. Heather, just 22 years old, had recently embarked on her college journey, settling into her job, and it felt like life was full of promise. Maple's smile and laughter were contagious, and her constant chatter filled the air. She radiated warmth and energy, uplifting everyone around her. Everything changed on January 7, 2015, when Heather Maples didn't show up for work. Her lifeless body was discovered in her apartment, partly unclothed. Who had the right to take Heather Maples' life? Detectives faced a challenging investigation because Heather had no enemies, and the motive behind this crime remained unclear. If not for one small detail, Heather Maples' death could have remained unsolved, and the criminal would have gone unpunished. On a typical morning at the real estate agency in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, on August 7, 2015, Kelsey Price arrived at work and began her usual tasks. Heather, her friend and colleague, was running late, which wasn't surprising to Kelsey, as Heather was known for her lack of punctuality. Kelsey started calling Heather to wake her up, but received no answer. The previous night, Heather had planned to go to a bar with some friends and had asked Kelsey to come get her if she overslept or didn't answer her calls. Therefore, Kelsey wasn't concerned, and went to Heather's apartment to wake her up. The girls' apartments were located in the same complex where they worked. Upon arriving, Kelsey found the front door unlocked. Easily entering inside, she saw her friend lying on the bed, sleeping on her stomach, wearing only a crop top and no underwear. Assuming Heather had a wild night, Kelsey tried to wake her up, but there was no response. She then tapped Heather's foot, attempting to rouse her from her sleep, which no one would ever interrupt again. Maple's foot was so cold that Kelsey literally jumped back in horror at the realization of what had happened. Kelsey Price, in horror, stepped out of the apartment and called 911. Soon, emergency services were on the scene. Detective Tommy Massey was one of the first to arrive at the crime scene, and the forensic team meticulously combed through the apartment. Heather was indeed partially undressed, with signs of blows on her face. The hair of the poor girl was soaked in blood, which was also splattered on the walls. It was clear she had been brutally beaten, tortured, and actually assaulted. Massey and his colleague Detective Maples, coincidentally sharing Heather's surname, recalled this crime as a horrifying nightmare. That's understandable, as witnessing such a heart-wrenching scene is extremely difficult. Heather Nicole Maples was born on August 23, 1992, in Ocala, Florida. Her mother jokingly called Heather a hurricane baby. This nickname was entirely justified, as many envied the energy and courage that Heather possessed. In 2004, Jennifer Hunter gave birth to her second child. Heather welcomed her brother, Ryan, into her life with great joy. However, Ryan was later diagnosed with significant developmental delays, and the older sister, of her own accord, dedicated all her free time to him. She took care of him, happily spent time with him, taught him to speak, walk, and eat on his own. Heather was in the 7th grade at the time and devoted all the following years until graduation to Ryan, showing immense love and dedication to her brother. At the age of 22, Heather Maples made the bold decision to leave her Texas home and embark on a new chapter in Tennessee, pursuing her dream of becoming a psychologist. The journey began with a call from her former classmate, Chaz, inviting her to join him in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, where he studied. According to him, it was the perfect place for Heather, with a small college town where she could get a great opportunity to prepare for college. Heather accepted, and in January 2015, the future student went to Chaz in Murfreesboro. By the way, their relationship soon turned romantic. A completely different life began for the girl. With the support of her best friend Kelsey, Heather found a job in the office of the residential complex where they lived. Maples was balancing work with her college preparations. Her friends and family supported her. Everything seemed to be going well, but soon her relationship with Chaz began to crumble, which led to a breakup, and Chaz moved away. At the beginning of August, she excitedly called her mother to share this wonderful news. She had been accepted to college. Her mother, filled with pride, was thrilled for Heather's achievement. However, a week later, Heather failed to show up for work, sparking concern and uncertainty. The detectives understood that considering the nature of the crime, it could have been related to Heather's personal life. At that point, most of her friends were considered suspects, and frankly speaking, there were reasons for that. Upon examining the apartment, there were no signs of forced entry, suggesting that Heather likely knew her attacker and possibly let them in herself. After a thorough investigation of the crime scene, several important pieces of evidence were discovered. Unknown DNA and a hair that did not belong to the victim. All of this was sent for analysis to identify the suspect. However, the most significant piece of evidence was a clear bloody fingerprint on the right side of Heather's bed. Detective Massey explained that if someone had deliberately dipped their finger in ink and intentionally left their mark, it wouldn't have been so clear and precise. Of course, this print was sent for analysis as well. Additionally, Heather's mobile phone was found in the apartment, but without the password, accessing its contents was impossible. This is where Kelsey came in handy. She played a crucial role, not only helping with the phone, but also deciding to inform Heather's mother of her death, believing it would be better coming from someone who loved and cared for Heather. Detective Massey hoped to get a lot of information about Heather from her friend Kelsey Price. He wanted to know everything about the victim's personal life, especially her relationship with Chaz. Kelsey told the detective that the relationship was quite tense, as Chaz had obvious anger management issues, and sometimes he was too aggressive and cruel towards Heather, so the girl decided to end the relationship herself. Therefore, the police immediately decided to investigate Chaz. But an unexpected turn of events occurred. A young man named Michael was determined to access the crime scene despite the caution tape. He had keys to Heather's apartment. According to Michael, on the evening before her death, Heather called him and invited him for dinner, which he accepted. Immediately after dinner, Michael went home, unlike Heather, who went to a local bar with friends. But later, Heather reached out to Michael for help. As Michael recounted, Heather was in trouble. A young man named Ortavio was bothering her and was quite aggressive. Immediately after the incident, Michael offered to drive Heather home. As per his statement, it was around 2:30 in the morning on August 7th, the last time he saw Heather. Additionally, during the interrogation, Michael mentioned that Heather's front door should have been unlocked because he had her keys since she was dressed in a dress and didn't have pockets to carry them. and he simply forgot to return them after unlocking the door. Michael was very disappointed and did not seem like a liar at all, but investigators had to take his fingerprints and a DNA sample. They also contacted the bar to obtain surveillance footage, which confirmed everything Michael had said during the interrogation. Analysis confirmed that the fingerprints and DNA found at the crime scene did not match his. After Michael was cleared as a suspect, investigators turned their attention to the man who had been with Heather that night, Ortavio. With Kelsey's help in unlocking Heather's mobile phone, interest in Ortavio significantly increased. Detectives discovered that Heather had messaged Ortavio, a friend of hers, inviting him to her apartment just hours before she was found dead. But why did Heather call Ortavio to her home after Michael had saved her from him? The answer was simple. They were friends and became more persistent than usual at the bar. Heather was caught off guard. She wasn't prepared for this. Now the detectives needed to speak with Ortavio to get his side of the story. The detectives immediately realized that Ortavio was unaware of Heather's death. But what if he was somehow involved in this case? Meanwhile, the interrogation continued. The detectives intensified their questioning of Ortavio, using a tough interrogation method that not every suspect could withstand. Ortavio was shocked by what he heard. It seemed he genuinely didn't know what had happened to Heather. Following the interrogation, he willingly agreed to a DNA test, confident that it would clear his name. The results proved him right, as the DNA found at the crime scene did not match his, leading to his exclusion as a suspect. Without any leads, the detectives worked practically around the clock, reviewing surveillance footage, scrutinizing every detail provided by witnesses. On the 9th day of the investigation, as Detective Massey was preparing to leave the office late at night, he received a crucial call from one of the directors of the forensic laboratory. Massey finally got the answer regarding the bloody fingerprint that was lifted from Heather's bed. It belonged to a young man named Brandon Bowling, whose fingerprints were on file due to his employment at a company where he previously worked. This development prompted Detective Massey to approach the interrogation very gently, wanting to give Brandon a chance to explain what happened that night. The detectives knew he was lying because the fingerprint was fresh. It seemed that Brandon understood he was caught, but he continued to deny any involvement in Heather's death. After questioning, detectives requested a DNA test from Brandon, suggesting that if he was innocent, the test would prove it. Brandon did as he was asked, perhaps hoping to be released from police custody. But that did not happen. The investigators decided not to wait for the test results. The match of the fingerprint provided substantial grounds for the next step. The police immediately sent a request to the court for permission to access Brandon's phone, which could help the investigation confirm his movements, track calls and texts on the night of the crime. However, they were unprepared for what they found on his phone after the court approval. The video from Brandon Bowling's phone was one of the most shocking, even to the most experienced detectives. In this video, the room of the corpse Heather was captured. Brandon recorded everything, from intimate acts to beatings. Heather was still alive at the time of the recording. In February 2018, Brandon Richmond Bowling pleaded guilty to the attack on Heather Maples. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison without the possibility of parole. On the day of the verdict, Heather's mother, Jennifer, made a speech that surprised many. When the trial ended in the corridor, Jennifer approached Bowling's mother. Jennifer simply hugged this woman, saying that they both lost their children that day. Unfortunately, Brandon Bowling never explained his motives. What are your thoughts on this? What do you think Brandon's motive was, if there was one? The incredible case of Michelle Whitaker. Michelle Laurel Whitaker was born on August 16, 1969, as the fourth of 5 children to her parents. According to her mom, Laura Andrews, Michelle was extremely close to her entire family. However, this changed when they moved from Illinois to Gastonia, North Carolina, and Michelle's once happy demeanor began to fade. As she entered her teenage years, Michelle part-time as a waitress, and was barely getting by. One evening in 1999, Michelle met a man named David after her shift ended, and he offered to give her a ride home. Michelle accepted, but soon regretted her decision. Instead of taking her home, David took her to a secluded area where he assaulted her and forced her into intimate contact. He was arrested a year later, pleaded guilty to assault and battery, and received an 8-year prison sentence. Just before she disappeared, was arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. Michelle's parents decided it was time to take drastic measures. They contacted the police and asked them to hold Michelle in custody until a spot in a rehabilitation center became available. Although it was a difficult decision, her parents felt it was the only way to help Michelle in her situation. However, Michelle became extremely upset by this, and from that point on, her relationship with her mother significantly deteriorated. Unfortunately, was mistakenly released from jail without receiving the court-ordered treatment for her substance and alcohol abuse. On August 5, 2002, Michelle had an argument with her mother and stormed out of the house in a bad mood. 3 days later, the man she was staying with contacted her mother, Laura Andrews, to inform her that he couldn't find Michelle after they had had an argument. This is how Laura learned of her daughter's disappearance. Laura immediately sought help from a friend who worked at the local police station. But the police, familiar with Michelle's lifestyle, advised her to wait a little longer, assuring her that Michelle would likely show up on her own. However, 2 weeks passed and Michelle failed to return home. On August 21st, Laura filed an official missing persons report, and local law enforcement began investigating Michelle Whitaker's disappearance. During their investigation, they discovered the last place Michelle was spotted, a truck stop. This information came from a local resident named Doug, who had met Michelle by chance on the street the day before she disappeared. Doug recounted that he had stopped his motorcycle outside a bar where Michelle was sitting and struck up a conversation with her. Michelle told him that she had had a fight with her boyfriend and he had thrown her out of the house. Later that evening, they visited 2 bars together, playing a few games of billiards at one of them. They then took a ride on Doug's motorcycle until dawn, after which they went to his house. Thus was revealed that Michelle Whitaker had spent her last evening visiting local bars, and Doug was the last person to have seen her alive. This made Doug the prime suspect in Michelle's disappearance. According to his testimony, Michelle had planned to go to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, a resort city on the Atlantic coast where she hoped to earn good money working in local bars and restaurants. Doug claimed that he dropped Michelle off at a truck stop, but only after giving her some clothes, including a t-shirt and shorts, and some money to buy coffee and newspapers. He said he wished her good luck before leaving. To verify Doug's story, the police gave him a lie detector test, which he passed. They also tested the man Michelle had been staying with before she vanished, but found no evidence to suggest he was involved in her disappearance. Police began to consider the possibility that Michelle had actually gone to Myrtle Beach, which is approximately 250 miles from Spartanburg. A few more weeks went by, but there was still no sign of Michelle. Her family and friends were growing increasingly anxious. Despite her anger and resentment towards her parents, they couldn't bring themselves to believe she would abandon her family and go into hiding. Michelle's prolonged disappearance made the local sheriff question her motives. When people travel for extended periods, they typically take some personal belongings with them, but Michelle had left with almost nothing. Moreover, she had a beloved pet dog to which she was deeply attached. Every detective interviewed agreed that Michelle would never willingly abandon her dog. In the meantime, Michelle's parents began driving around the neighborhood, hoping to find any clue that might lead them to their daughter. After receiving multiple tips that Michelle had been spotted on a beach in North Carolina, they headed there immediately. They spent 3 days searching for her, posting flyers and talking to locals, but their efforts ultimately proved fruitless. After 6 months of unsuccessful searches, Laura Andrews started questioning whether her behavior towards her daughter had been right. She had witnessed her daughter's downward spiral and couldn't just stand by. Laura wanted to protect her in any way possible. Additionally, she suspected that the 1999 brutal attack Michelle suffered might have contributed to her disappearance. Laura couldn't forgive herself for the hurtful words she spoke to Michelle after the attack, despite the assault being a terrible act by a stranger. Laura initially blamed Michelle for taking a destructive path and causing harm to herself, which only damaged Michelle's self-esteem further with her words. From the sheriff's office, it was assumed Michelle had motives to escape due to her reputation. Detectives thought she'd eventually be arrested, but a year passed with no results. The police were alarmed that Michelle left no digital traces, which wasn't a good sign. Both police and family wondered if Michelle was a crime victim, possibly falling prey to a truck driver. But this theory remained unsubstantiated. 2 more years passed with no leads. On the 3rd anniversary of Michelle's disappearance, after police and Laura Andrews visited the truck stop where Michelle was last seen, local TV stations revisited the story. Just days after Michelle's story aired on TV news, the Spartanburg County Sheriff's Office received a strange letter. The anonymous letter, handwritten on a small sheet of paper, claimed to reveal the location of Michelle Whitaker's body. A crude, homemade map accompanied the letter, pinpointing the exact spot. Despite its amateurish appearance, the letter was well written and proper, lending it an air of credibility. The sheriff, accompanied by search dogs, embarked on a search of a rural area 25 miles from where Michelle was last seen. This development came 3 years after her disappearance, and her family was torn between despair and hope. Some had reluctantly accepted that Michelle might be dead, while others clung to the possibility that she was alive and safe. The search dogs were unable to detect any scent, and the operation was eventually called off. Although relieved that nobody was found, the investigators remained perplexed by the letter. Handwriting analysis and DNA evidence from the envelope suggested that the author was a woman, but her identity remained unknown. In 2006, Michelle's parents relocated to Rock Hill, South Carolina, which is 65 miles from Spartanburg. A year later, on the 5th anniversary of Michelle's disappearance, the whole family gathered at the church. Michelle's mother, Laura Andrews, did not want to treat the gathering as a memorial service, because Michelle's body had not been found, and there was still a faint hope that she might be alive. Another year passed, and Detective William Gary took over the investigation of Michelle's disappearance. At the time, he was handling a dozen unsolved cases, including Michelle's. Since many years had gone by without any evidence that Michelle was still alive, her case was considered a felony. The lack of evidence led the investigators to believe that something tragic had likely occurred. A 19-year-old girl, Linda, didn't show up for breakfast and then lunch one day. When they sent her brother Howard to check up on her, he saw something that would scar him for life. Why did Linda not come home for breakfast? Did she oversleep? What did Howard see? We are going to reveal a case which was buried under a thick layer of snow about half a century ago. The snow has now finally melted and the killer is now behind bars. Come with us as we look at what exactly happened on the fateful day of a cold February back in 1978. February is the month when Buffalo, New York's second largest city, gets the highest amount of snowfall, and this is where our case today takes us. It is located at the head of the Niagara River across the Canadian border from southern Ontario. Linda Tashari was a bartending student living alone in the family cottage, a little behind the larger home where the rest of her family resided. Even though she lived alone at the guest house, she was always in contact with everyone. Well, she only lived about 5 minutes away. As Howard, her brother, described her, she was the one who the family members talked to if they had problems. She liked to keep the family together. It was the 8th of February, 1978. It was past noon. Her lunch was cold, and when Linda's brother went over to the cottage to fetch her, the doors were invitingly open. When he entered the cottage, he was greeted by a scene so horrifying that it would scar him forever, or at least for 44 years. The house was warm, and no one dared open a window. Buffalo was in the grips of a blizzard, and there was no one outside. The streets were empty, and everything was covered in a blanket of snow. It was 8 in the morning on the 8th of February, 1978. Linda's family, her mom and her brother, saw someone walking away from the cottage behind their home and getting into a green Chevrolet Nova parked across the street from their house. He was a man who was about 5 feet 10 inches tall, had a medium build, wearing a ski cap and a navy blue coat. Howard Tashari, Linda's brother, assumed the person was Linda's boyfriend. Who else could it be? He must have stayed the night and just had to get home early. The day went rather normally, but it seemed like Linda had overslept. She wasn't there for breakfast. It was lunchtime when Linda's mother sent Howard, who was 18 at the time, to wake her up. Linda would normally come to the main house to check her mail, but she hadn't that day, which concerned her mother. She sent Howard to check up on her, and when he went to the cottage, he found the side door was unlocked. He pushed the door as it creaked open. The sound of the radio was the first thing he noticed as he stepped inside. As he made his way towards the hallway, he spotted blood stains on the floor. He knew something was dreadfully wrong as he went deeper into the room. He was horrified to find his sister in her pajamas lying lifeless, staring at him in a pool of blood on the living room floor next to the doorway to her bedroom. Howard, trembling as he stuttered her name, knelt beside her as her ice-cold body stared at him. He was frozen for a moment with a million thoughts running through his mind. How could he break this news to his mother? But he had to. He went back and explained what he saw. They called the police. They knew it was the stranger, but he had been too far away for them to identify the man. In the hours after Linda was found fatally stabbed, the Buffalo police detectives began their investigation and gathered evidence from the crime scene. At the time, the area was covered in snow. The police officers who arrived at the crime scene found a trail of blood leading away from the cottage. This led investigators to believe that the killer had injured himself somehow. With limited resources, they had very little to work with. The Buffalo Police Department notified local hospitals and medical stores in the hopes that the killer would seek medical attention to tend to his wounds. The entire cottage was filled with DNA evidence, with the killer's blood splattered on several rooms and on several items, including a Grand Funk Railroad vinyl record cover. Linda has been stabbed 13 times and had wounds on her face, neck and back. Linda has bruises on her face, abdomen and arm which were sustained at the time of the murder. The autopsy revealed that Linda died of blood loss. The police worked through the usual suspects, speaking to Linda's boyfriend, her stepfather, and the handyman, but nothing came up, and soon they were out of clues and no arrests were made. The motive of the murder was ruled to likely be a robbery gone wrong. The killer had seen the cottage away from the main home. This attracted him, but when he entered the cottage, he saw a 19-year-old sleeping there. Wanting to steal things, he moved around the cottage looking for precious items to take. But it all failed when Linda woke up, and in the commotion he had no other option but to kill the witness. But the question remained. Who was the mystery man who was leaving the cottage that morning? Who was the man in that navy blue coat who got into a green Chevrolet Nova? With no other leads, the case went cold. All of the evidence collected in the case, including the DNA evidence, was eventually packaged in 39 envelopes and bags stacked into boxes put away in storage about 2 months after the crime. Even though the killer had fled the crime scene, he had left his DNA. Back in the 1980s, DNA analysis did not exist. It was determined that the blood found at the crime scene was a different blood type from that of Linda. The cold case squad began looking into the case again in 2006, and the detectives sent about 40 pieces of evidence to Erie County Central Police Service's forensic laboratory for analysis. The Tisharis knew the DNA evidence was the key to the killer, but the technology wasn't advanced enough to decipher it back then. But when the technology was upgraded in April 2016, the family members contacted a homicide detective who was on the cold case squad, seeking help. The detective tracked down 14 other men whose names were in the original case file, as well as others who might have known Linda around the time she was killed. These were Linda's stepfather, a couple of men who lived in the neighborhood at the time, and an old boyfriend. There was also a man who helped Linda's sister move. All of them willingly submitted their DNA profile, and they were all ruled out as the killer by the detectives. The team began developing DNA profiles with the blood collected from the crime scene. But the DNA wasn't complete, and so they could only create a partial DNA profile. There were parts of genetic information missing, making it complicated. A partial DNA profile is a profile made from a sample, which is considered to be partial and does not have enough genetic materials available to sample. The sample could have degraded over time, and the information might not be as accurate as they want it to be. That was exactly the reason why these 2 DNA samples from the crime scene were not allowed to be uploaded to the National DNA Database. But the rules and the standards changed 3 years later in 2019. The lab staff uploaded all the DNA data they had in their possession, including the ones from the crime scene. And the next day, they had the face of the killer. The National DNA Database had a match, and it came from Oregon. They finally had a name: John Soberin. This felt too good to be true, and so they cross-checked him with the original case file, but his name did not appear anywhere. Soberin had to have lived in the area in Buffalo at the time of the homicide. They went through the file again, and from the testimony given by Linda's mother and brother, they found that the suspect had driven a green Chevrolet Nova. That was enough for them to zero in on the suspect. The detectives asked for the records from the Department of Motor Vehicles to see people who owned the described vehicle. And even if they did not find John Soberin, they did find people who were connected to Soberin. The first address was to a woman with whom Soberin had a child, and the second one was registered to Soberin's adoptive mother in Tonawanda. It was enough for the detectives to determine that Soberin lived around the area at the time of the murder. The records also showed that he had lived in many other states since the 1980s, including Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Arizona, Colorado, Washington, Oregon, and Ohio, which earned him the name the Drifter. When the investigators took Soberin in for something that happened in the 1970s, he immediately asked for a lawyer. At the arrest, the county forensic lab performed additional DNA analysis on the original crime scene evidence, which included the bloodstains on the sleeves of the Grand Funk Railroad album. And the analysis report was consistent with Soberin's DNA. Back in the 70s, Soberin was nicknamed Chief the Thief. He was known to steal bicycles. He also has been arrested in relation to an incident involving property damage. He had been charged with robbery. There were a lot of coincidences that fit in perfectly. It was very likely that he was the man that Tashari saw walking away from the cottage that morning. He also had a green Chevrolet Nova. The crime scene looked like a robbery gone wrong. He took pride in his stealing ventures. In the case of Linda, could be one of the unfortunate ones where he broke into the cottage, but unexpectedly there was somebody inside. And to eliminate the witness, he took the drastic step of becoming a murderer. On the 11th of October this year, the jury found Soberin guilty of second-degree murder, and the prosecution and the defense both agreed that the victim and the murderer did not know each other. Soberin faces a maximum of 25 years to life as he awaits sentencing on the 13th of December. Do you think if they had stopped the man walking away that they would have at least known what had happened in the cottage? Maybe he would have tried to escape, and it would still have taken 4 decades for them to find justice. Maybe they could have got to Linda sooner and saved her. But at least now, all these years later, the family has closure on what happened. On the evening of February 7, 2014, Saminata Shrestha invited Jessica Michelle Ewing over to her apartment for what was intended to be a low-key dinner. It was meant to be a relaxed get-together between two young women, with nothing out of the ordinary expected. But as the night progressed, the atmosphere shifted, first becoming slightly awkward, then tense, and eventually deeply unsettling. What began as a simple evening marked only by small disagreements, like how to prepare the meal, gradually escalated into something much more disturbing. Saminata Shrestha was born around 1992 in Nepal as the younger of 2 daughters of Dr. Manik Lal Shrestha and his wife, Rajashri. Their first child, Manisha, had been born earlier. When Saminata was about 3 years old, the family relocated to the United States, eventually settling in Virginia, a state known for its large immigrant communities, including many families from South Asia. As Saminata began attending school, she picked up English quickly, though Nepali remained the language spoken at home. This helped her adjust easily to her new surroundings, supported by her friendly personality, sharp mind, and natural curiosity. As the years went on, she also became proficient in Spanish, Hindi, and American Sign Language. During high school, Saminata built a tight circle of close friends. In her free time, she loved to dance, play guitar, and bake brownies for the people she cared about. Even at that age, she already envisioned a future in medicine. But in 2008, the Shrestha family's joyful life in Virginia was shattered. Manisha, the older daughter, was 22 and visiting Nepal when she died in a motorcycle accident. The tragedy deeply impacted Saminata and her parents, but by relying on one another, they slowly found the resilience to move forward. As the years went by, Saminata grew even more committed to achieving her goals. After finishing high school, she volunteered part-time as a paramedic in her community. At the same time, she enrolled at Virginia Tech, majoring in biology with minors in psychology and medicine in society, all with the intention of becoming a doctor. At the university, she took on leadership roles, first as president of philanthropy and later as vice president of a service-oriented fraternity dedicated to volunteer work. Her warm personality and talent for making people feel welcome helped her broaden her circle of friends within this group. Even with her packed schedule, Saminata consistently made time to connect with her old high school friends. In 2012, she crossed paths with Scott, who was nearing graduation at Virginia Tech. Scott was instantly taken with her, later admitting that from the moment they met, he felt she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. 3 months into their relationship, during spring break in 2013, Scott bought her a small keepsake, a little turtle crafted from seashells, complete with a blue hat and sunglasses. While they were on a day trip to Virginia Village, the cute, quirky gift delighted Saminata, and she kept it beside her bed as a symbol of their happy relationship. By that time, Scott had begun law school at another nearby university, demonstrating both ambition and sincere intentions toward their future together. Their relationship flourished so well that they introduced each other to their families, both of which supported the couple and wished them the best. The two were so happy together that they even discussed the possibility of marriage. In the fall of 2013, while waiting for one of her classes to begin, Saminata struck up a short but friendly conversation with another student, Jessica Michelle Ewing. Jessica came from a conservative Baptist household in the small town of Easton, Maryland, where she was raised with traditional values. She later shared that she had endured childhood abuse by a family friend. Despite this traumatic experience, Jessica moved through her teenage years much like many other girls her age. She became a Girl Scout and played in her high school band, showcasing her skill with the trombone and several other instruments. She also took part in missionary trips to distant locations such as Turkey and Mexico. Yet behind these outwardly positive experiences, Jessica was quietly grappling with the strict, conservative atmosphere of her home and community. One of Jessica's closest friends explained that Jessica struggled with her sexual identity during her teenage years. She found herself attracted to girls rather than boys, which caused her significant anxiety, fearing rejection from her family and community. Jessica was known for her loyalty, especially when it came to defending her friends. In high school, when malicious rumors targeted one of her best friends, Jessica fiercely stood up for her, demonstrating her protective nature. Jessica also had a close relationship with her sister, always generous with her time and support. Another defining trait of Jessica was her high expectations for herself, which drove her to pursue a double major in fisheries science and biological sciences at Virginia Tech, where she also joined the Corps of Cadets. In 2012, Jessica's love for animals led her to break campus rules by secretly keeping various pets in her dorm room, including snakes, spiders, a rabbit, a lizard, and a large salamander. When she learned that campus authorities were investigating, she hid the animals in a steam tunnel, trying to keep them warm until she could find them a permanent home. However, this violation resulted in community service as punishment. Jessica was also passionate about sparring, a form of combat training where her skill earned her the title of the strongest woman in her group. Despite her dedication to physical training, she remained committed to her faith, regularly attending Bible study sessions. Jessica also shared a unique and somewhat ambiguous bond with Michael, a young man from her neighborhood who had never attended college. Their relationship was more than a simple friendship but didn't quite reach the level of a romantic relationship. In the spring of 2013, during a university party, Jessica was approached by a stranger who gave her illicit substances, leading to her being sexually assaulted. Around the same time, she was expelled from the Corps of Cadets after being accused of hazing another student during a physical training routine. These events plunged her into a deep depression. By the time she met Saminata Shrestha, Jessica had lost much of her interest in her studies. However, she chose not to discuss these traumatic events with her family, preferring to confide in a friend at the university's counseling center. On the day she met Saminata, they struck up a conversation while waiting for class, discussing The Lion King, which was Jessica's favorite movie, but one that Samanata had never seen. They made plans to watch it together, and Jessica immediately felt a strong attraction to Samanata, who was kind and had striking features. For Jessica, this brief encounter was significant, though for Samanata, it seemed to be a friendly exchange with the potential of making a new friend. Despite her relationship with Scott, Samanata was experiencing a curiosity about kissing someone of the same sex. Feeling comfortable with Scott's non-judgmental nature, she was honest with him about her feelings. A few weeks later, when Jessica and Samanata finally met again, they shared a kiss. Jessica later described this moment in her personal diary as a first date, though she struggled with her feelings and couldn't openly discuss her attraction to Samanata with anyone except her therapist at the local counseling center. In December 2013, Jessica was prescribed antidepressants. During the New Year's Eve party that year, one of her friends saw her smiling and enjoying herself as she had in the past. Jessica told her that she felt freer, as if she had returned to normal, and was hopeful that the new year would bring a fresh start. However, in January 2014, Jessica, perhaps overly confident in her newfound happiness, stopped taking her prescribed medication. According to Scott, Samanata and Jessica kissed at least twice more, but for Samanata it was nothing more than curiosity. Meanwhile, early in 2014, Samanata received the most exciting news of her life. She had been accepted into the medical school at Pennsylvania State University. On Monday, February 3, 2014, Samanata invited Jessica to have dinner at her apartment on Friday, February 7th, to which Jessica eagerly agreed. Samanata mentioned the plan to Scott during one of their daily conversations, treating it as just another routine activity since, for her and Scott, it wasn't a big deal. However, Jessica felt the opposite. As the week progressed, anticipation and anxiety overwhelmed her as she looked forward to Friday. The emotional turmoil was so intense that in the early hours of Thursday, just 24 hours before the dinner, Jessica texted her friend Erica, sharing her mixed feelings. She was excited but also worried, feeling like she might be betraying her connection with Michael. As Friday night, February 7th, 2014, approached, Samanata spoke with her parents. At the same time, Jessica was eagerly preparing for the evening. She took longer than usual to pick out the perfect dress and, once ready, drove to Samanata's apartment carrying a bottle of wine and a can of whipped cream. She arrived an hour late. When Samanata opened the door, Jessica felt a pang of disappointment seeing her host dressed in yoga pants and a sports shirt. Unable to hide her displeasure, Jessica complained. In response, Samanata decided to change into a dress. Despite the rocky start, they both tried to salvage the evening and lighten the mood. However, as they began to prepare dinner, they argued over the proper way to chop the peppers, further adding to the awkwardness. The tension between them was palpable. What happened next remains unclear, and only one of them lived to tell the tale. Jessica has staunchly defended her version of events, claiming that after dinner, once things had calmed down, they built a fort with blankets and had a playful whipped cream fight. The prosecutor presented a different narrative. He argued that when Samanata refused Jessica's advances, Jessica's frustration turned into anger. According to the prosecutor, Samanata's rejection led to Jessica's fury, which eventually escalated. What is known for certain is that throughout the evening, Samanata sent several messages to her boyfriend, Scott. But shortly after midnight, she suddenly stopped texting him. She didn't even send her usual goodnight message. Jessica claimed that after everything, as they lay next to each other in bed, the mood soured again when she accused Samanata of being spoiled and living a luxurious life thanks to her parents' wealth. According to Jessica, Samanata responded by saying they were just experimenting and that she was nothing more than a pastime. Jessica admitted that this comment hurt her deeply. The prosecution highlighted this moment as evidence supporting their theory that Samanata resisted Jessica's advances. They argued that if the conflict had been about Samanata being spoiled, her response wouldn't have revolved around the insignificance of a few kisses. In a fit of rage, Jessica allegedly attacked Samanata, using a wrestling move she knew, ultimately leading to Samanata's death. Meanwhile, Scott became alarmed when he didn't receive a good night message from Samanata. He called and texted her multiple times, but his efforts were in vain. Meanwhile, Jessica placed Samanata's body in a sleeping bag, loaded it into Samanata's car, and decided to flee. Since her own car had been towed earlier, she walked home and, at 7 a.m., called Erica, a friend. Although Erica was unaware of what had happened, she detected a note of desperation and fear in Jessica's voice and invited her over for breakfast. About an hour and a half later, Jessica and Erica met. Around the same time, worried about their daughter's absence, Samanata's parents reported her missing to the police. After breakfast, Erica drove Jessica to pick up her car, and then they parted ways. Alone, Jessica spent the next few hours trying to figure out how to dispose of the body and any other evidence. Unsure of what to do, she met up with Erica again that afternoon. Jessica confessed to Erica what she had done. Trembling and unable to fully process the shocking revelation, Erica urged Jessica to call her mother. On the other end of the line, Jessica's mother could only hear her daughter's frantic and incoherent screams until Erica took the phone to explain the situation. As night fell, Jessica contacted a friend, asking him to come to her apartment and take some books from her library, specifically those related to tarot and the occult. Strangely, she also asked him to remove a collection of Shakespeare's works, fearing it might make her appear suspicious. After her friend complied, Jessica recounted the events in broad strokes. She asked for his help in burning the body, but this request was far beyond what her friend was willing to do for their friendship. When he refused, Jessica was overcome with a sense of betrayal, which she noted in the journal she almost always carried with her, writing that her best friend had failed her. Jessica then retrieved Samanata's Mercedes-Benz and, with the body still in the back seat, drove it to a location where she abandoned the car, though not too far away. At the end of the day, she jotted down some disjointed thoughts in her journal, reflecting on the possible fatal consequences of her actions. At that time, it wasn't unusual for a student to be reported missing, so the authorities had not yet classified Samanata's disappearance as a criminal case. However, everything changed on the morning of Sunday, February 9th, 2014. That day, Jessica showed up at the police station, accompanied by her mother and a lawyer. After refusing to speak on the lawyer's advice, they left without giving any explanations, raising the police's suspicions. By late Sunday, a team of officers searched Samanata's apartment and found evidence of a struggle, as well as some missing items. A few hours later, Jessica was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. In her car, police found the missing items from Samanata's apartment, including her wallet, the bag she used for medical emergencies, a statue of Ganesh, and a photograph of her with her boyfriend. On Monday, February 10th, 2014, the police finally located Samanata's car, and inside, they found her lifeless body. She was still wearing the dress she had put on for the evening, as requested by her attacker. When her parents identified her, they realized that the pain of losing Manisha paled in comparison to this new grief. This time, they lacked the presence and courage of their younger daughter to help them through the tragedy. That same Monday, Jessica's best friend was also arrested, charged with aiding in the concealment of the body. Both he and Jessica were held without bail. As news of the case continued to emerge, the student body and local community were left in shock, struggling to comprehend what dark motives could have driven the alleged perpetrators to take the life of a young woman with such a promising future. The University of Virginia provided professional counseling services to students who needed help coping with the loss of their classmate. Samanata's sorority held a vigil in her honor. In an effort to honor Samanata's memory in a way she would have appreciated, her friends established a fund to raise money for the clinic where she had volunteered. In the weeks that followed, law enforcement officers worked tirelessly to gather new evidence that would ensure the suspected culprits were brought to trial. As part of these efforts, they searched Jessica's friend's apartment, where they discovered Jessica's diary. While neither her friend nor Erica faced charges, it was this diary that ultimately strengthened the prosecution's case. The trial against Jessica was initially expected to take place in February 2015. However, as the date approached, after lengthy discussions with her defense attorney, Jessica entered a guilty plea to first-degree murder through an Alford plea. The Alford plea allows an accused person to acknowledge that the prosecution has sufficient evidence to prove their guilt beyond a reasonable doubt while maintaining their innocence. By pleading this way, the defendant accepts a conviction to avoid the risk of a harsher sentence that could result from going to trial. The Montgomery County prosecutor recommended a life sentence for Jessica. Shortly afterward, Jessica's friend was found guilty and sentenced to 1 year in prison for his complicity in the crime against Samanata. However, his sentence was suspended. Jessica's sentencing hearing took place on June 1, 2015, at the Montgomery County Circuit Court in Virginia. Wearing an orange jumpsuit, her wrists and ankles shackled, and chains around her waist, Jessica entered the courtroom. Her dark hair was firmly tied back in a side braid that ended at the nape of her neck. The vibrant young woman who had once envisioned a bright future was now a distant memory. Behind her dark-framed glasses, Jessica's eyes avoided contact with her mother and sister. For the most part, she remained impassive, but there were moments when her face contorted as if she were about to cry. When Scott testified that he had meant everything to Samanata, Jessica looked down and grimaced as if in physical pain. At the end of his testimony, Scott admitted that he was tormented by the thought that he had failed to protect his girlfriend. When it was Samanata's mother's turn to speak, she accused Jessica of sitting at her daughter's table, knowing all along that she planned to kill her. In response, Jessica defended herself, insisting that there had never been such a plan and that she and Samanata had been secretly dating. The defense called several witnesses to testify about Jessica's character and mental state, including 2 of her therapists, a former professor, and her mother, who not only testified on her behalf but also extended condolences to Samanata's family. Finally, Jessica herself took the stand. In the tense courtroom filled with members of both families, Jessica expressed remorse and apologized several times to Samanata's family, her voice weak, trembling, and at times confused. She even said that Samanata had been an incredible person. During her testimony, which her attorney carefully elicited, Jessica described a fragile mental state that led her to lose control the night of the attack. In a particularly chilling moment, she said that loyalty was important to her in friendship. When her attorney asked if she would help dispose of a body if a friend asked her to, she replied that she would. According to sentencing guidelines, the use of a weapon could have influenced the length of Jessica's prison term. However, after a lengthy 8-hour session, the judge stated that the issue of whether a weapon or manual force was used did not affect his decision. Instead, he emphasized that what happened afterward, particularly the hatred and rage evident in Jessica's diary entries, was the determining factor in his ruling. After these clarifications, the judge sentenced Jessica to 80 years in prison for the murder of Samanata Shrestha, plus an additional 5 years for transporting and concealing her body. According to the judge's ruling, after serving 45 years, the remainder of the sentence could be suspended. However, if released, Jessica would have to serve 20 years of probation. Jessica's mother burst into tears while the defeated defense attorney looked down and began gathering his papers. Meanwhile, Samanata's loved ones embraced each other, tears of relief and sorrow marking the end of a long and painful journey toward justice. The case of Jorge Cortez. Jorge Humberto Martinez Cortez was born on January 5, 1978, in Mexico City. He kept his childhood and teenage years private, only sharing that he often clashed with his mother, who cared deeply for him, and his father, who rarely intervened in their arguments. Jorge's strained family relationships likely contributed to his emotional isolation and the development of his aggressive and unstable personality. To escape his difficult home life, Jorge left at a young age and embarked on a journey across Mexico, taking on temporary jobs to support himself. He worked as a waiter in various bars in Mexico City, including those in the Rosa and Kona districts, and also relied on tips from tourists in the popular Villadue and Cuat districts, known for their extensive infrastructure and diverse entertainment options. Jorge's life of crime began in this place. In 2010, he was arrested for theft and given a 4-year prison sentence. However, because it was his first offense, the judge decided to release him on bail. At the time, No one suspected that this decision would set free a man who would later become one of Mexico's most notorious criminals. After his release, Jorge met a girl named Adriana and fell in love. Initially, he treated her with kindness and attention, but as their relationship deepened, his behavior became increasingly violent. Adriana soon found herself a victim of his physical abuse. Exhausted by his cruelty, she decided to end the relationship, but Jorge refused to accept her decision. One night, Jorge violently attacked Adriana, dragging her down the stairs by her hair and breaking her nose. He beat her so severely that she lost consciousness. When she came to, she saw Jorge holding a lighter and threatening to kill them both if she didn't stay with him. Despite his threats, Adriana continued to resist, which further enraged Jorge. He attempted to strangle her by grabbing her neck with both hands. However, Adriana managed to break free, grabbed a hammer, and began fighting back. She was able to force Jorge out of the apartment and ultimately out of her life for good. This violent confrontation occurred in 2011, and although Adriana reported the incident to police, Jorge was released on bail and avoided punishment. In hindsight, Adriana's escape from Jorge that night saved her from a potentially deadly situation. Jorge would go on to take the lives of multiple women in the future. After meeting Jorge, 18-year-old Yang Kyung Marie became his new victim. Yang was a Korean girl who was very close to her mother, Monica, and her sisters, particularly Anna. Anna was a lively and athletic young woman who balanced her studies in psychology with a part-time job at a restaurant. Yang met Jorge at one of the bars where he worked, and they were immediately drawn to each other. After a brief courtship, they started dating, but their relationship was marked by violence. Despite their frequent arguments, they stayed together. When Yang turned 19, she decided to declare her independence from her family and move to the city with Jorge. However, this change only made their problems worse. Jorge's behavior became increasingly controlling and abusive. He constantly monitored Yang's activities, calling her every hour at work and restricting her interactions with friends. As a result, Yang felt trapped and realized she was a victim of domestic violence. However, she hid the truth from others, including her family, to avoid causing them concern. Only a few close people, including her sister Anna and some friends, knew about the situation. Despite her family's warnings and advice to leave Jorge, Yang struggled to break free. She attempted to leave him multiple times but always returned, held back by her own fears and vulnerabilities. During this time, Yang underwent a significant transformation, changing from a happy and lively person to someone who was depressed and willing to do anything to please Jorge. The relationship continued to deteriorate, becoming increasingly toxic and damaging to Yang's well-being. Yang's relationship with Jorge was marked by violent outbursts. On one occasion, Jorge refused to let Yang into their apartment when she came home late. On another, he locked her inside, set her clothes on fire, and chased her around the room in a fit of rage. In August 2014, their arguments escalated and Yang decided to leave Jorge and move in with her parents. A friend encouraged her to report Jorge to the police and end the abuse. Although Yang initially agreed, she eventually returned to Jorge and they continued living together. Tragically, Yang's life was cut short. On September 21st, her body was discovered in their apartment, bearing signs of severe bruising. Jorge claimed to have found Yang hanging in the bedroom, stating that he had left her sleeping at noon the previous day, September 20th, after she had worked a shift at the bar. Jorge claimed that he returned home on the morning of September 21st to find Yang deceased. He immediately contacted the police and notified Yang's family of the tragic event. The news of Yang's death was devastating to her family, prompting Monica and Anna to rush to the scene. Upon arrival, they found police officers and forensic experts already at the apartment, carefully removing Yang's body from the bed. Jorge stated that when he saw his deceased wife, he became frantic and attempted to assist her. A police officer explained to the family that an investigation was ongoing and they needed to stay outside the house to protect potential evidence. As they watched, Yang's body, covered with a sheet, was carried out of the house. The police also informed them that the initial evidence suggested Yang's death was a suicide, a conclusion supported by the position of the body in Jorge's account, which the police believed to be truthful. However, Yang's family was skeptical and struggled to accept this explanation, finding it hard to believe that she would take her own life. When the family arrived to identify the body and prepare the necessary documents, they were surprised to find that the examination protocol was almost complete. The death certificate stated that Yang had died from strangulation by hanging. However, when the relatives were allowed to view the body, they noticed bruises on Yang's legs that seemed suspicious. Jorge attempted to explain the bruises by saying that the body had slipped from his hands and fallen to the floor when he tried to move it from the bed. Monica was not convinced by Jorge's explanation and suspected that something was not quite right. Investigations revealed more about Yang's tumultuous relationship with Jorge, fueling suspicion that her death might not be the suicide police claimed. During police testimony, friends described constant fighting between they, revealing Jorge's history of jealousy and aggression. His behavior extended to frequent phone calls to Yang's workplace, indicating a pattern of controlling behavior. Yang's sister Anna noted that a few months before the tragedy, her behavior dramatically shifted. Anna added that she started distancing herself from the family once the relationship with Jorge started. This prompted concern within the family. Despite growing concerns about Jorge's unstable behavior and doubts about the official explanation, the police were quick to dismiss theories and rush to close the case. Experts at the Katak morgue recommended cremating Yang's body, which meant that further forensic investigation would not be possible. Yang's mother was deeply suspicious of Jorge's involvement in her daughter's death, but she eventually agreed to the cremation due to pressure from her family, thereby giving up the chance to gather evidence to support her suspicions. Jorge did not attend the funeral, but he got a tattoo of a broken heart, supposedly to show his grief. However, he also cut off all contact with Yang's family. Yang's death had a devastating impact on her family, especially her mother, Monica. The overwhelming pain of losing her daughter, combined with feelings of loneliness and despair, led Monica to develop an addiction to alcohol and smoking. Monica was devastated when her daughter Yang passed away suddenly. Despite her overwhelming grief, Monica refused to accept the initial explanation of Yang's death, finding it contradictory to her daughter's outgoing and life-loving nature. Unsettled by details like the bruises on Yang's body and the lack of evidence supporting the claimed manner of death, Monica's instincts told her there was more to the story. To get answers, Monica launched her own investigation into the case. Monica acquired security footage from her daughter's home, revealing her son-in-law Jorge was the last person to see Yang alive. With the help of a private attorney and forensic pathologist, Monica reviewed Yang's final days. An unexpected development led to a shocking explanation, revealing a deeply seated scandal and a misclassified homicide. Monica's determination uncovered hidden details, ultimately revealing the truth behind Yang's death. The detective completely rejected the initial account of Yang's death, presenting conclusive evidence that proved she was murdered. Further investigation revealed several discrepancies with the original autopsy. There were no signs of hanging on Yang's body, but her neck showed signs of strangulation, and a scarf had been used to make it appear as though she had hanged herself. Bruises on her hands and fingernails suggested she had tried to fight back. The medical examiner confirmed that any competent expert would have reached the same conclusion. This raises serious questions. Why did the police ignore these facts, and why did the family receive a false report about their daughter's death? Monica's relentless pursuit of truth led her to conduct a 7-month investigation, uncovering a series of disturbing failures and incompetence by law enforcement agencies. Her research revealed that Yang had previously reported violence by Jorge to the police, but her cries for help were ignored. Monica also discovered that Jorge had ties to his father and the staff handling the case, which, combined with the severity of Yang's injuries and the apparent negligence of the authorities, compelled her to take decisive action. Monica appealed to the prosecutor's office, seeking a review of the case and justice for Jorge, the main suspect. However, she was met with neglect and cynicism instead of support. A prosecutor even questioned her competence, suggesting she should focus on being a housewife and seek psychological help rather than pursuing justice. Undeterred, Monica continued her investigation, driven by her love for her child and her desire for truth. Her perseverance ultimately paid off. Jorge committed another murder in 2016, a devastating end to Yang's story. This event began a new chapter in Camper's life. She met Jorge online, where he hid his dark nature behind a charming facade. Unaware of his past, she was drawn to his friendly, sociable personality, and they soon developed a romantic relationship. Camper's close friends discovered her new relationship when she posted a photo of herself and her boyfriend on social media, beaming with happiness. For several weeks, their romance seemed perfect. As 2016 drew to a close, Camper's mother, Margarita, met Jorge for the first time on December 28th. Campera, Jorge, and her children then traveled to Acapulco to spend the New Year's holidays with her parents. However, Jorge later convinced Campera to extend their stay, and she asked her mother to watch the children for a few more days. Margarita agreed, unaware of the tragedy that was about to unfold. 3 days later, Campera was found dead. The last time Margarita had spoken to her daughter was on December 30th. When Margarita tried to call Campera on New Year's Eve, she was met with silence. Campera always answered her phone or returned calls promptly, so Margarita's anxiety grew with each passing minute. As the hours ticked by, Campera's unusual silence and lack of online activity only heightened Margarita's concerns. Eventually, Margarita decided to contact Jorge to find out what had happened to her daughter. Jorge attempted to alleviate Margarita's concerns by downplaying the argument and Campera departure to celebrate the new year with friends. However, Margarita remained unconvinced and asked a family friend to check on Campera. When the friend arrived at Campera's house, Jorge told him that Campera was asleep and unable to meet with him. Margarita's suspicions grew, and she sensed that Jorge was hiding something. On December 31st, between 5 o'clock and 8 p.m., Jorge committed a heinous crime. He brutally murdered Campera by strangling her after beating her severely with an unknown object, leaving multiple injuries on her face and body. In an attempt to make it appear as though Campera had taken her own life, Jorge cut a lock of her hair, placed her body on the bed, covered it with a blanket, and left the gas stove on. He even placed a portrait of Campera's late ex-husband in her hand to create the illusion that memories of him had driven her to suicide. Around 8:30 p.m., Jorge packed his belongings and left the house. On the night of January 1st, 2017, Margarita tried to contact her daughter Campera to wish her a happy new year, but was unable to reach her. She then called her son Gabriel, who was in the same city as Campera, and asked him to check on her. When Gabriel arrived at his sister's house, he was immediately hit with a strong smell of gas. After turning off the gas burners, he began searching for Campera and was shocked to find her body on the couch, bearing signs of a brutal beating on her face. As Gabriel threw off the blanket covering his sister's body, he was horrified by what he saw. Campera was wearing only her underwear, and her body was covered in numerous bruises. Several details caught his attention. There were drops of blood around her, although her body in underwear appeared clean, as if she had recently bathed. Additionally, Campera's head was almost completely shaved, which struck Gabriel as strange, as his sister was known to take great care of her hair. Gabriel reported the incident to the police and then called his mother to break the news to Margarita. Paramedics and police arrived, confirmed Campera's death, and restricted access to the scene. The family was stunned by grief, struggling to come to terms with what happened. Their eyes reflected sadness and a glimmer of hope for justice. The investigation was complicated by inconsistencies between the crime scene and the initial assumption of suicide. The police meticulously examined every detail to unravel the truth. The police initially suspected suicide, but Campera's family disputed this, finding it impossible to believe that a young, cheerful woman would take such a drastic step. Campera's family was convinced that her death was not a suicide, but a violent crime. A strand of hair found on her body that did not match anyone in the house reinforced their suspicions. They demanded a more thorough investigation, which was granted. A second forensic examination confirmed their fears, revealing that Campera was strangled and that the suicide scene was staged. The evidence included marks on her trachea and neck, bruises indicating a beating, and the absence of a strand of hair. The The police launched an investigation, and Camper's aunt, Sandra, worked with the deputy prosecutor to have the case transferred to the prosecutor's office. However, progress was slow. Later, Sandra was called back to the prosecutor's office and informed that she and her brother, Gabriel, could be plaintiffs in the case. Camper's children were left with their grandmother after the tragedy. To shield them from painful memories, they were transferred to a new school. However, time alone didn't heal their wounds. 2 months later, the family was allowed to visit the apartment where Camper's body was found, collecting her belongings and possibly uncovering clues. Her laptop was found, but its data had been deleted. Fortunately, her iPad was password protected, and the last photos she took before her death were recovered. One disturbing photo showed Campera lying next to Jorge on the same sofa where her body was later found. Further investigation of the photos revealed more evidence. In one image, Jorge was seen holding a skull-shaped container that was later discovered in the apartment's freezer. He was also shown strangling Campera with one hand. Drawers in the desk yielded sketches of tattoos Jorge planned to get, further hinting at his possible involvement in the crime. The public was outraged when Jorge was released on bail in 2009, sparking widespread anger. Many realized that if he had been detained earlier, the young women might still be alive. The Campera and Young families continued to demand justice for their loved ones on social media, gathering over 13,000 supporters on a memorial page. 10 months after his escape, Jorge was finally caught on October 24, 2017. His arrest was unexpected, occurring during a routine patrol by the National Civilian Police in Livingston, Guatemala. The officers were patrolling the streets when they noticed a suspicious man who appeared to be homeless. A routine check of his documents and fingerprints revealed a shocking truth. The man was on the international wanted list with a high danger level. Jorge was immediately arrested and taken to the immigration center in Guatemala City, where he was detained pending further action. The Guatemalan authorities quickly contacted their Mexican counterparts to initiate the extradition process. According to the head of the Guatemalan police, Pablo Castillo, Jorge had been hiding under a bridge in western Guatemala, living on the streets and relying on the kindness of tourists for survival. The next day, October 25th, Jorge was transported to the Mexican border city of Chiapas, where he was handed over to the Mexican authorities. After crossing the border, Jorge was taken to Mexico City, marking the successful completion of the extradition process and the delivery of justice. Jorge appeared in court to face charges for his alleged crimes. A reporter managed to ask him a few questions, but Jorge responded with a complete denial of any wrongdoing, claiming he was unaware of the charges against him. This was despite being taken to court on October 26th for a preventive measure, specifically for the murder of Campera. During the trial, the prosecution presented strong evidence of Jorge's involvement in the crime. The investigation revealed that Jorge had brutally beaten the victim with an unknown object before strangling her to death. The prosecutor classified the crime as a feminicide, made worse by the fact that Jorge had a romantic relationship with the victim. The prosecutor also pointed out that Jorge had a prior conviction for theft and was possibly involved in the death of another ex-girlfriend, Yen. Despite the overwhelming evidence and arguments against Jorge, his lawyer proposed an alternative explanation that Jorge was mentally unstable and needed a psychological evaluation. This move came as the community awaited justice, expecting a suitable punishment for the perpetrator. After thoroughly examining the evidence, witness testimonies, and arguments, the judge turned his attention to Jorge and his lawyer. He asked how long it would take to complete the psychological evaluation. Following a consultation, Jorge's lawyer agreed that Jorge would attend all subsequent court hearings. Upon reviewing all materials and considering both sides, the judge rendered a verdict. There was sufficient evidence from the prosecutor to hold Jorge accountable for his crimes. The court ordered the investigation to continue and gave a 4-month deadline to new evidence. Meanwhile, Jorge was taken into custody and held at a pretrial detention center. Despite Jorge's arrest and guilty verdict, the Campera and Yen families faced a lengthy and challenging process ahead. In August 2019, an oral hearing was held in Jorge's case. His lawyer asked the court to disregard the videos that showed Jorge entering and leaving Campira's house on the day she was murdered. They claimed that these videos were incomplete, taken from a 30-hour recording at the crime scene, and could not be used to prove Jorge's guilt. The videos had been given to the victim's family by a neighbor who recorded them. The family then passed them on to the police, who brought only partial recordings to court. The police had lost the original disc. Jorge's lawyer alleged that the Mexico City prosecutor's office had concealed this information, which only came to light on the day of the hearing. The defense lawyer argued that the materials used to obtain the arrest warrant were unlawful. Specifically, the lawyer claimed that a key video was given to the Campira family rather than the judicial authorities and therefore could not be used as evidence. Despite this, the supervisory judge rejected the defense's petition after considering the prosecution's arguments and the testimony of Campira's friends and neighbors. Additionally, the court considered 2 witness statements, but did not accept them as evidence. The case proceeded, and Jorge was allowed to appeal the decision and present the same arguments again. Meanwhile, the young family was dealing with their own separate case. A ban on violence against women was established in Mexico City, thanks in part to advocacy from several groups, including the Mexican Institute of Human Rights and Democracy and the Center for Justice. This new decree was influenced by multiple high-profile crimes, including the murder of Yen. As a result, her case was forwarded to a Mexico City court for trial. Nearly 7 years after Yang's murder, charges were formally brought against her suspected killer, Jorge, in May 2021. Shortly thereafter, a judge ordered his arrest for his role in her murder. Despite these developments, Jorge's defense team was able to significantly slow down the investigation and prosecution. 9 years after Yang's death, Jorge Humberto Martinez Cortez was sentenced to 52 years and 6 months in prison in November 2023 for taking Yang's life. While the Yang family has finally received justice, Campira's family still faces a lengthy process. A trial had been scheduled for April 2022 at the detention center where Jorge was being held. Activists were resolute that this time the perpetrator would not evade accountability. Jorge's lawyers have successfully delayed the hearing once again, which was set to take place on January 29, 2024. Over 50 witnesses were expected to be called to testify, but for now, there is no update on the status of the hearing in the media. Jorge's family remains hopeful that he will eventually be held accountable for his actions. While nothing can bring Campira back, they seek justice and want to ensure that her death does not go unpunished. David Kinney was a young man who led an ordinary life. As he reached the age of 21, his mother decided to throw a big celebration in his honor. Among the guests at this party was Sherry, a beautiful single mother who attended with her sons. During the course of the evening, David found himself deeply captivated by Sherry, feeling an instant connection. The next day, he confided in his mother that he had found the love of his life and was determined to make his relationship with Sherry official. Despite Sherry's admirable qualities, some people in David's circle questioned his decision to marry a woman with 3 young children, citing the heavy responsibility it entailed for someone so young. However, David was a young man full of commitment and love. He was ready to take on the responsibilities that came with integrating into Sherry's family and building a beautiful life together. To ensure he could provide for his new family, David enrolled in a course to become a coal miner, a tough and risky job, but one that offered good pay to cover the needs of his household. It was during this training that David met Brad McGarry. Brad, born in the 1970s in Cambridge, Ohio, had faced numerous challenges growing up. Openly gay in a conservative environment, Brad had endured insults and prejudice, but had always stood firm in living his truth. Over time, he built a close-knit group of friends and pursued a career in hairstyling. Though in a small, working-class town, it was a challenging profession. Eventually, Brad made the bold decision to switch careers, opting to become a coal miner, despite the stark contrast to his previous work. David and Brad quickly became friends, with Brad even becoming a beloved figure in David's family, earning the affectionate nickname Uncle Brad from David's children. The two friends were inseparable, always sharing jokes and good times together. By 2017, David was 30 years old, happily married to Sherry, and their children were growing up. Brad, on the other hand, was balancing his work, family time, and a secret romance. On May 7, 2017, after attending a family gathering, Brad told a cousin that he needed to return to his home for a meeting. Later that day, around 6:15 p.m., David, Sherry, and their youngest daughter stopped by Brad's house. They were surprised when Brad didn't answer the door, even though his car was parked outside. Concerned, they went around to the back of the house and found the service door unlocked. After calling out to Brad without a response, David entered the house while Sherry searched upstairs. David's search led him to the basement, where he was met with a horrifying sight: Brad's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. Sherry, responding to her husband's scream, rushed downstairs and was equally shocked by the grim scene. Sherry immediately called 911, and the police were soon alerted to the discovery of Brad's body, the victim of a fatal gunshot wound. When the police arrived, they found David and Sherry visibly shaken, recounting their story of how they had come to check on their friend and were met with a terrible tragedy. The couple explained their close relationship with Brad, emphasizing the deep bond that had formed over the years. The Kinney family shared that they often spent holidays with Brad, and their children loved him like an uncle. They had even planned a trip to the Bahamas with him in August of that year. When asked about any enemies or troubling circumstances in Brad's life, David and Sherry mentioned that Brad had recently ended a tumultuous relationship with a man named Scotty, although they didn't know his last name. They described the relationship as fraught with conflict, with frequent heated arguments. After gathering as much information as possible from the witnesses, the officers began to thoroughly examine the scene before drawing any conclusions. In the basement, they found Brad's body lying face down on the floor, with a large pool of blood surrounding his head. At first glance, it was clear that he had been shot at least once in the head. Despite the obvious signs, the officers initially speculated that Brad might have been going through a difficult time and possibly taken his own life. When the forensic expert arrived at the scene, he asked the officers if they had found a weapon, to which they replied that they had not. However, since it's common for individuals who take their own lives to fall on the weapon, the forensic team decided to turn the body over. Upon doing so, they found no weapon, quickly dispelling the initial suicide theory. As they continued to survey the house, the police tried to piece together the crime scene. They noticed that the house seemed to have been ransacked in a peculiar way. The kitchen was in disarray, with several drawers left open, and the living room was also in a state of chaos. The authorities initially suspected that Brad's death might have been the result of a robbery gone wrong. However, after conducting a more thorough inspection, the detectives realized that no valuable items had been stolen, despite there being several worth taking. They also noted that Brad was a collector of rural style art, and his home contained many valuable items. If the intruder had been a common thief, it was also odd that the television remained in place, and there was money scattered on the floor. Considering all these clues, the police became convinced that the robbery was staged to mislead them. Given that Brad was an openly gay man working in a coal mine, the detectives considered the possibility that he might have upset some of his more conservative coworkers, potentially leading to a hate crime. However, when they spoke with his colleagues at the mine, they were surprised to find that everyone respected and admired Brad, describing him as a good man. This theory was quickly discarded. The detectives also interviewed Brad's friends and family, trying to establish a timeline and gather as much information as possible. According to David and Sherry's statement at the scene, Brad had recently ended a toxic relationship with a man named Scotty, which was confirmed by Brad's friend, Wendy. Wendy told the police that she had also been against the relationship, noting that Brad had become too involved with Scotty, and things had started to get very strange. Following this lead, the him. However, when they arrived, Scotty's mother informed them that he had been in jail for 3 months for violating his probation. While this ruled out Scotty as the perpetrator, the detectives did not completely dismiss him as a suspect. They theorized that he might have orchestrated the crime from behind bars with the help of an accomplice. The police visited Scotty in jail to inform him of his ex-boyfriend's death and gauge his reaction. Scotty seemed genuinely shaken by the news, and by the end of the interview, the detectives had nearly ruled out his involvement in the crime. Desperate for answers, the detectives decided to canvass the neighborhood to see if any cameras had captured footage near Brad's house. Fortunately, a neighbor had a camera facing the street close to Brad's home, which could potentially reveal who had come and gone. While they began reviewing the hours of footage, they continued interviewing friends and family. The case seemed to be reaching a dead end until 2 days later when the detectives interviewed a cousin of Brad, whose testimony shifted the investigation. He revealed that on the day of the incident, Brad had left the family lunch gathering between 1:30 and 2 p.m., but not before mentioning that a man named DJ was supposed to visit his house. He added that Brad had jokingly said he was planning to take a nap with his guest, hinting at a romantic intention. He further disclosed that Brad had confided in her that the man he was seeing was married and had not yet come out to his wife about their homosexual relationship. He also told the detectives that the relationship with DJ had been ongoing for years and that they had managed to keep it under wraps. Despite being reluctant to reveal the true identity of Brad's lover, he finally gave in under the pressure of the lead investigator, dropping a bombshell name. The officer was stunned to hear that DJ was actually David, the very man who had discovered Brad's lifeless body. When asked if she was certain about her statements, he confirmed that David was indeed the only man Brad had ever mentioned to her. The detectives later commented that when they discovered DJ was David, the person who had found the body while visiting the house with his family, everything suddenly became clear. Up until that point, David had been viewed as a significant witness in the case, appearing genuinely shaken and grieving over his friend's death. This unexpected twist in the story, however, instantly turned him into the prime suspect. The detectives, under the guise of needing to retrieve photos from his phone related to the crime scene, convinced David to hand over his device. In reality, they were tracking his location during the time Brad was killed and searching for evidence that might confirm a relationship beyond mere friendship. When they reviewed the phone's location data, they discovered that David's phone had been at Brad's house at the time of the fatal shooting. Although David had deleted incriminating messages, a deeper forensic analysis uncovered text messages between him and Brad that confirmed their sexual relationship. Meanwhile, the team reviewing the footage from Brad's neighbor's surveillance camera found that David had indeed driven to Brad's house just before the estimated time of the attack. Notably, he had arrived in his wife's car, not his own. They documented the duration of his visit, noting that he left about 40 minutes later. The footage also captured David returning hours later in his truck, accompanied by his family, under the pretense of delivering a weed trimmer that Brad had supposedly requested. After compiling all this evidence, the police were confident they had enough to prove that David had been at Brad's house both before and during the time of his death. It was time to confront him with the truth. When the detectives presented David with the damning data retrieved from his phone, he admitted to being at the house but changed his story multiple times during the lengthy interrogation, offering up to 7 or 8 different versions of events. At one point, David claimed that a third, unidentified man had been in Brad's house, and after a heated argument, this unknown individual shot Brad. He insisted that the man had threatened him into silence before allowing him to leave. However, the detective made it clear that he didn't believe this story, prompting David to alter his account once again. When pressed to tell the truth, David eventually confessed to hiding his affair from his wife, Sherry, but insisted that it had only been going on for a few months, not years. He claimed that Brad had not been pressuring him to leave his wife and move in together, but had grown angry when David tried to end their romantic relationship that afternoon. David alleged that Brad had brandished a gun, waving it in his face, which terrified him. He said the argument escalated into a physical struggle, during which he managed to wrestle the gun away and shot Brad in the forehead, asserting that he had acted in self-defense. David also admitted to firing another shot at Brad while he was on the ground. The detectives quickly refuted this version of events, pointing out that the basic laws of made David's account impossible. The forensic analysis of Brad's body revealed that he had been shot twice, both times in the back of the head, indicating that the shooter had been standing behind him. When asked about the weapon, David claimed he had disposed of it while fleeing the scene. Law enforcement officers were seen combing the area in the days that followed, but the murder weapon was never recovered. Despite the missing weapon, the investigators were certain they had their man. Before taking David to jail, they allowed him to speak with his wife. The conversation between David and Sherry was closely observed by the detectives. David confessed to Sherry about the affair and expressed regret for not handling things differently, admitting that he couldn't undo what had been done. Sherry, shocked by the enormity of his revelation, was left speechless. David reiterated to her what he had told the detectives. Sherry, through tears, asked him if he was mocking her with such an explanation and said she couldn't even bear to look at him. This conversation confirmed to the police that Sherry had no prior knowledge of the events that had transpired behind her back. On May 9th, David was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Investigators hypothesized that Brad, frustrated with keeping their relationship a secret, had likely threatened to reveal the truth to Sherry, giving David the motive to kill his friend and maintain his double life. After several days in custody, David appeared in court for a marathon preliminary hearing held in mid-May 2017. There, he faced charges for the murder of Brad. He kept his gaze fixed on the floor as the investigating officers testified, and the prosecutors focused on the inconsistencies in the story he had told them. The police described how David had appeared visibly distraught at the scene of Brad's murder, experiencing physical discomfort, including trouble breathing and episodes of vomiting. He also recounted David's initial written statement, in which he claimed to be a simple friend who had gone to deliver a weed trimmer and had inadvertently discovered Brad's lifeless body in the basement. The lead investigator presented David's final statement, in which he confessed to shooting Brad in self-defense with a weapon that, despite exhaustive efforts, was never found. The autopsy results were a critical turning point that completely dismantled David's self-defense claim, as they showed that the victim, Brad, had been shot twice in the back of the head, which was inconsistent with an act of self-defense. David's defense attorney addressed the court, arguing that David did not pose a threat to society, and that the tragic events leading to Brad's death were the result of unique circumstances. He asserted that if a crime had been committed, it was manslaughter, not murder, and claimed that David had acted in self-defense. Meanwhile, David remained silent during the nearly 3-hour hearing, where witnesses took the stand. After reviewing all the evidence and testimonies, the judge found probable cause to send the case to the county court and set bail at $1 million. David's defense immediately requested a reduction in the bail amount, arguing that it was impossible for David to pay. However, the judge denied the request. Several weeks later, David's defense attorney filed more than a dozen motions during a hearing. Among these motions was another request to reduce David's bail. Numerous friends and family members of David attended the hearing to show their support. The lawyer asked that the bail be reduced to $250,000, an amount that the Kinney family could manage. He called several witnesses to the stand, including David's wife, his mother, his father-in-law, and his stepfather. All of them testified to David's good character, describing him as an honorable, hard-working, and responsible man, as well as a loving husband and father. Sherry testified that her husband had provided emotional and material support to their 3 children for the past 10 years, even though he was not their biological father. During cross-examination, Sherry was questioned about the events of May 7th, when David took her and their daughter to Brad's house. She said her husband told her they were going to return a weed trimmer. When asked by the judge if her husband had acted strangely that day, Sherry said she did not notice anything unusual at the house. She described how they arrived, knocked on the door, found the back door open, and entered the house, which appeared to have been ransacked, before David went to the basement and shouted for her to call 911. After hearing all the arguments, the judge concluded that the testimonies regarding David's character did not justify a reduction in bail. He based his decision on the fact that the defendant had taken his wife and daughter to a house where a dead body was present, under the pretense that he was just passing by and was unaware of what had happened. The judge added that David had blatantly lied to his wife and daughter. Later, David's trial began and lasted for a week. During the trial, the prosecution presented the evidence we've already discussed, such as the neighbor's surveillance video showing David arriving at Brad's house before the time of the crime and returning later with his family. The prosecution also showed police body cam footage that clearly demonstrated David had been lying from the start. One of the most striking pieces of testimony came from a forensic expert who discussed the DNA evidence found at the scene. The expert revealed that DNA from a used condom showed Brad's DNA on the outside and the DNA of an unknown male on the inside. But there was no trace of David's DNA. This revelation was controversial because it contradicted the accusations made by a detective who believed that David had decided Brad had to die to keep his secret and his family life intact. According to the detective, David had lured Brad with the promise of sex, killed him, and then covered up the crime as best he could. Meanwhile, the defense maintained that David had acted out of fear and in self-defense. Although the defense attorney admitted that David had not always told the truth and that some of his actions were odd, he reiterated that this did not make David a criminal. The prosecution countered that 2 bullets to the back of the head were not acts of self-defense, pointing out that Brad had been on his knees when he received the first shot to the upper part of his head and the second to the lower part of his skull. After hearing the closing arguments, the jury deliberated for 4 hours. Tension filled the courtroom as the jury returned, and when the judge read the unanimous verdict, they found David Kinney guilty of the aggravated murder of Brad. The verdict was met with gasps and tears from those present. Before his sentence was handed down, David was given the opportunity to speak. He began by apologizing to Brad's family for all the pain and suffering he had caused. He said he never intended for any of this to happen and wished he could take it all back. David acknowledged that no amount of apologies could ever bring Brad back, but he wanted the family to know that he truly regretted everything that had occurred. However, the judge was unmoved by David's apologies. The judge recounted the numerous lies David had told to cover up his actions and stated that the crime was a cold and calculated execution, followed by an elaborate cover-up. The judge said that David had premeditated Brad's murder, luring him with the promise of sex, setting up the crime scene, and taking multiple steps to conceal his crime. The judge had 4 sentencing options, all involving life imprisonment but varying in the possibility of parole after 20, 25, or 30 years. David's defense attorney urged the judge to choose one of these options, arguing that David had been a law-abiding citizen with no criminal record before the tragic events of that day. However, the prosecutor urged the judge to impose life without parole, emphasizing that Brad had lost his life and that his family would have to live with that loss forever. In response, the judge stated that if David was capable of ending the life of someone who loved him and was his best friend, it raised concerns about what he might do to someone who opposed him. Therefore, he could not allow David to ever return to public life. In February 2018, David was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, with an additional 3 years for a firearm specification, meaning he had possessed a weapon while committing the crime. The police remarked that the entire case was a tragedy that could have been avoided if David had not been so concerned with keeping his homosexuality a secret. As of mid-2023, prison records indicated that David remained incarcerated in Ohio. From the moment of his conviction, his attorney had tried to appeal the sentence, always seeking the possibility of parole for his client, but those appeals had been denied. Tragically, while David would never return to the coal mines, Brad would not either, as both their lives had been irreversibly altered by David's actions. The case of Marie Carlson. In 1974, a baby girl named Marie was born in the Philippines to an ordinary family. Concerned about her daughter's future, Marie's mother made the difficult decision to send her to the United States, where she believed Marie would have better opportunities for success. As a result, Marie was placed in a foster family with a military background, where she met a young girl named Esther, who was the same age as her. 2 young girls quickly became close friends, unaware of a surprising fact that linked them together. What Marie didn't know was that her American foster father was actually her biological parent, making Esther her biological sister. As they grew older, the sisters left their parents' house and decided to start a new life together. They chose to settle in Florida, where they rented a cozy apartment near a karaoke club that soon became their favorite hangout spot. Marie Carlson's life was a vibrant reflection of her favorite color, pink. She had always believed that living a beautiful life was essential, surrounding herself with flowers and lovely things. But everything changed when she met Jeff, and she discovered a new, profound meaning in life: love. They quickly fell for each other, got married, and had a daughter named Paris, a name that symbolized the love and beauty they shared. Despite their happy family life, Jeff remained an enigma. His past and last name were shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Marie was driven to succeed in her career. She had set her sights on joining the Federal Bureau of Investigation (FBI) and was studying criminal law to achieve her goal. However, her journey was not without its challenges. As she progressed in her career, the obstacles grew tougher, and despite her best efforts, ultimately left the police service without realizing her dream. Marie's life took a devastating turn due to a mental health disorder that worsened over time. The trauma of being sexually abused as a child left her with deep emotional scars. As a result, her daily life became increasingly painful and her relationship with her husband, Jeff, began to suffer. The love they once shared started to fade, and their marriage eventually ended in divorce. The divorce was a difficult but necessary decision, as both Marie and Jeff knew they needed to prioritize their daughter, Paris. They agreed that it would be best for Paris to live with Jeff, allowing her to escape the negativity that had been affecting their home. Despite the challenges, they completed the necessary paperwork amicably and with minimal drama. Throughout the long and difficult divorce process, Marie and Jeff remained dedicated to making decisions that would benefit and care for their daughter, Paris. They remained on good terms and continued to care for each other as friends. Marie was grateful for Jeff's support and made it a priority to spend quality time with Paris, never missing a birthday. Marie had faced many challenges, but she remained determined and refused to surrender. Despite her struggles, she never lost hope. One day, she discovered what had been missing in her life: faith. This newfound faith led her to the Emerald Coast Church, founded by the charismatic pastor James Flanders and his wife Tanya. From the moment she stepped into the church, Marie felt a sense of belonging. The warm and welcoming atmosphere, combined with Pastor James Flanders' sincere and heartfelt sermons, made her feel at home. Marie began the process of recovering and healing from her past experiences, working to make amends and move forward. The Flanders, known for their kindness and generosity, had created a sanctuary where people could find help and support. For Marie, the church became more than just a place of worship. It was a loving community that accepted her with open arms. As she surrounded herself with the church's loving atmosphere, Marie began to heal and grow. With each passing day, Marie felt a sense of freedom and joy that she had never known before. She was no longer the lost and broken person she once was. Instead, she was a strong and vibrant individual, filled with hope and happiness. As she looked out at the sunny Florida landscape, Marie's eyes shone with a newfound radiance, reflecting the beauty and joy that had blossomed in her soul. The church was more than just a building. It was a community of people who genuinely cared for one another. For Marie, this small community became a second family filled with love, light, and faith. From the outside, the church appeared ordinary, but inside, it felt like a warm and welcoming home. The people gathered there were united by their shared faith, and time seemed to stand still as they came together. Marie, however, was hiding a secret. She was pregnant, and the weight of this secret was crushing her. She felt ashamed and fearful, and only a few close people knew the truth. In June 2021, at the age of 37, Marie gave birth to her second daughter, Grace. As the news spread through the quiet town, people began to wonder who the father of the child was. The truth was painful. The father was a man Marie had been dating briefly, but he had turned out to be abusive and hurtful. When Marie became pregnant, he disappeared without a word. Left alone and broken, Marie found solace in the church. The Flanders family and the local community showed Marie and her newborn daughter overwhelming kindness and acceptance. They provided a safe and nurturing environment, filling a vital need in Marie's life by becoming like a substitute family. Through their selfless support, Marie was able to find the courage, optimism, and start the healing process from the trauma of her past. Marie had been feeling trapped in her life, and just 3 months after giving birth to her daughter, she made a shocking decision that left everyone stunned. She posted a mysterious message on social media announcing that she was leaving not just her city, but also her family and friends behind. Marie had been secretly planning her escape, careful not to reveal her intentions to anyone, fearing they would try to talk her out of it. She only hinted at her dreams and expressed her love for her loved ones, making it clear that she was leaving for good. Her departure left many questions unanswered. Where was she going? What path would she take? And would she achieve her dreams? Marie's loved ones were devastated, worried sick about her safety and unsure of what to do next. The uncertainty surrounding her disappearance only added to their anxiety. Jeff, Marie's ex-husband, was particularly frantic and decided to contact the police to help find her. As the days passed, the worry and fear for Marie's fate only intensified. Marie's sudden disappearance from Fort Walton Beach had barely stopped making headlines when a disturbing revelation emerged. She had left behind her 3-month-old daughter. This news sparked immediate concern from Marie's sister, Esther, who knew her siblings' devotion to her children. "This is out of character for her," Esther said, her voice shaking. "She's always been extremely protective of her kids." Those who knew Marie were shocked by her disappearance. As a mother, she had always been exemplary, particularly with her 7-year-old daughter, Paris. Marie's ex-husband, Jeff, was especially stunned when he learned that she had stopped visiting Paris as they had been inseparable. Now, at 37, Marie had vanished without a trace. While she had the right to start anew, the police couldn't ignore the fact that she had left her young child behind. The police analyzed Marie's recent messages and discovered a peculiar aspect. Her writing style had changed significantly from before. This led them to suspect that she might be under duress or that the messages were fabricated. An investigation was launched, which soon impacted Marie's personal life. Questions arose about the identity of her daughter Grace's father and the nature of their relationship with Marie. However, even Marie's sister Esther was unable to confirm or deny these suspicions. The police were faced with a complex web of secrets surrounding Marie's disappearance, including the mysterious messages and the uncertainty about Grace's father. In an effort to clarify the situation, the police spoke with Tanya and James Flanders. They revealed that Marie had a history of disappearing temporarily without explanation. The Flanders also shared that Marie had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, which could have contributed to her erratic behavior. A few weeks before she vanished, Marie experienced a severe episode of depression. She began taking medication but was forced to stop due to her pregnancy. Feeling extremely unwell, Marie asked the Flanders family to care for her daughter while she rested. After lunch, Marie lay down to rest and Tanya and Grace went out shopping. James stayed with Marie to keep an eye on her, but he left for a short time to go home. When he returned, he was shocked to find that Marie and her car were nowhere to be found. The Flanders family immediately launched a search for Marie. They scoured the streets, checking the parking lots of every building, but found no sign of her. Then James had an idea to check the airport, and to their astonishment, they found Marie's car parked there. Using the spare keys, James drove the car back home. When investigators examined the car, they did not find any suspicious marks or evidence that could lead to Marie's whereabouts. The investigators returned to the airport, hoping to find new leads. Their plan was to review the parking lot camera footage, as the airport is required to keep this information on file. They also hoped to find Marie's ticket, which might have her fingerprints on it. However, when they found the ticket, it didn't yield any useful results. The ticket was clean, with no fingerprints or other clues that could aid in the investigation. A search of Marie's car also turned up nothing, and the parking ticket didn't contain any fingerprints. To make matters worse, the cameras in the parking lot weren't working on the day Marie disappeared. This lack of footage was a significant setback for the investigation, leaving the question of whether Marie's disappearance was a tragic accident or a carefully planned escape. As the investigation continued, the police began to suspect that Marie's disappearance might be more sinister than initially thought. They reclassified the case as a murder investigation, shifted their focus to the mysterious father of Marie's child, Grace. The police returned to the church, hoping to find some answers to their questions. Who was Grace's father, and what role did he play in Marie's disappearance? The church, where Marie had found solace, was filled with rumors and speculation. Parishioners whispered about Marie's secret and the plan that had been weighing on her mind. Marie had been struggling with depression and had considered an abortion, but the Flanders family, who were eager to expand their family, had strongly opposed this idea. The Flanders asked Marie to leave her baby with them while hypocritically offering to help her. Unbeknownst to others, they desperately wanted a second child despite both being over 40. One parishioner claimed that Marie's baby, Grace, was a reward from above for the Flanders' good deeds. The situation took a turn when Jeff, Marie's ex-husband, arrived on the scene. He was not the father of the child, but had information that could solve the mystery. Jeff revealed that he had noticed Marie's pregnancy and had questioned her about the father. Marie lied, saying she was a surrogate mother for the Flanders. However, the investigation that followed revealed the truth. Police spoke with Tanya's friends, who were also church members, and eventually, the truth came to light. It turned out that the father of the child was James, and the conception was natural. This meant that James's wife, Tanya, had to silently accept the situation. The revelation caught the investigators' attention, and the Flanders were summoned for questioning once again. Tanya was the only one who showed up for questioning. She confirmed the information and added that she was present when the child was conceived. According to her, everything happened with the mutual consent of all parties involved. After Marie disappeared, disturbing details about her relationship with James and Tanya came to light. It turned out that James was intimately involved with both women, which was not just infidelity, but a form of polygamy. At one point, they even celebrated the child's birthday together, taking a photo of James, Tanya, and Marie posing as a happy family. However, this photo was meant to mislead, suggesting that the celebration was only for Tanya and that Marie was not involved. But after questioning Tanya's friends, the investigation uncovered new information that revealed the true nature of their relationship. Although Tanya claimed that Marie was initially happy with the arrangement, it became clear that this was no longer the case at some point. Marie's feelings for her daughter Grace were stirred after she was born, and she became hesitant to give her up to Tanya. According to friends, Marie's reservations fueled her jealousy of Tanya, sparking suspicion that Marie might not want to surrender her child to her rival and plan to steal James away from her. These rumors swiftly elevated Tanya to the top of the suspect list. Following Marie's disappearance, all Tanya's problems would essentially dissolve, granting her the opportunity to raise Grace solo and retain her status as James's beloved wife. However, 2 months had passed since Marie vanished, yet no leads emerged. Investigators diligently attempted to unravel the mystery surrounding Marie's disappearance using available tools, including GPS data. Despite its limitations in 2011, investigators focused on analyzing phone records and message logs to gather more information. The records revealed that Marie had accompanied James to the airport, but Tanya was absent. This development coincided with the unexpected visit of Jason, a young priest who often represented James and ultimately chose to share information with investigators. Jason shared with others a conversation he had unintentionally overheard after Marie vanished. James expressed his distress and concern, stating that he would have to leave the country due to Marie's disappearance, but he couldn't disclose the details. He only mentioned that something terrible had occurred during Marie's severe depression. Prior to her disappearance, James had stayed with Marie at a clinic for a few days, while Jason temporarily took his place. Meanwhile, rumors about polygamy began circulating among the church parishioners, which shocked Jason when he discovered them. Upon James' return from the hospital, Jason decided to discuss the matter with him. Jason asked James about his relationship with Marie. James was honest and admitted to having a romantic relationship with both Marie and his wife. He revealed that he and Marie had a heated argument before her disappearance, which escalated into a physical fight. However, James insisted that Marie was alive and well at the time of her disappearance. Following their conversation, James decided to resign as pastor and soon left the city with his family, including Tanya and Grace, to move to Arizona. Shortly before their departure, Marie's family had contacted the Flanders family to collect some of Marie's belongings. As a result, investigators obtained Marie's phone, which may have contained crucial information. The investigation into Marie's disappearance was initially hindered because most of the data on James' phone had been deleted. However, investigators were able to recover some fragments, including a video of James promoting precious metals. This finding raised suspicions, particularly since the case took place in 2011, when digital evidence was easier to erase and surveillance was less widespread. At that time, DNA detection technologies were still in their infancy, making it seem like criminals could easily escape punishment. However, the field of digital forensics was also advancing, and it was this expertise that ultimately helped crack the case. 3 years after Marie vanished, a new program became available that enabled investigators to recover data from phones and computers. This technology allowed them to access messages between Marie and James, which painted a disturbing picture of their relationship. The recovered messages included explicit images, some of which were taken inside a church. Perhaps most damningly, Marie's emails to James revealed her deep desire to leave Fort Walton Beach, fearing the place was cursed. Her messages hinted at her desperation to escape with her child. A chain of unexpected and dramatic events led to the Flanders family's deepest secrets being exposed. Flanders said, "When someone spreads rumors or harms me, I want them to cease to exist." Given James' situation, shrouded in darkness and fear, it's possible he fulfilled this ominous promise. Despite the lack of Marie's body, there was sufficient evidence to issue an arrest warrant for James on charges of second-degree murder. However, the prosecutor faced a significant challenge, convincing the jury of James' guilt without the victim's body. James and his lawyer were in a desperate situation with an uncertain future ahead, so they made a drastic decision as a last resort to try and turn things around. If James revealed Marie's body's location, he would be charged with manslaughter, a crime with a more moderate sentence. After years of anguish, Marie's family agreed to this deal. James's words reveal the disturbing truth. He and Marie had a tumultuous relationship, frequently arguing about her struggles with depression. During one heated argument, Marie physically lashed out at James, and in an attempt to calm her down, he inadvertently knocked her to the ground. Tragically, she lost her life. In the aftermath, James was overcome with guilt and regret. He had unknowingly contributed to Marie's death, and his attempts to revive her were unsuccessful. The investigators eventually discovered Marie's body in the yard of James's house, buried 5 feet underground and wrapped in a blanket. The discovery was a shock to everyone involved, as they had been searching for her for years. The consequences of James's actions were severe. He was convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 15 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 11 years. His wife, Tanya, claimed to have been unaware of James's crime and was deeply shocked by the news of Marie's death. Marie's body was discovered after a delay, which hindered experts from determining the cause of her death. This delayed discovery may have impacted the direction of the investigation. 5 years later, Marie's family and friends were finally able to lay her to rest and find closure at her funeral. Her sister Esther might have even sung a final song in her honor. Sabora Gagani was born on September 14, 1991 in Tirana, Albania. At some point, Sabora's parents separated, and shortly afterward, her mother, Elisabetta, decided to move away with her children, relocating to Rome, Italy. There, Elisabetta worked tirelessly to raise her children on her own. Sabora was known for her cheerful disposition and quickly became popular among her school friends, who affectionately called her Sebi. She was a strikingly beautiful young woman with dark skin, tall and slender, with long flowing hair and an energetic personality. Sabora enjoyed spending time with friends, attending parties and listening to music at high volumes. According to her mother, she had a deep love for children and dreamed of becoming a teacher. However, she was also drawn to the world of modeling and took her first step in that direction by competing and winning a regional beauty contest. Despite her modeling aspirations, Sabora's family needed financial support, so she began working as a waitress in a local restaurant where she quickly earned everyone's affection. Fate took a turn when Sabora was 18 years old and met Marco, a 31-year-old tall, handsome, and charming man. Although little is known about him, it was confirmed that he had at least one sister and had been previously married. By the time he met Sabora, he was divorced. Sabora fell deeply in love with Marco, and their feelings were mutual. Unbeknownst to Sabora, Marco had a troubled past. According to those close to him, Marco had a reputation with the local police due to his violent tendencies and issues with drug use. About a year into their relationship, Sabora and Marco informed her family that they had decided to move to Spain, as Marco claimed that there were not enough job opportunities for him in Italy. They planned to settle in Torremolinos, a Spanish municipality in the province of Malaga. Elizabeth was not thrilled about her young daughter moving to another country with a man significantly older than her, but Sabora was an adult, and despite her mother's concerns, the couple went ahead with their plan. Upon arriving in Torremolinos in 2011, Sabora and Marco settled in the beach area of La Carajuela. Initially, the couple appeared happy, and Sabora maintained close contact with her mother, communicating daily by phone or social media. She quickly found work as a waitress in a local restaurant, and Marco secured a job as a cook and pizza maker. However, it soon became evident that the problem was not a lack of opportunities in Italy, but Marco's inability to keep a job, as he couldn't hold down a position in Spain either. As time passed, Marco's true nature began to surface, and jealousy-fueled arguments with Sabora became increasingly frequent. Elisabetta witnessed this firsthand when she visited the couple to see how they were living. During her visit, she noticed that the relationship was deteriorating with bitter and frequent arguments, even in her presence. Over the following month, Sabora returned to Italy several times, with some reports suggesting that she only stayed in Spain during the holiday seasons. It's possible that her return was also influenced by the fact that her residence permit had expired and she had been using a false Italian identity to travel. By late 2013, nearing the third anniversary of their relationship, Sabora returned to her mother's home and confided that she had left Marco for good. She was tired of trying to make things work and had decided not to return, realizing that the situation was not improving. But soon after, Marco showed up at the family's home, as often happens, swearing that everything would change. He even proposed marriage. And unfortunately, Sabora was swayed by his promises. Things did improve for a while, but eventually jealousy and violence returned to dominate their relationship. Elisabetta later recalled that her daughter began to feel increasingly frightened. On one occasion, Sabora confided to her mother that if she wanted to leave Marco, she would have to disappear as he wouldn't let her go otherwise. By June 2014, it seemed clear that any hope for reconciliation between Sabora and Marco had faded. Sabora left the house they shared and moved into an apartment. Once settled, she called her mother, telling her that she had ended things with Marco for good and that she finally felt as free as a butterfly. However, things started to become strange when, in early July, Marco called Elisabetta to ask if Sabora had returned to Italy. Surprised, Elisabetta asked what had happened, and Marco told her that 2 days earlier they had a heated argument, after which Sabora left the house, leaving all her belongings behind. Elisabetta didn't believe his story because Sabora had informed her a month earlier about her move, making it clear that Marco was lying by claiming she had just left 2 days prior. Adding to the worry during all that time, Elisabetta had received no news from her daughter. Deep down, she hoped that Sabora was following through with what she had said, leaving Marco and disappearing. But the situation took a chilling turn when, in a subsequent conversation, Marco told Elisabetta a different version of events. He claimed that a security guard at the residence had seen Sabora leaving with 2 suitcases, saying she had left without disclosing her destination. This contradicted his earlier statement that she had left without taking anything. The family waited anxiously for Sabora to make contact. They were certain that, even if she wanted to disappear from Marco's life without revealing her whereabouts, she would never completely cut off contact with her siblings, especially her mother. The last time anyone heard from her was on July 7, 2014, when she exchanged a WhatsApp message with Marco. After that, her phone was disconnected and there was no activity on her social media accounts. The following week, Marco traveled to Italy and visited Sabora's family. He shared a coffee with Elisabetta, lamenting the disappearance of his beloved, and spoke with Sabora's brother, expressing disbelief that she had left without explanation, while insisting he had no idea what could have happened to her. During this time, Marco told Elisabetta that he had printed missing person posters and had been placing them around the area. He also claimed that Sabora had been seen boarding a bus, then suggested she might have traveled to Argentina. Additionally, he mentioned hearing that she had been spotted with a dark-skinned man, with whom she seemed to be arguing. However, Marco never did the most logical thing, reporting Sabora's disappearance to the authorities. That responsibility fell to Elizabeth, who not only reported her daughter missing, but also suggested that Marco might be involved. The police began an investigation, interviewing Marco as the last person to see her, but he repeated his story. The authorities confirmed that the couple had separated, though it seemed they were still in contact as some of Sabora's personal belongings were found in the residence. This unsettling situation persisted for the following months. In 2015, in an effort to expand the search for cyber and nationwide, the authorities sought the help of the association dedicated to disseminating information and images of people who have gone missing under unexplained circumstances. Unfortunately, this effort also yielded no results. Sabora's family refused to give up and ensured that Italian media also circulated information about the missing young woman. Life continued for everyone, though in very different ways. While Sabora's family lived with the anguish of not knowing her whereabouts, clinging to the increasingly faint hope that she would return, Marco's life moved on, albeit with the same bad habits. During this time, Marco changed his appearance, shaving his head, growing a beard, and entering into 2 relationships, both of which ended with the women filing complaints against him. Marco remained in Spain, where, to those around him, he appeared to be a normal man, always greeting his neighbors with a smile, a regular at the gym, a fan of target shooting, and a lover of sports like baseball and martial arts. By 2023, 9 years had passed since Sabora's disappearance, and Marco had a new partner, a woman named Paula. What was known about Paula's life was that before Marco, she had been in a stable relationship from which she had a daughter and a son. After the breakup, and once she began living with Marco, they had a child together. One thing that hadn't changed in Marco's life was his instability at work, and over the years he had gone through several jobs. While working at a pizzeria, he became friends with a man named Victor Molina. One day, Marco approached Victor, asking for work, stating that he had been unemployed for a while and that his family was struggling. Victor, willing to help, gave both Marco and Paula jobs at his restaurant, where Victor's sister Victoria had been working until then. Later, Victor even rented an apartment to the couple. Proved to be an excellent worker, earning the trust and affection of her employers. However, the same couldn't be said for Marco, with whom Victor had several problems. The last straw came when Victoria arrived at the restaurant one day to find the employee bathroom door completely destroyed. Paula, deeply embarrassed, admitted that Marco had broken the door, accusing her of hiding there to have intimate relations with co-workers. This incident led Victor to transfer Marco to work under his direct supervision at another place. During her time at the restaurant, Paula had earned not only trust as an employee, but also personal affection. Victoria, in particular, knew that the relationship between Marco and Paula was not just troubled, but virtually non-existent. Paula confided that Marco had physically assaulted her. Her employers urged her to report him to the authorities, knowing that with his record, he would likely end up in jail. However, Paula downplayed the incident, claiming it was just 4 punches and a kick. To her employers, this explanation was shocking. But there was an underlying reason why Paula continued living with Marco. She revealed that social services had taken her children away after finding drugs in their home that belonged to Marco. Paula confessed that she wanted to leave Marco, with whom she said she no longer had a romantic relationship, but she lacked the means to do so and needed to maintain the appearance of a stable relationship to regain custody of her children. Since securing a steady job, Paula was closer to achieving that goal. She hoped to save enough money to rent her own place and separate from Marco. She also shared that she had been undergoing weekly drug tests at a clinic for months to prove she was drug-free, and she held out hope that by October of that year, she would be reunited with her children. While Marco was working at the new establishment, his performance did not improve, and he lasted only a month and a half. Victor, the owner, discovered that a kitchen knife had gone missing, and he reported the theft to the authorities. Shortly after filing the report, Victor decided to fire Marco. Just a few days after Marco's dismissal on Tuesday, May 16, 2023, Paula was in high spirits. It was her day off and she had plans for the evening. The next day, Wednesday, May 17, 2014, Victoria was looking forward to hearing about Paula's night when she came in for her shift. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Paula was getting ready for work. It was around 11:30 in the morning when loud screams were heard from the apartment shared by Marco and Paula. While it wasn't unusual for the couple to argue, there was something different about Paula's cries this time. Her voice sounded desperate and she was pleading for help. Victor and another employee immediately rushed upstairs and began pounding on the door, asking what was happening and pleading with Paula to tell them if she was okay. One of the men claimed to have heard faint whimpers in the background. Seconds later, Marco's voice emerged, assuring them that everything was fine and that Paula had just gone back to bed. Paula's voice was no longer heard. The door remained closed, and something in Marco's tone set off alarm bells for the concerned men. Victor ran to fetch a spare key to the apartment from his house, while the other employee went to grab his phone to call the police. Hearing the men leave the door, Marco calmly exited the apartment and left the building. Minutes later, police officers and medical personnel arrived at the scene. They knocked on the door again, but there was no response. Victor unlocked the door for them, and what they found inside was far worse than anyone could have imagined. Lying on the floor was Paula's lifeless body, her clothes stained red with numerous stab wounds. The paramedics could do nothing but pronounce her dead at the scene, and it was clear that the suspected assailant was no longer present. Within minutes, the area was swarming with law enforcement, investigators, and medical personnel. Authorities immediately launched a manhunt for the suspect based on witness statements. The efforts paid off. A local resident identified Marco from the photo at a nearby establishment. Less than 6 hours after the incident, at 5:30 that same evening, Marco was apprehended while calmly drinking a beer. He offered no resistance, and the arrest attracted the attention of everyone present in the establishment and in the surrounding area. Marco was taken to the police station for questioning. While initial reports indicated that Paula had sustained 14 stab wounds to her body, in the days that followed, new details emerged, revealing the extent of Marco's manipulations. It was discovered that on the night Paula went out, Marco had been searching for her, even asking local taxi drivers for information on who had driven her and where she had gone. This was just the tip of the iceberg, as the surprises were far from over. Upon learning of Marco's arrest for the murder of his then-girlfriend, the pain of Sabora's mother, Elisabetta, resurfaced. She once again voiced the plea that had been her cry for many years. Incredibly, Elizabeth's plea was answered almost immediately. As Marco was being escorted through the police station, he stopped in front of a bulletin board displaying images from ongoing investigations. Among them was the missing person poster for Sabora Gagani, whose case had remained open for 9 years. According to the officers, upon seeing the poster, Marco paused and dropped a bombshell. He claimed he wanted to cooperate because the memory of what he had done would haunt him forever. He confessed that he and Sabora had argued, and he had killed her and buried her in an apartment. And not only that, when the officers were still reeling from the shock, Marco offered to show them where he had hidden her body in the apartment they had lived in together. The authorities, cautious of his intentions, did not accept his offer immediately. Returning to the case at hand on Saturday, May 20th, Marco, 45, was formally presented in court. He exercised his right to remain silent and only responded to questions from his defense attorney, who requested a psychiatric and toxicological evaluation for her client in connection with Paula's murder. During this hearing, Marco said nothing about his earlier revelation regarding Sabora's case. The court ordered that Marco be held in provisional custody without bail while being investigated for the crime of murder within the context of gender violence, and that he undergo a drug addiction protocol the same day. It was also noted that the court had reopened the investigation into the disappearance of Sabora Gagani. which had occurred 9 years earlier. From that moment on, investigators set out to determine the truth of Marco's statements made at the police station. Over the next few days, a massive operation was launched. On Monday, May 22nd, officers visited the apartment where Marco and Sabora had once lived. At that time, the apartment was occupied by another couple who were fully cooperative with the authorities. In the following days, specialized teams meticulously searched every inch of the apartment located near the town hall and police station where Sabora's body was allegedly hidden. The search of the apartment began with a visual inspection looking for any irregularities in the walls or floors, but nothing out of the ordinary was discovered. Subsequent inspections involved the use of densitometers and microcameras. Small holes were drilled throughout various parts of the apartment to insert cameras and examine the interiors of the walls and floors. However, these efforts did not yield any positive results. According to the press, Marco continued to talk from prison, where he supposedly claimed that he had used acid to dispose of Sabora's remains. Meanwhile, investigators refused to give up, even after 3 fruitless searches of the apartment. During the 4th attempt, officers analyzed the building's floor plans and noticed that 2 identical apartments were located on the same floor. When they visited the twin apartment, they realized that there was a large space in the bedroom that did not match the layout of the apartment under investigation. With this clue, the specialists focused on a particular wall that appeared unaltered and was identical to the rest of the building, but in reality concealed a hollow space behind it. With the necessary authorization, on June 6th, the officers broke through the wall. Behind it, they found a large wooden crate filled with lime. As they began removing the lime, the first grim discoveries emerged. The first thing they found was a plastic bag containing a knife with dried blood. Next, they uncovered some objects that apparently belonged to the victim, followed by a bouquet of flowers placed on top of several plastic bags. Inside the bags, they found a camping sleeping bag, and within it, the remains of a woman. Following the gruesome discovery, the body was transported for an autopsy to confirm the cause of death and to establish whether the remains were indeed those of Sabora. Meanwhile, in Italy, Sabora's family was on edge after a friend informed them of Marco's arrest for Paula's murder and the search for Sabora's body. Elisabetta said that the news of her daughter's death at Marco's hands hit her like a bucket of cold water. She revealed that the only joy she had experienced during those years of uncertainty was becoming a grandmother, thanks to her son. She also shared that Sabora's father had passed away due to illness without ever knowing what had happened to his daughter. Shortly after, Spanish authorities contacted Elizabeth to request a DNA sample to conclusively confirm that the body entombed in the wall was her daughter's. However, there was little doubt, as the remains bore some tattoos that had been reported as distinguishing features when the disappearance was initially filed. A Spanish team traveled to Elisabetta's home to collect a saliva sample, and the DNA comparison left no room for doubt. The body was indeed that of Sabora Gagani, who had gone missing at 22 and would have been 31 at the time of discovery. After the autopsy, it was revealed that despite the condition of the remains, the cause of death had been multiple stab wounds. More than 5 months after Sabora's remains were found in the wall of the apartment she had shared with the man who would become her executioner, her family announced that she would be coming home. Finally, Sabora's family and friends were able to bid her a final farewell in a funeral service. At the end of the service, friends of the young woman released balloons into the sky with messages written for someone who had once been a cheerful, good friend who only dreamed of becoming a model in finding happiness. After enduring the hardest moment a family can face, all efforts were now focused on ensuring that justice was served and that the person responsible for Sabora's untimely death would be punished to the fullest extent of the law. On Tuesday, January 30th, 2024, Marco was testifying before the court in a hearing requested by his defense attorney. However, instead of speaking, he handed over a 17-page handwritten letter in which he admitted responsibility for Paula's death, but with notable caveats. In the letter, Marco claimed that he and Paula had a tumultuous relationship fueled by large amounts of alcohol and cocaine, which they both consumed. He confessed to taking Paula's life, but alleged that she had been agitated because he owed her 50 euros and she had discovered his infidelity. Marco claimed that his only fault was defending himself too forcefully, though he did not explain how the woman's wounds ended up on her back if the attack was in self-defense. Despite his partial confession, Marco remained silent about Sabora's case, stating only that he had wrapped her body in bags, placed it in a wooden box, covered it with flowers, filled the box with lime, and built a false wall to conceal everything. However, he denied being responsible for her death, though he admitted that what he had done was disgusting. Amidst all his lies, Marco claimed that since his arrest, he had experienced a profound spiritual awakening and was now deeply remorseful. Marco claimed that members of the Albanian mafia were responsible for the death of Sabora. According to his twisted story, these dangerous men had loaned him 25,000 euros to start a business, specifically a brothel. However, Marco claimed that some Colombians had stolen the money after a night of partying, leaving him without the funds to start the business and unable to repay the loan. One day, the Albanian mobster showed up at his home to collect the debt. There were 4 armed men. One pointed a gun at Marco while the other 3 confronted Sabora. Marco claimed that during the heated exchange, one of the mobsters attacked and killed Sabora. He added that the mobsters took 9,000 euros he had stashed in the house from his small-scale drug deals and told him that the rest of the debt would be forgiven if he disposed of Sabora's body. Given the circumstances, Marco agreed to their terms. He claimed he spent 2 days with Sabora's body in the apartment, unsure of what to do, before deciding to wall it up. As of the time of this writing, Marco's fate remains uncertain. The latest information we found was dated May 16, 2024, indicating that the court had decided to proceed with a jury trial for the case of Paula's death on charges of murder and domestic abuse. However, no estimated date has been found for the judicial process concerning Sabora Gagani's case. Case of Menhez Saman. Menhez Saman, a Canadian with a promising future. However, instead of attending York University to study mechanical engineering, he chose to deceive his parents and live a lie. As the expected graduation date drew near, maintaining this double life became increasingly difficult, severely impacting his mental state. This ultimately led to the tragic outcome of him murdering his entire family. In an attempt to gain attention, has posted photos of his crime on his Discord channel. Initially, many believed it was a joke, but it soon became clear that the photos were genuine. Discord's anonymous features allowed Menhez to hide his true identity, making it challenging for users to uncover his real name, age, and location. In Bangladesh, a country plagued by poverty and overpopulation, many sought a better life abroad. Monteros, born in 1971, felt an insatiable desire to improve his circumstances. Despite the country's rapid development, Monteros yearned for more. He met and married Momtaz, born in India, and they shared a dream of building a better future together in Toronto, Canada. After 2 years of preparation, Monteros and Momtaz made the move to Toronto. They settled into their new life and eventually started a family. 6 years after their arrival, they welcomed a son, Menhez, followed by a daughter, Mesa, 2 years later. Momtaz and her husband Minares were loving and dedicated parents who worked tirelessly to ensure their family's well-being and happiness. Momtaz was particularly close to their children and was known for her kindness and generosity. She spent a lot of time caring for her family and was always willing to lend a helping hand. In her community, Momtaz was a respected and well-liked figure, both in her neighborhood and among fellow Bangladeshi immigrants. Minares was a more reserved person, but he was also highly respected in the community. He was a devout Muslim who prioritized his family's well-being above all else. As a taxi driver, Minares was very familiar with the city of Toronto, thanks to his many years of experience. His dedication to his job earned him numerous awards, including being named the Best Employee of the Month and one of the top taxi drivers in his company. Both Momtaz and Minares had high aspirations for their children, Melissa and Menhez. Having successfully navigated the challenges of moving to a big city themselves, they expected their children to achieve great things. They dreamed of their children securing high-paying, prestigious jobs that would bring them comfort and prosperity. After relocating from poor conditions, Monteros and Momtaz were determined to provide their children with every opportunity to succeed. They worked hard to achieve their aspirations, which led to gradual but steady success. The family's first major milestone was buying a modest house on Mowan Road in Scarborough. With careful financial planning, they then acquired 2 investment properties, one in Scarborough and another in nearby Danforth. Momadas took charge of managing the properties, and over time, the family's wealth grew steadily. As the family's assets increased, Momadas felt a greater sense of responsibility towards her 2 children and their 3 properties. To help with the workload, Momadas' mother, Firoza Begum, moved from India to join the family. This allowed Momtaz to strike a better balance between her work and personal life. In 2006, the family upgraded to a larger 4-bedroom house in Markham. At the time, it was widely believed that a career in medicine or engineering was the key to success. Monteros and Momtaz wanted their children to pursue these fields, with Menhez aspiring to become a neurosurgeon and Menhez aiming to become an engineer. However, their children had different plans. Melissa, in particular, was a rebellious child who resisted her parents' views and often pushed them away, despite showing great potential. Melissa frequently ran away from home, drank excessively, and used illicit substances, leading to reckless behavior. This behavior prompted strict and sometimes questionable intervention from her parents. If she failed to return home on time, she would be forced to spend the night outside. However, her mother, Momtaz, would occasionally unlock the back door to allow her to enter. The conflicts between Melissa and her father often escalated, drawing the attention of the police. In contrast, Menhez had a distinctly different personality. He was often described as shy and introverted, but he shared a warm and loving relationship with his mother. Momtaz was extremely devoted to her son, often giving in to his wishes and catering to his needs. She would drive him wherever he needed to go, cook his meals, keep his room tidy, and greet him after school with a home-cooked meal. As the eldest son, Menhez faced pressure from his parents to succeed and meet their high expectations. To cope with this pressure, he found solace in the world of video games, particularly massively multiplayer online. MMO games like Perfect World. In this virtual world, Menhez could express himself freely and connect with people worldwide, overcoming his shyness and self-doubt. The game became a refuge for him, and he spent most of his free time immersed in it. Menhez's life was quite routine. Apart from accompanying his father to the mosque, he spent most of his time in his room, playing online games with his friends. However, his life took a significant turn after he graduated from high school. He thrilled his parents with the news that he had been accepted into the mechanical engineering program at York University. Initially, this achievement brought immense joy to his parents, Monteros and Momadas. However, it also intensified the pressure on Menhez, as he was now expected to excel and had no room for error. As a result, he became even more introverted and immersed himself in the online world. Menhez started playing an updated version of the Perfect World game, which involved a group of players and a set of rules. He used the social network Discord to stay in touch with his friends and fellow players. The game's atmosphere was generally friendly, and players often formed close bonds with one another. In fact, many of them remained in contact even outside of the game. Menhez felt more at ease expressing himself in the virtual world of the game than he did in real life, where the atmosphere was often tense. As a result, he found solace in the game, using it as an escape from the stresses of reality. In contrast, Melissa acted out her frustrations in the real world, frequently clashing with her parents over various issues. Her rebellious behavior eventually led to an arrest for shoplifting, although she was fortunate to have the charges dropped in exchange for community service. After leaving home to live with her boyfriend, the tension in the household did not dissipate. Instead, it seemed to intensify, putting even more pressure on Menhez to find ways to cope. As a result, he became even more deeply immersed in the game, using it as a means of escaping the increasingly unbearable reality at home. As Melissa broke free from her parents' expectations, they began to pin their hopes on her son, Menhez, as the family's savior. They boasted about his engineering career at York University, but this turned out to be a fabrication. In reality, Menhez attended Seneca Community College, a less prestigious institution. Menhez struggled academically, felt isolated, and abandoned his faith, which deeply disappointed his devout parents. He often expressed frustration about his parents' constant interference in his life, which affected his personal relationships. Minhas met a girl online, which infuriated his parents and further fueled his resentment. However, he found a sense of independence through the online game Perfect World, where he connected with friends in a community on Discord. Initially, Minhas performed well in school, but his grades began to slip as his gaming obsession spiraled out of control. Minhas' successive gaming habits started to take a toll on his academic performance. He began skipping classes and struggled to keep up with his studies, resulting in him having to retake several subjects. Eventually, he lost interest in studying altogether and stopped attending classes, opting to focus solely on gaming instead. To avoid arousing his parents' suspicions, Minhas would leave home every day pretending to go to York University. He wasn't actually attending classes. Instead, he would spend his days playing games at a cafe on his laptop, working out at the gym, and then returning to gaming until late at night. In online conversations with his gaming friends, Minhas would occasionally joke about leaving the group and make cryptic comments about potentially going to prison. However, these statements were not taken seriously by his online friends, as they were familiar with his tendency to make humorous remarks. Additionally, Minhas often made jokes about sensitive topics such as homophobia and religion, but since it was a gaming community, no one took his comments seriously. Minhas' sense of humor took a darker and more aggressive turn over time. He started making jokes that were intentionally provocative, trying to elicit a reaction from others in the community. However, his attempts at humor were so off-putting that they led to multiple complaints. Ultimately, the community administrators banned him due to his behavior. Minhas became more and more isolated. In contrast, Melissa turned her life around, repaired her relationship with her parents, and even gained admission to York University. From the outside, the family appeared happy and successful, with new beginnings and a promising future. As Minhas realized he was about to lose his privileged status as the golden child, he committed a horrific crime on July 27, 2019, just one day before his expected graduation ceremony. On that day, the family was preoccupied with their daily routines. Minhas' mother and grandmother went about their usual schedule, attending a daybreak event, unaware of the impending tragedy. Minhas began to carry out his horrific plan, sneaking into his mother's bedroom. He struck her on the head with a crowbar, knocking her unconscious, and then slit her throat to ensure she was dead. He repeated this brutal act with his grandmother. After committing these heinous crimes, Minhas calmly returned to his room and opened Discord, where he sent a disturbing photo of his mother's mutilated body next to the crowbar. The recipients of the photo were initially unsure if it was a joke, as Minhas was known for his dark humor. However, the image was extremely realistic and did not appear to be a prank. Minhas was a well-known figure in the Perfect World gaming community, but his behavior had always been unsettling, earning him a negative reputation among many players. The situation took a disturbing turn when Minhas posted two photos that seemed to show a murder scene. The images were extremely realistic and did not seem to be a joke. Minhas then made a chilling post claiming that he had killed his mother and grandmother and was waiting for his sister and father to return home so he could do the same to them. As the situation worsened and became more intense, other gamers began to take Minhas seriously, fearing that his threats could lead to more deaths. Discord users were convinced that they were witnessing a series of crimes unfold in real time, but felt powerless to intervene. Desperate to prevent further harm, players tried to uncover Minhas' identity, but he had hidden his personal information, leaving no clues about his name, age, or whereabouts. In an effort to gather more information, users reached out to Minhas' friend, Junior, asking him to share any details he might know. When Junior confronted Minhas about the disturbing images, Minhas revealed that his threats were genuine and that he planned to kill his father and sister soon. Meanwhile, Melissa returned home to an eerily quiet house. Unbeknownst to her, Minhas was waiting inside. As she entered the house, he attacked her with a crowbar, striking her on the head, and then slit her throat. After committing the crime, Minhas took a photo of Melissa's body and sent it to his friend John via private message. Menhez posted a photo with a disturbing message, claiming that he had struggled with his sister Melissa for 10 minutes, during which she cried and screamed. In a private message to John, Menhez expressed extreme self-loathing, stating that his parents would be ashamed of him and that he was a coward and subhuman. Menhez then sent John several more photos, including one of the murder weapon and a selfie with a bloody knife. John was horrified and shared these photos with the rest of the group, confirming that Menhez had indeed committed a third murder. Group members quickly saved the photos as evidence against Menhez. Meanwhile, Menhez continued to act normally, waiting for his father to return home. When his father, Menez, entered the garage, Menhez ambushed him, stabbing him in the neck, just like his other victims. Menhez took a photo of the victim, which the group was unable to prevent. In a shocking turn of events, Menhez shared a disturbing message with online friends, stating, "I consider myself a coward and a loser. As an atheist, I don't believe in an afterlife, so I feared death and wanted others to die instead, sparing them suffering. I realize now how pathetic and selfish I've been." What followed was even more alarming. Menhez told another online friend that he had murdered his entire family and was prepared to spend the rest of his life in prison. He then invited this friend to view photos of the crime scene. However, the story takes a crucial turn. One of the online friends discovered a way to obtain Menhez's IP address, which could reveal his location. With this information, the group was able to track Menhez to his home in Toronto. A user from Minnesota, who was part of the online conversation, contacted their local police department, which in turn alerted the Toronto police to Menhez's location. The police began their investigation after receiving information from an anonymous source. Meanwhile, Menhez was still active online, chatting with users who were inquiring about his next steps. He claimed he would try new things, including drinking, smoking, and reconnecting with an ex-girlfriend. However, it was only a matter of time before the police caught up with him. They were able to track his IP address, contacted his internet service provider, and obtained his physical address. Surprisingly, Menhez did not take steps to cover his digital tracks, despite being an avid gamer and computer user. Just 12 hours after the crime, officers arrived at the Menhez residence. As they looked up, they saw Menhez looking out of his bedroom window. At this point, the police had limited information and evidence, relying mostly on tips from online users. They were uncertain about the accuracy of the reports, but Menhez unexpectedly made the police's job easier. After posting a farewell message on Discord, announcing that the police had arrived, he voluntarily went downstairs, opened the door, and surrendered to the authorities. When questioned by the police, Menhez responded that this was his family's home and that they would discover the truth for themselves. The bodies of Monteros and Melissa were the first to be found, followed by Momitaz and Firoza, near the entrance to the house. Menhez was immediately arrested by the police on suspicion of murder. He was then taken to the local police station for further questioning. During the interrogation, Menhez displayed unusual calmness, showing no visible emotion. The lack of emotional response was notable, as if he was discussing an inconsequential event. He was ultimately charged with 4 counts of murder, 3 first-degree murders, and 1 second-degree murder. In court, the evidence strongly indicated his guilt. The Perfect World gaming community had preserved a record of all his online messages, which serve as evidence against him, confirming his culpability to a great extent. In June 1995, at 3:45 a.m., a 34-year-old mother and her 11-year-old daughter, Lacey, were reported missing by their family. They had no idea that a serial killer was active in the area, skillfully avoiding detection. During a search of the mother's office, a police officer photographing the scene made a startling discovery. Lacey. She was bound to a chair, her head hanging and appearing unresponsive. But as another photo was taken, something unexpected occurred. The mystery surrounding Lacey, her mother, and the serial killer's other victims remained unsolved until the girl in the photograph was eventually found alive. Her survival brought a spark of hope and a vital clue in uncovering what truly happened. Mary Phillips was born in 1961 in the small Arkansas town of Bradford. While in high school, she met James Phillips, the man who would become the love of her life. The two began dating during those years and later married. Mary embraced her role as a dedicated wife and mother to their 3 children. Their first daughter, Darla, arrived in 1979. Jessie followed 2 years later, and their youngest, Lacey, was born in 1984. The family lived in Hope for several years before relocating in 1990 to the charming town of Bald Knob, also in Arkansas. Mary was deeply rooted in her faith and was remembered by friends and acquaintances as a genuinely kind person whose bright smile could warm any room. Professionally, she trained as an accountant and worked in a tax office. Outside of work, Mary loved spending time with her family, tending to her garden, and enjoying the outdoors. On June 6, 1995, 34-year-old Mary went to her job as she normally did, while her husband was away on a business trip. That afternoon, Darla brought her 11-year-old sister, Lacey, to Mary's office because their mother planned to take Lacey to a dentist appointment after work. After dropping her off, Darla headed to a friend's birthday party, giving her mother a kiss and telling her she loved her before leaving. Later in the evening, Jesse, the Phillips' middle child, became worried when neither his mother nor Lacey had come home. He called his father, who was still out of town. James told Jesse to check the surrounding roads in case Mary had been in an accident. Jesse did as he was told but found nothing. James then asked him to stay home, thinking Mary might arrive at any moment. As the hours passed with no sign of Mary or Lacey, James' worry intensified, and he eventually contacted the police to report them missing, noting that he had last heard from Mary around 3 p.m. the day before. After the missing persons report was filed, 3 police officers headed to Mary's office. In the parking lot, they spotted a single truck beside the building Mary's vehicle. One officer entered the office and discovered Mary's body. Her hands were tied behind her back, and she was unclothed from the waist down. He quickly called the other officers inside, and they began examining the area, noticing drag marks that led toward the bathroom. When they opened the bathroom door, they found Lacey bound to a chair and severely beaten. Given the extent of her injuries, the officers initially assumed she had also died. As a detective photographed the scene, a flash illuminated the room, and to his shock, Lacey moved her head and looked toward him. Her brown hair, matted and darkened with blood, covered one side of her face. Despite the brutal attack, Lacey had managed to cling to life, remaining tied up for roughly 10 hours. She asked what had happened to her mother, and the detective could only encourage her to stay calm and rest until paramedics arrived. He was deeply moved by her courage. To exit the office, Lacey had to be carried past her mother's body before being rushed to a nearby hospital. There, doctors treated her for serious head trauma that required surgery and time in the intensive care unit. Meanwhile, police contacted James and told him he needed to come home right away. He quickly packed and began the drive back, still unaware of the full situation. Once Lacey's condition had stabilized, she was able to describe the man who attacked them, giving details about his appearance, clothing, hairstyle, and the tattoos he had, one on his arm and another shaped like a teardrop beneath his left eye. Her account proved vital in helping investigators identify the suspect as Jack Johnson Jr., someone already familiar to law enforcement due to past arrests for burglary, theft, and drug-related offenses. Detectives went to question him, and a state police investigator interviewed the 30-year-old. To their surprise, Jack admitted to the crime without any prompting, openly describing what he had done. At one moment, he even remarked that if he had the chance, he would take the investigator's gun and end his own life. His attitude during the questioning, combined with the disturbing detail in his confession, made it clear to investigators that Jack had carried out the attack with complete coldness. Jack claimed he acted out of revenge and rage, saying his wife had been sexually assaulted and that police had failed to investigate the case properly. However, there is no clear information about when he was married, to whom, or about the incident he described. According to the detective's findings, on June 6, 1995, Jack noticed Mary entering her workplace while he was painting a sign nearby. Later, when Lacey had already joined her mother at the office, he decided to go inside. Some accounts say he pretended to be looking for a job, while others state he asked to borrow accounting books before leaving. But he returned later that same day carrying a gun, latex gloves, and wire. Jack forced Mary to lie face down on the floor and made Lacey do the same on top of her before taking money from the cash register. He then bound their hands with wire and brought Lacey into the bathroom, fastening her to a chair. The young girl begged him not to hurt her mother, and he responded by saying he would target her instead. Jack struck Lacey several times on the head with the gun, causing her to lose consciousness. He then returned to where Mary was, hit her as well, and assaulted her. Mary fought desperately, but Jack overpowered her, ultimately killing her by strangulation and using an electrical cord to ensure she could no longer breathe. At some point, Lacey regained consciousness. Disoriented and in pain, she began calling for her mother. Hearing her, Jack went back to the bathroom and choked her until she passed out a second time. She suffered serious injuries and was barely hanging on. Believing she had died, Jack left her in the bathroom and fled the building. But who was this man capable of committing such a heinous act? Jack was born on August 10, 1964, in Toledo, Ohio. His father was an alcoholic and his mother had gambling problems. Jack was one of 7 siblings but had a particularly close relationship with the youngest, who was a year and a half younger than him. Jack suffered a high fever and seizures when he was just a year old. He was later diagnosed with attention deficit disorder, and at the age of 5, he began taking Ritalin as part of his treatment. Around this time, he also started experiencing hallucinations. It was also revealed that Jack suffered physical and sexual abuse as a child and was said to exhibit 2 personalities. On one hand, he could be a loving and affectionate child who enjoyed drawing and telling stories. On the other hand, he could become filled with rage and react violently, often lashing out at family members. As he grew older, Jack began acting violently towards animals, killing several of them. He also got into numerous troubles with the police and was eventually placed in a juvenile detention center. There, he was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, antisocial behavior, and a tendency to bang his head against cabinets. At a young age, he became addicted to alcohol and other drugs, seemingly as a way to escape the pain he had endured. This cocktail of abuse, illness, and substance use made Jack a man unable to control his life. Physically, Jack was distinguished by a series of tattoos, including hearts and barbed wire on his arms and wrists. In 1985, Jack had a daughter with a woman whose details remain unknown. The child was put up for adoption and raised in Toledo by a family that provided her with a comfortable and protected life. Jack was a tormented man who attempted suicide twice, once in 1989 and again in 1991 when he jumped off a bridge. In 1995, he voluntarily admitted himself to a mental health center reporting suicidal thoughts. After evaluation, experts diagnosed him with bipolar disorder. According to case reviews, he used methamphetamines to cope with this mental illness, which causes extreme mood swings from euphoria and irritability to depression. These changes can affect sleep, energy, activity levels, judgment, behavior, and clarity of thought. Bipolar disorder is a lifelong condition that can be managed with treatment, typically involving medication and psychological support. After seeking help at the mentioned institution, Jack left after 6 days, although the circumstances of his departure are unclear. 6 months after his brief stay at the mental health center, Jack committed the horrific attack that took the life of a loving mother and left 3 children motherless and James without the love of his life. A few days after Jack's arrest, a preliminary hearing was held at the county circuit court. During Jack's trial, the district attorney sought the death penalty, arguing that Jack was a dangerous man likely to commit another violent crime. Reports indicated that during one of the hearings, Jack himself asked to be executed immediately. One of the key witnesses, Investigator Howard, recounted Jack's detailed confession of the crime. Additionally, evidence was presented, including the photograph taken of Lacey at the crime scene when officers initially believed she had died from the beating Jack inflicted. Another significant moment was when Lacey, who had survived the attack, took the witness stand and identified Jack as the perpetrator. Jack pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, expressing deep remorse for his actions and stating that he was haunted by the ghosts of his victims. He claimed he could not forgive himself and would willingly give up his life if it could undo the harm he caused. On April 17, 1996, the jury delivered its verdict. Jack was found guilty. He was sentenced to death for murdering Mary Phillips, received a life sentence for sexually assaulting her, and an additional 30 years for the attempted murder of Lacey Phillips, along with a $15,000 fine. In the years following, Jack's defense team filed numerous appeals against his conviction, focusing on mitigating evidence and the legality of Arkansas's death penalty laws. The attorneys argued that they were not allowed to present critical evidence to the jury that could have mitigated the sentence, such as reports confirming his bipolar disorder and constant hallucinations. They also pointed out that only $6,400 had been spent on his defense, whereas a comprehensive investigation would typically cost tens of thousands of dollars. Additionally, they relied on an expert who was later deemed incompetent by the state medical board. Meanwhile, the Phillips family struggled to adjust to life without Mary. Darla took on the role of an improvised mother, cleaning the house, preparing meals, and taking care of Lacey and Jesse. While awaiting execution on Arkansas's death row, Jack's genetic profile was entered into the National DNA Database. This eventually led to the revelation of dark secrets from his past. In 2002, a detective reopened the case of Lorraine and Barrett, a 32-year-old woman from Bridgeville, Pennsylvania, who was murdered in June 1991. Lorraine, known as Lori, graduated in 1977 from South Fayette High School and worked as a customer service representative for a telephone company in Washington, Pennsylvania. She was on vacation in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, when she met her assailant at a bar where she was last seen. Witnesses reported that a man with multiple tattoos accompanied her to her room at the Days in Lauderdale South Motel. Once in the room, the man beat her, assaulted her, and strangled her to death before fleeing. In the early hours of June 1, 1991, a maintenance worker found Lori's body in her hotel room. The police were immediately notified, and an investigation began to identify the attacker. Authorities created a composite sketch of the suspect, describing a man with several tattoos, including barbed wire and hearts with names. This information was distributed throughout the county. When Jack's sister saw the description and sketch of the man wanted for the murder of a woman, she immediately thought it resembled her brother. Although she didn't believe Jack was guilty and thought it was a case of mistaken identity, she still told their father. He advised her not to tell their mother. Subsequently, their father put Jack on a bus to Arkansas. Despite their efforts, the police could not locate the culprit, and the case quickly went cold. 12 years after Lori's death, the case was reopened. The detectives sent fluid samples collected from Lori's body at the crime scene to be compared with databases that hadn't existed when the crime occurred. The following year, the system found a match with Jack's DNA archived in Arkansas. Based on this result, a second test was conducted at the State Forensic Laboratory, conclusively proving that Jack had committed the crime against Lori. It was also determined that his tattoos and features matched those of the suspect who had murdered the tourist in Fort Lauderdale. Florida authorities then issued an extradition order for Jack, who was at that time in maximum security prison in Arkansas, appealing his sentence for the third time after being condemned to death. Jack would now face justice again on charges of first-degree murder and sexual assault in Broward County. Once in Fort Lauderdale, he met the detective who was handling Lori's case. To the detective, it was evident that Jack was a serial killer. He earned Jack's trust, leading to Jack's confession that he had killed another person in Broward County. Although Jack didn't provide the victim's name, he promised that he would reveal his secret someday. A similar situation occurred between Jack and his sister during one of her prison visits. She asked if there were other victims, and he admitted there was one more but didn't give any details, promising to explain everything in a letter when the time came. For Lori's family, discovering after so long who had taken her life was both a shock and a relief. Her sister stated that it was the news she had always wanted to hear, but learning about it this way was overwhelming because it was so unexpected. Finally, in 2005, Jack was tried for Lori's murder. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment. He was then returned to Arkansas to await his execution. A couple of years later, Jack's defense continued to seek clemency. His lawyer argued in a hearing that the jury forms in Jack's trial contained contradictory information and pointed out that such ambiguities were typically resolved with new sentencing hearings ordered by the Supreme Court. He also argued that Jack's bipolar disorder had not been adequately presented to the jury, explaining that while it didn't excuse his actions, it did offer an explanation. Despite the clemency hearings not succeeding, Jack's execution was postponed multiple times over the years. Among other reasons, this was due to various illnesses he suffered, including high blood pressure and diabetes, which eventually led to the amputation of his leg. In parallel, in 2010, Jack's biological daughter wanted to learn about her biological parents. She filed a petition with a probate court to disclose her birth certificate, which had her mother's contact information. She called her mother and discovered that her father was Jack, a man on death row in Arkansas. As a single mother of two, she struggled to process this reality. She was shocked, filled with guilt and confusion about the man who had fathered her, but also grateful for the family that had raised her. Feeling compelled to reach out, she wrote a letter to Jack in prison. Soon after, she began receiving boxes of Jack's writings and paintings he had made for her two young children. While she knew Jack deserved to be in prison for his crimes, she also felt that he had changed. Jack's execution was scheduled for November 14, 2015, but it was suspended due to legal challenges related to the drugs used in the execution procedures. In 2017, the state of Arkansas decided to resume executions, and among those scheduled was Jack. In April of that year, a new clemency hearing was held, but Jack refused to attend, opting instead to send a handwritten letter to the state parole board for his lawyer to read. In the letter, he expressed regret not only for his actions but also for the hearing itself, stating he was ready to face death at the hands of the state. He forgave his executioners, acknowledging someone had to carry out his sentence. Jack made it clear that he would reject any commutation from a death sentence to life imprisonment, as he refused to spend any more time in what he described as a rat hole prison. He felt he had no right to seek forgiveness and was tormented by his actions toward Mary and her daughter, attributing his crimes to years of mental illness, abuse, drugs, and poor decisions. Jack's lawyer highlighted his shame and remorse. During the hearing, Lacey, who by then was 32 years old and married, declared that she didn't want to live another day knowing Jack was still alive. She expressed frustration that more than 20 years after the incident, justice had yet to be served. For the Phillips family, the delays in Jack's execution had been a torturous journey, preventing closure for the horrors Mary and Lacey endured. After 21 years on death row, Jack prepared to face his sentence and declared himself ready to die. He gave his sister a letter written in 2006, instructing her to open it a year after his execution date. Jack's biological daughter traveled to Arkansas to see her father for the first and last time the day before his execution. They held hands, tried to maintain a cheerful attitude, forgave each other for past hurts, and reminisced about her birth. Jack gave his daughter his wedding ring, which she now wears on a chain around her neck. On April 24, 2017, Jack consumed his last meal. Fried chicken, potato wedges with tartar sauce, beef jerky, 3 candy bars, and a chocolate shake. Around 7 p.m., he gave a 2-minute final statement apologizing to Lacey, expressing disbelief at how he had hurt her and professing his love for her as if she were his own daughter. He added that he hoped in time they could understand who he truly was and that he was not a monster. In a controversial statement, he implied there was a reason for the tragic events of that fateful day. He also left a written note stating that he aimed to become a better person in prison, practicing Buddhism and studying physics, and that no words could fully convey his remorse. At 52 years old, Jack was executed alongside another death row inmate, Marcel Williams, marking the first double execution in the United States in 17 years. His death was pronounced at 7 p.m., making him the 1,450th person executed in the U.S. since 1976. Mary's husband, James, lamented the long wait for justice but felt relief at its eventual achievement. He also expressed sympathy for Jack's family during their ordeal. Jack's sister stated she felt pain for the victims and prayed for them constantly, acknowledging Jack needed to be punished for his unforgivable acts. However, She also remembered him as a loving child and wanted to be present at his execution to support him, though the Arkansas Department of Correction denied her request. A year after Jack's execution, his sister opened the letter he had given her. The 4-page letter confessed in detail to the murder of Regina Harrison, providing details only the killer would know. Jack wanted Regina's family to know the truth, claiming her spirit had visited and haunted him for 3 years until he confessed. He described Regina's initial anger and longing for her parents, but said she eventually understood him and forgave him, although he could never forgive himself. He expressed deep remorse and stated he could not rest in peace until Regina's family knew what had happened. Jack instructed his sister to send the letter to the police. In November 2018, she sent it to the Broward police, leading to Regina's body being exhumed and her DNA analyzed, tests that were not possible in the 1980s when the crime occurred. In February 2019, based on the DNA results, the Broward County prosecutor officially announced that Jack was responsible for Regina's death, a crime for which another man had been convicted. In truth, Regina was Jack's first victim, a crime he committed at the age of 18. Regina, a 20-year-old college student, was kind, sweet, and deeply religious, attending Palm Beach Atlantic College, a Christian school in West Palm Beach. On May 12, 1983, Regina left her parents' house for an evening bike ride in the North Beach neighborhood of Hollywood, Florida, but never returned home. Jack spotted her while she was cycling, approached her, and decided to head to the beach. As darkness fell, he kidnapped her, took her to Westlake Park, where he stripped her, assaulted her sexually, and strangled her to death, leaving her body abandoned in the park. The next day, friends and family found Regina's naked body in the woods. During the investigation, witnesses reported seeing Regina riding her bike with a slim, long-haired man on a black bicycle along a popular trail on Hollywood Beach. Authorities created a sketch of the suspect based on the description. For 5 months, there were no leads until Detective John Curcio, previously mentioned, saw a television program about the crime. He was part of the unit that captured Ronald Henry Stewart, a serial sexual assailant who had terrorized women in Florida and Mississippi in the late 1980s. Curcio realized that Ronald matched the suspect's sketch: slim, long-haired, and riding a black bicycle when arrested. A witness who had seen Regina and her alleged attacker at the beach identified Ronald as the man with Regina from a photo lineup. Additionally, an acquaintance of Ronald claimed he had confessed to killing a woman in the park. Soon, Ronald was charged with Regina's murder. Despite several factors suggesting Ronald's innocence, including non-matching fingerprints at the crime scene, he pled guilty to avoid the death penalty. He admitted to 3 counts of sexual assault with a deadly weapon in Broward County in exchange for prosecutors dropping charges in 6 other cases. Ronald was sentenced to 50 years in prison in January 1985 to be served concurrently with his other sentences for sexual offenses. He never regretted the plea deal nor claimed any coercion in accepting it. Ronald Henry Stewart served most of his time in Mississippi but was transferred to Florida in 2007, where he died of cancer the following year. Jack's confession to Regina's murder proved Ronald had no connection to the case. Following this revelation, prosecutor Paula McMahon announced they would work to overturn Ronald's wrongful conviction and investigate Jack's past for other potential victims in Florida and across the U.S. The story of Mary, Lacey, and the Phillips family is a grim reminder of the horrors that can lurk in the most unexpected places. It is also a testament to courage and a demonstration that the pursuit of truth and justice must never waver, as they can emerge when least expected. The case of Anna Walsh, a horrific event in the basement of a family home. For over a year now, an investigation has been ongoing into the mysterious disappearance of a young woman and mother of 3 children, Anna Walsh. In January of the previous year, the case was reclassified as a brutal crime, although the body of the missing 39-year-old American woman of Serbian descent has yet to be found to this day. Her husband, Brian Walsh, who had previously encountered legal issues for fraud, was arrested on charges related to her disappearance. No one could have imagined that this individual could be responsible for ending the life of the mother of his sons. It's noteworthy that the Walsh family appeared to be quite prosperous, successful, and happy on the surface. Moreover, the couple was not in want, living in a luxurious home, and could afford anything they desired. However, few were aware of what happened behind the closed doors of this large and beautiful house. Even the person closest to Anna, her mother, did not realize the deadly danger her daughter was in. Interestingly, Brian managed to woo Anna away from her previous husband years ago in a rather unique manner. So unique, in fact, that the woman and her first husband even sought police protection from harassment and threats. Nevertheless, she eventually left with Walsh, to whom she was married for over 7 years. But what happened that led the family head to decide to rid himself of his wife? And what did he do to her? Who was Anna Walsh? Anna Labasic, who later became known as Anna O'Neill following her first marriage, was born on April 18, 1983, in the Serbian capital of Belgrade. Here, she spent her formative years growing up with her younger sister and a cultured family. Her academic journey led her to the 5th Belgrade Gymnasium, where she excelled as one of its standout students. Pursuing higher education, Anna attended the esteemed Belgrade Research University, the most historic and expansive university in Serbia. Her academic pursuits included a deep dive into foreign languages, culminating in a master's degree in French language and literature. At 22, with her diploma in hand, Anna sought broader horizons and career prospects in the United States, a move fully supported by her family. In 2005, she embarked on her American dream. Settling in the U.S., Anna aimed to further her education in hospitality management. She took on administrative roles at prestigious hotels, notably the Inn at Little Washington in Virginia, a part of the elite Relay and Chateau Hotel Circle. Anna's warmth, approachability, and sense of duty saw her swiftly ascend the professional ladder, garnering respect from her peers and supervisors alike. Multilingual and adept at resolving conflict, her innate charm and charisma allowed her to form connections with ease. Beloved by colleagues and blessed with a burgeoning circle of friends, Anna seized every chance to shine. She became a U.S. citizen, retaining her Serbian nationality, enjoyed a high income, and invested in her own property and car. Her travels broadened her horizons further, and her career flourished, leading to a promotion to senior manager. Anna's intelligence, beauty, slender frame, and radiant smile attracted many admirers. During her tenure at the Wheatley Hotel in Lenox, Massachusetts, she found love with Marcus O'Neill, the establishment's head chef. Their romance led to marriage in 2009, and Anna adopted her husband's last name. Who is Brian Walsh? Brian Paul Walsh was born in July 1975 in Boston, Massachusetts, into a well-known, affluent, and respected family. His father, Thomas Walsh, was a distinguished neurologist who worked at one of the state's leading hospitals, where he headed a department and also taught at a prestigious medical university. From a young age, Brian was the quintessential spoiled child, luxuriating in wealth and never knowing the word no. He attended one of the best private schools, wore expensive branded clothing, and lived a life of ease. Despite his parents' efforts to provide him with the best education after finishing school, he failed to stay enrolled in any of the 3 prestigious colleges his father had arranged for him to attend. Nevertheless, Brian was far from foolish. His peers remembered him as cunning, calculating, and quite aggressive. He always found a way to get what he wanted, one way or another. Brian was known for his extraordinary, even obsessive desire for money and a luxurious lifestyle, and he was extremely reluctant to part with his funds. In his youth, he often borrowed money from friends, only to never return it. During his college years, he would invite friends to the most luxurious restaurants, then through various schemes and manipulations, ensure that others always paid his share of the bill. For many years, Brian was estranged from his father, up until the elder Walsh's death in 2018. The rift in their relationship began after the ungrateful son fraudulently withdrew nearly $1 million from Dr. Thomas Walsh's personal account and simply disappeared with the money. The father did not report his son to the police, and even tried to persuade him to return the money voluntarily. When Brian refused, Thomas ceased all communication with him. By the time of this egregious theft incident, Brian's parents had long been divorced, and his father had another family and decided to permanently erase his eldest heir from his life and his will. However, when Thomas passed away, Brian immediately made his presence known and even filed a lawsuit claiming that the will left behind was forged by the doctor's widow and younger children to cheat him out of his rightful inheritance. Naturally, he was unable to prove anything or receive any part of the estate. Moreover, those who knew Brian described him as greedy, malevolent, and quite cruel, with a tendency towards violence and an inability to control his emotions. He achieved everything by force and during bouts of anger became dangerous. According to some reports, in the late 2000s, Walsh underwent treatment in a psychiatric clinic where he attempted to curb his bursts of rage. And it was then that he was officially diagnosed with sociopathy, a truly peculiar love story. The future spouses met in 2014, a time when Anna was working as a senior reservation manager at the Wheatley Hotel in Massachusetts. At that moment, she was married to Marcus O'Neill, who was employed there as well. Brian was among the hotel's guests, and he was immediately taken by the attractive young woman. The fact that Anna was already married did not deter Walsh in the slightest. He began to show her attention that grew increasingly insistent. Accustomed to getting his way from a young age and not one to accept refusal, he began to pursue Anna relentlessly. He managed to obtain her phone number and even her home address, where she lived with her husband, turning their lives into an absolute nightmare. In 2015, the O'Neills found themselves compelled to ask the police for protection against Brian's incessant harassment, which persisted day and night. He constantly sought out Anna, called her at work, sent messages to her personal phone, and demanded she divorce her husband to be with him. The situation escalated when Walsh threatened to harm Anna and her husband if she did not leave with him. What happened next remains unclear, including why Anna eventually changed her mind. However, a year after seeking police protection from Walsh, she unexpectedly divorced her husband. Moreover, a few months later, Brian became her second officially wedded husband. The newlyweds settled in a luxurious home in Cohasset, Massachusetts, located about 20 miles southeast of Boston, in an upscale and well-appointed neighborhood. In this marriage, they welcomed 3 sons in quick succession. The boys were born a couple of years apart, and at the time of their mother's disappearance, they were 6, 4, and 2 years old. Anna did not consider taking maternity leave and successfully juggled work with motherhood, continuing her upward career trajectory. She assumed the position of regional general manager at Tishman Speyer, a real estate company, where she earned a high salary and effectively became the primary breadwinner for the family. As her job frequently took her to Washington, D.C., she also purchased another home there, registered in her name, where she stayed during business trips. During these times, she relied on visiting nannies to help care for her children. The fraud case against Brian Walsh. What was the head of this large family doing while his wife was both expanding their family and building her career? Brian was unemployed. The $1 million he had once taken from his father was dwindling, and everything his wife acquired was wisely registered in her name. Brian was actively seeking effortless income sources. Before marrying Anna, Brian had spent some time in South Korea, where he befriended a very wealthy individual whose family owned an impressive art collection. Upon returning to the United States, Walsh maintained this connection, and his friend unexpectedly asked for his help in selling several paintings by the iconic artist Andy Warhol. Brian eagerly agreed, but decided not just to sell the artworks for a commission, but to truly profit from the transaction. He had access to a series of abstract paintings by the great artist, collectively titled Shadows. He appraised each painting, obtained the necessary documentation, including authenticity certificates, and then decided to create copies of both the images and the accompanying documents. Walsh approached artists who made precise replicas of the paintings. He convinced the artists that he needed these copies as a backup, since each of the original works was worth about $250,000. For several years, the fraudster successfully copied and sold fake paintings as originals to collectors from various countries, until one of his buyers, an art expert specializing in Andy Warhol's work, quickly identified a forgery and sued the fraudster. The FBI took on the investigation, and in April 2021, the suspect pleaded guilty to selling counterfeit art. He was placed under house arrest after his lawyer negotiated a deal requiring him to return the proceeds from the sale of the paintings to the buyers to avoid actual prison time. Brian's movements were significantly restricted, but he was allowed to leave his house. Twice a day, he could drive his children to and from their educational institutions. Additionally, he had 2.5 hours in the morning to visit stores, pharmacies, dry cleaners, and a few other places in his area to purchase necessities. The list of these places was limited and approved in an official document. The mysterious disappearance of Mrs. Walsh. On December 31st, 2022, the Walsh family was preparing to ring in the new year together in the comfort of their home. Present were just the spouses and their 3 sons. Due to their young ages, the boys went to bed early, leaving Anna and Brian at the dinner table. That day, Anna made her last post on social media, extending her greetings and noting ambiguously that the year had been challenging, but she and her husband remained united. Anna was scheduled to fly to Washington, D.C. for work on January 3rd, but on January 4th, her employer, Tishman Speyer, reported her missing to the police. She had failed to show up for work, missed closing a crucial deal, and her phone had been unreachable for several days. Independently of Speyer's actions, her husband also reported her missing, expressing his concern that he had been unable to contact her for several days. According to Brian, he last saw Anna on January 1st. He claimed she woke him up early in the morning, saying that there were some issues at work, and her boss had requested her to come in earlier than planned. After that, Mr. Walsh believed his wife headed to the airport with just a few belongings. However, inconsistencies in the case soon emerged. Firstly, Anna hadn't purchased, changed, or reserved a flight ticket for January 1st, nor had she canceled her flight scheduled for January 3rd. Secondly, she didn't appear at the airport on either January 1st or 3rd. Thirdly, how did she leave the house? Her personal car was still in the garage, and she hadn't called for a taxi. Brian suggested she might have hitchhiked, but this theory sounded far from convincing. Brian's statements and behavior raised many questions. His accounts were inconsistent, and he didn't seem particularly troubled by the unfolding events. Unable to contact the mother of his children for more than 3 days, he only reported her missing on the 4th day and only after her workplace called. Investigation and arrest of the suspect. From the outset, Mr. Walsh was considered a primary suspect, yet law enforcement lacked sufficient grounds for his arrest or a warrant to search their family home. They conducted only a cursory inspection with the homeowner's permission, which yielded nothing. Brian claimed he had been living a normal life during those 3 days, visiting usual stores and tending to household chores. However, verifying his claims proved difficult. Whenever he left the house, he forgot his phone, which according to him, was often taken without permission by his older children to play games. On January 5th, the police made a public appeal through television, displaying a photo of Anna and requesting anyone with information about her whereabouts or fate to immediately contact law enforcement. Yet no witnesses came forward. The last time Anna was known to have made calls was to her mother and sister on December 31st, making her husband the last known person to have seen her. Surveillance camera footage from the neighborhood provided no leads. Anna was not captured on any cameras on the morning of January 1st, as if she had never left her home. On the contrary, her husband was recorded leaving and returning several times, but it was impossible to determine his destinations. Walsh's claim of a supermarket visit was debunked. His vehicle wasn't seen on any footage en route, nor was he spotted in the store. It wasn't until January 8th that Brian was arrested for providing false statements and taken in for questioning at the station while his home was finally searched. It was discovered that on January 1st, he had gone to a hardware store in a different area, not on the list of approved locations he could visit under house arrest conditions. There, he spent nearly $500 on a significant quantity of cleaning supplies, plastic sheeting, duct tape, a mop with a bucket, and utility rags. He paid in cash, presumably hoping his visit would go unnoticed. Horrifying discoveries in the family home. During the search, at first glance, nothing out of the ordinary or suspicious was found in the home. Everything was in its place, with no signs of struggle or bloodstains detected. However, when law enforcement descended into the basement, there was no longer any doubt. This was the scene of a gruesome crime. There, smeared bloodstains were visible everywhere, and among the old clutter, a bloodied knife and saw wrapped in towels were hidden. Previously, Walsh had admitted that on January 3rd, he visited his mother's home located on the other side of town. He claimed he had violated his house arrest conditions because his mother needed help with household tasks due to her deteriorating health. But after the grim discoveries in the basement, police suspected that on his way, the man could have disposed of evidence or parts of his deceased wife's body. All the trash bins in the area where the spouses lived, as well as along the route to his mother's house, were inspected. These searches yielded results, and in one of them, a kitchen hatchet with traces of dried blood and several blood-stained towels, similar to those found in the Walsh's basement, were discovered. Forensic analysis confirmed that the blood in the basement on the towels, knife, hatchet, and saw belonged to the missing Anna, dispelling any remaining doubts about her demise. Search history reveals chilling intent. Police seized a laptop belonging to Mr. Walsh, as well as a tablet owned by the couple's eldest son from the Walsh residence. The search history on these devices left investigators in disbelief. Weeks before his wife's disappearance, Brian was actively searching online for information about the most favorable states for divorce in terms of property division. He also sought information on whether he could lay claim to the second home in Washington, D.C., owned by Amma and registered solely in her name, thereby uncovering a possible motive for the crime. Regarding the tablet, the first query made around for in the morning on January 1st was, how long does it take for a body to start decomposing? This was followed by nearly 24 searches on how to dispose of a body, how to clean up blood traces, how to dismember a body, whether a body could be identified if the teeth were removed, how long DNA traces last, and whether a person could be charged with a crime if the body was never found. All this information was searched on his young child's tablet, the child of the woman he mercilessly dealt with. By January 3rd, Brian was already searching how and when can someone inherit the property of a person who has disappeared. Clearly, he was confident he would evade punishment and was preparing to claim the inheritance. Charges and trial on January 18th, Brian was formally charged with the murder of his wife, despite the fact that her body or any remains had not been found. Prosecutors believe that on the night of January 1st, Brian intentionally or accidentally took his wife's life and then decided to dispose of her body by dismembering it in the basement of their home. He then packaged the body parts in plastic and over the following days, discarded them in trash bins across different parts of the city. The area around the Walsh residence, as well as within a couple of kilometers, was thoroughly examined for evidence. Nearby wastelands, wooded areas, and bodies of water were also searched, but these efforts yielded no results. The defendant himself pleaded not guilty and refused to disclose what he had done with the body. Additionally, it was revealed that Anna had been feeling unhappy lately and had even considered divorcing her husband. She mentioned this several times during phone conversations with her mother and sister. The day before she disappeared, she called her mother asking her to fly from Serbia for a few days. However, her mother apparently did not take her daughter's words seriously and decided to postpone her visit. The trial of Brian Walsh is ongoing. The accused is currently being held at the Norfolk Correctional Facility awaiting his next court date. Anna's mother has been following the investigation from her home as she has not traveled to the United States. The Serbian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has contacted the consulate in New York, which in turn has been in touch with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office to ensure that Anna's mother is timely informed about the investigation and hearings. As for the Walsh's 3 sons, they are now under state custody. None of Brian's family members wish to take care of them, citing Anna's mother's age and poor health, and her sister, who currently lives in Canada, also declined to take in her nephews. Only Anna's close friend, Pamela Barden, has expressed willingness to take the boys in, preferring that over them being separated and placed in different foster homes. Theodore Shaughnessy was born on February 7, 1963 in Los Angeles, California. He was one of 3 children born to Teresa and David Shaughnessy, with his brothers Thomas and Timothy completing the family. Although not much is known about Theodore's early years, it's widely recognized that even as a teenager, he was known for being kind, caring, and easy to talk to on almost any topic. He had a deep concern for the well-being of his loved ones. After finishing high school, Theodore became interested in the booming gem and jewelry business in California. He enrolled in specialized training programs offered by the American Gem Society, eventually earning his certification as a jeweler. In the mid-1980s, during a trip to Phoenix, Theodore met a young woman named Corey in a game arcade. Corey, born in 1966 in the small town of Wickenburg, Arizona, had a passion for painting, which led her to pursue a degree in fine arts. She dedicated herself almost exclusively to painting the desert landscapes that surrounded and inspired her. After their initial conversation, Theodore and Corey discovered a shared interest in jewelry design and creation. Their romance quickly blossomed, and Theodore soon moved to Arizona to be closer to her. Under Theodore's influence, began studying gem classification, and together, they dreamed of opening their own business. While waiting for their dream to become a reality, Theodore worked at local pawn shops, and once Corey completed her degree, she joined him. In 1988, couple married, and a few years later, having honed their skills and gained valuable experience, they moved to Austin, Texas to make their dream a reality. In 1995, the couple finally opened their own jewelry store. Theodore's dedication and passion were evident in every aspect of his work, whether he was on the hunt for precious stones or helping customers find the perfect piece. His patience and care in dealing with customers quickly made the shop a well-known and beloved establishment in the area, earning Theodore a reputation as a generous and kind-hearted individual. Thanks to their financial success, the couple accumulated a net worth of around $6 million, allowing them to build an impressive home on the outskirts of the city. Despite their success, one thing was missing: a family. For reasons not publicly known, the couple chose to adopt rather than have biological children. After completing the necessary paperwork, they received the joyful news in early 2000 that a child was waiting for them in Ukraine. The trip to meet the child was filled with nervous anticipation, but as soon as they saw the little boy, Theodore and Corey felt a sense of peace. His name was Nicholas, and he was 16 months old. Nearly 2 years later, the family of 3 returned to Austin, Texas, having fulfilled their dream of becoming parents. Nicholas quickly proved to be intelligent and curious, always eager to learn about the world around him. Like his parents, he developed a love for animals, leading the family to adopt 2 dogs. Theodore, who had taken up racing cars for fun, soon brought Nicholas along to the tracks, and the boy quickly shared his father's enthusiasm. As time passed, Nicholas learned to drive with Theodore's guidance, spending countless hours practicing on a go-kart track. His interests also extended to martial arts, where he eventually earned a black belt in karate. As Nicholas entered high school, he developed a fascination with finance and luxury goods, an unusual interest for someone his age. By then, he had achieved his black belt in karate and frequently discussed financial matters with his 2 closest friends, Spencer and Tyler. However, Nicholas's constant need to show off his wealth and possessions made others uncomfortable, including his friends. Despite this, he won the heart of a young girl named Jacqueline, who had moved to Austin from New Jersey after her parents' divorce. Jacqueline and Nicholas started dating, and in 2016, Nicholas introduced her to his family. Although the evening began somewhat awkwardly, by the end of dinner, Theodore and Corey were charmed by Jacqueline. Due to the physical abuse Jacqueline suffered at the hands of her father, she found refuge in the home of her boyfriend and his parents. Once Corey learned the reasons for Jacqueline's extended stays, she allowed her to move in with them, and the young couple took up residence in a room on the ground floor of the house. Always nurturing, did her best to care for Jacqueline and even gifted her a beautiful diamond pendant for her 19th birthday, in keeping with the family's love for gemstones. As Nicholas neared the end of high school, his obsession with making money only grew stronger. He even wrote a detailed article for the school newspaper outlining a plan to get rich by working from home in the stock market. In July 2017, after graduating from high school, his mother agreed to loan him $30,000 to start his own business. A month later, Nicholas and Jacqueline moved into an apartment complex in College Station, about 2 hours east of Austin. Shortly afterward, with the help of Spencer, who had become an ordained minister, the young couple secretly married. Jacqueline focused on her university studies while Nicholas worked from home as a stockbroker. As their social circle expanded, Nicholas never missed an opportunity to brag about his supposedly successful business ventures. In reality, however, things were not going well and he was actually losing money. He borrowed $2,600 from a neighbor, promising to repay her with the profits from his investments. At the same time, Nicholas had to take out other loans that quickly came due, pushing his financial situation to a critical point by early 2018. When Jacqueline learned of their financial troubles, the couple argued and began discussing options to turn things around. What started as a joke about inheriting Theodore and Corey's fortune soon turned into a serious plan. After all, if they were no longer around, Nicholas would be the sole heir to a $2 million life insurance policy, plus an additional $6 million from the business and property. A few days later, the idea morphed into a real project, and the couple even agreed to hire someone to eliminate Theodore and Corey. The first person Nicholas approached for the job was his friend Spencer. But despite offering him $50,000, Spencer refused outright. The couple's initial failures did not deter their determination. On the contrary, by mid-February 2018, Nicholas turned to social media to continue his search for someone willing to carry out their dark plan. He contacted a woman who worked at the complex where he lived, offering her extra money. When she inquired about the nature of the work, he proposed that she kill 2 people in exchange for $20,000 per victim. The woman never responded again. And like the neighbor who had loaned him money, her identity has remained undisclosed for safety reasons. Nicholas faced similar rejection from a third individual he approached with the offer. Unwilling to give up on Friday, February 23, 2018, he visited a local bar and struck up a conversation with Johnny Leon, a 21-year-old with a criminal record for drug offenses. After introducing himself and explaining the job, Nicholas offered Johnny $100,000 with payment to be made in installments. As they discussed the details, Nicholas texted Jacqueline to share the good news. When she asked about the cost, he brushed off her concerns. That night, Johnny and Nicholas agreed to meet later at Nicholas's house to finalize the plan. On Monday, February 26, 2018, Corey called her son to ask why he had not yet repaid the loan she had given him. The uncomfortable conversation quickly escalated into an argument, leaving Nicholas feeling even more pressured to achieve his goal. On the morning of Wednesday, February 28, 2018, before meeting with Nicholas, Johnny invited his friend Cameron Bosmek, who worked at a local company to help with what he described as a moving job. Cameron, unsuspecting of anything nefarious, agreed. When Cameron and Johnny arrived at Nicholas's home, they were caught on the security cameras. Once inside, Nicholas revealed the true nature of the plan. He explained that he would deactivate the security alarm remotely from his phone to allow them access to his parents' home. They were to enter through a window in one of the rooms where they would find a gun in a drawer. Nicholas offered Cameron $10,000 payable in 3 installments. But as soon as the words were out of his mouth, Cameron walked out, refusing to be part of the plan. Later that day, back home with his family, Cameron confided in his wife about the unsettling incident. Meanwhile, left alone with Johnny, Nicholas offered to accompany him on the mission. That night, they drove to Austin, but after several hours, Nicholas realized he couldn't go through with it, and they returned to College Station. The following day, Johnny introduced Nicholas to Arian Smith, a 23-year-old who had recently been released from prison after serving time for drug-related offenses. Despite his criminal past, Arian was willing to join the plan. Nicholas laid out the details again, and they agreed to carry out the attack on March 2, 2018. On Thursday, March 1, 2018, Theodore and Corey finished their usual workday at the jewelry store. After dinner, they went to bed as usual. Meanwhile, Johnny and Arian exchanged numerous messages, preparing for the task ahead. They met up and drove to Austin, arriving at around 4:30 a.m. Once Nicholas remotely deactivated the alarms, the 2 intruders entered the house. Following Nicholas's instructions, Ariane retrieved the gun from the designated drawer. However, the family dogs, alerted by the intruder's movements, began barking, waking Theodore and Corey. Still groggy from sleep, Theodore grabbed a gun and headed to the kitchen. Ariane, reacting quickly, fired several shots, hitting Theodore and causing him to collapse. In the chaos, one of the intruders also shot one of the family dogs. The noise from the gunfire prompted Corey to grab her gun. She positioned herself in the doorway of the bedroom and fired down the hallway, determined to defend her home, even though she couldn't see the intruders. Her actions, though they didn't injure the attackers, were enough to scare them off. They fled the scene, leaving Corey to take refuge in a closet where she called emergency services. It was nearly 5 a.m. when the police arrived delayed because they initially went to the wrong address. During those agonizing minutes, remained on the line with the 911 operator. When the operator finally instructed her to leave the closet and open the door for the officers, both Corey and the police were confronted with the horrific aftermath of the attack on Theodore. He was pronounced dead at 5:14 a.m. and through tears, Corey called her son to inform him of what had happened. As Nicholas and Jacqueline began their drive to Austin, the medical examiner determined that Theodore had died from multiple gunshot wounds. Meanwhile, the detectives initiated the investigation. What struck the detectives the most was the sheer number of bullet holes, both in the walls and scattered across the floor. They were able to reconstruct the attack with precision. Additionally, since only a side window was slightly ajar, they concluded that the intruders had likely used that window as their point of entry. Corey informed them that the window led to her son's former bedroom, prompting the detectives to search the room. In a dresser, they found an empty gun case. Immediately, they wondered if the missing gun had been used in the attack. Corey reported that nothing else was missing from the house, and that she hadn't seen the intruders' faces. However, she suspected they knew about her and her husband's line of work. When Nicholas and Jacqueline arrived in Austin around 8 a.m., the detectives noticed Nicholas's unusual lack of concern. Their suspicions grew when, despite not knowing the full details of what had happened, Nicholas went straight to check the window in his old bedroom. A few minutes later, Nicholas, his mother, and his wife went to the police station to answer the detectives' questions. It was then that Nicholas recounted how he had learned about the incident. After Nicholas informed investigators that he had not been in the city for about a month, he handed over his cell phone. During their examination of the device, the officers discovered an app that allowed remote access to the family home's alarm system. When questioned about this, Corey explained that the alarm access was shared among all family members, but noted that it hadn't been activated that night. However, a review of the system's history revealed that the alarm had been deactivated at the exact time the intruders broke in, raising suspicions. Jacqueline corroborated her husband's story, stating that they had stayed home that night. Following these initial statements, all three were informed that they would undergo gunshot residue tests. Jacqueline's sudden nervousness caught the attention of the investigators, sparking further doubts. Meanwhile, at the crime scene, evidence collection continued, and due to the case's complexity, the district attorney was brought in to assist. She quickly began to suspect that Theodore might have known his attacker. As no fingerprints belonging to the family members were found, suspicions began to shift toward Corey. To make matters worse, Corey's decision to forego a funeral and her request to clean the house as soon as possible only fueled the investigators' doubts. While waiting for the case to be resolved, she closed the jewelry store and had her husband's remains cremated. On the same day, as his mother struggled to cope with her grief, Nicholas exchanged text messages with Spencer. He asked if Spencer wanted to see photos of the crime scene, boasting that the investigators had returned his phone, a clear sign in his view that he was no longer a suspect. When Corey was called in for another interview, the questioning was so intense that she began to feel as though she was no longer being treated as a victim. By then, however, she wasn't the only one under scrutiny. Her son had not been entirely ruled out as a suspect. On March 5, 2018, police officers began interviewing neighbors at Nicholas's apartment complex. This led them to the employee Nicholas had contacted via social media, who then revealed the details of his disturbing proposal. A few days later, armed with a search warrant, officers searched Nicholas and Jacqueline's apartment. They found ammunition matching the bullets recovered from the victim's body, as well as a marriage certificate exposing the secret wedding. They also seized a computer. When Corey learned of her son's secret marriage, she was at a loss for words. She reproached Nicholas for not doing things the right way, assuring him that there was no need to hide the marriage and that, had she known, she would have organized a proper wedding. As a result, Nicholas and Jacqueline moved back into the family home. Despite the mounting suspicions against him, remained convinced of her son's innocence. Determined to support him, on March 10, 2018, Corey hired a group of attorneys and even handed over control of the jewelry store to Nicholas. Over the next month and into the following, the evidence against Nicholas began to pile up at an alarming rate. First, phone records revealed that contrary to his initial statement, Nicholas had been in the city 2 days before the incident that claimed his father's life. Then, more incriminating text messages exchanged between him and Jacqueline surfaced. In May 2018, after locating Spencer, the detectives interviewed him at the station. Without much pressure, Spencer disclosed the amount Nicholas expected to inherit by eliminating his parents. He also provided text messages to support his claims, which cleared him of any suspicion. By the end of that month, Nicholas and Jacqueline were arrested. Both were charged with criminal solicitation to commit capital murder. Nicholas' bail was set at $3 million and Jacqueline's at $1 million. Faced with sworn statements and overwhelming evidence, Corey finally grasped the full extent of the nightmare she was living. Meanwhile, authorities hoped that time behind bars would lead the suspects to reveal the name of the actual killer. However, as neither showed any signs of cooperation, the officers prepared to take further action. During the first week of July 2018, one of the detectives meticulously reviewed the security camera footage from Nicholas and Jacqueline's home, focusing specifically on the days leading up to the crime. To his surprise, he discovered an image of Nicholas greeting two men at the front door. One of the men was wearing a shirt with the logo of a local company. Following this lead, the detective visited the company and learned that the man was Cameron, whose address he quickly obtained. A couple of hours later, when the detective arrived at Cameron's residence, his wife immediately knew the reason for the visit. Although Cameron wasn't home at the time, she shared what she knew and provided Johnny's name to the detective. On Wednesday, July 11, 2018, when Johnny was brought in for questioning at the station, he offered little resistance. It quickly became apparent to the detectives that they had found the accomplice they were looking for. Johnny was arrested and charged with capital murder. Further investigation revealed incriminating text messages exchanged between Johnny and Arian just hours before the crime, indicating that Johnny had not acted alone. Finding Arian, however, proved challenging, but he was finally apprehended on December 10, 2018. During his interrogation, Arian detailed the events of that night, breaking down as the questions continued. He expressed remorse for the tragedy his actions had caused and eventually admitted to being the one who fired the shot that killed Theodore. He also directed the detectives to where they could find the missing weapon, which turned out to be one of Nicholas's guns. Jacqueline, meanwhile, admitted that she had been aware of her husband's intentions from the start. Her cooperation earned her a reduced bail. With all the pieces in place for a trial, the district attorney initially planned to seek the death penalty for Nicholas. However, in the spring of 2021, the district attorney left her position and her successor quickly offered plea deals to the three defendants. The deal allowed them to plead guilty to a reduced charge of murder in exchange for a 35-year sentence with the possibility of parole. In the end, all three accepted the offer. Jacqueline, who by that time was divorced, also agreed to plead guilty to attempted solicitation of capital murder, hoping for a more lenient sentence. In a virtual hearing held on April 7, 2021, the judge sentenced Nicholas and Arian to 35 years in prison. A week later, Johnny Leon received an identical sentence for the same crime. On June 20, 2023, Jacqueline was sentenced to 4 months in jail, 10 years of probation, and 300 hours of community service. Additionally, her passport was revoked. and she was prohibited from leaving the state of Texas without first informing her probation officers. As part of her sentence, the court ordered that Jacqueline serve 2 days in jail every year on the anniversary of Theodore's death. Corey, unable to attend the hearing, recorded a message that was played in court at the end of the session as her victim impact statement. In later interviews, Corey reflected on how Nicholas and Jacqueline had shattered a part of her world, taking away what she loved most. With remarkable strength, she set out to overcome the cruel loss of her husband and the devastating betrayal by her son, with whom she never spoke again. Tess Ritchie was born on November 30th, 1994. The youngest in a family of 5 girls, Ritchie was raised in North Bay before moving to Toronto at 19. One of her sisters, Verena Ritchie, said Tess loved her life, her dogs, and her family. Tess had served tables in the city, but her dream was to land a job as a flight attendant and see the world. She was taking steps to do just that, having completed the flight attendant course at Seneca College in North Toronto. At the same time, she was trying to get a job in one of the major hotels in Toronto. Unfortunately, Tess couldn't find a job to her liking. Her family financially supported her and never refused money when she asked for help. Some Canadian sources also say that when Tess didn't get a job at an airline or a hotel, she started learning Italian and searching for au pair jobs in Italy through the internet. Tess also had her own YouTube channel. The last video she published there was on February 23, 2014, almost 4 years before the events we'll discuss today. Tess talked about her experiences and the difficulties she had to face. Let's listen to some excerpts from this video. Unfortunately, a few years after recording this video, Tess again faced problems in her personal life. That fall, heartache destroyed her life. On November 23, 2017, Tess went through an emotional breakup with her boyfriend, Julian. The next day, she turned to her older sister, Rachel, who was 8 years older than her. The two were close. "She was my soulmate," Rachel said. On November 24th, Kath spent most of the day at Rachel's house in Toronto. They talked about the breakup, went shopping, and visited a dog park. That evening, Rachel cooked some food. However, she had to persuade her sister to eat, as she had no appetite due to stress. Despite this, Tess made plans for the night. She decided to meet an old school friend named Riley Samar. Like Ritchie, Samar was from North Bay. She had moved to Toronto in the summer of 2017. The two hadn't seen each other in years, but now that they were both living in the same city, they had started talking again. Samar suggested they go to Cruz and Tangos, a well-known drag bar in the Church and Wellesley area. That evening, Rachel's partner ordered Ritchie an Uber so she could meet Samar downtown. Rachel Ritchie recalled seeing her sister running down the front path to the Uber. That fleeting glimpse was the last time she would see her alive. Ritchie arrived at Cruz and Tangos around midnight. Samar wasn't there yet. The club was full of people. Tess texted her sister to tell her she reached the place safely. It was commonplace. Ritchie's phone was her second best friend, her sister said. The following morning, Rachel Ritchie sent her younger sister a text message. She didn't expect to hear back immediately, considering Tess had been out the night before. By 6:30 p.m., Rachel still hadn't heard from her. Soon after, she noticed that none of her texts had reached Tess. Rachel tried calling, but all the calls went straight to voicemail. Her mother, Christine Hermiston, also tried to contact Tess, but her phone was off. Christine received a message saying that Tess had ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m. However, soon after, she canceled it. When registering an Uber account, Tess indicated her mom's credit card. Hence, Christine received a message every time her daughter used a taxi. Tess always kept in touch with her family, so when her phone did not turn on during the day, they began to suspect something could have happened to her. She usually had her phone on her at all times. Rachel asked her partner to check her sister's apartment in Scarborough. At the same time, she started contacting her friends. It was about 9 p.m. on Saturday. Kest was still missing. Her family had a bad feeling about all this. Rachel started calling hospitals and also contacted the police. By the evening of the following day, the police had no news for Tess's family. Several officers tried to find out where Tess Ritchie might be, but no one had seen or heard from her in the last 2 days. On Monday, Tess's mother, Christine, and one of her sisters traveled from North Bay to Toronto to participate in the search. They were putting up and handing out flyers with Tess's picture, hoping someone might have seen her. The family did everything in their power. As for the police, they unfortunately did not show their best side when investigating the disappearance of Tess, but we'll talk about this a little later. At the same time, it turned out that Tess's friend, Riley, with whom they visited the bar together, returned home safely after that night. When they asked Riley if she knew where Tess had gone, she said she and Tess had drunk a lot, which resulted in the bar security asking them to leave. They left the bar shortly after 2 in the morning and went to Wellesley Street to eat something. On the way there, they met a guy who eventually went with them. Riley couldn't remember his name. On Wellesley Street, they ordered hot dogs. Tess wanted a vegetarian hot dog, which ended in a conflict with the seller. Tess believed they gave her a hot dog with meat. Riley admitted that her friend took mustard and sprayed the vendor cart with it, after which she, Tess, and the guy with them had to run to Dundonald Street. While there, they saw a woman on the house porch and started talking with her. Her name was Michelle Teep. Their conversation lasted about 20 minutes. Tess told Michelle that she had recently broken up with her boyfriend and shared how hard it was for her. Michelle tried to support Tess. Moreover, they even exchanged phone numbers. Teep said Ritchie seemed like someone trying to have a good time, but when she looked into her eyes, she saw sadness. The breakup with Julian appeared to be weighing her down. I told her everything does get better and just to hang in there, Teep said. At 4 a.m., Riley received a text from her boyfriend asking her to come home. She said goodbye to and walked towards Yonge Street and then home. Tess was disappointed that Riley had left her. At 4:02 a.m., she ordered an Uber. Thus, one can assume that after her friend left her, Tess decided to go home too. The driver arrived at 4:14 a.m., but Tess wasn't there. On Wednesday, November 29th, just 1 day before Tess's 23rd birthday, Christine again distributed flyers with her daughter's picture in the area where people last saw her. Knowing that Riley had parted with Tess on Dundonald Street, Christine decided to explore this area. She turned to in Brassett, a nurse who worked at St. Michael's Hospital, as their daughters had been friends since elementary school in North Bay. Together, they set out to find Ritchie amid a growing search effort and social media push to locate her. That's when Brassett made a haunting discovery. Appearing into the bottom of an outdoor stairwell in a construction site at 582 Church Street, Brazil immediately recognized Ritchie's body lying on the concrete. In 2017, this building was under reconstruction and partially fenced. It looked like this. I went into complete shock, horror, disbelief. I couldn't process or make sense of what I was seeing, Brassett said through tears. I was terrified. Dust from a nearby gravel pile lay like soot on her body. Brazil let go of the staircase railing and walked backward down the gravel driveway toward Church Street. Hermiston was farther up the sidewalk by that point. Unaware that her daughter's body was so close by, Brazil began to call out to her. Christine, come back here, she said. There's a girl in the stairwell, you've got to come back. Hermiston turned, raced down the driveway and stopped dead at the stairwell. After a few moments, she started screaming and asking God for help. Tessa's death became a heartbreaking challenge for her whole family. They found her body just 300 yards from the bar where she spent time before she disappeared and just 20 yards from where her friend Riley last saw her. It raised a lot of questions about the work of the police. After all, her body was a couple of blocks from the bar all this time. However, after Anne and Christine found Tessa's body, an anonymous police source provided the press with new information. Allegedly, Tess advertised her intimate services via the internet and worked in a strip club. The grieving mother said Toronto police didn't do enough to search for Ritchie because they assumed she was an escort. It was horrifying to read that. Hermiston replied angrily at what police sources told the media after her body's discovery. She was not making a living in the sex trade industry. It's a blatant lie. They leaked that so it would look like she lived a high-risk life and was in a laneway with somebody. And it wasn't their fault. Although Tess did work as a waitress at a strip club, She quit less than 2 weeks after they hired her. As for Intimate Services advertisement, it was just an account on a dating site. Even though they had found Richie's body, there was no explanation for what happened to her. Police did not initially suspect foul play, but the homicide unit eventually took over the case after an autopsy revealed she had died of neck compression. Moreover, they found seminal fluid on the girl's clothes and saliva on her bra. After some tests, they found traces of male DNA. Thus, the police finally started searching for a suspect. Considering Riley's testimony, the detectives were trying to figure out the identity of the guy the girls met that night. After all, he was the person Tess stayed with after Riley went home. The police turned to CCTV footage to learn more about that night. This video shows Tess and Riley leaving the bar and going towards the hot dog vendor's cart. There were also CCTV cameras on the building close to where Brazo found the body. After analyzing the recordings, the police saw Tess and her new acquaintance walking hand in hand up the gravel driveway. According to the information voiced by the police, the camera captured Tess and this unknown man at 4:14 a.m. The following recording, taken 46 minutes later, shows the guy leaving the place alone. Tess never appeared in the footage again. Therefore, the police believe this man was the main suspect in the Tess Ritchie case. On December 10th, during a press conference, the Toronto police published pictures of this man taken with the help of a video surveillance system. They hoped someone would recognize him. The pictures, taken by an ATM camera, were of poor quality. An ATM was next to the place where Ritchie bought hot dogs. In the evening of the same day, the police discovered the identity of this man. Oddly enough, after seeing the published images, the man called the police station himself. "I'm the guy in the photo," he said. The person who was with Tess that night was 21-year-old Kaylin Schlatter. In the fall of 2017, Schlatter was 21 and living with his parents and younger brother at their North Toronto home. He had completed a year of postgraduate study as a car mechanic and worked with his dad in construction. Schlatter, his parents, and one of his lawyers went to the police station where he briefly spoke with detectives but refused to testify. His parents brought some food and a bottle of water for their son. In the end, they provided police with some crucial evidence. While still at the police station, Schlatter threw an empty water bottle into a trash can. The police promptly seized it and sent it for forensic medical examination. It took some time, but eventually they determined that the DNA sample on the bottle and DNA samples extracted from seminal fluid and saliva found on Tess Ritchie's body belonged to the same person. Police planned an undercover operation to monitor Schlatter for several weeks, but the DNA results accelerated the process. Schlatter was arrested around 11 p.m. on February 4, 2018, after watching the Super Bowl with his family at the Cineplex Cinemas Queensway in Etobicoke. They took him to 13 Division and placed him in a holding cell at 3:19 a.m. on February 5th. 2 other men were locked in holding cells on either side of him. Schlatter had no idea both were undercover cops and that he was about to give them an abundance of evidence. The 3 men sat in separate nondescript holding cells with a combination toilet and sink as well as a bed. Schlatter was locked in a cell between the 2 cups with all 3 men facing the same wall. None of them could see each other, but that didn't stop them from talking for hours. Schlatter told these policemen about his passion for card games and his ability to seduce women. According to him, he has slept with more than 40 women, even though he was only 21 years old. However, he did not mention that he liked both men and women. As it turned out later, Schlatter did not meet Tess and her friend Riley on the street. He was in the same bar as them. That's where he first noticed them. This recording was made shortly before security asked Tess and Riley to leave the bar. Here's Riley and here's Tess. And this is Schlatter. Schlatter also told undercover officers about Tess. At first, he said that she was alive when he left. Shortly after, Schlatter added that something could have happened because alcohol clouded his mind. He thought he was not capable of it. The police charged Kaylin Schlatter with taking the life of Tess Ritchie, but of course he denied his guilt. In June 2018, 2 police officers, Alan McCullough and Michael Jones, were charged with 2 counts of misconduct for neglect of duty under Ontario's Police Services Act. According to the notice of hearing, They allegedly failed to thoroughly search the adjoining property or immediate area, interview neighbors, and notify a supervisor. If they had followed protocol, Christine Hermiston stated, they would have found her. She was lying just around the corner. Despite all this, both officers remained working in the police, but received penalties. As for Kalen Schlatter, during the 7-week trial held in 2020, his defense tried to prove his innocence, arguing that someone else could have approached the stairs where Tess was lying by climbing over the fence on the other side of the building and thus remain invisible to the cameras. The lawyers even gave the name of another suspect, but the police thoroughly checked and interrogated this person, finding no evidence linking him to Tess's death. DNA evidence pointed to only one person, Kalen Schlatter. Schlatter was a slight man who appeared soft-spoken in court. He said he has a speech defect that causes him to slur his words and stutter sometimes. Trying to explain the presence of his DNA on Tess's belongings, he said she offered him to hide from prying eyes. At 4:02 a.m., Tess Ritchie ordered an Uber. The driver arrived at the pickup point at 4:14 a.m., but Tess wasn't there. Instead of letting Ritchie meet her Uber driver, Schlatter again approached her. They sat down on a bench at the corner of Church and Dundonald. Tess seemed a bit more upset from the argument, so I walked over to her to check if she was all right, Schlatter said. He said it was Ritchie who asked him to sit and talk. It's impossible to corroborate his account, as there is no sound on any security video from the area. Schlatter testified Ritchie was bummed about her breakup, so he started talking about the dissolution of one of his previous relationships to make her feel better. She listened intently, he said, and even declined a phone call during their conversation. It was a lie. The police examined Tess' mobile phone records and discovered no one had called her during their conversation. Later on, she asked if it's okay if she kisses me, Schlatter said. We stand up and give each other a hug and kiss. These words could not be confirmed either since there weren't any kisses on the CCTV footage available to the police. According to Schlatter, Ritchie asked him to follow her to the driveway at 582 Church Street and down into the property's outdoor stairwell. The prosecution considered these words a lie because at that time, the Uber driver was waiting for Tess. They suggested that Schlatter offered to escort Tess to her car, but he was planning something completely different. We will never know what Kalen Schlatter told Tess Ritchie as they walked up Church Street to convince her to walk into the dark at 4 a.m. with a man she just met. Schlatter claimed that he and Tess went down the stairs and started kissing. He wanted more, but Tess said they couldn't go any further. According to Schlatter, they kissed for a long time, which resulted in him ejaculating into his pants. After that, he invited Tess to his house, but she refused and said he could leave, which he did. Schlatter continued insisting Tess was alive when he left. It is important to note that all of the above was Schlatter's story, which the police could not verify. Only 2 people knew the truth about what happened that night. One of them was already dead. The prosecution's witnesses at the trial were Riley, a friend of Tess, and Michelle Teep, a woman with whom they talked that night. They both identified Schlatter. Schlatter not only spilled his guts to 2 undercover cops, he allegedly confided crucial details to a cellmate when they were at a Toronto detention center for roughly 2 months in 2018. The man, who can only be referred to as ES because of a publication ban, has a criminal record spanning decades, including several break-and-enters and a domestic assault. The informant said he initially felt sorry for Schlatter as he was a young man in jail for the first time. That's why ES invited him to share his cell while the 2 were in protective custody. But over time, ES soured on his new cellmate. Schlatter would cry himself to sleep at night because he didn't want to do time and because he missed his mommy. And yet he showed no remorse about Ritchie's death, ES said. He said Schlatter told him about his kiss with Ritchie and that he lost control when she said she didn't want to go any further. He couldn't stop and strangled Tess with a scarf. In court, Schlatter flatly denied that those conversations took place. His lawyer called ES a manipulative pathological liar. Putting aside all the testimony and relying only on physical evidence, one can conclude that someone strangled Tess Ritchie and only one person's DNA was on her clothes, Kalen Schlatter. In her closing address to the jury, defense lawyer Lydia Riva portrayed Schlatter as a harmless kid and an innocent young man. As hard as it might be to accept and as uncomfortable as it might make us feel, The criminal justice system can get it wrong, Riva said. Mr. Schlatter was an easy target. He is easy to blame. On March 23, 2020, the jury found Schlatter guilty. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment with the right to request parole after 25 years. The trial was heartbreaking for Richie's mother, sisters, and other supporters, who were at times reeling and crying in the courtroom. While they now have some of the answers they craved for so long, their lives are forever changed. Evil not only took Tess that night, it sentenced her surviving family to a cruel and painful future while robbing the world of so much love and potential, said Richie's sister, Verena. Tess was the heart of my family, and we will forever be incomplete. In June 2020, Tess Richie's family sued Schlatter, the police, and others because of the psychological devastation they experienced after Tess's death. Do I want to just go in the house and hide and let it go? Absolutely. But can I? Absolutely not. I can't, because I can't get it out of my head that they let her lay there for 4 days, said Christine Hermiston. That image is seared in her mind forever, Hermiston said. That in that she should not have needed to travel from her home in North Bay, Ontario to Toronto to do the job of the police. Tess was the glue of the family, and her death has torn everyone apart, her mother said. We have trouble looking at each other. We feel like we all let Tess down. We feel a lot of guilt, and that's why we're continuing to fight on behalf of Tess, because we're not going to let her down again. They are seeking a total of $20 million in damages, including punitive damages. Danielle Kramer was born in the state of Connecticut, USA, sometime in the early 1990s. While the identity of her father remains undisclosed, it is known that her mother was a woman named Jennifer. After Danielle's birth, Jennifer remarried, and soon the family expanded when the couple had another child whose name was never revealed. Danielle's parents ran a business that involved both a daycare center and a dog breeding operation in Bloomfield, a small town in Hartford County, Connecticut. Growing up surrounded by these animals, Danielle developed a strong affection for them. It was this love for dogs that, in 2005, led Danielle to cross paths with a young woman in her mid-20s named Kimberly, who worked as a dog trainer. Thanks to her, Danielle met Adam Galt, a 40-year-old man who also worked as a dog trainer and had experience in related businesses like dog breeding and grooming. Since Adam's business intersected with Danielle's family's business, her stepfather had briefly worked with Adam at some point. This connection led Danielle, eager to gain professional experience, to start working for Adam at his grooming and dog training business in Bloomfield in West Hartford. But what initially seemed like a healthy and innocent relationship between a young woman passionate about animals and a man experienced in the field soon turned dark and dangerous. Without Danielle's parents knowing, Adam started communicating frequently with her through messages and calls. He developed a completely inappropriate attraction to Danielle, who was still a minor at the time. Exploiting the admiration she had for him professionally, Adam began a seduction plan that quickly affected the naive girl. Adam gradually introduced Danielle to the world of drugs and alcohol, manipulating her until she agreed to an intimate relationship. He convinced the young girl that he loved and accepted her as she was, unlike her parents, who were trying to raise her with stricter controls to curb the impulsive behavior typical of adolescence. Danielle, who had been described as a good girl, began exhibiting strange behaviors and became extremely rebellious towards her parents. Unbeknownst to them, Adam was the driving force behind these negative changes. At school, Danielle did not hide her relationship. It was later revealed that she openly told her friends she was involved with a 40-year-old man named Adam, whom she claimed was her boyfriend, and that she loved him. However, she also confided in them that he had hit her, and they had broken up and reconciled multiple times. By 2006, had run away from home several times, disappearing for days at a time, and when she returned, she refused to tell her parents or the authorities where she had been or with whom. It was always Adam who was behind these disappearances, testing how far Danielle was willing to go to fulfill his desires. In June 2006, Adam's manipulation reached its peak. Danielle, accompanied by Adam, went to the Bloomfield Police Department. There are two versions of what happened on June 13th. One version suggests that Danielle filed a complaint against a friend of her brother, accusing him of sexual abuse, for which she claimed her family had not protected her. However, the more widely accepted version is that the teenager reported to the authorities that she had been mistreated and neglected at home by her mother and stepfather. She expressed feeling unsafe and stated her desire to move in with Adam, an adult she trusted. From that moment on, Danielle distanced herself from her family entirely, with Adam firmly in control of her decisions. This was not the first time Adam had taken advantage of a young woman in this way. Kimberly, the dog trainer who had introduced Danielle to Adam, had also met him as a teenager. Before that, she had experienced a traumatic situation of intimate violence, leaving her very vulnerable. When she met Adam, she saw him as a hero, like someone who rescues princesses from castles. They began a relationship, and over the next 6 years, Adam transformed from a hero into a villain, one of the worst kinds. He dominated and controlled Kimberly, turning her into a sort of slave. To make matters worse, Kimberly wasn't the only woman subjected to Adam's control. Adam was also in a relationship, later described by authorities as a common law partnership, with a woman named Anne Murphy. Despite having a stable partner, he brought Kimberly into the fold, creating a three-person dynamic, often referred to as a throughput, whether romantic or intimate. According to reports, both women agreed to this type of relationship and even lived together at times. However, it is likely that they had little say in what happened, as Adam was the dominant force in the household, punishing disobedience. It was under this same man's influence that Danielle's life took a dark turn, leaving her confused and manipulated. When Danielle didn't return from school on June 14, 2006, authorities and her parents initially thought it might be another one of her mysterious escapes, so panic didn't set in immediately. However, as days passed, it became clear that this disappearance was different. Danielle always called to say she was okay, but this time there was no contact with her family. The Bloomfield police investigated, searching, questioning those close to her and tracing phone calls, but they couldn't find her. Months went by and authorities hit dead ends and followed leads that led nowhere. The case of Danielle's disappearance seemed to stall over time. Though it was never fully closed, it alternated between periods of activity and inactivity, always waiting for new information that might help locate the missing girl. From the beginning, the police knew that Adam had known the missing teenager and that he had some kind of business relationship with Danielle's parents the year before her disappearance. Therefore, he became the prime suspect. Mobile phone records showed that Adam and Danielle had been in frequent contact before she went missing. In the days following her disappearance, the officers in charge of the case interviewed Adam twice. He told investigators that he hadn't had any contact with her since June 15, 2006, when Danielle called him asking for money. After urging Danielle to return home during that conversation, Adam claimed he emphasized that the police and her parents were desperately searching for her, but Danielle refused to comply. Despite Adam's assertions, the police continued their investigation, and in October 2006, they visited his residence to search for clues. However, since they did not have a warrant, Adam denied them entry into his home. Approximately 9 months after Danielle's disappearance, her mother discovered a diary that Danielle had left behind. Troubled by its contents, she handed it over to the authorities. She also provided several items of Danielle's clothing to the police, including a piece of underwear that appeared to have a stain that could be seminal fluid. The underwear was sent to the state forensic lab to develop a DNA profile that might offer leads for the ongoing investigation. In the diary, Danielle, who was 14 years old when she disappeared, wrote about a man she was involved with sexually, referring to him as X, according to various reports. Although Adam was not directly named, the police used the diary as evidence that Danielle had been sexually assaulted 7 months before she left home. Despite being questioned numerous times, Adam continued to deny any involvement in Danielle's disappearance. With Adam refusing to cooperate, the investigating officers obtained 2 search warrants for his residence in West Hartford, Connecticut, where he lived with his 2 partners. The warrants allowed them to collect DNA samples and other evidence relevant to the case. On June 6, 2007, around 9:30 a.m., the police prepared to enter Adam's home. By then, Danielle had been missing for almost a year, and although the authorities had not given up their search, their hope of finding her alive was dwindling, as they were well aware that the odds were against them. Once inside the two-story house, the police noted that it was in disarray, with dirty sheets on the beds. In one of the rooms, they found what appeared to be sex toys. During the search, an officer noticed a large dresser that seemed out of place and decided to move it, revealing a small locked room hidden behind the furniture. The police later described it as a closet. When they opened the door, they found something astonishing. Danielle was inside, alive. According to the detectives, there were no signs like bedding that indicated Danielle had been kept in that room for the entire year. However, they observed that she was extremely pale, leading them to wonder if she had been exposed to sunlight during her captivity. The police were uncertain how long she had been in the room, and Danielle remained silent. It was clear that she couldn't have opened the door from inside, and they were horrified at the thought of what might have happened if the officer hadn't moved the dresser. Though Danielle showed no visible external injuries, a thorough medical examination was still necessary. She was taken to Connecticut Children's Medical Center, where she remained under the care of child welfare officials and psychiatrists who were determining the best approach for reintegrating her into her family. Understanding the potential fragility of her mental health after what she had likely endured, the officers kept their questions to Danielle limited, though she was able to speak with investigators. Thankfully, reports indicated that Danielle seemed happy and expressed a desire to reunite with her family. Her mother stated that she was prepared to wait for her daughter's return to ensure it was done in the best possible way. It was also revealed that a 15-year-old boy named Jacob lived in the house where Danielle had been held captive. Some sources indicated that Jacob was the son of Adam and Anne, while others claimed he was Anne's son only. Jacob's case was referred to the Department of Children and Families, and he was later placed in the custody of a relative. For the alleged kidnapping of Danielle, the police made 3 arrests. Adam, 41, was charged with unlawful restraint, reckless endangerment, custodial interference, interfering with an officer, risk of injury to a minor, and forgery. And 40, faced charges of conspiracy to commit reckless endangerment, conspiracy to commit custodial interference, and risk of injury to a minor. Kimberly, 26, was charged with reckless endangerment, conspiracy to commit custodial interference, risk of injury to a minor, and conspiracy to commit unlawful restraint. Initially, Adam's bail was set at $500,000, while Anne's was set at $100,000. However, as more details emerged, both bails were raised to $1 million, with Kimberly's bail set at $500,000. This was not Adam's first run-in with the law. In November 1997, he was arrested on drug-related charges, and in July and August 2003, he was sued for not paying a worker and lost the case. As more details emerged about Danielle's life in captivity, the police stated that they were investigating whether Adam had abused 3 other girls in the past. It was revealed that he hadn't been charged in the previous cases because the alleged victims had refused to testify. Although Danielle had been found safe and the suspects were apprehended, the investigation was far from over. Detectives discovered that while living with Adam, Danielle occasionally traveled out of state, often to Florida, where she adopted a new identity as the niece of Adam's common-law partner. Once she was mentally stable, Danielle provided statements revealing that she had been with Adam since her disappearance, spending nearly all of her time inside the house and not attending school for the entire year. She also mentioned that she had changed her hair color multiple times to avoid recognition and confirmed that the downstairs room where the hidden compartment was found had indeed served as her bedroom. The police later obtained another search warrant for the residence, and investigators gathered several boxes of evidence. Among the items seized were fishnet stockings, a pistol, taboo adult magazines, a black leather collar, and spiked bracelets. They also discovered documents related to a terminated pregnancy. In subsequent interviews, investigators questioned Danielle about her diary and whether Adam was the mysterious ex she had mentioned. She nodded in agreement. Danielle also disclosed that shortly before being discovered in the small hidden room, she had visited a location in West Hartford to terminate a pregnancy, though she refused to identify the father. However, it was clear to everyone involved, and the authorities already had the primary suspect in custody. Following Adam's arrest, police uncovered homemade adult videos of a disturbing nature filmed with very poor quality and initiated the difficult process of identifying the young women featured in them. Reports indicated that these videos had been uploaded online at various times. Danielle informed authorities that Adam had used her as a model for both explicit photos and videos. The police also investigated a second location where they suspected Adam had engaged in inappropriate activities with Danielle and other underage girls from the community. In July 2007, at Hartford Superior Court, Adam pleaded not guilty to charges of having a relationship with Danielle months before her disappearance. During his felony court appearance, he also pleaded not guilty to 11 counts of risk of injury to a minor. His defense attorney argued that there was no evidence of force or coercion, claiming that none of that had occurred in his client's home. Instead, he characterized the case as one involving individuals, referring to the three accused who were trying to protect a young girl from physical and sexual abuse within her own family, as reported in June 2006. He further claimed that the girl had access to a cell phone, attended school, and was free to go wherever she wished, claims that Danielle herself had contradicted earlier. In response, the prosecution challenged the defendants' portrayal of themselves as concerned individuals rescuing Danielle from abusive parents. They reminded the court that the evidence suggested Danielle had been exploited to produce adult content. The attorney representing Danielle's parents dismissed the defense's claims that Danielle had been abused at home and found refuge in Adam's residence as a complete fabrication. The police also disputed the defense's narrative, revealing that Danielle had informed them that the accusations against her family had been fabricated and exaggerated by Adam. She admitted that she didn't want to make such statements because her parents didn't deserve them, but Adam had pressured her, and she complied out of fear of his anger. The prosecutors further asserted that Adam had repeatedly assaulted Danielle and coerced her into terminating a pregnancy resulting from these heinous acts. They also presented various DNA evidence obtained from clothing found in Adam's home, which confirmed the dark activities that had taken place there. In December 2007, a team of forensic experts determined that Adam was unable to comprehend the legal proceedings or assist in his defense. As a result, the judge declared him temporarily incompetent to stand trial. The judge ordered that Adam be transferred to the forensic division of the Connecticut Valley Hospital for a 60-day evaluation period, during which he could receive treatment. At the conclusion of this evaluation in February 2008, an expert testified to the judge that Adam was capable of understanding the charges against him and could assist in his defense. In addition to facing charges related to Danielle's case, Adam was hit with another kidnapping charge after a woman came forward claiming that she had been a 15-year-old runaway in 1998 when Adam abused her multiple times while she lived in his home and worked at his business. Since the statute of limitations on the potential sexual assault charge had expired, the prosecution could only pursue a kidnapping charge in the new case. As a result, Adam faced up to 160 years in prison for the charges connected to Danielle's disappearance and the 1998 case. After insisting on his innocence for an extended period, Adam, then 42, surprised everyone in March 2008 by admitting his responsibility in the crimes. He reached a plea deal with the prosecution, pleading guilty to 8 charges, including second-degree sexual assault, kidnapping, risk of injury to a minor, and conspiracy. The prosecution recommended a sentence of 30 years in prison, followed by 20 years of probation. The judge indicated that the prison term would be at least 20 years. The sentencing hearing took place on July 11, 2008. The victim impact statement on behalf of Danielle, who was 16 at the time, was read in court. In it, Danielle directly addressed Adam, accusing him of hurting her more than anyone else ever had and expressing her hatred for him because of it. She added that she felt ruined inside in many ways and no longer knew how to distinguish between what was real and what was a lie. Adam exercised his right to address the court before hearing his sentence. He stood up and read a handwritten statement, looking directly at Danielle as he apologized. He said he was ashamed of himself, filled with regret, and added that there was nothing he could say to change the past. Ultimately, Adam was sentenced to 50 years in prison, followed by 20 years of probation. he would be required to register as a sex offender upon his release. The judge remarked that he could not determine whether Adam had a distorted view of reality or was truly evil, but ultimately said that the distinction didn't matter as the community was not safe with him in it. On the same day, the sentencing of N. 41 and Kimberly, 27, was also scheduled. In tearful statements before the court, friends and family members described Ann and Kimberly as kind souls who were also victims, dominated and controlled by Adam. They asked the court for leniency, acknowledging that both women had committed crimes, made poor decisions, and showed a lack of judgment. And Kimberly also apologized to Danielle in court. Kimberly expressed relief at being arrested because it removed her from what she called a destructive environment. The judge acknowledged the difficulty in determining their sentences, but ultimately concluded that on the spectrum between being Adam's victims or accomplices, or both, they were more victims. However, he recognized that they deserved to pay a price for their involvement in the crimes. Each was sentenced to 10 years in prison, suspended after 3 years, followed by 5 years of probation. After being missing for a year and undergoing a near-miraculous recovery, Danielle Kramer was able to resume a normal life despite the trauma she had endured, and the perpetrators of her suffering received the punishment they deserved. The case of Danilo Cavalcante. On July 3, 1989, a child was born in the municipality of Estu in the state of Maranhão, Brazil. The boy was given the common Portuguese name, Danilo. This child experienced a tough upbringing. He wasn't spoon-fed or comforted with bedtime stories. No one took him by the hand to school when he reached school age. Instead, like many children in his impoverished neighborhood, he grew up on the streets. The environment for adults and children in Brazil's favelas is marked by oppressive poverty, low living standards, and high unemployment. All these factors contribute to a thriving street crime culture. When growing up in such conditions, amid dirt, poverty, and lack of basic human necessities, one's instincts for self-preservation kick in. People survive as best they can or choose to. Unfortunately, most often someone who has known only violence from childhood may take the same violent path since they know no other way. Our story today delves into horrific brutality and relentless obsession that can destroy lives. Such events unfolded recently. In 2019, Sarah Brando eagerly awaited the arrival of her younger sister Deborah and her 2 nephews, Ian and Yasmin, at the airport. After a failed relationship with her children's father, Deborah, who was 30 at the time, driven by a genuine desire to provide a better life for her children, moved from Brazil to Pennsylvania to live with her sister. The family quickly adapted to their new environment, enjoying their cozy home and improved living standards. Deborah Brando and her sister, Sarah, were inseparable. They worked together at a cleaning service and often stayed connected via phone calls throughout the day. Their lives were quiet and happy as they embraced their newfound circumstances in another country. However, an unexpected acquaintance altered their destinies forever. In 2020, while spending a day off with her children at a park, Deborah met Danilo Cavalcante, a compatriot who was 31 years old at that time. A trusting relationship swiftly developed between them. Danilo was attentive and kind to both Deborah and her children. Deborah fell in love with her Brazilian neighbor Danilo Cavalcante and believed she had found a dependable partner. After several months into their relationship, they rented a small house together and began living as one cohesive family unit. After some time, Danilo, whose temperament was often hot and emotional, began to lose interest in the apparent perfection of their family life. As he grew closer to Deborah, his jealousy and obsession intensified. Mistrust without basis gradually transformed into a need for total control over the relationship. Frequent conflicts erupted between the couple, often culminating in violence. Danilo would drink heavily every night and return home as a completely different person, almost like an angered animal. He demanded complete submission and obedience from Deborah, punishing her severely in front of their children when she resisted. Despite her strength and efforts to defend herself and protect her children, the situation became untenable for Deborah. Unable to endure such treatment any longer, she moved back to her sister's home. After numerous threats from Danilo, Deborah sought protection by going to the police and subsequently obtaining an order of protection from the court that prohibited him from approaching her. Despite her attempts to distance herself from him, Danilo pursued her aggressively, often resorting to threats of violence if she even considered ending their relationship permanently. Fearing for her safety, Deborah decided to investigate Danilo's background. She reached out to acquaintances in Brazil through social media and unearthed startling information about his past life and his reasons for coming to the United States. To her shock, she discovered that Danilo was not who he had claimed to be. On November 5, 2017, in Brazil, Danilo had fatally wounded a 20-year-old student named Walter Jr. Moreira dos Reis by shooting him 5 times near a restaurant in Figueroa for something as trivial as a car repair debt. Investigation revealed that the two men were friends before this tragic incident occurred. Following the crime, Brazilian authorities issued an arrest warrant after granting the prosecutor's office's request for preventive detention. However, Danilo managed to leave Brazil through Brasilia International Airport due to procedural disagreements within the judicial system that delayed registering this decision in the National Warrant Registry. This discovery left Deborah stunned as she realized how much danger she was truly in by merely being associated with Danilo Cavalcante. It wasn't until 7 months after the crime Cavalcante entered Puerto Rico illegally. In June 2018, a warrant for his arrest was issued in Brazil. On entering Puerto Rico, Cavalcante obtained a fake ID and eventually settled in Chester County, Pennsylvania, where his sister lived. Upon discovering Danilo's true identity, Deborah issued an ultimatum: leave her alone or she would reveal his identity. Unfortunately, this decision proved fatal. On the evening of April 18, 2021, Deborah was walking with her children outside her house. The children were playing catch-up while Deborah chatted quietly with an elderly neighbor. When Danilo Cavalcante approached and pulled Deborah aside for a conversation, the neighbor looked on but did not intervene. The discussion initially appeared calm. However, at one moment, Cavalcante produced 2 knives and attacked her. Deborah fell to the ground as he stabbed her multiple times. Despite her children's pleas for him to stop hurting their mother, he continued in a frenzy, inflicting a total of 38 stab wounds. A neighbor witnessing this brutal act attempted to administer emergency aid and stop the bleeding while Deborah's daughter ran to get help and call emergency services. Deborah Brendow was rushed to a hospital but succumbed to her injuries. Meanwhile, Danilo Cavalcante fled Pennsylvania to evade capture and remained on the run for several hours until apprehended by Virginia State Police. He was extradited back to Pennsylvania and placed under arrest pending trial. On August 16, 2023, in Chester County, Danilo Cavalcante's trial for first-degree murder commenced. The investigation revealed that Cavalcante had refused to accept the end of their relationship and had been intimidating Deborah through regular domestic violence since 2020. During the trial, Deborah's sobbing child testified, recounting repeatedly the terrifying events of that day. It took the jury only 15 minutes to convict Cavalcante guilty. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. Following the verdict announcement, Cavalcante was transferred to Chester County Jail in Pocopson, where he awaited transfer to a federal prison. On August 31, 2023, around 9 a.m., an inmate managed to escape from Chester County Jail. Utilizing a chimney, he scaled the wall between 2 narrow hallways and ascended through the chimney to the roof. Avoiding the barbed wire fences, he broke free. Surveillance footage captured him in the tight space between 2 walls in the exercise yard. He used his arms and legs to ascend upward, eventually running across the roof. From there, he climbed over the fence and pushed through the barbed wire to gain freedom. Prison officials were well aware of vulnerabilities identified after Eagle Balter's escape and believed they addressed them adequately. Officials thought that adding barbed wire after a similar escape attempt by an inmate named Eagle Balter just months earlier would prevent any jailbreaks. Acting Warden Howard Holland stated that according to court documents in May, inmate Igor Balta had climbed onto the roof of the jail and jumped to a less secure location, but was captured less than a mile from the prison, within about 5 minutes. In response to this urgent matter, the prison was closed, initiating a massive search for Danilo Cavalcante, considered particularly dangerous. Alerts were issued everywhere. Danilo Cavalcante, age 33, with black hair and possibly armed and very dangerous. The escape of such a dangerous felon gained significant media attention. The search for this fugitive was broadcast daily across all media channels. The Pennsylvania State Police Chief overseeing the search held regular press conferences and briefings, providing residents with precise information about this special operation. He urged residents not to stay on the sidelines, but to take an active role through vigilance and observation to help determine the perpetrator's route. And it worked. About a few hours after the escape, Danilo Cavalcanti was spotted walking along a road about 2 miles of the prison. With the help of reports from local residents, Cavalcanti was seen by camera in the early morning hours of September 2nd. Police set up a search perimeter around the area, securing roads and railroads that run through it to prevent Cavalcanti's potential escape, and put up a $10,000 reward for any information leading to his capture. Authorities began searching within 2 miles of the jail in the heavily wooded area of Pocopson Township in Chester County. A local resident saw the fugitive in a creek bed just days after the escape, but he fled into the woods before police could find him. The search continued and the perimeter expanded after he spent about a week on the run. A security camera captured Cavalcanti at Longwood Gardens' popular botanical garden nearly 3 miles from the jail, just south of where law enforcement initially searched for him. There's a lot of ravines, tall fields, high grass, a lot of cover for a guy who is 5 feet tall and 120 pounds. Robert Clark, Deputy U.S. Marshal for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, stated on September 5th that in addition to tough terrain, searches had difficulty with extreme heat and humidity lasting for several days. After a week of desperate searches for Cavalcanti, the number of officers involved grew from 250 to almost 400. The search team has been strengthened not only in numbers, but also in equipment. Helicopters flying over began playing a recorded message from Cavalcanti's Portuguese-speaking mother, begging him to surrender peacefully. The next morning, Cavalcanti was spotted by a security camera on property located about 2 miles south of the prison. Police moved in and set up a new perimeter around this facility and Longwood as well as nearby schools. These areas will be closed while search efforts continue. Police conducted an intensive search over several days until eventually Longwood Gardens briefly reopened with limited access before being forced to evacuate and close again following another sighting of Caval. On September 7th, law enforcement doubled the reward for information leading to his capture, from $10,000 to $20,000. After nearly a week of searching, tension was palpable. Locals knew a man convicted of murder was on the loose. Yet, authorities had not disclosed how Cavalcanti escaped from prison. In Chester County, Philadelphia residents were instructed by police to lock all doors and windows, secure vehicles, and stay indoors. CBS News reported that 34-year-old Danilo Cavalcanti escaped from a Pennsylvania prison. The intense search pressed on until a significant development occurred on September 9th. Cavalcanti somehow managed to breach the search perimeter in Longwood Gardens. He was seen on a video intercom, standing on a porch of a former colleague's home near Phoenixville, almost 20 miles northeast of the search area. Cavalcanti cleverly altered his appearance. He shaved and donned new clothes and remained undetected. As he moved across the state, he stole a van from a local dairy store and drove it to Phoenixville with hopes of getting help and shelter from acquaintances. On the morning of September 10th, authorities discovered an abandoned stolen van with an empty gas tank in a field in suburban East Nantmeal. The search area then shifted to the northern part of Chester County. Cavalcanti's movements once again prompted changes to the search perimeter on September 11th. As investigators continued their efforts, Cavalcanti was listed on Interpol's most wanted list, and the reward for information regarding his whereabouts was increased further. That night, emergency services received an urgent call from a local resident who reported that a man matching Cavalcanti's description had broken into his garage. In self-defense, the homeowner fired multiple shots and hit him 7 times. Surprisingly, Cavalcanti managed to escape and stole a .2 caliber rifle with both scope and flashlight attachments. Police arrived swiftly at the scene and discovered Cavalcanti's sweatshirt and shoes nearby. Once they confirmed his identity and recognized that this dangerous felon was now armed, local authorities urged residents in South Coventry to lock all doors and windows, secure vehicles, and stay indoors whenever possible. This fugitive remains particularly dangerous, and his escape has deeply concerned area residents. Several school districts even canceled classes as precautionary measures to ensure safety. On the day after Cavalcante was seen on surveillance video, police expanded the search and urged residents to keep their doors locked. A new search perimeter set up in South Coventry Township, which was tighter than before, because authorities believed Cavalcante was now surrounded. The search continued throughout September 12th. Around 1 a.m. on September 13th, an aircraft with thermal imaging technology spotted Cavalcante in the woods. However, due to bad weather, the police had to wait until sunrise to approach, as the surveillance plane could not operate safely. The significant breakthrough occurred in the early morning hours of September 13th, when authorities found out that a security alarm went off just after midnight within the final search perimeter. According to Biven, an officer of illicit drug enforcement, the aircraft using thermal imaging technology detected a heat signal around 1 a.m. shortly after the alarm was triggered. Ron Johnson, a retired Missouri State Highway Patrol captain, mentioned that technology played a major role in this operation. He said law enforcement faced many challenges for a long time, but managed to pick up the heat signal from a DEA spy plane just in time. At around 8 a.m. on September 13th, police found Cavalcante asleep with the rifle he had stolen from his home 2 nights earlier. Danilo Cavalcante, a dangerous criminal, tried to escape by crawling into thick undergrowth. However, a police dog named Yoda subdued him by biting his head and holding him until police arrived. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens stated at a news conference that Yoda caused Cavalcante minor head injuries during his capture. Cavalcante was questioned by the police immediately after his capture. He revealed that he survived on watermelons and creek water and traveled only at night. He even admitted he almost got caught by an officer while hiding at one point. His plan was to steal a car and travel to Canada. Since returning to prison, Cavalcante has been charged with multiple crimes related to his escape, including burglary, trespassing, and theft. Following his capture, local and state officials, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, expressed gratitude to all law enforcement officers who assisted in the search for high-risk felon Danilo Cavalcante. Chief George Bivens, who led the search, discussed the multitude of challenges that law enforcement officers faced during the operation to locate Cavalcante. He highlighted the intense heat and thunderstorms that occurred in the area during the search. Additionally, he noted that each of the search perimeters was established in heavily wooded areas. The search team was composed of approximately 500 law enforcement officers, including Pennsylvania State Police, FBI, ATF, and U.S. Marshals, who thoroughly searched the area around the escape scene. In the wake of Cavalcante's escape, police set up a perimeter spanning several miles in each direction. The Chester County Jail Board, responsible for overseeing the jail, faced heavy criticism from local residents for their failure to prevent Cavalcante's escape. Residents pointed out that the jail had previously been given an opportunity to implement necessary security improvements after Igor Bulty's attempted escape on May 19th. Those enhancements could have potentially prevented Cavalcante's escape, since he used the same method as Bolt did. Following this incident, the prison has already terminated the prison guard, who was on duty during Cavalcante's September 7th escape. Prison officials stated that this guard had a chance to spot Cavalcante during his breakout. In response to public concern, and days after capturing the fugitive, Chester County Jail announced they had installed a tin roof over the area where Cavalcante scaled 2 walls to access and eventually escape from the facility. Alongside this measure, various other security enhancements and improvements were also implemented. Clearly, there are questions that Chester County officials will need to address regarding how the suspect managed to escape, especially considering this prison's history, said Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. He emphasized how crucial communication and cooperation among all law enforcement agencies and local residents were during this extensive search effort. Thanks to these combined efforts, Danilo will now never go free again. Thanks for diving into another mystery with us. If you enjoyed unraveling the clues and chasing the truth, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and give us a thumbs up. Your support helps us bring you more thrilling cases and deep dives into the unknown.